Introduction. The intelligence was erroneous, and immediately, thoughts of Zixuan's mischievous antics crossed her mind. She would never let such an opportunity to undermine her opponent slip away. Yanyan casually remarked, "Sister Zixuan, aren't you tired of playing these trivial tricks?" Upon hearing this, Zixuan sprang up, exclaiming, "What trivial tricks am I playing? It is my goo worms that inform me. Unlike you, who possess no sense of security whatsoever. Just moments ago, I was nearby, surrounded by goo worms set to serve as a warning. However, now, the entire swarm is in turmoil, as if something dreadful has disturbed them. Goo worms as a warning." Jition echoed this phrase, his expression shifting to one of concern. Chapter 1. The Death of the Demon Mountain. After a brief respite, Colin mounted his steed once more, preparing to enter the fray. In stark contrast to his own sluggish horse, Loras's spirited white steed brimmed with vitality and energy. Clad in tattered leather armor, Colin nonetheless received thunderous applause from the audience as he entered the arena. His opponent this time was Sir Gregor, a towering figure of immense strength and ferocity. During the War of Usurpers, he had brutally slain the previous dynasty's crown prince, Rhaegar's wife, Elia Martell, and had callously thrown her young son to his death. Lost in his thoughts, Colin observed as the formidable opponent emerged, adorned in black armor and a full-faced helm, just as rumored his vast stature casting a shadow over the black steed beneath him, which appeared somewhat diminutive in comparison. During the customary salutation to the audience, Colin raised his lance in homage, prompting a raucous cheer from the crowd, with even women calling out his name. In stark contrast, Sir Gregor's salute was met with sparse applause. The audience feared his brutality after he had gruesomely dispatched his last opponent with a splintered lance thrust into their neck. Prepare. As a triangular flag fell, both Colin and Gregor urged their horses forward towards each other. Having never ridden such a fine steed before, Colin maximized his horsemanship as he galloped. Like a streak of white lightning, his wooden lance mercilessly struck down the giant of an opponent from his mount. Colin Raven is victorious. With an unquestionable victory, the audience rose in unison to offer resounding applause to the champion of the tournament. Sword. Just as Colin removed his helm to acknowledge the crowd's accolades, a grim-faced Sir Gregor had his attendant deliver a sword to him. Seeing his rival standing beside his horse, the massive sword raised high, Colin felt a surge of anger. A knight's steed is their most cherished companion, and only one devoid of knightly spirit would blame their failures on the horse. "Hey, what are you doing? Can't win, so you take out on your horse?" Sir Gregor, known for his volatile temper, advanced toward Colin, sword in hand, incensed by his words. It turned out his horse had become agitated upon encountering Colin's white steed, which had disrupted his performance at a critical moment. He felt he had yet to seek trouble from Colin, yet the latter was already meddling in his affairs. The colossal two-handed sword descended upon Colin like a door smashing down, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowd, who could not help but feel a pang of concern for the unarmed Colin. Stepping back to evade the blade's edge, Colin heard a knight from the stands bellow, "Catch the sword." With his left hand, he deflected a sweeping strike with his wooden shield, forcefully shoving Gregor aside, and then caught the thrown two-handed sword with ease. Drawing the blade from its sheath, the two adversaries stood facing each other. With an enraged roar, Gregor swung his sword once more. Colin, steady and composed, identified three vulnerabilities the instant his foe initiated the strike. According to the Mounted Combat Systems rating, Gregor's proficiency with two-handed weapons barely grazed 350. Yet his imposing stature often intimidated ordinary opponents, preventing them from unleashing their full potential. Coupled with his formidable strength, many adversaries fell victim to his reckless onslaught, unable to execute any technique before being overwhelmed by his relentless strikes. Unfortunately for Gregor, he faced Kalina man whose skill and power far surpassed his own. Raising his sword to intercept Gregor's blow, Colin deftly countered with a reverse slash against his opponent's blade. Before the stunned Gregor could regain his composure, Colin executed a sweeping arc with the two-handed sword, delivering a devastating downward strike. Gregor barely managed to raise his sword in defense, but it proved futile. Colin's blade, accompanied by a piercing whistle, severed Gregor's horizontally held sword, then continued its relentless descent onto his armor, shattering a flurry of metal plates. Without hesitation, Colin stepped forward and struck the hilt of his sword forcefully against Gregor's head, sending the giant crashing backward and kicking up a cloud of dust. The audience erupted into deafening cheers at the sight of Colin effortlessly vanquishing the brutal giant Gregor. "Kill him! Kill him. Shouts from the crowd demanded the execution of Gregor, for in such duels, the fate of the defeated lay in the hands of the victor. With the sword's tip poised above Gregor's chest, the beast's body was already stained crimson with his own blood. Recalling the brutal acts Gregor had committed against women and children, Colin felt a deep sense of revulsion. Gripping the sword hilt with both hands, he gently pressed downward, driving the razor-sharp blade through the notorious Gregor, pinning him to the parched earth. As Colin raised his sword to accept the crowd's adulation, King Robert descended from his stands with a wine jug in hand, accompanied by a host of nobles, and approached him. The two were nearly of equal height, however. The indulgent King Robert appeared somewhat portly from years of excess. "Well done," King Robert exclaimed, thrusting the wine jug into Colin's embrace and giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "You got quite the strength, lad. This jug of wine is yours. I am in need of a capable warrior at my side. Will you fight for your king?" Colin, overjoyed, immediately knelt on one knee. Had it not been for his display of strength in carrying off the horse and his decisive victory over Gregor, King Robert would never have personally sought to recruit him. "It is my honor, your majesty." King Robert took the long sword from the hands of his attendant and, in the presence of the assembled lords and nobles, lightly tapped it 3 times upon the shoulder of Colin. "In the name of the king of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, and as the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, I hereby proclaim Colin Raven as the Lord of Storm's End." Rising to his feet with the sword in hand, King Robert gave Colin a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Change into some splendid armor and join me for the hunt in a few days." Later, after returning the white horse to Ser Loras and agreeing to a rematch in archery during the next hunt, Colin rode back to the inn on Gregor's magnificent black steed, a pouch of golden dragons in hand. The prize for the tournament champion was 1,000 golden dragons, while the Lannisters had paid a ransom of 150 golden dragons for Gregor's body and armor. Upon settling the ransom, the Lannisters left behind a thought-provoking remark. A Lannister always pays his debts. With 1,150 golden dragons in his possession, Colin mentally noted a debt owed to the Lannister family. The following morning, the herald arrived at the inn. "Sir Colin, have you finalized your family crest and motto?" "I have. The crest shall be a white background with a hawk," Colin replied. "The motto is, 'Forward Ever.'" After seeing off the herald, Colin rode to the bustling market of King's Landing. According to the herald's description, his fief, Storm's End, was a modest castle with only one associated village. The primary income of the fief came from the rent of the peasants and the leasing of the windmill, which previously yielded approximately 200 golden dragons annually for the king. Determined to develop his domain, Colin purchased iron ingots, charcoal, tools, mules, wheat, beer, and cloth at the market, as well as hiring 2 blacksmiths and recruiting dozens of vagrants. This endeavor cost Colin a total of 400 golden dragons, representing the future tax revenue of his newly acquired land for the next 2 years. Observing the ragtag group of vagrants with a friendliness rating of 30, Colin could not help but marvel at the efficiency of the system. Just moments ago, a few rogues attempted to deceive Colin out of half a golden dragon for relocation fees. However, alerted by the system, Colin swiftly expelled the miscreants with their 10 friendliness. Before nightfall, Colin, accompanied by the tax collector, led this motley crew through the Dragon Gate and along the King's Road, heading north towards his fief, Storm's End. Chapter 2. Storm's End. By midday the following day, Colin and his entourage arrived at his fief, whereupon the tax collector's confirmation, the villagers of Storm's End accepted their new lord. Presenting 3 golden dragons as a token of gratitude to the tax collector, Colin finally had the opportunity to thoroughly examine his territory. Storm's End stood atop a small hill, surrounded by wheat fields, with only a narrow path winding through the crops towards the associated village. Leading his followers along the path to the castle, Colin noticed the castle's entrance was partially obscured by overgrown weeds. He had previously learned from the tax collector that Storm's End was in a state of partial disrepair after the previous lord passed away. Without an heir, the castle had reverted to the crown. The indulgent King Robert was unwilling to part with even a single gold dragon for a cold stone house situated on the outskirts. After unloading tools from the mule cart, Colin organized the townsfolk to clean the castle while he stepped aside to assess the state of his domain through the mounted combat system. Rook's Castle. Loyalty, 20 low. Population, 769. Existing structures: wheat fields, irrigation canals, windmill. Troop panel 4378. Refugees, 43. Due to the title of demonic instructor, all refugees were now eligible for upgrades. In the realm of mounted combat, Refugees are a remarkable unit, capable of transforming into soldiers of any nation. Considering his position within the royal domain, soldiers from nomadic tribes would be inappropriate, lest the king suspect him of being a spy for Dorne. Ultimately, he upgraded 20 Imperial infantry and 23 Imperial archers. The upgrades cost 215 silver deer, with an additional monthly salary of 43 silver deer required. In the land of Westeros, 3 principal currencies exist: gold dragons, silver deer, and copper stars, where 1 gold dragon is approximately equivalent to 200 silver deer, and 1 silver deer equates to around 7 copper stars. As evening descended, villagers discovered an abandoned cart in the woods beside King's Road, filled with dusty leather armor, long swords, and short bows. Simultaneously, with the villagers' assistance, the castle was rendered barely habitable. Rook's castle was modest, comprising a 3-story main building and a circular tower, connected by a stone wall. Upon entering the main building, one found a spacious hall, at the end of which stood a soot-blackened fireplace. The soldiers had already ignited the fireplace and set up a kettle for boiling water. Tonight's dinner would consist of hot water accompanied by flatbreads and smoked fish. The village chief also delivered several beeswax candles and bedding, enlisting his freckled daughter to help Colin tidy up the bedroom on the top floor of the main building. After dinner, Colin selected one of the infantry and one of the archers with the highest intelligence attributes to serve as captains, instructing them to arrange the night watch. Upon returning to his bedroom, he found the chief's daughter still present. With a stern expression, he ushered the freckled girl out of the room, lying awake in the drafty chamber, unable to find rest. Testing the Lord with this: what lord can withstand such a trial? The following morning, Colin was roused by the clanging sounds of metalwork within the castle, where 2 blacksmiths hired from King's Landing had already begun their labor. Adjacent to the castle's stables, on the site of the old blacksmith shop, a new forge had been established, where the blacksmiths were crafting a set of composite armor tailored for Colin. "Good morning, Master Tob." "Good morning, Lord Colin." Tobmot was a renowned master blacksmith from King's Landing, one of the few in Westeros capable of reforging Valyrian steel. Initially, Master Tob did not wish to accept long-term employment. However, upon witnessing Colin effortlessly lift an anvil with one hand, he was astonished by his strength and thus agreed to the arrangement. The blacksmith apprentice, clutching a bar of iron, greeted Colin with enthusiasm. "Good morning, Lord Colin." "Good morning, Janley." The wooden gates of the castle creaked open, and Colin rode forth on his steed, whom he had named Little Black. Flying proudly atop the castle walls was Colin's falcon banner, crafted overnight by the villagers in honor of their lord. As he traversed the path to the village, the industrious villagers paused in their labors to bow in respect to their mounted lord. The village primarily produced wheat and dairy cattle, boasting a quaint tavern, a bakery, and a blacksmith shop dedicated solely to crafting farm tools. Colin leisurely rode about the village and eventually encountered the village elder at the entrance of the Seven Gods Church, just after the morning service. "Good morning, my lord." "Good morning, John." As the most esteemed individual in the village, John, nearing 50, showed no signs of the weariness that marked the other farmers. Unable to sit idle, Colin inquired if the elder had any tasks for him. "Is there any pressing issue in the village?" After a brief contemplation, the elder responded, "Nothing of great consequence, but a pack of wolves has recently appeared in the nearby forest, taking several of our sheep." Intrigued, Colin returned to the castle to assemble a squad of archers and instructed the elder to send hunters as guides. The group ventured into the forest in search of the wolves' lair. Colin, opting not to accompany the others, rode alone through the woods. The bow and arrows he carried were standard issue for Imperial archers, a simple short bow, which Colin drew back effortlessly to its full tension. "It seems I shall need to forge a superior bow," he mused, shaking his head. Suddenly, a distant roar echoed through the trees, and the daring Colin dismounted, bow in hand, and stealthily approached the source of the sound. Parting the obstructing leaves, he beheld a clearing where a pack of wolves was assailing a brown bear. The bear stood over 2 meters tall, its massive paws resembling the size of large fans. The wolves, a dozen strong, darted around the bear, their movements deft yet perilous, as 2 mangled wolf corpses lay testament to the ferocity of the encounter. At that moment, the village hunters and a few archers quietly arrived alongside Colin. Curiously, Colin addressed one of the hunters. "Why are the wolves engaging with the bear?" The seasoned hunter, turning his gaze from the fray, replied, "My lord, this brown bear is the dominant creature of the forest. It appears these newly arrived wolves are attempting to usurp its territory." "And what of the larger one, resembling a dog?" that appears to be the alpha of the pack, not typical of our local wolves. Noticing the wolf bore a resemblance to a husky, Colin suddenly pondered the idea of acquiring a dog. The battle in the clearing reached a stalemate, and the alpha wolf, growing impatient, seized the opportunity when the bear raised its head, lunging fiercely to sink its teeth into the bear's throat. The brown bear, in excruciating pain, wildly flailed its claws, leaving deep gashes across the back of the lead wolf. Ultimately, the lead wolf could no longer withstand the assault, its massive form being flung away by the bear, crashing against a tree with a mournful howl. Realizing the brown bear had succumbed to a frenzy, and fearing for the life of his husky, Colin swiftly nocked an arrow. As the bear roared defiantly, 2 arrows shot forth from the tree-line, piercing through the pack of wolves and striking the bear directly in its eyes. With arrows lodged in its eyes, the bear howled in agony, its massive paws thrashing wildly. The wolf pack began to retreat, and the severely injured bear, having expended all its strength, collapsed to the ground, reduced to mere gasping breaths. As the dust settled, Colin emerged from the woods with the others. The wolf pack, momentarily distracted by the bear, now noticed the presence of humans nearby. Instantly, they bared their teeth and snarled menacingly at the group, but Colin remained unfazed, approaching the wounded lead wolf to assess its injuries. Seeing that the lead wolf had sustained only superficial wounds, Colin breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his beloved pet had been spared. He then hoisted the lead wolf onto his shoulder and approached the fallen brown bear. Reaching out to test the bear's weight, Colin was taken aback to find the cunning creature feigning death. In a sudden burst of rage, the bear opened its enormous maw, filled with malice, and lunged for Colin's arm. Reacting swiftly, Colin evaded the bear's jaws and retaliated with a series of powerful punches to its head. The bear howled in pain, and as Colin's heavy blows rained down, it gradually fell silent. Chapter 3. Nymelia. As dusk descended, the villagers, weary from a day of toil, returned to their hamlet, bearing farming implements and herding goats. Before the church at the village entrance, the village elder, silhouetted against the setting sun, preached the doctrines of the 7 to these weary souls returning home. Suddenly, a panicked shout erupted from the entrance. "Bear! Bear!" Upon hearing the cry, the villagers, who had gathered to listen to the elder's sermon, swiftly turned. As the frantic voice drew nearer, the elder pushed aside the crowd, furrowing his brow, and seized the man. "What bear?" "A brown bear. A brown bear is approaching the village." Alarmed, the elder quickly called upon the villagers to drive their valuable livestock, cattle and sheep, to the castle for safety. Amidst the ensuing chaos, a bear appeared not far from the village. The elder, along with the villagers wielding pitchforks and wooden clubs, stood nervously behind the castle guards, who readied their bows, aiming in the direction of the bear. As the creature drew closer, they realized something was amiss. The lord's horse and a pack of hunting soldiers trailed behind the bear. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was a dead bear. The lord, with a wolf cradled in his left arm and the bear in his right, strode forward, the bear's head drooping over his shoulder, creating the illusion of an upright bear from a distance. Colin arrived at the village entrance to find the crowd looking as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Curiously, he inquired, "What is everyone gathered here for?" With that, he carelessly tossed the bear's carcass before the elder, find someone skilled to skin the bear, and arrange for a metal cage to be sent to the castle. Without waiting for a response, Colin returned to the castle with his soldiers. Once he had departed, the elder examined the bear's corpse, turning it over and over until he discovered the fatal wound in its eye, leaving him in a state of shock. Not long after returning to the castle, the elder delivered the iron cage, into which Colin placed the subdued wolf, feeding it 2 rabbits caught by hunters. With the taste of blood, the wolf regained some vitality, and its gaze towards Colin became less wary. Nearby, a hunter observing the caged wolf remarked, "My lord, this wolf may have been domesticated. It appears somewhat accustomed to humans, lacking in wildness." Intrigued, Colin opened the troop panel and noted an additional entry in the captive section, a wolf named Nymelia. The name seemed vaguely familiar. Could this be Arya's wolf? Colin muttered to himself, recalling that the most renowned wolf in the realm was the dire wolf pup discovered south of the wall by House Stark. However, he remembered Arya's wolf roamed the riverlands, while his own castle, Driftmark, lay near King's Landing, quite a distance away. Could Nymelia have followed a scent to King's Landing? Regardless, since it had fallen into his possession, this wolf was now his. Glancing at the friendliness rating of -5, he realized that winning its trust would be a formidable challenge. That evening, Colin hosted a modest banquet in the main hall of the castle in honor of Master Top. The long table before the hearth bore only bread, cheese, beer, and rabbit meat. The invited elder brought a basket of apples, while the old hunter contributed dried venison. To the health of Master Tope, cheers. As one gulped down a mug of beer, the taste was lost amidst the frothy foam. Master Tope's cup was filled with Colin's exquisite green island wine, while the blacksmith apprentice, Jandrai, stood by with a wine jug in hand, ready to serve. The generous lord, his countenance flushed, seemed to float as if on clouds. Though he was an exceptionally skilled blacksmith, he had never received such honor from a nobleman. After raising his glass in salute and downing the drink, Colin spat out the foam onto the ground and cleared his throat. Carlo, are you willing to serve your lord? The nearly 50-year-old hunter, Carlo, possessed a wealth of hunting experience and was well-versed in the habits of various beasts. Colin sought his expertise to raise wolves, having fought side by side. The white-haired Carlo pondered briefly before rising to pay his respects. It is my honor. Soon, Carlo appeared on Colin's troop panel, with a friendliness rating of 40. Reviewing his skills, Colin noted a proficiency of 290 in archery, along with level 5 expertise in scouting and tracking. The following morning, while dining, Colin received a report from Carlo about a pack of wolves basking in the sun near the village entrance. Intrigued, Colin seized his sword and followed Carlo to the village's threshold. Indeed, as Carlo had described, a dozen wolves were either standing or sitting at the entrance. The villagers, who should have been out working, huddled together in fear of the wolves. Squinting to observe, Colin recognized the pack. It seemed to be the same group from the day before. After he had slain the brown bear, the wolves had scattered, and having captured the alpha, Colin had chosen to return without further ado. Yes, the numbers matched 15 wolves. As Colin approached with his sword, the pack stood up, baring their teeth at him. Amused, Colin unsheathed his sword and tossed it back to Carlo, gesturing to the wolves to calm down. They quieted slightly, but as Colin drew closer, the pack turned and bolted, leaving him utterly perplexed. Days passed, and upon realizing that the wolves posed no threat to humans, the villagers gradually resumed their work outside the village. Colin also discerned the reason for the wolves' presence. Every evening, as he took Namelia for a stroll, the pack would become particularly animated, often bringing small animals to her. Observing the gray wolves eyeing his husky's beauty, Colin rolled his eyes in disdain. Time slipped away, and before long, Colin had spent over a month at Windkite Fortress. One day, a messenger galloped into the village. Tomorrow, His Majesty will host a hunting tournament in the royal forest. Colin learned of this belated news while playing with Namelia in the castle courtyard. Indeed, Sir Colin, His Majesty hopes for your attendance. He often praises your valor. Please convey to His Majesty that I shall arrive punctually. After sending off the messenger, Colin called Namelia over and affectionately ruffled her fur. After a period of flattering, Namelia has now fully accepted Colin, and their camaraderie has reached the remarkable level of 60. Following Colin's successful bonding with Namelia, the pack of grey wolves, who coveted her beauty, has also pledged allegiance to him. Colin now commands an elite Arctic wolf and 15 grey wolves, unlike the human soldiers, who generally have 5 levels. The wolf clan is limited to 3. The promotion path for the Arctic wolf is Arctic wolf, elite Arctic wolf leader. The promotion path for the grey wolf is grey wolf, big grey wolf leader. Both Namelia and the grey wolves have advanced under the influence of Colin's devilish instructor after their allegiance, now boasting sizes significantly larger than their initial forms, resembling young calves, with Namelia being suitable for riding like a steed. However, although the wolf pack does not require salaries, the daily demand for meat constitutes a considerable expense. The forest near the village cannot supply sufficient game, prompting Colin to assign Carlo and 2 others the task of procuring meat for the wolves. In addition to the wolf pack, Colin's human soldiers have also reached the pinnacle of their respective professions. Military Panel, 600-0278 Imperial Legion Soldier, 520 Imperial Guardsman Archer, 523 Carlo Namelia Big Grey Wolf 215 Troop Size, 50 Noble Status, 28 Prestige with 18 slots remaining before reaching the troop limit. Colin felt a slight urgency. Chapter 4. The Royal Hunt. The royal hunting grounds lie not far southeast of King's Landing, stretching along the shores of Blackwater Bay. Designated solely for the royal family's hunting pursuits, Colin set out alone on a steed, Little Black, departing from Windkite Fortress. Traversing the King's Road southward through King's Landing, and after riding for over an hour towards the southeast, he arrived at the royal grounds. Upon reaching the edge of the grounds, the king's attendants had already established a camp. As Colin approached on Little Black, the camp's officer called out to him, "Welcome, Sir Colin." "Oh, you know me? Your emblem is quite impressive." Colin glanced down at the cloak around Little Black's neck and tossed a gold dragon from his pouch. "What is your name?" "Leo Frank, praises to you, generous Sir Colin." Colin had yet to appear in public since becoming a knight, and it was remarkable that Leo Frank, not being an emblem officer, had recognized his crest. which brought a knowing smile to Colin's face. Noticing Colin's only armament was a bow and sword, the enthusiastic Leofrank guided him near the king's tent, personally erecting a small tent for him. Learning from Leofrank that King Robert had not yet arrived, Colin tethered Little Black and wandered around the camp. At this moment, the camp was filled only with the king's attendants and small nobles like Colin, who surrounded the king's tent, constructing numerous colorful tents, making the entire camp resemble a grand circus. Exiting the camp and entering the royal grounds, Colin followed a path adorned with heather and bellflowers, listening to the occasional calls of deer echoing from deep within the forest as he savored the rare tranquility of the scenery. In the royal garden of the imperial forest, guards routinely patrol, and local villagers are forbidden to enter for the purposes of logging or hunting, preserving the area's pristine ambience. Upon Colin's jubilant return, King Robert had already arrived at the camp with numerous nobles. The once quiet encampment was now bustling with voices, the whinnies of horses, and the barks of hunting dogs creating a cacophony. As Colin stepped back into his tent, a messenger was dispatched to summon him, accompanied by a steward. He was led to a newly erected gazebo, where the afternoon sun blazed fiercely. King Robert, adorned with a crown of thorns, bore a flushed visage, while his attendant tirelessly replenished his glass with chilled wine. Colin. Upon seeing him, Robert beckoned him closer. My brave warrior, let us compete to see who can procure the greater bounty. Noticing that Robert was already inebriated by the afternoon, Colin paid his respects and retreated to greet others. In the gazebo, aside from the ever-serving steward Lancel Lannister, stood Barristan Selmy, captain of the King's Guard, and a handsome young man with a full beard. The young man, Loras Tyrell, the king's seemingly ineffectual younger brother, extended his hand to Colin. Colin Raven, I salute you, my lord. Loras had already taken the hunters into the woods in search of wild boar, and despite the scorching sun, his fervent desire for victory burned even brighter. As evening fell, the hunting party returned with the evening's feast. Spotting Colin, who was drinking with Robert in the gazebo, Loras proudly patted the deer slung over his shoulder. The game has returned. Colin, you must showcase your culinary skills. Robert pressed his hand on Colin's wine glass, while the other gestured for him to hasten to the grill. In just a few hours, Colin had consumed an entire barrel of Golden Arbor wine, rising with a slight sway of his head. Heedless of the astonished expressions of those in the gazebo, Colin accepted the deer from the bewildered Loras. At the slaughterhouse downwind, the hunting party was processing their game. Since the hunt had not officially commenced, they had not ventured deep into the imperial forest. Aside from a few deer, most of the catch consisted of smaller creatures such as rabbits, pheasants, and foxes. The deer Loras had hunted bore an arrow wound to its neck, with its blood drained. Colin unsheathed his dagger, skinned the deer, and discarded the entrails to the eagerly awaiting hunting dogs, keeping only the heart. He then secured the clean deer onto a makeshift grill constructed from branches. After evenly salting the deer, Colin carried the grill to the front of the king's tent, where a bonfire had already been lit. Placing the grill over the flames, he sprinkled thyme brought back by the hunters over the side facing upwards, positioning the thicker shoulder and back of the deer closer to the fire. As darkness enveloped the sky, the attendants lit torches, and several more bonfires appeared outside the king's tent. Around the bonfires, unembellished long tables made of raw logs were set, where the king and nobles sat in succession, raising their goblets. After more than an hour of roasting, Colin removed the grill from the fire. The fragrant venison, with its rich reddish-brown exterior, reveals an alluring tender pink within upon being cut open. After savoring the roasted venison and heart prepared by Colin, King Robert, who was typically stingy with his wine, couldn't he help but exclaim, "This roasted deer is delightful. Colin, soon you will be as portly as I and unable to wield a sword. Then you can come roast meat for me, and I shall appoint you as the royal steward." The following morning, clad in hunting attire, King Robert unusually declined the servant's offer to refill his wine. The king's hunters had already ventured into the royal woods with their hounds, tasked with driving the scattered beasts into the designated hunting grounds. Colin, blending into the crowd, trekked through the forest for half an hour before reaching the hunting field, a clearing where all the trees had been cleared away. At this point, the corpulent King Robert was drenched in sweat, and he regained his composure only after downing 2 hefty cups of chilled wine. The group rested at the edge of the hunting ground, where the accompanying attendants laid a vibrant red cloth upon the grass, adorned with an array of fresh fruits, jerky, and wine. After a brief respite, the sound of a horn echoed from deep within the woods, signaling the approach of prey, and the hunters rose to retrieve their bows and spears. As the horn's call grew clearer, a throng of wild deer, intermingled with rabbits and foxes, burst forth from the trees into the clearing. The excited hunters eagerly drew their bows, yet despite the dense gathering of prey, few managed to score a hit. King Robert, brimming with enthusiasm, aimed at a wild deer, but his arrow was deftly evaded, striking an unfortunate rabbit behind it instead. Loras, bow in hand, stood beside Colin, and in his excitement, he continuously readied his arrows. Upon noticing Colin standing still with his bow drawn, Loras couldn't help but question, "Sir Colin, do you not excel in archery? I am awaiting a worthy quarry." Colin replied. The current batch of prey was too diminutive, and he did not wish to squander his energy on such trifles, after all. The hunt of numerous rabbits could not compare to that of a single majestic lion, as the smaller animals fled the hunting ground. The clearing was left scattered with the remains of a dozen or so creatures, primarily rabbits and foxes, along with one injured deer that lay moaning pitifully on the ground. An attendant approached the deer, and upon inspection, he discovered that this unfortunate creature was pierced by 3 arrows. After a brief examination, the attendant declared, "The arrow that incapacitated this deer bears the mark of House Tyrell." It turned out that the arrows used by the nobility were engraved with their respective family crests. Once the attendants cleared the hunting field and the hunters had sufficiently rested, the horn sounded again, this time with a more urgent call. Chapter 5. The stag and the wild boar. A colossal stag charged from the forest into the hunting grounds, its antlers, resembling thorny branches, towering nearly 3 meters high. The hunters at the edge of the field were struck with astonishment and excitement at the sight of this magnificent beast. King Robert, his face flushed and breathing heavily, immediately commanded the attendants to encircle the hunting ground to prevent the stag from escaping. The hunters raised their bows, unleashing a barrage of arrows upon the great stag. The agile creature attempted to retreat into the forest, but the spearmen among the attendants blocked its path. The majestic stag, with no escape in sight, bounded within the hunting grounds, narrowly evading several arrows that, due to insufficient force, failed to inflict any harm. Robert, having indulged in a few too many drinks, loosed arrows with great power, yet his aim was entirely lacking. Loras, in stark contrast, was intensely focused, his hunting bow tracking the leaping stag, his handsome golden locks matted with sweat, oblivious to his disheveled appearance. After a prolonged chase, the stag appeared to possess boundless energy, while the hunters began to feel the fatigue from their incessant bowstring pulls. Standing amidst the grass strewn with arrows, the stag gazed calmly at the hunters, its obsidian-like eyes reflecting tranquility. The arrows lodged in its side seemed to mock everyone present. "Damn beast," Robert seethed, casting his bow to the ground and drawing a spear thrust into the earth, intending to engage the stag in close combat. Upon witnessing their king charge forward, the hunters ceased their shooting, yet none had the courage to confront the colossal creature alongside him. Gripping the spear tightly, Robert crouched and circled the stag, which, sensing the threat, emitted a series of low growls. The tension in the air was palpable, with only the rustling of the wind through the treetops breaking the silence. "Come on!" Robert's furious roar shattered the standoff as he lunged the sharp spear towards the stag's neck. This time, the stag did not evade. Instead, it tilted its head, its massive antlers parrying the spear. Feeling the stag's attempt to disarm him, Robert strained to maintain his grip, his pudgy face turning a deep crimson from exertion. After several exchanges, neither Robert nor the stag gained the upper hand. However, Robert was no longer the same man who had slain Prince Rhaegar of the last dynasty by the banks of the Trident. Sweat streamed down his face like a river, and the harsh reality of his numbing limbs rendered him nearly immobile. As the spear and antlers finally disengaged, the increasingly irritable stag charged without warning. With his limbs weakened, Robert could only manage to brace the spear against the stag's antlers before being hurled aside. The stag, having successfully struck, showed no intention of allowing Robert any chance to recover, rearing its hooves to trample the fallen king. "Look out!" gasped the crowd, while the captain of the King's Guard, Barristan, stood 10 meters away. In this dire moment, Colin finally raised his bow, wielding Robert's hunting bow, a specially crafted 150-pound weapon. A heavy arrow flew forth, piercing the stag's neck just before it could stomp on Robert. As blood gushed forth, the stag, now bereft of strength, continued its forward momentum. Lying on the ground, Robert refused to succumb to fate. Seizing the moment, he thrust his spear towards the stag's neck. Ultimately, the stag collapsed before him, the sharp spear, aided by the creature's own momentum, transfixing it. Scalding blood-drenched Robert as he narrowly escaped death, utterly exhausted, he relinquished the spear and collapsed onto the grass, bursting into hearty laughter. As the crowd rushed in a flurry of excitement, Robert turned his gaze towards Colin, who stood outside the throng. The golden patterns on the specially crafted hunting bow shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Amidst the flurry of attendants dutifully attending to him, Robert cleaned the blood from his hands and approached the carcass of the great stag, knife in hand. The stag knelt upon the grass, its surroundings stained crimson. A spear lodged in its neck forced its head upward, its obsidian-like eyes now devoid of life. "What a beast!" Robert exclaimed, raising his knife to strike at the stag's throat, severing the head which rolled onto the grass. Ignoring the blood that splattered, Robert clasped the severed head with both hands, lifting it triumphantly above his head. The onlookers erupted in applause and fervent cheers. Yet, before Robert could bask in the glory of his victory, a sharp horn sounded once more, following the gaze of the crowd. Robert turned to see a wild boar burst forth from the nearby forest, crazed and charging towards the gathering, pursued by a pack of hunting dogs. A valiant attendant thrust a spear at the boar, the sharp point piercing its mud-covered body, leaving a trail of blood, but the enraged creature retaliated, goring the attendant with its tusks. In that moment of hesitation, the hounds resumed their pursuit, encircling the boar, with one audacious dog leaping onto its back to bite. The boar, panting heavily, grunted in exhaustion, yet its tusks remained deadly. One misstep sent a hound tumbling onto its back. The sight of their comrade's plight momentarily halted the other hounds, but the boar, shaking off its pursuers, charged directly towards the crowd, with Robert at the forefront. Still clutching the stag's head, just as the boar neared, Colin sprang into action. Calculating the creature's speed, he hurled his spear with fierce precision. The sharp spear sliced through the air, impaling the boar's head, which fell lifelessly, leaving a long trail in the grass due to its momentum. Awakened from his daze, Robert stepped upon the massive head and withdrew the spear with might. "By the seven, are you the son of a giant?" he exclaimed, handing the spear to Colin and giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "That bow is yours." As night fell, the hunting camp outside the royal grove hosted a lively bonfire feast. The wild boar slain by Colin became the centerpiece, its substantial body providing ample portions for all. Meanwhile, the majestic stag remained with King Robert, who intended to prepare it meticulously upon returning to the Red Keep. Indulging in the crisp wine recently delivered from King's Landing, Robert filled his cup again without wiping his mouth, rising to toast, "To our brave warrior, Colin." Colin, seated nearby, rose amidst the gaze of the crowd and raised his goblet. "To our king, may his reign be long and prosperous, may he enjoy longevity." Robert, laughing heartily, downed his drink once more. "Longevity is of little consequence. As long as there are women and wine each day, that is sufficient." As the goblets emptied, the revelry reached its zenith. The nobles, their faces flushed from drink, even resorted to fisticuffs over trivial disputes. From his position of honor, Robert observed the fracas with amusement. Relishing the chaos, he was tempted to join in and deliver a couple of punches to the bearded fellow he found most irksome, the servant, Lancel Lannister. Approached with a wine jug, filling Colin's cup as he devoured his meat. "My lord Colin, I thank you. Soon the Seven Kingdoms will sing of your heroic deed in rescuing the king from the jaws of the wild boar." Robert's countenance darkened upon hearing this. The once great warrior of the Seven Kingdoms now required assistance to escape the clutches of a mere pig, a reality difficult for one so accustomed to boasting of his own martial exploits to accept. Chapter 6. The death of Robert. After the banquet, Colin returned to his modest tent, unable to sleep. He opened the character interface and was astonished to find he had gained 10 attribute points. This revelation invigorated him, and upon examining the system log, he discovered, saved Robert Baratheon, who was fated to be slain by a wild boar, 10 attribute points awarded. Rescued the king from the jaws of a boar. Reputation 150. Having spent over a month in this world studying system functionalities, Colin had not previously uncovered any means of enhancing his attributes. Nor did levels or experience points exist within this game. Unexpectedly, today he had stumbled upon a means to acquire attribute points. Was the system urging him to alter the course of events? However, he had already changed the narrative during the tournament, yet had not received any attribute points then. Left in contemplation, Colin decided to allocate his points. Strength, 4656. The strength attribute not only allowed him to wield heavier weapons but also represented his physical prowess. The substantial increase in strength enabled Colin to go nights without sleep. Previously, he had tested his limits by wandering alone in the forest for 7 days and nights, yet emerged vibrant and invigorated. Upon reaching a strength of 50, he unlocked the talent, Hardened Skin. Hardened Skin. When attacked, the skin hardens like armor. The unexpected acquisition of a talent skill alongside his attribute enhancement delighted Colin. Though his newfound strength was formidable, he was still susceptible to injury. Hardened Skin undoubtedly provided an additional layer of protection. The following morning, as Colin emerged from his tent intending to procure a drink from Robert, he was met with the alarming discovery that Robert was missing. The king arose in a foul mood, having set out early with Lord Balon, Lord Renly, and the attendant Lancel for a hunt. Upon learning this from Rio, Colin felt a weight settle upon him. In the original narrative, it was precisely these four who went hunting, leading to Robert's untimely demise. Colin paced anxiously outside the king's tent, and by midday, The unfortunate events he dreaded began to unfold. Bloodied and battered, Robert lay on a makeshift stretcher woven from branches, being carried back to camp, where the festive atmosphere was swiftly replaced by sorrowful murmurs. After a hasty bandaging, Robert was placed upon a cart, escorted by the King's Guard and lanceled back to King's Landing, as the hunting tournament lost its organizer and came to an abrupt end. On the return journey, Colin's mind was awash with thoughts. Robert was not only his lord but also his drinking companion, despite his penchant for indulgence and impulsive nature, and his tendency to boast drunkenly of slaying Rhaegar and saving the Seven Kingdoms from the Mad King's tyranny. There was no denying his charisma as a king. The tragic manner of his demise at the tusks of a wild boar elicited profound lamentations. As evening descended, Colin returned to Dragonstone, greeted by the eager sin of his sister, Nymeria, who dashed out to leap into his embrace, ruffling her hair affectionately. He tossed the rabbit he had caught along the way into the air, and with a graceful leap, Nymeria caught it, devouring it swiftly as a delightful snack. Upon entering the castle, Master Tobbo was at dinner, and upon seeing Colin's joyful expression, he exclaimed, "My Lord Colin, your armor has been forged." Well versed in the urgency of the moment, Colin understood he could not afford to wait for half a year for his suit of armor. Thus, aside from the breastplate and helmet, he entrusted the creation of the remaining components to the trusted blacksmiths of King's Landing. The two made their way to the room where the armor was displayed, the gleaming silver suit hanging on the rack like a towering giant. Colin's custom armor was a departure from the typical leather or scale armor of Westeros. It was a reinforced suit of plate armor. This ensemble consisted of a full coverage helm, breastplate, arm guards, gauntlets, leg armor, greaves, and iron boots. Eagerly, Colin donned the armor with Tobbo's assistance. The entire set weighed nearly 100 pounds. Coupled with Colin's weight and weaponry, the poor black would soon bear the burden of 200 pounds. With heavy steps, Colin entered the castle courtyard and performed a series of calisthenics to test the armor's flexibility. "How does it feel, my lord?" Tobbo inquired. "I believe the only issue is its expense," Colin replied. In front of Tobbo and Gendry, he leapt into the air, his considerable weight crashing back down. Yet there was no sign of looseness in the armor's components. Only a warrior of your caliber could move as freely in such armor, Tobbo marveled, hammering the breastplate, aware that aside from siege weaponry, no ranged arms could harm its master. Gendry, who had been watching with envy, gazed at Colin, now resembling a silver giant, wishing to stride across the battlefield clad in armor like Colin's, yet lamenting his own inability to wield a sword. The following morning, Colin invited Master Tobbo and Gendry to dine together, as the armor was now complete and they planned to return to King's Landing. After their meal, Colin, reflecting on the sincerity of Gendry and the bond he shared with Robert, resolved to lend him a helping hand. Taking advantage of Master Tobb's moment of packing, Colin called out to Jandali. Yesterday in the royal forest, King Robert was gored by a wild boar and may soon meet his demise. The young Jandali displayed little emotion at the thought of the king's passing and observing Colin's seemingly serious demeanor. He was uncertain whether he ought to express a semblance of sorrow. "You are the illegitimate son of King Robert." Upon hearing this, Jandali's expression transformed dramatically, flickering with shock, confusion, and bewilderment. Without allowing him time to digest the revelation, Colin continued, "Consider this. If you were an ordinary person, what right would you have to study under Master Tobb? To my knowledge, an unnamed noble has provided Master Tobb with double the apprentice fee to accept you. Once King Robert is deceased, Queen Cersei will undoubtedly seek to eliminate you. Flee, and the further you distance yourself from King's Landing, the better." Patting Jandali on the shoulder, Colin felt he had done his part regarding Robert's legacy. After bidding farewell to Master Tobb and the complex-faced Jandali, Colin enjoyed several leisurely days within his castle. His forces had now grown to 93, bolstered by the 150 points of prestige granted by the wild boar incident, increasing his ranks by 15. However, the total number of troops remained at 60, as Colin wished to reserve some positions for recruiting citizens to train as armored cavalry for the Empire. One day, a messenger from Ned Stark arrived at Windy Castle, bearing unexpected news. "Lord Ned demands, in the name of the regent and protector of the realm, that I assemble all soldiers and march to the Red Keep." "Indeed, my lord." After sending off the messenger, Colin sat in the hall, both amused and bewildered, having just advised Jandali to steer clear of King's Landing. He found himself preparing to enter it. Colin had no intention of retreating, both because of Ned's integrity, having felt during the series that his demise was most unjust, and because Colin believed that Ned still had a chance to turn the tide. Within the Red Keep, the Lannisters numbered scarcely over 100, and the traitorous Goldcloaks could not exceed 300. Resolute, Colin immediately summoned all infantry and archers, instructing Carlo and Namelia to remain behind to safeguard their home, and thus, a grand procession set forth towards King's Landing. Chapter 7. The Throne Room. Upon Colin's arrival in King's Landing, Ned promptly received him, though he had already secured the assurance of the Master of Coin, Baelish, who confidently declared he would rally the support of the city guard for him. Ned remained apprehensive about his own safety, as he was surrounded by only a couple dozen northern warriors. Amidst the Lannisters, he desperately needed a valiant ally like Colin, while Colin's heavily armored soldiers could remain concealed for a decisive moment. To reassure Colin, Ned candidly shared the efforts to persuade the city guard, ensuring Colin understood he was not alone in this endeavor. Although Colin delicately expressed his concerns regarding Baelish's loyalty, without tangible evidence, Ned chose not to heed them. The following day, Colin donned his plate armor, standing guard beside Ned, to avoid raising Cersei's suspicions. Colin's legion of heavily armored soldiers did not accompany them but awaited summons outside the palace. After several days of unconsciousness, Robert lay at the brink of death, while Ned and Cersei awaited the opportune moment for confrontation. The weighty atmosphere compelled the palace attendants to tread lightly, with the guards on high alert. In the gardens of the Red Keep, a royal clerk approached Ned, but before he could draw near, the guards unsheathed their swords to block his path. Lord Stark, King Joffrey and the Queen Regent request your immediate presence in the throne room. King Joffrey? King Robert has passed away, may the gods grant him peace. Upon hearing this anticipated news, Ned felt a pang of sorrow, for Robert had been his steadfast comrade. Meanwhile, the bells of the Great September of Baelor tolled in mourning. Yet Ned refrained from succumbing to his grief. He promptly gathered his guards and made his way to the throne room, for the moment of reckoning was nigh. The corridors outside the throne room had already assembled all the northern warriors remaining in King's Landing. Peter Baelish and Varys, the Spider, had been waiting for Ned's arrival for quite some time. Just as Baelish could no longer contain his impatience, Ned arrived, supported by the towering figure of Ser Colin, followed by several northern warriors clad in leather armor, and lastly, a phalanx of heavily armored soldiers formed into two lines. Baelish was taken aback by the sudden presence of so many armored warriors. It turned out that the astute Colin had instructed the soldiers to remove their armor before entering the city, disguising themselves as common foot soldiers, revealing the truth only to Ned. Apologies for the delay, my lords, Ned greeted the two men as he noticed Baelish seemingly lost in thought. Baelish managed a strained smile. Everything is in order. The city guard stands ready for your command. In this critical moment, Ned, caught up in the gravity of the situation, failed to perceive Baelish's unease. After a brief nod of acknowledgement, he led the assembly into the corridor of the throne room. Inside, the commander of the city guard, Janos Slint, awaited with 100 gold cloaks. Upon seeing Ned, the greedy and corrupt Janos feigned righteousness. We are at your service, Lord Stark. Ultimately, amidst the throng of gold cloaks and northern warriors, Ned entered the throne room with Colin. As the heavy iron doors closed behind them, Colin's legion and the remaining gold cloaks stayed in the corridor. Upon Ned's entrance into the hall, the king's attendants promptly announced his presence. His Grace, Prime Minister, Duke of Winterfell, Ned Stark, pays homage to His Majesty King Joffrey I of House Baratheon and House Lannister, the King of the Undulls, the First Men, and Protector of the Realm. Ned approached the Iron Throne, where Joffrey sat regally, flanked by the composed Queen Regent Cersei, while 5 King's Guard, led by Ser Barrows Blunt, stood resolutely before the throne. Ned neither bowed nor spoke, instead fixing his gaze silently upon the boy king seated upon the Iron Throne. Joffrey, savoring the initial taste of power, felt a twinge of anxiety as he confronted his father's close friend. Attempting to feign composure before his impending coronation, he declared, I command the council to make full preparations for my coronation. I wish to be crowned within 2 weeks. And today I shall receive the oaths of loyalty from the court's esteemed officials. Observing this brash young lion, Ned's eyes bore no trace of emotion. He recognized this usurper as the bastard who had stolen his brother's throne. After Joffrey finished speaking, Ned paid him no heed, instead turning to Ser Barristan Selmy, the captain of the King's Guard. Ser Barristan, I trust there is no question of your authority here. Ser Barristan Selmy, a stalwart of the King's Guard through 2 reigns, was renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms for his unwavering integrity. Ned retrieved Robert's will from his waist and handed it to the approaching Ser Barristan. Upon confirming that the seal remained unbroken, Ser Barristan acknowledged the will's validity and proceeded to read it aloud. I hereby appoint Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, as regent and protector of the realm until my legitimate heir comes of age. Joffrey, seated upon the Iron Throne, squirmed uncomfortably at the reading. Casting a disbelieving glance at his mother, he had scarcely tasted the fruits of power before he faced the prospect of being caged once more. Yet the regent queen remained unfazed. After taking the will from Ser Barristan, she merely cast a cursory glance before tearing it into several pieces. Is this your reliance, Lord Stark? A mere slip of paper? The enmity between Cersei and Ned had escalated irreparably since Ned began his investigation into Robert's bastards. Many in the court were aware that Cersei's 3 children were not Robert's, yet only Ned possessed the resolve and capability to threaten her. Ultimately, Cersei had outlasted Robert. Bribed Peter Baelish and Commander Janos Slint of the City Watch, and feeling assured of victory, she generously offered, "If you kneel and swear fealty to my son, we shall allow you to return to that desolate wasteland and enjoy your twilight years." Ned, equally confident in his stance, listened impatiently to her words and promptly rejected her proposal while denying Joffrey's claim to the throne. At this moment, the rift between them became irreconcilable. Only blood could yield the ultimate justice. Just as both sides called upon their warriors to prepare for combat, a sudden cacophony of clashing steel erupted from outside the throne room. Instantly, all attention was drawn to the tumult, plunging the hall into an eerie silence. Before long, the sounds of battle ceased, and crimson blood began to seep through the cracks of the door. Everyone stood frozen in place, with only Colin glancing at the troop panel. Discerning the unfolding chaos, Imperial Legion soldiers 517, Imperial Guard archers 522. He had lost 3 Legion soldiers and 1 Guard archer. Reluctant to delay any further, Colin, standing resolutely behind Ned, slowly unsheathed his greatsword and looked toward Janos, the commander of the City Watch. "Shall we continue this charade?" The cold edge of the sword sparked against the marble floor of the hall. The King's Guard, the warriors of the north, and the golden-robed soldiers were indistinguishable at that moment. They were all simply beasts armed with blades, poised for battle. The first to succumb to the oppressive atmosphere was Joffrey. Kill him. Slay them all. As the situation escalated, the golden-robed soldiers of the City Guard turned their weapons against the Northmen, who had just stood shoulder to shoulder with them. Chapter 8. The blood-soaked hall. The clash between the golden-robed soldiers and the Northmen erupted violently. Colin stood steadfastly beside Ned, sword in hand. At that moment, the iron doors of the throne room were forcefully flung open, and the Legion soldiers surged in, silently directing their wrath towards the golden-robed men within the hall. It was evident that they had recently emerged from a fierce battle, many adorned with the blood of their enemies upon their armor. One by one, the golden-robed soldiers fell, their flimsy chainmail and laughable pikes proving utterly inadequate against the Legion's formidable armor and sharp blades. Commanded to act, the Legion soldiers disregarded the cries and pleas for mercy, methodically wielding their weapons. Commander Janos, witnessing the slaughter of his men, stood frozen, his trembling frame barely able to maintain grip on his sword. Observing that the tide of battle had shifted, Colin turned with interest to Peter Baelish. "My Lord Baelish, what do you intend to do at this juncture?" Baelish had assured that the City Guard would side with Ned, yet they had turned against him at the crucial moment. Disappointment clouded Ned's gaze. Baelish had betrayed the trust he and Catelyn had placed in him. Baelish's face had paled, as if he sought to explain himself. But Ned no longer wished to afford him such an opportunity and commanded the guards to seize him. The battle within the hall had drawn to a close, with dozens of golden-robed soldiers lying slain upon the ground. Commander Janos, having dropped his weapon, stood trembling nearby like a leaf in the wind. Colin advanced past Ned to confront the King's Guard before the Iron Throne, where Cersei was now flanked by only 5 remaining guards and a small contingent of Lannister soldiers. The scales of victory had tipped in Ned's favor. The victorious Legion soldiers did not linger idly. A group formed a protective barrier around Ned while others dragged the corpses of the fallen to the edges of the hall. The blood of the dead pooled upon the marble floor, creating streams that converged into a vast crimson stain. "Lord Baelish, I kindly ask you to step aside." Sir Barristan Selmy, his hair as white as snow, replied with a resolute expression, "I have sworn to defend the king." With that, Sir Barristan and the King's Guard drew their swords and closed in, while Colin raised his own greatsword. Since Colin had triumphed over Gregor to win the tournament, many had come to regard him as the foremost warrior of the 7 kingdoms. However, the extent of his strength remained an enigma to most. They believed he could contend with perhaps 10 soldiers, a remarkable assessment in itself. On the battlefield, with blades clashing, one might wonder how much even the strongest could endure. Yet the confrontation between Colin and the King's Guard would redefine everyone's understanding. With a single downward strike, Colin cleaved the swiftest of the King's Guard, body and armor, into 2. Even the opponent's desperate attempt to block with both hands wielding a sword proved futile. Before Colin's immense greatsword, flesh and iron were as fragile as mere parchment. Blood splattered across Colin's armor, and witnessing the brutal demise of their comrade, the King's Guard momentarily halted, save for Sir Barristan, who roared in fury as he charged at Colin. Yet, all was in vain. With a swift maneuver, Colin's colossal sword, poised with its tip on the ground, struck upward, severing Sir Barristan's sword in 2. Now clutching a broken blade, Sir Barristan found himself ensnared in bewilderment. Colin, merely a breath away, could have effortlessly dispatched him with a mere flick of his giant sword. However, he chose not to, leaving the disarmed Balistan behind as he advanced towards the remaining 3 Kingsguard. The trio, their fear manifesting in furious roars, raised their long swords in a desperate attempt to fight back. To these sycophants who had aided Joffrey in tormenting the innocent, Colin showed no mercy. With a sweeping strike, he sent one warrior's sword flying, following through to decapitate him. The evasion of another's downward swing, he pivoted, carving a half-moon arc that bisected the second from shoulder to hip. In the blink of an eye, these once selected champions lay as dismembered remnants upon the marble floor, with the final warrior succumbing to his terror, turning to flee. Colin smirked derisively, seizing the fallen long sword and casting it with force. The weapon transformed into a spear, pursuing the fleeing Kingsguard. The blade pierced through his chest, propelling him forward for a few staggering steps before he collapsed, blood gushing beneath the Iron Throne. Atop the throne, Joffrey, now thoroughly frightened, shrieked, pressing himself against the backrest in a futile effort to distance himself from Colin, the silver harbinger of death, devoid of the Kingsguard. The remaining Lannister soldiers appeared to the onlookers as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Just as Colin ascended the steps before the Iron Throne, poised to confront Cersei and Joffrey, a synchronized sound of marching echoed from behind the throne as 100 Lannister soldiers surged into the hall from the inner corridor. "Oh, it seems you have a backup," Colin mused, disregarding the encircling Lannister soldiers, his gaze fixed intently on the expressionless Cersei beside the throne. Cersei, pale and visibly shaken, exhibited a breathlessness that belied her composed facade. The blood of the recently slain Kingsguard had splattered upon her visage, and never had she felt so close to death. Before Cersei could respond, Colin raised his sword. "I trust this slaughter will not disappoint you." As the battle loomed, the soldiers brandished their spears, thrusting towards Colin within the encirclement. Sensing the impact reverberating through his armor, Colin remained unfazed. He grasped a spear before him and yanked it with tremendous force, yanking its wielder from the throng. Breaking through the ring of soldiers, Colin plunged into the fray, his greatsword transforming into a scythe, harvesting the wheat as he felled adversaries in rapid succession. This is a silent massacre. The colossal hands wielding the greatsword left no survivors. After dozens fell, the Lannister soldiers could no longer endure. At that moment, Colin had transformed into a crimson giant, drenched in the warmth of spilled blood. As his gaze swept across the battlefield, the soldiers he focused on recoiled in unison. Some even collapsed into pools of blood, abandoning their weapons, crawling and scrambling to distance themselves from him. Yet Colin had no intention of granting them mercy. Today, he would cement this victory with blood. The legionnaires held the exit, shields raised and spears thrust forward. The trapped Lannister soldiers resembled a drowning throng, crying out and pushing their comrades, desperate for a breath of the precious air. Those who had lost the will to resist were even less formidable than sheep. The last Lannister soldier crashed against the shield wall, only to be lifted into the air by several legionnaire spears. Thus, the battle in the throne room truly approached its conclusion. Stepping through the viscous blood and over the twisted remnants of limbs, Colin approached the Iron Throne. Cersei, now devoid of composure, bore a pallid visage streaked with tears. The legionnaires dragged Joffrey and Cersei down from the Iron Throne, as the two supported each other through the heap of corpses, weeping inconsolably. Colin smirked slightly. Cersei had once proclaimed in the series, in the game of power, if you were not a victor, you were left with but a dead end. There exists no middle ground. It is easy to wield a sword against others, but only upon tasting the bitterness of defeat does one comprehend their own frailty. Chapter 9, Mastering the Golden Robes 3 days later, within the throne room. Despite the servants' best efforts, a faint scent of blood still lingered in the air. The hand of the king and protector of the realm, Ned Stark, sat regally upon the Iron Throne, commanding the respect of both nobles and commoners who came to pay their respects. 3 days prior, with Colin's assistance, Ned had triumphed in this power struggle, while the defeated Cersei and Joffrey were sent back to Cersei's family home in Casterly Rock under guard. Although Colin urged him to detain the two to keep the Lannister Duke wary, the principled Ned rejected the proposal. As for the traitorous former commander of the capital's guards, Janos, and the former treasurer, Peter, they were imprisoned in the Red Keep's dungeons for treason. Colin, meanwhile, held the position of the current commander of the capital's guards. After the council meeting, Colin exhaled in relief, departing the Red Keep under the watchful gaze of the guards. To stabilize the situation, Ned convened daily councils to hear the petitions of his subjects, always insisting that Colin accompany him. Now, the citizens of King's Landing referred to the throne room with a new name, the Slaughterhouse. Colin, who had single-handedly slain nearly 100 Lannister soldiers, was dubbed the Lion Hunter by the populace. Whenever they beheld Colin standing beside the Iron Throne with his sword, they would humbly bow their heads. After his watch, Colin was not afforded a moment's respite. he still had to visit the square of the Great September of Baelor to inspect the petition box. The capital garrison had long been infamous during the tenure of former Prime Minister Jon Arryn. Jon had once suggested to King Robert that he replace the former commander, Yanyan, but Robert dismissed the idea, asserting that a change in personnel might not yield better results. Upon assuming command of the capital garrison, Colin sought to alter the negative perception the citizens of King's Landing held towards the garrison. He established an anonymous reporting box in the bustling square of the Great September of Baelor, encouraging the populace to report any misconduct among the Gold Cloaks. This reporting box was diligently guarded day and night by Colin's legionnaires, and each day, Colin would inspect the submissions, interrogating the relevant individuals based on the reports. Colin employed a straightforward method to ascertain a person's integrity. He summoned the accused to the church, read aloud the allegations, and required them to swear before the seven that they had not committed such transgressions. Upon completion, he would grant them a copper star. Once the individual received Colin's payment, they would appear on Colin's troop panel, where their displayed goodwill or mild malice could be assessed. Any significant malevolence would result in immediate imprisonment. With this tactic, Colin managed to detain over 200 individuals within a mere 3 days, while also expelling a number of the elderly, weak, and infirm from the ranks. Consequently, the Gold Cloaks dwindled to just over 1,500. Colin's bold reformation of the capital garrison faced little backlash, attributed not only to his remarkable martial prowess but also to his recruitment of new soldiers. The title of Lion Hunter bestowed upon Colin granted him 800 points of prestige, with every 10 points increasing his troop capacity. The position of capital garrison commander contributed an additional 100 to his forces. Thus, Colin recruited 120 individuals from the common folk to train as legionnaires and selected 100 from the citizenry and those seeking refuge among the nobility to train as mounted men-at-arms. At present, Colin's troop panel displayed troop count 265, 002, 273 Imperial Legionnaires 513, Imperial Honor Guard Archers 515, Imperial Skilled Infantry 3, 120, Imperial Citizen Cavalry 3, 100, Carlo, Namelia, Grey Wolf 215. Troop capacity, Capital Garrison Commander 100, Knightly Status 50, Prestige 123. Meanwhile, the situation in King's Landing was rapidly evolving. Stannis, far away on Dragonstone, had only just received Ned's letter and had yet to disclose to the Seven Kingdoms the identity of Joffrey's illegitimate birth when he received another missive. Upon learning that both Joffrey and Cersei had been sent back to Casterly Rock, awaiting his arrival in King's Landing to be crowned king, Stannis was filled with elation. He immediately sent word to the lords of Westeros, commanding them to journey to King's Landing to pledge their fealty to him. In particular, he penned a lengthy letter to his brother, Renly Baratheon, stating that while Renly could continue as the Duke of Storm's End, his capricious behavior necessitated that the position of Hand of the King be entrusted to another. Far removed in the High Court, Renly received a letter in the garden. At that moment accompanied by Loras, as he and his sister Margaery Tyrell outlined their grand vision for a union. The didactic nature of this missive incensed Renly. Stannis, with a temperament as stubborn and foul as a stone in a cesspool, had endured a year-long siege at Storm's End during the War of Usurpation. When the Onion Knight Davos, then a smuggler, had bravely navigated a small vessel laden with onions and pickled fish through the blockade to deliver supplies to Stannis. Thanks to this sustenance, Storm's End managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Although Stannis later knighted Davos, he exacted a grim punishment by severing 4 fingers from his left hand as retribution for his smuggling crimes. Both Robert and Renly disdained this brother. Upon Robert's coronation, he granted the barren Dragonstone Island to Stannis while bestowing the ancestral stronghold of Storm's End upon the youngest brother, Renly. This decision led to a rather awkward dynamic of a strong younger brother overshadowing a weaker elder, as Stannis now commanded only 2,000 soldiers on Dragonstone, while Renly, with Storm's End, could muster 30,000. In front of Loras and Margaery, Renly tore the letter into shreds, then furiously penned a reply, declaring he would never relinquish his claim to the Iron Throne and communicated to the lords of Westeros that he was indeed the Duke of Storm's End, the head of House Baratheon, possessing indisputable rights to the Iron Throne. Meanwhile, the Lannisters were not idle. After Cersei and Joffrey were escorted back to Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister, the Duke of the Riverlands, received their raven while attacking House Tully in the Riverlands. The Lannister position had appeared quite favorable. Tywin's son, the Kingslayer Jaime Lannister, had besieged the capital of the Riverlands, River Run, with 30,000 men, while Tywin himself led another 30,000 near Harrenhal. With much of House Tully's lands already falling into Lannister hands, Tywin envisioned his grandson soon ascending the Iron Throne. Unless the North and the Vale conspired openly, Tywin could hardly fathom defeat. However, he was unprepared for the shocking turn of events when Ned Stark ousted his daughter and grandson from the Iron Throne, thrusting Tywin into a most uncomfortable situation. Yet Ned's choice to expel rather than imprison Joffrey granted Tywin an opportunity. He swiftly sent word to the lords of Westeros, alleging that Ned and Stannis conspired to usurp the throne, urging them to pledge loyalty to Robert Baratheon's sole heir, Joffrey Baratheon. The names of Joffrey Baratheon, Stannis Baratheon, and Renly Baratheon resounded throughout Westeros, stirring chaos. Chapter 10. The onset of turmoil in the Lannister camp near Harrenhal. Duke Tywin Lannister gazed intently at the map laid out upon the long table while attendants dismantled the tent's adornments and belongings. As the Grand Army prepared to march towards King's Landing, each servant passing by Tywin moved with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing this lion lost in contemplation. It is said that since the demise of Tywin Lannister's wife, Joanna, during childbirth, he has not been seen to smile. When his wrath ignites, the ominous clouds above seem to disperse silently. At this moment, a scholar clad in a black robe and adorned with a black iron necklace entered the tent. "My lord, did you summon me?" With both hands resting upon the table, Tywin turned around, his furrowed brow tightening the scholar's heart. "Draft 2 letters and dispatch ravens with utmost haste. The first is for Jaime. Compel the Tullus to accept the truce and hasten to King's Landing." After a brief moment of contemplation, Tywin added, "We may need to relinquish a few concessions. The second is for Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. Inform him that should he send troops to harass the north, Robert's heir, Joffrey I, shall recognize him as the king of the Iron Islands." Within the royal palace of King's Landing, a council was convened, with Ned seated at the head of the table. In attendance were Grand Maester Pycelle, Master of Whisperers Varys, Ser Barristan Selmy, Captain of the Kingsguard, and Commander of the City Watch, Colin. Ser Barristan's presence was necessitated by the events following the Bloodhall incident, where Ned had presented evidence confirming Joffrey's illegitimacy and implored him to continue as captain of the Kingsguard. Discontented with Cersei's repudiation of the late king's will, Ser Barristan resolutely accepted Ned's request upon reviewing the evidence. Master of Whisperers Varys was the first to speak. "The Ravens have returned with news. Duke Tywin Lannister has divided his forces near Harrenhal, with one contingent advancing along the King's Road towards King's Landing." "How many men?" Ned inquired, his brow furrowed, as Stannis on Dragonstone delayed his arrival for the coronation, leaving the precarious burden of King's Landing upon his shoulders. Varys hesitated briefly, weighing his words, and replied, "It is feared to be no fewer than 20,000. At this revelation, Colin winced. The city could muster barely 2,000 soldiers for battle. Ned's expression grew grave, and after a moment of contemplation, he turned to Colin on his right. "Colin, in the name of the regent, I authorize you to expand the city watch to 6,000 men. We are poised for a formidable conflict." "My lord, I must remind you that the treasury may lack the resources to support such an expansion," Grand Maester Pycelle interjected. Following the imprisonment of the former master of coin, Beric, Pycelle had taken on the duties of the office temporarily. Ned fell silent, resting his hand upon the table for a prolonged moment. Ultimately, Colin did proceed with the expansion, as Ned borrowed 200,000 golden dragons from the Iron Bank in his capacity as regent. Since Robert ascended to the throne, the royal debt had swelled to 6 million golden dragons, with half owed to House Lannister and the other half to the Iron Bank, House Tyrell, and various other creditors. With House Lannister now an enemy, this debt had effectively halved. With funds secured, Colin hastened to recruit soldiers, rotating the fighters under his command, and within a short span, a proficient cadre of trained infantry emerged. On the 45th day following Cersei's expulsion, the red and gold lion banner of House Lannister once again unfurled outside the gates of King's Landing. As the royal fleet lingered in the Blackwater Bay, the Lannister Duke General positioned his encampment between the Old Gate and the God's Gate, far from the bay. The members of the small council congregated atop the city walls, silently observing the bustling Lannister soldiers in the distance. Ultimately, it was Varys who shattered the silence. "Jaime Lannister has released the captured Edmure Tully and reached a truce with House Tully. Now, he is leading an army of 30,000 around Riverrun, heading towards King's Landing. Should they unite their forces, we shall be left with no chance whatsoever. To compound our woes, Renly, following his union with House Tyrell, is advancing towards King's Landing with the armies of Storm's End and the Reach." "How many does he command?" 100,000. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, the Lannister army arranged itself outside the city walls to the left of the Old Gate. Dozens of 100-man formations, equipped with hastily constructed siege ladders, stood resolutely at the forefront. Without hesitation, Duke Tywin ordered the assault. The besieging forces discarded their pikes, wielding only kite-shaped shields and short swords. The massive siege ladders were pushed closer to the walls of King's Landing by conscripted farmers, inching forward steadily. On the walls, Sir Colin squinted as he observed the Lannister formations. Although Duke Tywin Lannister was not renowned for his military prowess, he possessed a profound understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of both friend and foe. Before Colin took command of the capital's garrison, King's Landing was defended by a mere 2,000 infamous gold cloaks, whose combat effectiveness was exceedingly dubious. Now bolstered to 6,000, even with Colin's training regimen. Only a little over 1,000 skilled infantry had been trained in a fortnight. The remaining 3,000 soldiers could barely be considered more than farmers holding swords. In contrast, the soldiers of House Lannister had recently withdrawn from the battlefield of the Riverlands, boasting superior equipment and battle experience compared to most of the gold cloaks. Thus, Duke Tywin's insistence on launching an assault with insufficient siege equipment was a strategic gamble to seize the walls in one swift stroke. If even a single force could establish a foothold on the walls, a continuous influx of reinforcements would inevitably rend that minor wound wide open. Fortunately, Colin was defending the city, with nearly 10 meters of wall to protect him. Even farmers would not turn tail and flee. The siege ladders inched closer, their bases resembling wheeled carts, with a wooden barricade erected on the enemy-facing side to serve as a shield against arrows. When they approached the city walls, pulleys would hoist the ladders into place, allowing soldiers to ascend. Colin was the first to strike, wielding King Robert's 150-pound hunting bow, aiming at the shield-bearing Lannister soldiers. The heavy arrows could occasionally pierce through two shields at once. As the siege ladders neared within 100 meters, the crossbows atop the wall came to life, their bolts exceeding a meter in length, capable of penetrating several soldiers. Even if they struck the siege ladders, they could create a substantial breach in the shield, and with a stroke of luck, might even hit a wheel, rendering the siege equipment inoperative. As they approached closer, they entered the archers' range, and Colin's motley assembly of hundreds of archers unleashed a torrential downpour of arrows, utilizing the advantage of the towering city walls. The Lannister archers could only endure the malice of their counterparts in silence. By the time the Lannister siege towers finally reached the base of the walls, over 200 lives had already been sacrificed in the final 100 meters. At that moment, the crossbows lost their advantageous angle, and the archers dispersed to shoot freely. The infantry drew their weapons, positioning themselves at the wall's edge, prepared for combat. The siege towers, through their pulleys, raised the ladders, which secured themselves firmly against the battlements. The Lannister soldiers, shields aloft, commenced their assault, and as they faced falling stones and cold arrows ascending the walls, they were met with a veritable jungle of swords and daggers. Some, before even leaping onto the wall, were pierced by spears and hurled back down. Others, wielding shields and swords, managed to block the initial wave of attacks, only to be treacherously stabbed in the throat by a cunning spear. A few succeeded in vanquishing their foes, carving out a modicum of survival space for their comrades. Observing the chaotic skirmish blooming across the battlements, Colin remained impassive. Flanked by his armored cavalry bearing the Falcon battle standard, the fierce winds of war stirring the banner to life. Chapter 11. A triumphant first battle. When Colin was expanding the city garrison, he appointed the newly trained legionnaires as junior officers. This strategy not only secured his command over the army, but also significantly enhanced its combat prowess, with the legionnaires forming the backbone, supplemented by seasoned infantry. The Lannister offensive soon found itself in a stalemate, with fleeting moments of resurgence quickly extinguished. Realizing that the golden-robed defenders on the walls were formidable opponents, Duke Tywin Lannister had no choice but to order a retreat. Though anxious, he was far from reckless. Although Renly Baratheon had already led 100,000 troops from Highgarden, it would take at least another month for them to reach King's Landing, while Jaime's 30,000 could arrive in just half that time from Riverrun. As for Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone, what could a mere few thousand accomplish? Thus, Duke Tywin promptly commanded the army to withdraw, hastily concluding the first battle of King's Landing after leaving nearly 1,000 corpses in their wake. As he watched the Lannister soldiers flee in disarray, Colin had just lowered his hunting bow when an official who had been waiting below the walls approached him. "My Lord Colin, the Regent requests your immediate presence at the royal meeting." After entrusting the matters on the walls to the commanding officers present, Colin descended from the battlements to join his armored cavalry escort en route to the palace. Over the course of the past month, Colin had transformed the Imperial citizen cavalry into elite armored knights. These knights were not only clad in iron armor, but their steeds were also adorned with scale mail. Upon leading them towards the Red Keep through the Shoemaker Square, the thunderous sound of hooves striking the earth sent shivers down the spines of all those harboring ill intentions. Upon arriving at the royal meeting, others had already gathered. As Colin took his seat, Ned handed him a letter. "Lord Stannis has set out for Storm's End." Upon reading the letter, Colin furrowed his brow. astonished that Stannis chose to assault Storm's End instead of seizing the throne that lay within reach. After receiving the news of Lord Renly's claim to kingship, Stannis had carved a notch into the stone map table in the Hall of Dragonstone. Noticing Colin's bewilderment, Varys softly elucidated the matter for him. Has Lady Lisa Tully of the Eyrie responded to our call for aid? There has been no word, though some just-hearted lords of the Vale have replied, stating that Lady Lisa insists on maintaining neutrality. The situation appears even graver than anticipated. King's Landing will stand alone against the vast host of Lannisters. Faced with Stannis' near betrayal, a storm cloud gathered on Ned's face. Can the North provide us with support? Observing the hopeful look in Colin's eyes, Ned felt a twinge of guilt. The ire born from the Iron Islands frequently appear along the northern coast, and most lords are unwilling to abandon their families to descend south and become entangled in the Baratheon civil war. For a moment, the small council fell into silence. The predicament in King's Landing was more dire than portrayed in the series. With Ned unapprehended, the Tullys also signed a truce with the Lannisters, leaving the North without a reason to march south. Thus, the marauding Lannister army could forego remaining at Harrenhal to confront the North, requiring only a small garrison to guard against the Vale. Facing 6,000 solitary soldiers against 50,000 Lannisters, Colin felt a pronounced throb at his temples. Noticing the loss of confidence among the gathered, Ned mustered his spirits and forced a smile. What is the situation on the walls? Duke Tywin is cautious. Seeing that a strong assault failed, he has withdrawn his forces. The 3 giant trebuchets originally positioned at the Mudgate have been dismantled and are being transported to the Shoemaker's Square encampment. Finally receiving some good news. Colin's expression brightened somewhat. I still require the assistance of an alchemist. You intend to employ wildfire? Having endured the reign of the Mad King, Ned held a profound aversion and wariness towards wildfire. We have no other choice. After a lengthy silence, Ned reluctantly nodded. After the meeting, Varys called Colin in the gardens. My lord, I have heard that many in the city fear the Lannisters, dreading Duke Tywin's return to pillage King's Landing once more. Pausing slightly, Varys continued. They call themselves the Gold Cloaks, primarily composed of wealthy merchants within the city, loyal to the Baratheons. With that, Varys handed Colin a note. Perhaps this name might prove useful to you, my lord. Colin glanced at the note and nodded at Varys, preparing to depart. But Varys called out to him once more, stepping closer to whisper. My little birds tell me that last night, Lord Pycelle released a raven. To where did the raven fly? Northward, and it is set to return soon. What do you mean? Lord Pycelle has forsaken his vows as a maester and sworn allegiance to Duke Tywin. During the War of the Usurper, he persuaded the Mad King to open the gates of King's Landing to welcome Lord Tywin into the city. Do you believe he would again open the gates for Lord Tywin? Colin's expression grew somewhat grave. He had indeed paid little attention to this inconspicuous maester while watching the play. Emerging from the palace with a heavy heart, Colin unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Lord Colin. Leo? The man was leading a scruffy donkey, his hair and beard in disarray, obscuring his features to the point where Colin nearly failed to recognize him. I hadn't seen you in the palace and thought you had resigned from your position. Thank you for your concern, Lord Colin. I was tasked with inspecting the royal assets, hence my absence from King's Landing. Nevertheless, even in the taverns of remote villages, your renown is still celebrated. Colin smiled faintly. Lord Lannister is currently besieging the city. Why are you not remaining outside? It is not so easy to enter once you have come in. I wish to see if there is anything I can do. Though Leo appeared disheveled, his eyes sparkled with fervor, and Colin recognized this as a thirst for power. Clean yourself up and change your attire. Come find me in the armory at Shoemaker's Square tonight. Patting Leo on the shoulder, Colin departed from the Red Keep. Following Varys' reminder, Colin observed the citizens on his way back to the camp. Their faces were indeed etched with concern. To them, who occupied the Iron Throne was of little significance. They only cared for their own purses, which sparked some ideas in Colin's mind. That evening, Leo arrived as promised. Observing him in his hooded cloak, Colin tossed him a bag of golden dragons. I have a task that requires a meticulous individual. Upon its successful completion, I can grant you a knighthood and appoint you as the chief officer of the garrison. Leo caught the golden dragons, straightened his posture, and awaited Colin's instructions. After a moment's contemplation, Colin opened the troop panel and noted that Leo's favorability had reached 50. It seemed Leo was trustworthy. So Colin divulged the task details. Master of Arms Chirolian is mingling with a group loyal to the rightful Baratheon claim, who call themselves the Stag's Horns. Take my letter to him and arrange for them to secretly arm a contingent and hide near the Dragon Gate. I shall assign you 4 guards. And at the appropriate time, I will send someone to contact you. Leo listened in silence, bowed, and exited the room, where 4 Legion soldiers, having removed their armor, awaited him. Chapter 12. Night assault at the Dragon Gate. More than 10 days passed, and after Lord Tywin's failed assault outside the city, the banners were lowered. Yet the sounds of activity within the camp persisted. Today, Ned convened a council, and the Master of Whisperers, Varys, briefed everyone on the latest intelligence. Lord Stannis has besieged Storm's End, and Lord Renly's forces are advancing more swiftly than anticipated, having crossed the Bitter Bridge. However, a friend of mine at the Bitter Bridge informed me that Lord Renly unexpectedly led his cavalry away, abandoning the infantry the night before. What of his infantry? Under the leadership of Count Lannister, they marched towards King's Landing. Colin thought to himself that Loras had chosen to rescue Wind's Rest, for his cavalry alone numbered over 15,000, while Stannis' besieging forces at Wind's Rest totaled merely 5,000. For Loras, this easily attainable victory aligned perfectly with the pleas of his vassals. Once the rear was secured, the vassals would be willing to risk their lives to seize King's Landing. Where is Jaime Lannister? 2 days ago, he passed the point known as the Sow's Horn and is expected to arrive at King's Landing within the next couple of days. Varys replied, raising his gaze to exchange a knowing look with Colin. Understanding the implication, Colin turned to the foremost figure. Ned, my lord. The Lannister forces outside the city have been constructing siege engines for the past fortnight. Once Ser Jaime's army arrives, the 50,000 troops, equipped with ample siege weaponry, will likely overwhelm our defenses within half a day. Ned, recognizing the gravity of the situation, inquired, what do you propose? Colin straightened in his chair. I intend to launch a night raid tomorrow evening. Having remained undisturbed for so long, they will not anticipate a sudden assault on the eve of their reinforcements' arrival. If we can incinerate their siege engines, we could buy ourselves some time. Perhaps by then, Lord Stannis will arrive to support King's Landing. With no alternatives left, Ned reluctantly consented to Colin's plan. How many men do you intend to take? Aside from leaving a necessary garrison at the old city gate facing the Lannister camp, the rest will accompany me. As the second evening approached, the last rays of sunlight faded, and soldiers descended from the battlements, replaced by thousands of scarecrows. Torches ignited behind the straw figures, creating the illusion of dutiful soldiers standing guard. As the church bells tolled the midnight hour, the rested soldiers rose, forming ranks in preparation for departure. Under the watchful eyes of their officers, each soldier stuffed a wooden stick in their mouths to suppress any sounds. Led by Colin, the garrison exited the city through the Lion's Gate to the east, illuminated only by the torches carried by the vanguard of armored cavalry. The golden-robed men followed in lines, the last holding on to the shoulders of the one in front to avoid losing their way. At the moment Colin's contingent set out, a scholar named Pycelle received a report from his attendant in a nearby residence at Cobbler's Square and hastily released a raven. The dark bird flew silently over the city walls and across the fields, finally alighting in the Lannister camp outside the city. Inside the brightly lit tent of Duke Tywin, the noble commanders gathered, seemingly awaiting an event. At last, the scholar delivered the raven's message. After perusing the letter, Tywin nodded to the excited nobles, and Sir Amory Lorch, tasked with the assault, emerged from the tent, helmet in hand. In the darkness, the two similarly sized armies groped their way through the night. Colin led the city garrison from the Lion's Gate, marching alongside the walls, while Sir Amory guided 5,000 Lannister soldiers toward the Dragon Gate, circumventing the old city gate. As they proceeded, the garrison soldiers sensed something amiss. Having already passed the God's Gate, they continued along the wall. Yet, each soldier gripped a wooden stick, suppressing their doubts in silence. Just as Sir Amory was nearing the Dragon Gate, over 200 assorted bandits launched an assault on the guard station within. Despite the ferocity of the attackers, the guards did not retreat, for behind them, dozens of heavily armored legionnaires emerged from the tower. One bandit, witnessing the legionnaires' arrival, shouted in horror, "It's a trap. This is a trap." However, before the bandits could flee, hundreds of ragtag soldiers, clad in various armors and wielding an assortment of weapons, appeared behind them. With no way out, the cornered bandits soon discarded their weapons and chose to surrender. Outside the city gate, Sir Amory's forces rekindled their torches. And as the sounds of battle within subsided, the gates of the Dragon Gate slowly creaked open. Gazing into the darkened portal, Sir Amory, somewhat bewildered, led his troops into the city. Upon entering, the overly excited Sir Amory was taken aback. The courtyard inside the gates was utterly deserted, with only a few scattered torches illuminating the scene. The streets on either side were choked with debris. Even the confused Sir Amory sensed something was amiss. He intended to send men to the tower to secure the gate mechanism. To his surprise, both entrances to the tower were locked. After soldiers fetched axes to break down the wooden doors, they discovered the tower was filled with gleaming, armored soldiers. The stairway within was exceedingly narrow, barely accommodating two individuals side by side. At that moment, the unblocked street ahead echoed with the sound of footsteps, as the horned tribesmen, armed with spears and shields, surged forth, igniting an imminent clash. Outside, the Lannister soldiers formed hundreds of tight formations, awaiting entry into the city, their attention drawn by the tumultuous fighting within the gates. When Colin and his heavily armored cavalry emerged from the shadows with a thunderous charge, the Lannister soldiers initially mistook the rumbling for friendly reinforcements. The unprepared soldiers at the rear were quickly overwhelmed, trampled into the mud by the heavy hooves of the cavalry. Blood mingled with wood shavings, iron, and banners, rendering the earth a grotesque tapestry of crimson. As the cavalry turned their steeds not far away, torches ignited one after another in the darkness, and the gilded soldiers arrived in their wake. The Lannister soldiers outside, stretched in a long line, hurriedly raised their shields. But the sudden ambush and lack of unified command soon resulted in their ranks being cleaved in two by the gilded soldiers. Colin, maneuvering his cavalry along the fringes of the battlefield, forced the lined-up Lannister soldiers into disarray as they attempted to withstand his onslaught. At this moment, Sir Amory in the city sensed something amiss. However, ensnared in the trap, he not only refrained from retreating, but grew increasingly ferocious. The Lannister soldiers within the city, under his command, repeatedly charged the ranks of the horned men, whose makeshift defenses appeared precarious. Just then, fresh reinforcements arrived on the battlefield, Ned, accompanied by his guard. The jubilant horned men, revitalized by newfound courage, rallied behind Ned's great sword, driving back the Lannister tide. Chapter 13. Undercurrents. The sentinel at the watchtower of the Lannister encampment was the first to report the disturbances outside the Dragon Gate to Lord Tywin. As Tywin ascended the watchtower with his guards, the chaos beyond the Dragon Gate was already in disarray. Having weathered many storms, Tywin's expression remained impassive. When others inquired whether he would dispatch troops for rescue, he resolutely declined. "Light more torches, secure the camp," he commanded. While the Lannister soldiers within the city engaged in fierce combat, their counterparts outside, cut off from reinforcements, teetered on the brink of collapse. Colin had dismounted, and after several charges, the exhausted black was drenched in sweat, while the armored cavalrymen also dismounted to regroup. Tirelessly, Colin joined the ranks of the Gold Cloaks, whose morale soared as they relentlessly pressed against the Lannister shield wall. Wielding his massive sword, Colin cleaved gaps in the shield wall, allowing the Gold Cloaks to encircle and divide the Lannister soldiers. Ultimately, the isolated Lannister forces crumbled, casting aside their weapons and honor as they fled into the inky wilderness. As the Gold Cloaks reformed their lines and launched a full assault on the Lannister soldiers at the city gates, the outcome of the battle was already sealed. With fewer than 2,000 Lannister soldiers trapped both inside and outside the gates, the Gold Cloaks raised their spears, tightening the noose around their dwindling escape. The Lannister soldiers not only endured the onslaught of stones and boiling oil from the walls, but also had to be wary of being trampled by their own comrades. Once they fell, the likelihood of standing again was grim. Inside the city, Sir Amory, having had his weapon and resolve shattered by Ned's great sword, desperately pushed towards the exit, only to encounter Colin outside. Amidst the flickering flames of the battlefield, Colin severed Sir Amory's sword hand, leaving his guard sprawled around in disarray, while soldiers from both sides deliberately avoided this grim slaughterhouse. With Sir Amory captured, the Lannister soldiers, facing utter despair, surrendered their arms. The following day, at the Royal Council, Colin sat alert and invigorated despite the grueling night of battle, while Ned, his eyes shadowed with fatigue, occupied the seat of honor, looking somewhat disheartened. Lord Tywin had dispatched envoys seeking to ransom the captured and retrieve the fallen. "Are the losses from last night accounted for?" he inquired. "We lost 500 men, half of whom were horned men. Compared to professional soldiers, the horned men fought more out of fervor, resulting in a higher casualty rate. Last night, we captured nearly 2,000 individuals, with an additional 1,500 Lannisters lying on the ground." Upon hearing this almost 10-to-1 casualty ratio, the assembly collectively exhaled in relief. Sir Ballystan, the captain of the King's Guard, noticed the absence of one attendee and inquired with curiosity, "Where is Grand Maester Pycelle?" Varys addressed his confusion, stating, "Pycelle has conspired with Lord Tywin, organizing rebels in an attempt to seize the city gates and facilitate the entry of Lannister forces. He has since been imprisoned." Amidst Sir Ballistan's perplexed expression, the council continued its deliberations. "The Lannisters wish to redeem their captives. What are your thoughts, Colin?" "I believe we should allow them to redeem their prisoners. Their 30,000 reinforcements are set to arrive in King's Landing today, and these 2,000 captives hold little significance in the grand scheme of things. It is possible that Lord Tywin hopes we will refuse, thereby diverting our forces to guard the captives. However, we cannot so easily permit their redemption. There are still avenues we can exploit." In the barracks of the city garrison near the Dragon Gate, the captured Lannister soldiers were stripped of their armor and weapons, confined within the barracks. Leo, escorted by guards, found Colin observing the captives from the barracks entrance. "My lord, you sought me?" Colin turned, his face illuminated with approval. "You handled the situation with the Horn Hill men admirably. I hear you bravely charged into battle with your sword, commendable, but refrain from doing so next time. Lord Ned has consented to personally knight you once the siege is lifted. Henceforth, you shall serve as the chief officer of the garrison." Leo suppressed his excitement, replying, "Thank you for the opportunity, my lord." Colin waved his hand dismissively. "Do not rush to thank me. There are perilous tasks awaiting your attention." By evening, the 30,000 troops led by Jaime Lannister arrived outside the city of King's Landing. The citizens, upon receiving the news, were thrown into a state of panic, fearing that Lord Tywin would replicate past horrors. At this juncture, a piece of gossip further exacerbated the atmosphere of dread. In the Honey and Bear Tavern, the usually boisterous hall now accommodated only a few tables of patrons, as the northern city walls were besieged and supplies from the northern villages dwindled. Prices in the city surged due to the machinations of unscrupulous merchants. Those who could afford to drink here were the fortunate few unburdened by the struggles of daily life. "Have you heard? Lord Tywin is furious about his grandson being ousted from the Iron Throne. He has vowed to punish the traitors severely. Alas, I have also heard that he considers all of King's Landing's inhabitants as traitors, believing they disregarded the removal of their king. Lannister nonsense. Thankfully, they lack a fleet. Otherwise, we would be unable to enjoy even this drink." As night fell, outside the garrison by the Dragon Gate, a gathering of King's Landing citizens wielding torches congregated. They had heard that the garrison commander intended to release the captives, and under the influence of certain individuals, they assembled to express their discontent. "We cannot release the captives. We must not allow these murderers to escape." As emotions reached a boiling point, the citizens seized foul-smelling eggs, decaying vegetable leaves, and small stones, surging towards the gates of the military camp, hurling their projectiles at the Lannister soldiers confined within. Meanwhile, outside the city, in the Lannister encampment, Duke Tywin received an envoy from King's Landing. "Does Ned regard me with disdain? How audacious of him to send a nameless lackey to negotiate with me. Perhaps I should send your hand back to him, so he may comprehend the respect due to a Lannister duke." Duke Tywin, expressionless, sat behind a table, surrounded by his loyal vassals. The envoy from King's Landing, Chief Officer Leo, stood alone in the center of the tent, facing the formidable presence of Duke Tywin. Leo held his ground. "If it were not for the respect he held for you, my Lord Ned would not have returned your daughter and grandson unscathed to Casterly Rock. Lord Ned adheres to the chivalric code in treating captives kindly. However, the food supply within King's Landing is critically insufficient. In the calculations of Catelyn and Varys, these captives serve primarily to buy time." Through Leo's efforts, before Duke Tywin's patience waned, King's Landing not only replenished its food stocks but also gained an additional 3 days. Along the road where the captives were being escorted out of the city, the citizens of King's Landing spontaneously organized, lining the path and bombarding the Lannister soldiers with a deluge of foul eggs and rotten vegetables, leaving the soldiers in utter disarray. Had it not been for the gold-cloaked guards maintaining order, chaos would surely have erupted. Witnessing the fury in the eyes of the Lannister soldiers, the citizens of King's Landing became ever more convinced that Duke Tywin would once again plunder their city. Meanwhile, with the influx of food supplies, Ned sold provisions at low prices in the market, drastically reducing food costs within the city. In a fleeting moment, the lower class regarded him as their savior, echoing Varys' sentiment, "Power resides in the hearts of the people." It was only at this moment that Ned's authority was recognized in King's Landing. Chapter 14. A turning point in victory. With the ominous crash of the siege engine, the old city gates creaked as the bolt gave way, and the gates slowly swung open. The Lannister soldiers outside assumed the battering ram had succeeded and were astonished at the fragility of the gates. Yet, in the next moment, a giant clad in gleaming silver plate armor, wielding dual battle axes, burst forth. The foremost soldier, having just released the ropes, had his head cleaved in two by the axe. The soldiers operating the siege engine, unarmed, fled in terror upon witnessing the onslaught. Colin made no pursuit. After severing the battering ram in two, he stood firm, awaiting the enemy's approach with his axe at the ready. The armored cavalry followed closely behind, forming a spear formation, as Colin intended to transform this 20-meter gap into a grave for the Lannisters. Soon, the Lannister soldiers dragged the siege engine out of the opening. The hope of breaching the city lay within reach, and the frenzied soldiers dispersed their formation, rushing towards Colin. Meanwhile, another battle raged on in the square before the Great September of Baelor, under the tacit approval of Ned. The men of the Stag raised the banner of defending King's Landing from another Lannister plunder, rallying supporters within the city. They traversed every alley, spreading the word to every individual. Gradually, people gathered from all directions before the Great September of Baelor. Here, weapons piled high, and under the watchful eyes of the seven. Those willing to fight for the defense of King's Landing stepped forward to arm themselves. With 1,000 mercenaries as the backbone, a brand new army was swiftly outfitted within a day. At the old city gate, Colin and his armored cavalry had fought valiantly for 3 hours. Amidst the tide of Lannisters, they held their ground resolutely, preventing any advance from the enemy. Colin's heavy custom armor was now marred with scars, upon discovering its impenetrability. The Lannisters resorted to hammers and lassos. They managed to ensnare Colin, the fierce stallion, but their efforts faltered due to the confined space of the gate. Outside, soldiers cleared the battlefield, dragging away the corpses from the gateway. New Lannister soldiers, confronted with the hellish scene, retched at the sight. The remnants of the fallen were charred by the spilled oil, emitting a nauseating aroma, while severed fingers lay strewn in the corners. The mountain of mangled bodies tested the nerves of each Lannister soldier. Even with the executioners dispatching several heads, the troops remained hesitant to engage. At that moment, a thunderous cheer erupted from the city walls. The citizens of King's Landing surged up to the ramparts, causing a flicker of doubt among the beleaguered Lannister soldiers. Colin, keenly sensing the shift in momentum, rallied the surviving armored cavalry and retreated within the city to mount their steeds. At this juncture, reinforcements led by Sir Ballystan of the King's Guard arrived at the gate. Colin entrusted the gate to Sir Ballystan, then personally raised the falcon banner and charged forth with his battle-worn warriors. The Lannister soldiers outside hesitated, but Colin and his armored cavalry surged through the gate. Colliding with them, the heavy cavalry easily scattered the first wave of reluctant Lannister soldiers, followed by the second and third waves. However, Colin did not pursue the fleeing Lannisters, akin to sheep, but rather swung his battle standard and directed his cavalry to the left. On the fields near the city walls lay numerous shield walls, behind which Lannister archers exchanged fire with the defenders atop the walls. Colin led his cavalry in a swift charge, mercilessly slaying the archers who posed no resistance. The defenders on the walls, witnessing their commander's banner wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks, erupted in jubilant cheers. In this ebb and flow, the Lannister soldiers atop the walls gradually found themselves decimated. In the rear, Jaime Lannister observed his lines being disrupted by dozens of cavalry. A surge of irritation washing over him. Which lord is this? He wondered. The Lion Hunter, Colin Raven. It was he who unseated His Majesty Joffrey from the Iron Throne. A squire knight responded to Jaime's inquiry. At this moment, Jaime had not yet endured the failures of the Whispering Woods. He remained the same figure clad in golden armor, embodying the cold and haughty regicide. The Lion Hunter? I shall make him aware of who the true prey is. Jaime donned his lion helm and drew forth his gilded longsword. Follow me, he commanded. A multitude of Lannister squire knights surged behind Jaime towards the hunting grounds beneath the city walls, where Colin transformed into a relentless hunter, leading the armored cavalry in a fervent pursuit through a forest composed of Lannister soldiers. Soon, a golden tide approached from the flank. Jaime Lannister, wielding his golden sword, vowed to fell Colin from his steed. To prevent a collision with Jaime's flank, Colin directed the armored cavalry in a sweeping maneuver. In no time, two torrents of steel, one gold, the other silver, collided fiercely. Desiring to personally slay Colin, Jaime Lannister witnessed in frustration as Colin veered into his rearguard, and thus channeled his fury upon Colin's cavalry. The armored horsemen fell one after another, while Lannister knights bled upon the battlefield under Colin's battle axe. Colin, unwilling to linger in battle, tore flesh from his foes and continued to widen the distance, only to realize that he had lost 7 or 8 of his men in the skirmish. At that moment, Jaime Lannister also turned his mount to pursue. His lion helm knocked from his head by an armored knight at the cost of the knight's life, revealing his iconic golden locks. Colin, upon seeing him in golden armor and strikingly handsome, felt a surge of joy. King's Landing was saved. He immediately instructed his armored cavalry to continue forward, while he reined his horse to face Jaime Lannister head-on. Colin charged alone against nearly 100 Lannister knights. As the two forces converged, a Lannister knight accelerated past Jaime, thrusting his lance towards Colin's steed, the Little Black. Enraged, Colin deflected the lance and, as he passed, delivered a swift blow that shattered the knight's spine. Jaime missed the chance to engage Colin, colliding instead with the rushing armored cavalry. Yet Colin did not leave him waiting. After a few strides, he turned his horse to pursue the knights who had slowed to engage. Victory was within reach. Colin gently caressed his sweat-drenched steed, which seemed to sense his intentions, unleashing its final reserves of strength. Colin surged forth, a tide of blood, approaching Jaime from behind, who had just withdrawn his sword from an opponent's neck. A sudden gust bore down upon Jaime, and before he could react, a single-handed hammer struck him, rendering him unconscious. Until the battle's end, he was unable to fulfill his desire to confront Colin. Under Colin's cover, the armored cavalry seized the reins of Jaime's steed, leading the unconscious knight back to the city. The Lannister knights, arriving at the city's base, recognized the futility of their efforts and abandoned the thought of reclaiming Jaime, instead retreating to their camp to report to Lord Tywin. Duke Tywin was incensed upon receiving news of his eldest son's capture, pondering remedies for the situation when a letter arrived from King's Landing, delivered by the cunning Qhorin via a raven bearing the sigil of House Tully. In a bid to safeguard his heir from further harm, Duke Tywin reluctantly yielded to Qhorin's threats and ordered a temporary retreat of his forces. Chapter 15. The night in King's Landing, accompanied by a guard, Jaime Lannister traversed the silent corridor, where the sentinels opened the iron doors to the throne room for Qhorin. Seated upon the Iron Throne was Eddard Stark, awaiting alongside Varys and Ser Barris and Selmy. "How does it feel to return to familiar grounds?" Qhorin inquired, cradling his helmet. The bloodstains on his armor yet to be wiped clean. Jaime Lannister, disarmed and unbound, trailed behind Qhorin, who had refrained from shackling him. Jaime had sought freedom, only to be met with an unyielding iron fist. Their footsteps echoed throughout the vast hall, 3 pairs of scrutinizing eyes fixated upon Jaime Lannister. "It appears that shedding your white cloak has improved your circumstances," Varys remarked, breaking the tense silence between the trio. Eddard and Ser Barristan, both men of integrity, refrained from mocking the captive, even considering Eddard had once been assaulted by Jaime on the street, sustaining a wound to his leg. "You have triumphed, my Lord Stark." Jaime raised his hands, seemingly attempting to display non-existent shackles. "Inform everyone that Cersei's 3 children are your bastards. Compel the Lannister Duke to retreat to the Westerlands and renounce his claim to the Iron Throne. Then, you may take your leave." Eddard, leaning on his Valyrian steel sword, expressed his conditions impassively, not uttering a word about his injuries or the subordinates who had fallen victim to Jaime's treachery. Jaime scoffed and opened his mouth to respond when a solid fist struck his abdomen. "Show some respect to the hand of the king, you useless lion," came the admonition. Jaime collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, saliva uncontrollably spilling forth until he regained composure. "My lord, that punch was quite forceful." Rising once more, Jaime suppressed his defiance. "Are you accusing me of having an affair with my sister, my Lord Stark?" After a fruitless negotiation, Qhorin imprisoned Jaime and exited the Red Keep. Finding the evening had already arrived. With the cessation of hostilities, the streets began to regain a semblance of vibrancy. Following a day of bloody combat, only 30 of Qhorin's armored cavalry remained. Nearly half of the gold cloaks on the city walls had perished, and over 3,000 citizens of King's Landing had sacrificed their lives in the effort to provide support. Meanwhile, Jaime's forces, the Lannisters, had suffered the loss of at least 10,000 men. It was a day steeped in brutality, yet the Seven had granted them Jaime Lannister. As Qhorin made his way back to camp, the citizens he passed paused to acknowledge him, their gazes drawn to the scars on his armor. Some recognized his insignia, yet none dared to disrupt his moment of tranquility. On the road, one could occasionally hear faint sounds of weeping. This was the citizens of King's Landing reminiscing about their loved ones who perished at the city walls. Upon returning to the military camp, Leo had been waiting for quite some time. "Are you ready?" Colin had instructed Leo to recruit soldiers from the citizens who participated in today's battle, in order to replenish the heavily damaged city garrison. Over 5,000 individuals were willing to join the garrison, most of whom were refugees from the Riverlands. Refugees? When the Lannisters ravaged the Riverlands, many civilians suffered persecution and were forced to abandon their homes. Particularly, the notorious Amory Lorch, who had severed the hand of one unfortunate soul, was accused by numerous refugees of deriving pleasure from the torture of innocents. He compelled husbands to murder their wives. If the husbands refused, he would execute both. Even if the husband complied, he would revel in the agony before decapitating the partner. Colin was appalled by such unhinged cruelty. Furiously smashing the table into splinters, Tomorrow, I shall bring his crimes to justice in the sight of the Seven." The following noon, the square before the Great September of Baelor was thronged with the citizens of King's Landing, drawn by the news. Yet, it was the refugees from the Riverlands who were most fervently engaged, as their loathed executioner, Amory Lorch, was to face a makeshift court. At Colin's request, Eddard Stark presided over the trial, standing beneath the statue of the father, Amory Lorch. "You stand accused by Ser Colin Raven of participating in the massacre of at least 75 civilians, including infants. Do you plead guilty?" Kneeling on the stone steps, Amory Lorch, his right hand severed, gazed into the countless eyes around him that longed to rend him apart, revealing a flicker of his inherent weakness. No. Noticing his attempt at deceit, Eddard summoned a witness from the Riverlands, a man named Kleber. "I am a worker from the Bellflower Mill. This monster, Lorch, along with his inhumane subordinates, Hangdar Miller, Lassie, from the Windmill, simply to satisfy his morbid curiosity about whether Lassie's corpulent body could still allow the windmill to turn. As several witnesses were called forth, their testimonies made it painfully clear to Amory Lorch what awaited him. Sweat dripped from his pale face onto the marble steps. I demand trial by combat. In his desperation, Amory Lorch hoarsely called for a trial by combat, stirring a tumult among the onlookers. The trial by combat was a right bestowed by the Seven, and Eddard consented to Lorch's request. However, as a disabled man, Lorch, having lost his right hand, could not participate directly, thus, he was permitted to select a champion. Colin entered the arena empty-handed, which ignited unrealistic hopes within Lorch. As he scanned the crowd for a champion, he was met with indifference from all present. At this moment, he suddenly recalled his prison companion. I choose Jaime Lannister as my champion. Upon hearing this name, the crowd stirred with excitement. Soon, Jaime was brought forth by the guards from the dungeons of the Red Keep, appearing rather well kept with a neatly groomed beard. After contemplating Amory Lorch's challenge for a brief moment, he consented to act as his champion, acknowledging the opponent as a vassal of House Lannister. Despite his disdain for the Mad Dog, the guards handed him a sword, and as he flexed his wrist and entered the jousting arena, he was taken aback to see Colin awaiting him leisurely, unarmed. Where is your sword? Jaime inquired. I do not require a sword to deliver a fair judgment for Amory Lorch, Colin replied. Upon hearing this, Jaime promptly tossed his sword to the ground. Then let us stand here and see whose gaze is sharper. The crowd erupted in astonishment at his surrender of the weapon. Those in the distance, unable to discern the situation, mistakenly believed he had conceded, erupting in raucous cheers. Noticing the duel had fallen into an awkward predicament, Ned approached to counsel the two. Reluctantly, Colin agreed to use weapons. At that moment, a young girl emerged from behind Ned, presenting a miniature sword to Colin. Use mine. My lord Colin, I believe you will surely triumph. Holding the tiny sewing needle, memories surged forth, revealing how he had unknowingly altered the fates of many. Chapter 16. Stannis Colin and Jaime Lannister stood at opposite ends of the arena, both devoid of armor, with Jaime appearing quite cautious. Jaime brandished his longsword, pacing left and right in search of a suitable angle for attack, while Colin remained still, quietly observing him. Finding no advantage, Jaime stepped forward, utilizing the length of his weapon to strike at Colin from outside his reach. Colin's sewing needle was slender, barely exceeding half the length of a normal longsword. Engaging in a direct clash would be unwise. Even though Colin's strength far surpassed Jaime's, the sword could easily be severed. Confident that he could defeat Jaime without a weapon, he nonetheless feared that if his sword were broken, the uninformed crowd might perceive him as the loser. He sidestepped the downward strike, ducked beneath the horizontal slash, and delivered a swift kick to Jaime's abdomen, ending the first round with Jaime staggering backward a few steps. Flexing his wrist, Jaime altered his approach, lowering the tip of his sword to strike again. Yet, even with all his might, Colin remained elusive, dancing just out of reach of Jaime's blade. Water dancer, Arya Stark, watching from the sidelines, marveled to discover that Colin had also mastered the water dance swordplay she had been learning. Hearing the girl's exclamation, Colin grinned, having had his fun. He ceased to evade. As Jaime, frustrated by his futile strikes, attempted to close the distance, Colin deftly struck the hilt of Jaime's sword with precision. The tremendous force caused Jaime to lose his grip on the longsword, and in the next instant, the tip of Colin's needle was poised against his throat. After Jaime surrendered and cast aside his sword, Amalaloch, pale and weakened, slumped onto the stone steps, prompting the onlookers to erupt into a tumultuous applause. The guards hoisted the incapacitated Amalaloch and brought him to the square, where the bodies of the fallen monks and nuns from the Riverlands lay. The blood that stained the sacred church square could only be cleansed with the blood of the guilty. Ned, wielding an ice-cold greatsword, approached Amalaloch's side. In the presence of the seven gods, you are judged as guilty. Do you have any last words? I paused for a moment, observing that Amalaloch had lost his ability to speak. Ned shook his head slightly, and, with a swift motion, severed his head from his body. The gushing blood sent the citizens into a frenzy, and the refugees from the Riverlands shed tears of vengeance, buoyed by the momentum of the judgment. The reorganization of the Riverland refugees proceeded remarkably well, and the city's garrison expanded to 8,000. The remnants of yesterday's battle were still visible upon the city walls, while the siege tower abandoned by the Lannisters lay charred to embers. Outside the city, the Lannister camp was shrouded in a heavy gloom. With soldiers still reeling from the defeat of the previous day, the faint cries of the wounded cast a shadow over the otherwise still atmosphere. Within the tent of Duke Tywin, his family gathered. His eldest daughter, Cersei, arrived with Joffrey from Casterly Rock, expecting to be welcomed by the Iron Throne of King S. Landing, only to be met with the news of Jaime's capture on the battlefield. A diminutive dwarf also occupied the tent. He was Tywin's third son, Tyrion Lannister, who had just arrived from the Perilous Wall. I suggest we retreat. Ransom my foolish brother, and hold on to the territories we have seized in the Riverlands, allowing Renly and Stannis to battle it out first. Tyrion proposed from his seat, his feet barely grazing the ground. His head, larger than average, was accompanied by a seemingly endless supply of wine. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Joffrey interrupted sharply. We cannot retreat. I am the king of King's Landing. At that moment, Joffrey lacked the swagger he exhibited in the throne room. Yet his frantic energy was ingrained in his very being. Duke Tywin, who had been reading letters on the table, raised his head at Joffrey's outburst. Any who loudly proclaims I am the king cannot truly be regarded as a king. Confronted with Ned's demands, Duke Tywin found himself in a state of indecision, while Kevin seized the opportunity to bolster the army and stockpile wildfire. This rare tranquility was shattered by the arrival of news. Renly, leading 15,000 cavalrymen, had reached Storm's End and agreed to face Stannis in battle the following day. However, that very night, he was assassinated in his tent. Most of the 15,000 cavalrymen he commanded were vassals of Storm's End, and upon Renly's demise, they surrendered to Stannis Baratheon. Only a handful of knights from the Reach, under the leadership of Loras Tyrell, managed to flee from Storm's End. Now, Stannis has advanced towards King's Landing with his contingent of 15,000 cavalry, leaving behind 5,000 infantry and his fleet to continue the siege of Storm's End. Meanwhile, the Earl of Renly Baratheon, commanding the coalition of infantry from Storm's End and the Reach, has paused with his multitude of soldiers on Rose Avenue after executing a purge through stern measures. By the time Duke Tywin received the news, Stannis' cavalry had already reached the gates of the Red Keep. This prompted Tywin to make a decisive choice. The Lannister forces lifted the siege and retreated along the Gold Road to the Westlands. At the docks outside the mud gate of King's Landing, several members of the Small Council, under the leadership of Ned, awaited the arrival of Stannis Baratheon. On the expansive waters of the Blackwater River, the royal fleet was assisting Stannis' army in crossing to the opposite shore. Upon landing, Stannis was the first to disembark, followed closely by a lady clad in a crimson robe, her skin as pale as snow. True to the rumors, even with the crown within reach, not a flicker of joy graced his countenance. Despite being merely 36 years of age, only a thin ring of dark hair remained atop his head, and his taut lips combined with his solemn gaze evoked the impression that he had come to King's Landing for a funeral. Lord Stannis. Ned was the first to approach him, as he and Stannis were not only old acquaintances, but also comrades in arms. During the War of the Usurper, Stannis had been besieged at Storm's End for a year by Duke Mace Tyrell, ultimately being liberated by Ned's forces. However, Stannis seemed to harbor little affection for Ned, merely nodding at his greeting before departing the docks with his entourage. He appeared disinclined to acknowledge the man who had aided him in ascending to the Iron Throne. Colin and Varys lingered at the rear of the crowd, and Colin, intrigued by Stannis' demeanor, sought clarification. Varys addressed his curiosity. During the War of the Usurper, Lord Stannis held back a significant portion of the Reach's forces at Storm's End. Yet, afterward, King Robert expressed no gratitude for his sacrifices, instead lauding Lord Ned for the rescue of Storm's End. Following the demise of Lord Jon Arryn, Lord Stannis sought the position of Hand of the King. However, as you well know, King Robert journeyed to the north to summon Lord Ned to King's Landing as his hand. With a shrug, Colin found himself concerned that King's Landing might soon be engulfed in yet another tempest. Chapter 17, The Small Council. 3 days later, during the Small Council meeting, all attendees had gathered, yet Ned delayed the commencement of the proceedings. It was only after Colin drained an entire jug of wine that the large door was once again pushed open by the guards, and Stannis entered, accompanied by the lady in the red robe who had disembarked with him that day. As the assembly rose to welcome Stannis, Ned contemplated yielding the position of chair to him, but Stannis restrained him, declaring, "Until I am crowned, I remain merely the Duke of Dragonstone and the Master of Ships. It is you who shall preside over the council." With that, Stannis drew out a chair for the Red Woman, inviting Melisandre to take her seat. The attendees fell into a hushed silence, each having heard whispers of the events transpiring on Dragonstone. A priest of the Lord of Light had seduced Stannis into forsaking the faith of the Seven, embracing instead the worship of the Lord of Light. It was surely she, Melisandre, who had influenced him. Fortunately, the beliefs of Westeros are relatively liberal, and none opposed the followers of the Lord of Light. After a brief pause, Ned commenced the council meeting, stating, "Today, we shall primarily discuss our strategy regarding the forces of Highgarden, as well as how to deal with Jaime Lannister, Janos Slynt, and Peter Baelish. Lord Varys, could you please enlighten us on the current situation with the Highgarden army?" The rotund Varys, with his hands clasped, leaned back in his chair. Upon hearing Ned's inquiry, he straightened slightly. "A raven has arrived. Lord Edmure Tully reported that yesterday the army of Highgarden retreated back to the Riverlands. This news elicited a collective sigh of relief from the assembly. However, my friend informs me that the Lannisters have visited Ser Loras Tyrell. Stannis, who had remained silent until now, displayed a flicker of disdain at the mention of Ser Loras's name. After deliberating on the Highgarden forces, the council turned its attention to the fate of the 3 prisoners. We cannot release Jaime Lannister as long as he remains in our custody. Lord Tywin will not easily instigate a new war. Colin was the first to offer his suggestion, as for Janos Slynt and Peter Baelish. Let them don black cloaks and serve as Night's Watch at the Wall. The others nodded in agreement, yet Stannis voiced his dissent. Jaime Lannister has insulted the Baratheons. He has made a mockery of my brother, and he cannot be let off so easily. Janos Slynt, that greedy worm, I once vowed that should I ascend the throne, he would lose far more than just his position. Once Stannis had finished articulating his thoughts, the room fell into silence. Ultimately, it was Ned who broke the stillness with a tap on the table. Since there is a divergence of opinion, let us proceed to a vote. Regarding the handling of Jaime Lannister, those in favor of Colin, please raise your hands. Ned, Colin, and Ser Barristan raised theirs, while Stannis and Varys remained motionless. 3 votes to 2. Jaime Lannister would continue to be imprisoned in the dungeons of the Red Keep. Now, concerning Janos Slynt's fate, those in favor of Colin, please raise your hands. This time, only Colin's hand was lifted, as the others chose not to embarrass Stannis over a mere pawn. Ultimately, Janos Slynt was sentenced to death. With the discussions concluded, the atmosphere in the room noticeably lightened. As Varys rose to his feet and poured a cup of wine for the ever-watchful Melisandre, he approached Stannis, only to be met with a dismissive wave of his hand. Refusing the gesture, I have one more matter to address, Stannis declared, prompting Colin, who had been holding his wine goblet, to look at him in astonishment. I wish to transform the great September of Baelor into the earthly sanctuary of the Lord of Light. I do not desire the priests of the Seven to crown me. Upon hearing these words, the smiles of those present instantly faded. The faith in the Seven is the predominant belief among the Undulls. Should their king choose to renounce this faith, how could his subjects possibly continue to support him? Moreover, the great September of Baelor stands as the epicenter of this belief. The residents of the High Septon. Undoubtedly, such pronouncements would create a tempest in the recently calmed waters of King's Landing. Even Ned, a devout follower of the old gods, could not help but concede that this notion was exceedingly radical. Thus he ventured to advise, my lord, this may incite a profound discontent among the citizens of King's Landing. Just as a lion disregards the thoughts of sheep, Lord Stannis is the prophesied prince, the harbinger of light destined to rescue Westeros from the grasp of ancient horrors. The people of King's Landing ought to be filled with gratitude. Melisandre's unwavering gaze upon Ned, as she defended Stannis, cast a heavy silence over the small council once more. Ultimately, the council adjourned on an uneasy note, each member departing the Red Keep with their own thoughts. That very evening, news of the proposed transformation of the Great September of Baelor sparked a tremendous uproar throughout King's Landing. As the heart of the faith in the Seven, numerous citizens began to curse Stannis, deeming him unworthy of the title of king among the Undulls. Inside the Sept, the High Septon hastily convened with church leaders to deliberate on how to respond. Just as Colin had anticipated, the recently tranquil King's Landing was once again engulfed in turmoil. Public opinion escalated, and with the church's tacit encouragement, fervent devotees encircled the Red Keep. The lords of the small council were routinely confronted by these zealots in the streets, questioned about their stance on the renovation of the Great September. On that day, Colin was training soldiers in the barracks of Shoemaker Square when a servant of Stannis sought him out. Lord Stannis wishes to see you? Indeed, my lord, the servant affirmed. Without a moment's hesitation, Colin followed the servant to Stannis's residence in King's Landing. Upon arrival, they found the estate surrounded by furious devotees who vocally condemned Stannis, demanding he and his paramour return to Dragonstone and cease their attempts to tarnish the sanctity of the Great September. It was only through the efforts of the 100 guards Stannis had brought that order was maintained, preventing the zealous crowd from storming the estate. In a small garden on the second floor of the residence, Colin encountered Stannis and Melisandre seated beneath the vines. My lord Stannis, Colin said, inclining his head in a gesture of respect for the future king. Stannis remained seated, merely tapping the table to indicate that Colin should take a seat. Upon taking their seats, a servant presented a cup, and Melisandre gracefully approached Colin with a wine jug in hand. I have heard of your deeds, and have prayed to the Lord of Light in hopes of discerning your fate. Yet, no matter how fervently I attempt, your future remains elusive within the flames. Colin, the valiant beyond destiny, she said, her gaze fixed on him as she personally filled his cup with wine. The faint aroma wafting through the air and the sight of her porcelain skin made Colin stifle a yawn. My lord Stannis, have you summoned me for a particular purpose? This time, Stannis did not defer to Melisandre but articulated his request with a voice as unyielding as iron. I wish for you to deploy the gold cloaks to suppress the fervent zealots in the city. Chapter 18. The Judgment of Justice. Collin's hand, reaching for the wine cup, hesitated in midair as he regarded Stannis with confusion, questioning whether he had misheard. My lord, this may not be a prudent course of action. I am the head of House Baratheon, the heir to the Iron Throne, and the master of this city. They are merely safeguarding their beliefs. In the face of Stannis' stormy demeanor, reminiscent of a tempest at sea, Collin stood resolute. Stannis, confronted by Collin's retort, fell silent for a moment. Tell me your decision, Sir Collin. I regret, my lord, but my duty is to protect King's Landing, not to destroy it. As Collin exited Stannis' residence, he lamented the loss of the untouched wine, having not had the chance to savor it. Struggling to navigate through the throng of zealots, he returned to the military camp amidst the company of his guards. Along the way, clusters of worshippers of the Seven were evident, while the gold cloaks, at Collin's behest, allowed the citizens of King's Landing to vent their frustrations. The congregation of the faithful sparked a chain reaction throughout the city as citizens abandoned their daily tasks, causing the metropolis to resemble a rusted machine, unable to function. That evening, within the military camp at Shoemaker's Square, Collin furrowed his brow as he forced down a salty porridge, the cook having departed to partake in the gathering of the Seven. After laboriously washing down his meager dinner with wine, he had yet to lament the brewing storm when a guard knocked upon his door. What is it? The worshippers have surrounded Lord Stannis' residence with weapons? Indeed, my lord, possibly hundreds of them. A sense of foreboding washed over Collin. The citizens of King's Landing still possessed many of the weapons distributed earlier by the followers of the Horned God. Without pausing to don armor, Collin immediately summoned his guard to hasten to Stannis' abode. The streets of King's Landing were even more animated at night, with numerous worshippers brandishing torches as they followed Collin in the same direction. Fortunately, they had not yet lost their reason and made way upon sighting Collin's mounted guard. By the time Collin arrived outside Stannis' residence, a throng of over 1,000 devotees had gathered, many armed and agitated. Punish the murderer. Hand over the murderer. Amidst the cacophony of chaotic shouts, Collin led the guards dismounting, laboriously squeezing through the fervent throng of devotees to reach the entrance of the estate. There, a tall, gaunt old monk raised his arm, vehemently berating Stannis' guards, a remarkable sound emanating from his frail frame. What had transpired? The faithful recognized Collin as their beacon of hope, rallying around him, each vying to voice their grievances. The tumultuous clamor caused Collin considerable discomfort. However, the venerable monk's esteemed presence swiftly quelled the crowd. Lord Collin, we beseech you to deliver justice for the followers of the Seven. The old monk grasped Collin's hand firmly. What has occurred? Collin inquired. The guards of Stannis, the minions of the other gods, have cruelly slain a loyal devotee of the Seven. As the surrounding faithful parted, Collin's gaze fell upon a lifeless body sprawled upon the ground. A sword protruded from the corpse, its pommel adorned with a fox head sculpture. Collin instantly recognized the blade. It had once hung at the waist of a young squire in Stannis' service. At that moment, Ned arrived with his guards, inciting renewed agitation among the devotees, who implored him to seek justice. Upon noticing Collin, Ned offered a slight nod before directing his attention to the fallen figure. This sword likely belonged to one of Lord Stannis' attendants, Collin murmured, crouching beside Ned. With a stern countenance, Ned remained silent, drawing the sword from the corpse and raising it high. In the name of the regent and the protector of the realm, I assure you that justice shall prevail. I also implore you to remain calm. We have shed enough blood already. With that proclamation, Ned turned and strode towards Stannis' estate. His guards attempted to follow, but were halted by Stannis' men. Ned, restraining his irate guards, entered alone, sword in hand. Collin stood at the entrance, soothing the anxious devotees, his keen hearing faintly capturing the sounds of discord within the estate. After a prolonged wait, a weary Ned emerged, sword in tow. Observing the hopeful gazes of the faithful, he managed a strained smile. Tomorrow, in the throne room, we shall conduct the trial of Loony Florent. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, and Ned, amidst the thunderous applause, departed with his guards. Following a long, arduous night, Collin finally savored a comforting breakfast. Glancing at the rotund chef standing awkwardly before him, he jested. May the Seven bless me, at least I haven't been deprived of breakfast. After his meal, with the assistance of his attendants, Collin donned his armor and led the mounted cavalry guard towards the Red Keep for the trial. As they approached the Red Keep, it seemed as though the entirety of King's Landing had gathered there, the streets bustling with a throng of spectators, leaving only a narrow passageway in the center. Even amidst the throngs of gathered individuals, the only sound resonating was the rhythmic clatter of hooves upon the stone steps. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the scene, and as Collin passed by, he beheld countless eyes yearning for justice. The once emptied Red Keep was now teeming with attendees, with nearly all the nobles eligible to partake in this trial present. The courtiers occupied the expansive courtyard, the stench of horse manure compelling Colin to cover his mouth and nose. As the guards swung open the grand doors to the throne room, two distinct factions stood on either side of the hall. After bowing respectfully to Ned, seated upon the Iron Throne, Colin was taken aback to discover a portly cleric adorned with a crystal crown beside him. Ned clarified Colin's confusion, stating that this figure was the representative of the 7 gods on earth, the High Septon. After offering a slight bow and deference, Colin retreated to the group on the left side of the hall. This assembly represented the 7, with the majority of the noble families from King's Landing who adhered to this faith, warmly welcoming Colin into their fold. In stark contrast, on the right side of the hall stood Stannis' faction, a mere dozen individuals, primarily followers who had converted to the worship of the Lord of Light during Stannis' time on Dragonstone. Stannis positioned himself at the forefront of this group, and Colin exchanged glances with him, offering a slight nod before Stannis averted his gaze. Conversely, the Red Woman, Melisandre, acknowledged Colin with a friendly nod. As the church bells tolled, a grave silence fell over the assembly. The guards secured the doors to the hall, preventing any disruptions to this sacred trial. The central figure of the trial, a youthful squire knight, was escorted forward by the guards. His hair was disheveled, and he wore a long tunic emblazoned with the sigil of the Lord of Light, the stains of blood on his cuffs still unwashed, while faint dark circles under his eyes hinted at a sleepless night prior. Chapter 19. The Trial of the 7 Gods. Today, we gather in the heart of the kingdom, in this hallowed hall, to adjudicate the case against Renly Florent, accused of the murder of Gisbar Baratheon. Let us cast aside our biases, set aside our differing positions and beliefs, and ensure that our words and actions serve the cause of justice. Ned's solemn pronouncement heralded the commencement of the trial. As the plaintiff, Shireen Baratheon, and the defendant, Renly Florent, were brought forth before the Iron Throne. Renly Florent, you stand accused by Shireen Baratheon of murdering her father, the owner of the Honey and Bear Tavern, Gisbar Baratheon. 13 citizens of King's Landing witnessed your alleged transgressions and are willing to testify, having sworn before the father that their words are true. Do you admit to the crime of murdering Gisbar Baratheon? Ned leaned upon his great sword, scrutinizing Renly Florent with a grave intensity. The accused, unable to meet Ned's gaze, furtively glanced towards the assembly on the right, before stammering, I request trial by combat. Let the gods decide my fate. Colin noted this detail, following Renly's line of sight until his eyes met those of Melisandre in the air above, without any forethought. Upon hearing the words of Renly Florent, the nobles on the left side of the hall erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated that Renly Florent would request a trial by combat without any form of defense. Yet, this sacred tradition of trial by combat, despite the suspicion that Renly Florent might be evading judgment, presented a dilemma for Ned, who could not refuse. After consulting with the High Septon, Ned acquiesced to Renly Florent's request. Thus, a solemn and divine judgment was hastily concluded, and under the persuasion of the High Septon, Ned agreed to hold the duel in the square of the Great September of Baelor. Given that the plaintiff was a commoner and would require time to seek a champion, Ned set the date for the duel 2 days hence. The faithful of King's Landing brimmed with confidence regarding the forthcoming duel, as numerous knights congregated outside the Honey Wine Tavern, endeavoring to persuade the victim's son to select them as his champion. Ultimately, it was Ser Darnell City from the Riverlands, recommended by the High Septon, who was bestowed with this honor. This duel transcended mere justice. In the eyes of the faithful, it evolved into a conflict between the 7 gods and the Lord of Light. Nevertheless, all adherents of the 7 firmly believed that a knight chosen personally by the High Septon would assuredly triumph. Within the encampment, a group of officers from the Riverlands approached Colin. Do you wish to oversee the duties for tomorrow's duel? Although it was improbable, Colin could not suppress the suspicion that this group was preparing to rally in support of their fellow countrymen. Indeed, my lord, Ser Darnell City is a masterful swordsman of noble character. During the Lannisters' ravaging of the Riverlands, he led the people in rebellion. Furthermore, he is a devout follower of the 7, having escorted the bodies of the slain monks to King's Landing. Unable to dismiss their expectations, Colin reluctantly adjusted the duty roster for the duel. Time slipped away in silence, and on the following morning, as the church bells tolled, countless citizens of King's Landing emerged from their homes, flocking to the square of the Great September of Baelor. There, hundreds of gold-cloaked guards had already taken their posts, leaving a space in the center of the square designated for the duel. However, even earlier than the gold cloaks was Ser Darnell City, representing the plaintiff. His hair was disheveled, and his beard unkempt. Clad in armor, he knelt before the father, sword resting on a single knee, cradling his helmet. Upon closer inspection, One could discern the morning dew glistening on his armor. As the sun ascended higher, the citizens of King's Landing, like a stream converging into the oceans, gradually filled the vast square to capacity. With the second toll of the bell, Ned arrived at the square accompanied by members of the Royal Council. Upon seeing Ned, dressed in formal attire and exuding gravity, the citizens erupted into a thunderous cheer. Soon after, the High Septon emerged from the Great September of Baelor, flanked by high-ranking church officials. Though this High Septon was rather portly and lacked imposing authority, and despite circulating rumors of his corruption, the citizens still greeted him with fervent applause. The judge and the plaintiff have gathered, yet the defendant Stannis and his entourage have not yet appeared after a long wait. The citizens began to murmur among themselves, and fervent followers of the faith of the Seven cried out the name of Ned, hoping he would declare the plaintiff victorious outright. Finally, just before the third toll of the bell, Stannis and his group rode into the square. Stannis, his expression impassive, surveyed the crowd as his warhorse let out a loud snort and, before thousands of devout followers, defecated on the ground. The crowd erupted in a tumultuous uproar. But this time it was not cheers, rather, it was a chorus of curses directed at Stannis. Yet, this did not sway the man. He calmly led his entourage to the base of the judgment seat. Ned and Stannis exchanged glances across the elevated judgment platform, devoid of any pleasantries. As Ned promptly announced that the duelists could enter the arena, the defendant, Renly Baratheon, appeared to be in considerably better spirits. Like Ser Darnell of House Sid, he donned armor, though his was draped with a cloak embroidered with the fiery heart sigil of the Lord of Light. As Ser Darnell entered the duel arena, sword in one hand and shield in the other, Renly knelt before the Red Priestess Melisandre, his sword propped against the ground. With her eyes closed, she murmured an incantation. And the followers of the Seven were momentarily awed into silence by her solemn prayer, halting any urging for Renly to step forward. A miraculous scene unfolded as Melisandre opened her eyes, the long sword in Renly's hand ignited with flames. Bowing his head in reverence, Renly received her blessing as she placed her hand upon him and intoned, "Long is the night, dark and fraught with peril, bright is the day, full of flourishing life." Renly responded with a prayer of his own, imbued with unwavering confidence as he strode toward the arena. The followers of the Seven were similarly astounded by this spectacle, leading to a collective gasp, with some even kneeling in fear. On the platform, the nobles engaged in hushed discussions, prompting Ned to call for silence. Observing the effect Melisandre's enchantment had on the devotees, Ser Colin signaled to the gold cloaks to maintain order. The gold cloaks, armed with long spears, rhythmically struck the marble ground of the square, the resounding clink snapping the followers back to reality. As tranquility gradually returned to the square, Ned nodded to Colin and promptly declared the duel to commence. Within the arena, the two knights stood ready. Unlike Ser Darnell, Renly wielded only his flaming sword. An intimidating sight. Ser Darnell was the first to launch an attack, his sword striking fiercely at Renly. Renly parried left and right, his youthful skill eliciting cheers of victory from the followers of the Seven. Chapter 20. The Fires of Wrath. Another powerful slash forced Renly Baratheon to kneel, struggling to defend against Ser Darnell's onslaught with both hands. The followers eagerly anticipated Ser Darnell to deliver a decisive blow to conclude this trial. Yet he unexpectedly retreated a few steps, relinquishing his opportunity for victory. The onlookers, devoted followers of the Seven, collectively exhaled a sigh. But the astute Colin noticed something amiss with Ser Darnell's sword, a steel blade that appeared oddly bent. Rooney Florin also discerned this detail and, filled with unexpected delight, eagerly advanced to launch an assault. The flame-wreathed sword cleaved downward relentlessly, as Rooney Florin, akin to a clumsy blacksmith, gradually transformed Ser Darnell's sword into mere scrap. By the time the followers of the Seven recognized the shift in fortune, Ser Darnell had already succumbed to a significant disadvantage due to his impaired weapon. Yet, none dared to reproach the opponent's armament. Even the pagan deities maintained a majesty that mere mortals could not tarnish. At that moment, the iron shield on Ser Darnell's left arm was cleaved in two, and the fiery sword seared his arm through the plate armor. Silence enveloped the followers of the Seven as Ser Darnell, after enduring several rounds, ultimately had his sword severed in two. Bereft of his weapon, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Rooney Florin, brimming with excitement, pressed the blade against him, his shifting gaze revealing an internal conflict. In the face of Ser Darnell's impending defeat, many followers silently shed tears, while others cried out, "Spare him." However, in the next moment, the flame-wreathed sword pierced Ser Darnell's neck, reflecting Rooney Florin's contorted visage. The anguished wails of the devout echoed across the square, and Ned, his expression ashen, proclaimed Rooney Florin innocent. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of followers, Stannis mounted his steed, his demeanor unperturbed, as if this victory were of little consequence. After Stannis and his entourage departed, the square remained shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. The followers of the Seven dried their tears and, in silence, approached Sir Darnell's lifeless body. They hoisted him high above their heads, the armored corpse passing through the tide of faithful until it reached the foot of the stranger. In solemn silence, they prayed, seeking the stranger's protection for this valiant martyr, that his soul might find solace in the afterlife. Once everything had concluded, Colin, burdened with sorrow, rode back to the camp, leading the gold cloaks. The officers from the Riverlands followed closely behind, and even with their visored helmets, Colin could sense the simmering fury beneath their armor. 2 days later, calm returned to the city, and the citizens resumed their daily activities. Yet, in the streets, there lingered an indefinable weight in people's gazes. That night, aided by wine, Colin drifted into a deep slumber, only to be roused in the latter half of the night by an unexpected visitor. Lord Stannis? Colin, clad in his nightgown, opened the door to find Stannis, bloodied, standing on his threshold. At this moment, Stannis had lost the tranquility of his former self, his heavy breathing betraying his struggle to contain his fury. The mob has assaulted my residence, and dozens of valiant warriors who conquered the sea have perished in vain. Colin understood the gravity of the situation. A Baratheon had been attacked in his own city, and as the commander of the garrison, he bore the blame. Hastening to the main hall of the military camp, he found Stannis' surviving subordinates gathered there, including the Red Priestess Melisandre. Upon Colin's arrival, the guards surrounding Stannis could hardly conceal their rage. Colin opened his mouth, his heart heavy with bitterness, unable to articulate any justifications. As the commander of the garrison, it was unfathomable that such a significant event had transpired without anyone informing him. Had it not been for the victims seeking him out, he might have slept through until dawn. Noticing that Rio and the golden-cloaked officers had also assembled in the hall, Colin suppressed his anger and approached. Who was responsible for the guard duty at Lord Stannis' residence tonight? It was Rams who answered Colin's inquiry. Where are they? Looking at his quaking subordinates, Colin felt a sense of helplessness for the first time. Even with the power to command the Seven Kingdoms, he could not compel everyone to act according to his will. As dawn broke, Colin, accompanied by the gold cloaks holding torches, arrived before Stannis' residence. The entrance was littered with bodies, and a thick wooden stake used to breach the door lay discarded nearby. Upon entering the estate, the once beautiful garden courtyard was now a grim tableau of corpses. Most were citizens clad in simple garments, with a few armored members of Stannis' guard among them. Colin's heart lurched as he recognized a familiar face amidst the dead. It was Rams, a golden-cloaked officer from the Riverlands. A sword had pierced Ram's neck. Had he not removed his armor, the blow would not have claimed his life. Gently closing Ram's eyes, Colin, his expression inscrutable, proceeded into the main building of the estate. Inside, the number of bodies surpassed those in the courtyard. It took 10 citizens of King's Landing to slay a single guard of Stannis. Nearly all the furniture had been reduced to splinters, and the blood pooling on the floor formed ominous puddles. Ruin, the victor of the tournament just days prior, lay slain here, his body riddled with numerous wounds, his garment adorned with the sigil of the Lord of Light now tattered. Crossing through the main building to the rear courtyard, a path of extinguished embers divided the space, revealing a gaping hole in the wall beyond. In the aftermath, it was recorded that 327 citizens of King's Landing had lost their lives at Stannis' residence, along with 47 of Stannis' guards. In the Red Keep's council chamber, the stifling atmosphere rendered even the usually composed Varys rigid with tension. Stannis, no longer the epitome of calm, bore the visage of a tempest brewing at sea. Arrest all those involved in the assault, he demanded coldly, and impose severe penalties on those who have failed in their duty. Let us bring this matter to a close. My Lord Stannis. Ned gazed at Stannis with eyes brimming with concern. Ever since Stannis arrived in King's Landing, the city seemed to have transformed into a volatile wildfire, prompting Ned to question the validity of his own convictions. I did not forgive Renly when he betrayed me, and I shall not extend forgiveness now. Stannis shifted his gaze to Ser Davos, as all awaited his response. It is time to cease this. The citizens have vented their fury, and you remain the king of King's Landing. The Baratheon reign cannot be challenged. With a heart full of ire, Stannis departed from the council meeting, leaving the attendees in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 21. A day for Davos. Having just returned from the Red Keep to the encampment, Davos received a report from the gate guard stating that Stannis had departed King's Landing with a contingent of knights. This revelation stirred caution within Davos, prompting him to instruct the gold cloaks to bolster the defenses at the gates. Stannis' army was encamped not far from the King's Gate, and given Stannis' obstinacy, it was not inconceivable that he might rally his forces to assault his own city. The following morning, an unexpected visitor arrived to see Davos. The newcomer was tall and lean, clad only in a simple, unadorned woolen robe. It was the old Septon who had implored Davos for justice before Stannis that fateful night. Upon recognizing the visitor, Davos felt a twinge of shame, for he had not delivered true justice for the victim, Patch Face. The old Septon gazed calmly into Davos's eyes and articulated his purpose. I wish to invite you to the funeral of Patch Face. After a moment's contemplation, Davos nodded in agreement. As he prepared to summon a servant for horses, the old Septon raised a hand to stop him. My lord, it is only by walking upon the earth that one may hear the voices of the faithful. Reluctantly, Davos acquiesced and followed the old Septon on foot to the graveyard. Despite the sparse white hair that rimmed the Septon's head, his steps were firm and resolute, betraying not an ounce of frailty. As they navigated through the bustling streets and narrow alleys, numerous townsfolk approached to greet him, with some devout followers reverently kissing the back of his hand. Sensing Davos's curiosity, the Septon elucidated. I have traversed the entire realm, visiting the most remote villages where even the light of the Seven has not reached. In those small hamlets, I have named newborns and officiated weddings for young couples. The people praised the Seven and extolled my deeds. Upon this, the old Septon lifted his foot, drawing Davos's attention to the fact that he was barefoot, his soles calloused and worn, evoking a sense of respect. The two of them made their way through the muddy alleyways rife with filth, arriving at the cemetery's entrance where a gathering of people had already assembled. Upon seeing the old Septon, the crowd surged forward. Hail to you. The leader among them was Shireen Baratheon, the new master of honey and bears, whom Davos had once encountered in the throne room. Upon encountering the elderly monk accompanied by an unfamiliar figure who bore no resemblance to a monk, the onlookers were filled with a sense of perplexity, though the elder offered no explanations. A throng of people followed the monk into the cemetery, where a few solemn sisters clad in gray stood vigil before the grave of the deceased. Devout followers of the Seven must observe a period of repose for 7 days prior to burial, during which the solemn sisters prepare the body for its final rest. They perform the necessary rites by removing the internal organs, draining the blood, and filling the cavity with herbs to mask the scent of decay. Upon the arrival of the elder monk, the solemn sisters bowed in respect and withdrew from the gravesite. Once all had gathered at the graveside, the elder began to offer prayers for the departed. His voice, though soft, carried a depth of emotion and strength that could stir even the coldest of hearts. A faint sound of weeping arose from the crowd, and Colin found himself moved by the moment. When the funeral concluded, attendees placed fresh flowers or artificial blooms at the gravestone, each one kissing the back of the elder's hand before departing. On the way back, Colin bid farewell to the elder monk at Eel Alley, as the elder was to officiate a wedding for a newlywed couple. Upon returning to the military camp, another unexpected visitor awaited Colin. Lord Varys? Colin expressed his surprise. Although they had collaborated harmoniously during court meetings, and Varys often poured him wine, this was the first time Varys had come to visit him directly. I have heard that Lord Stannis has departed from King's Landing. Varys, known for his keen awareness of events, had no secrets from Colin, who did not deny the claim. After a brief silence, Varys spoke gravely. We both understand what kind of man Lord Stannis is, or else he would not have bolstered the defenses at the gates. That was merely a routine adjustment. Colin feigned ignorance, prompting a sigh from Varys. We cannot allow Stannis to enter King's Landing with those coarse knights freshly returned from the battlefield. It would spell disaster for the citizens of the city. Countless faithful who escaped peril due to your compassion would be dragged from their families by soldiers. And even the gold cloaks on duty that night would not escape their fates. Do you know what Lord Stannis did on Dragonstone? They crucified the living and burned them alive in flames to appease their god. As Varys's tone grew increasingly serious, Colin could no longer remain indifferent. Even if I could prevent him this time, once he is crowned, no one will be able to stop him. We shall do what we can. The rest is for the Seven to judge. After concluding their discussion, Colin escorted Varys out of the military camp. Just a few steps away, Varys suddenly turned back. By the way, I heard the High Sparrow came looking for you today. Be cautious. Those who possess nothing may accept poverty without complaint. But what does it signify when one clings to destitution while power is within reach? That evening, Colin astoundingly refrained from drinking, finishing dinner early and retiring to bed. At dawn, when the guards arrived, Colin was already donned in his armor. My lord, the gate guards report that Lord Stannis' banner has appeared outside King's Landing. Ultimately, it has arrived, Colin sighed inwardly. The fully equipped cavalry assembled, the thunderous sound of hooves resonating through the streets of King's Landing. Curious citizens peeked from under eaves and out of attics to bid farewell to this menacing procession, secretly anxious about when these turbulent times would come to an end. Upon the city walls, officers clad in golden robes gathered. Below, Stannis' envoy was knocking at the gates, while not far away, Stannis' army stood in formation. Upon seeing Colin approach, the officers ceased their quarrels and turned to him, awaiting his decision. With a composed demeanor, Colin walked to the edge of the battlements. Gazing down at the envoy, The envoy, spotting Colin, immediately shouted, "Commander, your king awaits you to open the gates. Please inform Lord Stannis that he and his guard may enter the city, but the other soldiers may not." "Lord Colin, do you mean to betray your oath and turn your sword against your king? Lord Stannis may one day be king, but he is not yet." Upon hearing Colin's furious retort, the envoy fell silent for a moment. "Is this merely your opinion? Or do the king's loyal guards share this sentiment?" The golden-clad soldiers lining the walls remained silent, and seeing no response, the envoy returned to Stannis' ranks on horseback. Before Stannis, clad in armor and exuding authority, stood the red-robed Lady Melisandre, riding beside him on a white horse. After the envoy reported back, Stannis' expression darkened. "Dismount! Dismount!" The herald shouted Stannis' command. The knights dismounted, following Stannis' lead. Meanwhile, Colin also descended from the walls, leading the fully equipped cavalry to form ranks within the city gates. Chapter 22. Coronation and Departure. Stannis, accompanied by his knights, gathered outside the city gates. The golden-robed soldiers, upon receiving Colin's orders, sheathed their bows and turned the gates' hinges. With the creaking of gears, the gates of the king slowly opened before their sovereign. Melisandre halted Stannis as he stepped forward, shaking her head. "The Lord of Light has more important plans for you." Stannis stared at Melisandre for a moment before resolutely advancing towards the gates. As Colin emerged from the gates and stood before Stannis, Stannis remained silent, casting his sword to the ground and throwing a punch at Colin. Stannis' knights likewise discarded their weapons, rushing towards the gates with empty hands and shouts. Colin's fully equipped cavalry, not to be outdone, immediately abandoned their arms and charged forward. Colin and Stannis were swept apart by the surging crowd, their gazes crossing over the knights engaged in chaotic combat, each holding steadfast to their convictions. In the muddied ground, freshly soaked by rain, the knights in polished armor resembled combative children, rolling about in the mire. When Ned arrived at the city gates on horseback, he beheld thousands of knights lying stiffly in the mud. The battle was nearing its conclusion, with only Colin and a knight from Windfall Keep still standing. The Knight of Storm's End was a robust figure, clad in armor that was a size larger than usual, having knocked several armored cavalrymen to the ground with his iron fists. Unfortunately, he crossed paths with Colin, who, upon engaging, struck him in the abdomen, causing him to expel his breakfast right then and there. Tragically, adorned with a visored helmet, the contents of his stomach accumulated within, nearly suffocating the poor soul. Following this farcical episode, Stannis returned to King's Landing with 300 guards. At his behest, preparations for the coronation ceremony were expedited. Within just a few days, a rather modest coronation ceremony took place in the throne room of the Red Keep. Stannis' guards outnumbered the guests present, as many of the noblemen who worshipped the seven gods chose not to attend. The Red Woman, Melisandre, personally placed the thorn crown upon Stannis' head, while the nobles from Dragonstone clapped vigorously, yet the sparse applause echoed painfully in the vast hall. Upon the conclusion of the coronation, Stannis convened the royal council, this time taking his seat at the head of the table. As Colin had anticipated, he was dismissed from his post. Stannis appointed his loyal confidant, Ser Davos Seaworth, as the commander of the city's garrison. During the meeting, Ned also resigned from his position as Hand of the King, with Stannis making no effort to retain him, simultaneously announcing that Ned would no longer serve as regent or protector of the realm. The following morning, Ser Davos arrived at the military camp to assume his duties. Colin gathered all the Gold Cloak officers to announce Stannis' new appointments, and then led his armored cavalry away from the camp. If there was anything Colin would miss in King's Landing, it was likely the rotund cook, whose culinary skills were the finest Colin had encountered in this world. The guard exited the barracks at Shoemaker's Square and traversed half the city to the northeast Dragon Gate. The bustling scene at Dragon Gate bore no traces of the past battles. It was here that Colin and his warriors had ambushed the Lannister soldiers attempting to steal the city, capturing the infamous butcher of the Riverlands, Amory Lorch. At the city gates, an unexpected group awaited him. Colin. It was Arya Stark, waving to him from atop her small horse. Ned Stark and his two daughters, Arya and Sansa, were preparing to return to the north, accompanied by warriors from the north. Ruffling Arya's hair, Colin couldn't help but wonder why Lord Ned was in such a hurry to depart. Like you, he probably wishes to avoid the sight of Stannis' sour visage any longer. Rarely seeing Ned in such a relaxed demeanor, Colin burst into laughter. I wonder if Stannis is just as solemn in bed. The Lady Sansa Stark, hearing Colin's crude remark, looked at him with evident disdain. After exchanging pleasantries with the Stark family, Colin noticed Varys and Ser Barristan and Selmy standing behind Ned. Unexpectedly, this day arrived with such swiftness, Varys lamented. We shall do what we can, and leave the rest to the judgment of the seven. Corin retorted with a smile, prompting a shared glance of mirth between the two. Lord Bollistan, I must admit I have never seen you without your white cloak, Qhorin greeted Sir Bollistan cheerfully. Although both had been members of the Royal Council, their private interactions had been scarce, and Qhorin was quite taken aback by his presence. I am no longer a member of the King's Guard, Sir Bollistan said, a hint of melancholy in his voice, delivering this surprising news to Qhorin. Ned and Varys, standing nearby, had evidently been aware of this development, their smiles fading. Stannis disbanded the King's Guard. He believes that the Seven have their own tradition, not one for the Lightbringer. Unsure how to console the elderly knight, Qhorin reflected on Bollistan's lifelong dedication to the King's Guard, a true knight of the White Cloak. What are your plans then? Qhorin inquired politely. If possible, I would like to accompany you for a while, Sir Bollistan replied, suppressing his emotions and disclosing his intentions. This took Qhorin by surprise. Yet he felt it would be impolite to decline. Thus, Ned, Qhorin, and Sir Bollistan united and departed through the Dragon Gate. Among them, Qhorin's contingent was the largest, comprising nearly 350 armored cavalrymen and 100 infantrymen serving as attendants. In contrast, Ned was accompanied by merely 50 northern warriors, while Sir Bollistan traveled alone. As they passed through the city gates, the gold-clad guards, upon spotting Qhorin, offered prayers to the Seven in his honor. Shortly after exiting the gates, Qhorin encountered a group of common folk resting by the roadside, among them a familiar figure known as the High Sparrow, as referred to by Varys. Where are you headed? Qhorin signaled for his retinue to proceed and dismounted to approach the High Sparrow. To a place where I am needed, he replied, still untouched by the madness of power. His devout faith inspiring Qhorin's respect. However, recalling Varys' warning, he restrained himself from inviting the man to his lands, bowing respectfully and leaving behind a few gold dragons. As they resumed their journey, nearing the moment when King's Landing would vanish from sight, Qhorin turned in his saddle to gaze back at the city. This brief sojourn in King's Landing had been filled with myriad tales. The narrative of the realm had become fragmented, and the future of the world remained uncertain. Yet, having been unceremoniously expelled by Stannis, Qhorin silently vowed never again to be a mere servant. Chapter 23. Little Kite Castle. The procession traveled northward along the King's Road, reaching Qhorin's domain, Kite Castle, in less than half a day. At Qhorin's invitation, Ned and his companions accompanied him to visit the castle. Upon arriving at the village entrance, a massive wolf suddenly charged forth, causing the guards to draw their swords in alarm. Colin leaped down from his horse and embraced the massive direwolf's head. "Ha, Nymelia. You've grown so much." It was indeed Nymelia, the direwolf Colin had left at the castle before his departure. After a long separation and under the care of the hunters, Nymelia had noticeably gained weight. "Nymelia?" A little girl's voice called out from behind Colin. It was Arya Stark. Upon hearing the familiar call, Nymelia withdrew her head from Colin's embrace to gaze at Arya. "Is it truly you, Nymelia?" Arya Stark gasped, her hand covering her mouth as tears welled up in her eyes. "Do you recognize my wolf?" Colin inquired, feigning curiosity. "She is my wolf," Arya Stark replied, her voice trembling with emotion. At that moment, Ned approached, observing the enormous Nymelia. As a member of House Stark, which bore the direwolf as its sigil, he immediately recognized her as a direwolf. Connecting the name with his daughter's reaction, he swiftly understood that this was likely the little direwolf Arya had set free in the Riverlands. Following this brief interlude, the group entered the village, where the villagers had already heard of Colin's recent exploits in King's Landing. They gathered by the roadside, cheering and paying their respects. Colin called the village chief, John, who seemed hesitant standing there. "Why are you standing there fidgeting? You should have the villagers prepare a meal for us, and we will settle the expenses upon our return to the castle." Due to the castle's inability to accommodate so many guests, Colin allowed the guards some freedom and only took his companions back to the castle. At the castle entrance, Colin's hunter, Carlo, along with Nymelia's pack of over a dozen large grey wolves, lined up to welcome him. "My lord." Carlo, like Nymelia, appeared quite plump, indicating that, aside from Colin's unfortunate experiences in King's Landing, everyone else had been thriving. That evening, Colin hosted a banquet in the main hall of the castle for Ned and the others. The food mainly consisted of cured game and cheese crafted by the villagers. Fortunately, Carlo had just hunted a deer, and Colin took it upon himself to roast it, ensuring the banquet was not too meager. Arya Stark sat at the end of the long table, with Nymelia crouched beside her, as food was continuously pilfered by Arya and delivered to Nymelia's mouth. Colin glanced at Ned and the others with a hint of regret. Winterfell is rather small. It truly lacks resources. Ned seized a piece of venison and took a hearty bite. "If you had ventured to the north, you would think otherwise. During winter, we sometimes have to hide in our cellars, and some elders, in an effort to conserve their winter provisions, walk out of their homes and never return." The following morning, Colin bid farewell to Ned and his companions at the village's edge. Arya Stark, with reddened eyes, clutched Nymelia, saying, "Nymelia, come with me." However, Nymelia nudged Arya before stepping away to stand beside Colin. It appears that Nymelia has acclimatized to life in the south. After bidding farewell to Ned and his companions, Colin returned to the castle with Ser Balistan, sensing that the latter had something to express. In the vast emptiness of the castle's main hall, Colin poured himself a glass of wine, while Ser Balistan abstained from alcohol. "Ser, you may speak freely now," Colin encouraged. A flicker of struggle crossed Ser Balistan's face. "I have served as a Kingsguard for 3 monarchs, without lands, without heirs, and even the gold dragons in my pocket were given to me by Varys. So, aside from being a Kingsguard, I have nowhere else to go." And? Ser Balistan hesitated for a moment. "Varys informed me that the last scion of House Targaryen, Daenerys Targaryen, requires my assistance. I wish to invite you to accompany me. You have already incurred the wrath of all the Baratheons in Westeros. Why not join me in restoring Daenerys to her rightful place?" Colin fell into silence, contemplating his future since leaving King's Landing. Last night, Ned had subtly hinted that he could travel to the north, where he might be granted a substantial fief. However, the north is harsh, entering is easy, but exiting is fraught with difficulty. Just look at Ned's northern warriors, clad in chainmail and leather hoods, while the Lannister soldiers don plate armor. Yet, if he does not go north, there is no place for him elsewhere in Westeros. Returning home, the Vale is a tranquil little kingdom. But the cake has already been divided. The Riverlands could be a possibility, but Lannister influence remains, and the former lords, the Tullys, may not welcome him. The Westerlands are the ancestral home of the Lannisters, and though the Reach, the homeland of Ser Loras, was initially a choice, Colin had heard before leaving King's Landing that Margaery Tyrell was already en route to the Westerlands to wed Joffrey. As for Dorne, should Colin venture there, he would certainly receive a warm welcome for having slain Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, who had murdered Princess Elia Martell, sister to Prince Doran, the ruler of Dorne. However, going to Dorne might only elevate him to the status of a minor lord, as, like the Vale, the cake has already been apportioned. In this vast realm of the Seven Kingdoms, there exists no place for a war opportunist like Colin. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to accept Ser Balistan's invitation. Yet, he was not genuinely intent on rallying to Daenerys Targaryen. Her forces might not yet rival his own. Colin's true ambition was to seize one of the 3 principal cities of Slavers Bay, Astapor, ahead of the Mother of Dragons. Astapor is renowned for its Unsullied, who obey only the one who wields the Spear of the Harpy. If Colin could acquire the Harpy's spear, he would command an army of 8,000 Unsullied. With such an army at his disposal, Colin was confident in his ability to unite Slavers Bay. "Excellent." Ser Balistan observed Colin's contemplative silence and his expression darkened. To his astonishment, Colin found that he had received consent, filling him with unexpected joy. Before departing from King's Landing, Varys had informed him that a ship bound for Pentos would dock at the town of Moat Cailin in 3 days, and he had arranged everything for their journey. Upon arrival in Pentos, the governor, Illyrio Mopatus, would extend the necessary assistance. With the decision to head to Pentos made, Colin resumed his previously halted activities. He quickly unloaded the supplies from the cart, reloaded them, and arranged for Carlo and a handful of soldiers to remain at the castle to tend to the wolves, as Nymeria's thick pelt could not endure the desert oasis of Slavers Bay. Thus, the stronghold, which had been lively for just 2 days, bid farewell to its master. Chapter 24, Moat Cailin. Led by a guide, Colin's party traversed the wilderness and approached the vicinity of the town of Robb, a small settlement on the hillside that served as one of King's Landing's vital granaries. From a distance, Colin cast a glance at the town before stepping onto the path leading to Moat Cailin under the watchful eyes of the castle guards. The road from Robb to Moat Cailin was lined with apple orchards and barley fields, the muddy trail marked by the tracks of bustling carts. As they neared Moat Cailin, the cobblestone road turned towards the coast, stretching into the distance among the limestone hills. The castle perched on the seaside cliffs had already spotted Colin's large entourage, and several horsemen, bearing banners, galloped forth from the fortress. Upon their approach, Colin and his party halted to await their arrival. Shortly, the horsemen reached them. "This is the domain of House Lannister. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? I am Sir Colin Raven, preparing to embark from the port of Moat Cailin. Please inform Lord Lannister of my presence." One of the horsemen rode back to deliver the message while the others remained in place. Soon after, a knight accompanied by several horsemen emerged from the castle. "My Lord Colin, Lord Lannister awaits your esteemed presence in Brown Castle." The Lord of Moat Cailin was Earl Riverrun Lannister, a devout follower of the Seven, who, due to his absence from King's Landing during Stannis' coronation, was conveniently present in his castle upon Colin's visit. After arranging for the soldiers to rest in the town below, Colin, accompanied by Sir Bollistan, proceeded to Brown Castle to pay his respects to Earl Lannister. As a significant port town along the narrow sea, Moat Caillin's lordly castle stood as an authentic fortress of war, a square stronghold complemented by a massive round tower, capable of withstanding threats from both land and sea. My Lord Colin. Earl Lannister was waiting at the castle gates, accompanied by his attendants. Colin had only seen him once in the throne room, recalling him as a rotund man adorned with 3 rings on his left hand. May the Father bless you, my Lord Earl. After exchanging pleasantries, Earl Lannister invited Colin and his party into Brown Castle. In the main hall of the castle, warm sunlight streamed through the stained glass depicting the icons of the Seven, casting a radiant glow upon all present. Seated in the foremost chair, Count sighed. I have heard that His Majesty Stannis has relieved you of your position as the commander of the capital's guard. Indeed, Sir Davos has succeeded me, came the reply. Ah? The Onion Knight Davos? He once conducted business with me, and now he has ascended to prominence within the kingdom. In my opinion, your departure is undoubtedly a loss for His Majesty Stannis. Colin endured the idle chatter of the corpulent nobleman, and after draining a jug of wine, he finally articulated his purpose. My Lord Colin, I wish for my younger son, Roger's to serve as your squire. Oh? Colin inquired with a hint of curiosity. But I am about to depart from Westeros, and my return is uncertain. Count lowered his gaze and fiddled with his ring. To be candid, it was I who assisted Lord Varys in securing a ship. Upon seeing Lord Bollistan with you, I knew you were destined for great endeavors. Alas, I am but a humble fat man, left to hope my son may venture forth and make his mark. That evening, Colin and Sir Bollistan lodged in the guest quarters of Brown Castle, where Bollistan divulged the backstory to Colin. For over 20 years, the Vale of Shadows had not belonged to the family until the former lord, Count Dennis Darkland, imprisoned King Aerys II. It was then that I, alone, infiltrated Brown Castle and rescued Aerys, resulting in the downfall of House Darkland and the inheritance of the Vale of Shadows by House The following day, as Colin departed Brown Castle, he found himself accompanied by Roger's The lad, around 15 or 16, donned armor and a long sword prepared by his father. Having been cast out to seek his fortune, a customary rite of passage for the younger sons of Westerosi nobility. Upon reaching the Vale of Shadows, Colin sought out his warriors at the Seven Swords Inn, the largest tavern in town. The establishment towered 4 stories high, dwarfing the surrounding buildings. Above its grand entrance hung an iron nail from which 7 wooden swords dangled, their once white paint now chipped and peeling due to the ravages of time. These swords represented the 7 knights of House Darkland who had donned the white robes of the King's Guard, a distinction unmatched by any other family in all of Westeros. In the inn's hall, travelers and docked sailors reveled in merriment. Sir Bollistan led Colin to the innkeeper. Is the captain of the Leafy Maple here? He is. He arrived before dawn. Do you see those sailors? They're all drunkards from his ship. With the captain inebriated beyond recognition, Colin resigned himself to meandering about the town. Is there anything entertaining to do in the Vale of Shadows? He queried, glancing at his dutiful squire, Roger's Entertaining? I have only visited the town's arena, which always buzzes with laughter and cheer during festivals. Observing the sullen squire trailing behind him, Colin shook his head. The streets of Magoo Town are paved with shells and reddish-brown fine sand. Unlike the prevalent use of marble in King's Landing, the houses here are constructed from bricks mixed with reddish-brown sand, resembling diminutive reddish fortresses from a distance. Additionally, several dilapidated wooden houses stand precariously against the sea breeze. Following the main thoroughfare, a bridge connects to a rocky peninsula to the south, upon which the harbor of Magoo Town is situated. This rocky peninsula shelters the moored vessels from the storms that sweep across the narrow sea, and, coupled with the renowned grain-producing region nearby, ships from the free cities, such as Bravos and Lorith, frequently arrive to transport crops like onions, bell peppers, and apples. Colin resolved his midday meal at the fish market in the harbor, where freshly caught shellfish and oysters were available. However, the locals of Magoo prefer to toss these seafood delicacies into a large pot to stew them with onions and cabbage, while only the deep-sea sailors relish consuming them raw. Upon returning to the Seven Swords Inn in the afternoon, Colin entered to find Sir Bollistan seated alongside an old sailor with an enormous red nose. This sailor sported a hairstyle akin to Stannis, with short tufts on either side and a bald crown, but it was his nose that left the most lasting impression on Colin. He had never encountered a nose so large and red that it eclipsed all other features. As Colin approached the two, Sir Bollistan introduced him. This is Captain Franco of the Leaf Ship. You can call me Red Nose. You're not my crew, so there is no need for formalities. And you're not my son, so don't use my name, Captain Franco remarked, his jug of liquor never leaving his hand. his squinting eyes following the movements of the inn-serving maid without ever lifting to acknowledge Colin. Observing this, Colin began to worry about his inaugural voyage. Chapter 25. The Leaf Ship. The following morning, just as the church bells chimed, Colin stood at the bow of the Leaf Ship, ready to depart. The night prior, Red Nose had caused quite a ruckus at the Seven Swords Inn, knocking on door after door to drag his sailors from their slumber. First time leaving home? Colin's new attendant, Rogers, silently gazed at the castle perched on the cliff as the sun gradually ascended, casting a brilliant red hue upon the castle walls. Indeed, my lord. During your time aboard, you may learn from Sir Bally's and how to be a true knight. Colin turned to see the sailors on deck busily maneuvering the sails, while Captain Rednose stood at the helm, amiably inquiring about the family of one of the crew members, navigating through the tangled ropes and industrious sailors. Colin found himself beside Sir Bally's, who stood next to Captain Rednose. How long until we reach Pintos? Colin inquired. Perhaps a month, came Rednose's response to Colin's question. A month? Previously, I had heard that the journey from King's Landing to Pintos would take just over a week. The cursed autumn has arrived, and the narrow sea, much like the tempestuous nature of Veronica, is prone to frequent storms. If we wish to avoid being cast into the sea to feed the fish, we must navigate along the coastline of Westeros, reaching Dorne and then steering towards Essos by way of the Stone Steps archipelago to evade the storms. To accommodate you. At least half of the cargo hold aboard the ship remains empty, damn it. Lunch aboard consisted of a piece of dry bread, a bowl of stew, and an apple. As esteemed guests, Colin and Sir Ballystan were granted an additional small bottle of rum, while the crew could only hope for a share during the evening meal. Colin, in a few swigs, downed 2 bottles of rum, causing the red-nosed captain to stare wide-eyed. By the gods, are you in a rush to meet the mother? This is strong liquor. Surprisingly, the food aboard was quite decent. Colin turned the rum bottle upside down, his gaze fixating on the rum in the red-nosed captain's hands. The captain protected his rum within his filthy coat. Every time we near a port, we procure fresh provisions, once they spoil. We can only rely on salted meats and dried vegetables. In the afternoon, the Leaf sailed into the throat of Blackwater Bay, with Stannis' domain, Dragonstone, not far to port. Dragonstone was originally constructed by the Valyrians, its castle and tower shaped from rock by Valyrian magic, resembling a great dragon, hence its name. From the bow of the ship, the black dragon-like fortress atop the hill appeared as if it could take flight at any moment, inspiring awe in all who beheld the wonder and might of Valyrian civilization. Once the ship cleared Blackwater Bay, it turned southward. The sailors adjusted the sails, and the red-nosed captain entrusted the helm to the helmsman. The idle sailors, accustomed to the sea's scenery, retreated into the cabin, leaving only Colin and his companions curiously scanning the deck. After days of uninterrupted sailing, the Leaf arrived at the Rainhouse of Storm's End. The red-nosed captain decided to anchor here for a day, as Colin's warriors were feeling quite ill, and the lower deck was permeated with a nauseating stench. On deck, the red-nosed captain called out to Colin, who was preparing to disembark. Hey, Colin, your lads have certainly increased my sailors' workload. Tonight at the tavern, I'll treat everyone to drinks. Climbing down the gangplank of the Leaf onto the small connecting boat, Colin noticed several pale, armor-clad knights leaning weakly against the ship's railing, their spirits as low as their energy. As the small boat approached the dock, eager vendors began hawking their wares. My lords, look at my apples, so fresh and delicious. Among the vendors were also the eager beggars. And before the small boat had even stabilized, they rushed to grasp at the sailors. Hastily escaping the throng of beggars, Colin wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. The town at the Rainy City dock is modest in size, and the ship Maple Leaf has nearly exhausted the vendor stock of fresh produce. As night fell, many sailors on leave gathered at the tavern, and Colin, honoring his promise, purchased a gold dragon to treat everyone to drinks. The sounds of hearty laughter echoed through the nearby streets when suddenly, the tavern door was forcefully kicked open, and a ragtag group of soldiers strode in. Upon seeing the crowded tavern, particularly the armored cavalry in the corner, the soldiers' haughty expressions softened considerably. After taking their seats, the soldiers cast disdainful glances at the sailors. One soldier, his arm bandaged, grumbled, "These damned sailors should be dealt with." Colin, intrigued by the bloodstains on the soldier's attire, approached the tavern keeper who was busy wiping down the counter and inquired about the situation. It's all the fault of that beast, the tavern keeper replied. Not long ago, a merchant brought back a creature from the east. He tried to sell it at the castle atop the mountain, but was promptly expelled by the countess. Somehow, that creature escaped into the nearby woods, causing great distress among the villagers. The lord punished the merchant severely and dispatched soldiers to hunt down the beast. Upon hearing about the beast, Colin became intrigued and approached the group of soldiers. I hear there has been a monster sighting recently? A few soldiers, noticing Colin's fine attire, speculated that he was a person of some standing, tempering their earlier crude remarks, yet they were still reluctant to engage with him, as they were only obliged to heed the orders of Count Wilder. "I shall cover tonight's drinks. I merely wish to hear tales of the monster," Colin offered. With the promise of drinks, the atmosphere lightened, and the soldiers made room for him, beginning to recount the story of the creature. "The beast is called the serpent lizard. Larger than a lion. We were ordered to capture it, but it injured several of our men, and one unfortunate soul was bitten and subsequently died from poisoning." "What of the knights at the castle?" Colin inquired, curious why such a task had been assigned to the town's militia. "The knights are all off fighting for Lord Baelish under Lord Mount's command," came the reply. The following day, a storm brewed over the narrow sea, prompting Captain Rednose to decide to dock for an additional day, waiting for the tempest to subside before setting sail. During their conversation, Colin learned from Captain Rednose that a live serpent lizard, given its massive size, could fetch hundreds of gold dragons at the Pantos Arena, where the nobility relished witnessing such beasts tear apart humans or other animals. Moreover, the creature had numerous uses. Its venom, when carefully measured, could embolden even the most cowardly individual to face a lion. Its blood, when smeared on cooked meat, emitted an irresistibly enticing aroma, driving warm-blooded animals into a frenzy. Since departing from King's Landing, Colin's purse had been steadily diminishing as the gold dragons flowed away like water, consumed by the expenses of his entourage of hundreds. Thus, upon hearing of the potential fortune that a sizable serpent lizard could yield, Colin donned his armor, grasped his warhammer, and set off alone from the town. Chapter 26. The Serpent Lizard Night. A tempest swept across the peninsula where Rainhouse City is situated, drenching it in torrential rain. Colin emerged from the town, braving the downpour as he traversed the mountain path to the small village indicated by the soldiers. Nestled within a hollow, the village comprised merely 20 to 30 wooden houses. Upon arriving, Colin knocked on the door of the largest wooden dwelling. "Are you here to hunt the beast?" After explaining his purpose to the elderly man who opened the door, Colin was invited inside. The houses here were constructed on stilts, elevated over a meter above the ground, thus ensuring dryness amidst the frequent rainfall of the mountainous forest. The wooden stairs creaked painfully under Colin's heavy footsteps as he entered. A fire pit burned warmly within, where the elder's family gathered around its glow. After sharing Colin's intent with his family, the elder's son volunteered, "Once the rain subsides, I can guide you in the search." During their idle chatter while awaiting the rain's cessation, Colin learned that the serpent lizard had been preying upon many of their village's poultry. Despite several attempts by the Lord's soldiers, they had failed to capture the creature, instead taking away the remaining fowl. If the beast remained uncaptured, the villagers contemplated relocating to the town, a daunting prospect, yet preferable to living in perpetual fear. As the afternoon wore on, the rain gradually ceased. Under the guidance of the elder's son, Colin ventured into the depths of the dense forest in pursuit of the serpent lizard-esh trail. This particular beast was known for its remarkable patience, its dark green hide rendering it nearly invisible amidst the rainforest foliage. Many unsuspecting creatures had fallen victim to its venomous grasp. To lure this formidable predator, the elder's son produced the last remaining egg-laying poultry. The two of them, accompanied by a hunting dog, scoured the rain-soaked earth, which was exceedingly damp from the recent downpour. Colin, clad in heavy armor, sank into the muddy ground with every step. At last, the anguished cries of the poultry roused the serpent lizard from its hunt, the rustling of branches alerting the dog. As the dog barked, Colin unsheathed his war hammer from behind him, and the true form of the serpent lizard was finally revealed before them. It was a beast exceeding 4 meters in length, with its serpent-like tail accounting for more than half of its body. 8 claw-like feet supported its formidable frame, which boasted a length of over 15 meters, adorned with fist-sized green scales. Its head bore resemblance to an eagle crowned with majesty, complete with a formidable beak. "Step aside," Colin commanded, raising his war hammer to meet the serpent lizard's piercing gaze. Its eyes, sharp as an eagle's, locked onto Colin as it lunged toward him. Determined to reach the poultry, Colin calculated the angle for his strike, aiming to deliver a crushing blow to the oncoming beast. To his astonishment, the serpent lizard deftly evaded the attack, its massive beak lunging toward Colin's chest. Colin managed to deflect the blow with his armor. Yet a small puncture marred its otherwise sturdy surface, though it had not fully penetrated. Goodness gracious! The serpent lizard, having not tasted the flavor of flesh, intended to circumvent the ironclad man, but Colin did not afford it such an opportunity, swiftly wrapping his arms around its neck. The hefty body of the serpent lizard was thrown to the ground by Colin, its 8 chicken-like legs thrashing against the earth, utterly helpless against Colin's presence behind it. After struggling for over half an hour, the surrounding vegetation bore the brunt of the clash between man and beast, the ground revealing its earthy hue. A few more vigorous punches later, the exhausted serpent lizard finally settled down. Colin bound its mouth with the rope he had brought. The remaining length entwined around its chicken-like feet, the other end firmly grasped in his hand. Should it attempt to flee, he could tug the rope to unbalance it. The young man who had accompanied Colin, nervously holding onto the hunting dog, stood by, his gaze towards Colin filled with reverence. Upon returning to the small village, Colin tossed a few silver deer coins to the young guide, and with the villagers' expressions of gratitude, he made his way back to the port town. The guards stationed in the town looked on in disbelief as they beheld Colin leading the serpent lizard. Colin recognized one of them as the soldier he had shared drinks with the previous night and chuckled, "Your lord shall no longer permit you to enter the woods." On the return journey, Colin observed that the serpent lizard, having been subdued, had become significantly more docile and showed no inclination to escape. This sparked an idea in Colin's mind, for it had endured over half an hour of struggle with him weighing over 200 kilograms, demonstrating remarkable endurance and strength. Thus, Colin led the serpent lizard to the town's blacksmith shop. The busy blacksmith, upon seeing the approaching beast, instinctively raised his hammer in alarm. "Blacksmith, I wish to craft a saddle for it. Can you manage that?" Colin inquired. The blacksmith, taken aback by Colin's request, was initially stunned. But upon seeing several silver deer coins emerge from Colin's pocket, he promptly accepted the commission. 2 hours later, the serpent lizard was adorned with a saddle. The seats securely fastened to its back, the reins dangling from its neck, while a specially crafted muzzle encased its formidable beak. When Colin rode the serpent lizard back to the dock, the small vendors scattered in fright, and the red-nosed captain, returning from the tavern, dropped his bottle in astonishment upon seeing Colin astride the serpent lizard. "By the Virgin, have I drunk too much?" on the small boat that came to escort them. The red-nosed captain sat disdainfully at the stern, while the oarsman fidgeted uncomfortably at the side. The small vessel took quite some time to reach the Maple Leaf ship. Upon seeing the high railing of the ship, Colin encountered a dilemma. Perhaps sensing his predicament, the serpent lizard emitted a few calls and, with its claws, began to ascend the hanging ladder. To Colin's astonishment, he released the reins, and the serpent lizard promptly climbed up the ladder. "Good heavens!" exclaimed the red-nosed captain, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. As Colin and his companions ascended the ladder, the serpent lizard squatted motionless on the deck, which greatly reassured Colin. The curious sailors, upon spotting a serpent lizard unconfined in a cage, adorned with a saddle, emerged from their surroundings, eager to admire this extraordinary creature. In the evening, Colin confined the serpent lizard to the stable converted from the warehouse, resulting in a cacophony of terrified neighs from the surrounding horses. Reluctantly, Colin tethered the serpent lizard to the mast on the deck, and its method of consumption revealed to Colin the creature's ferocity. A piece of raw meat was tossed to it, and its massive beak shredded the flesh into fragments with alarming speed. The disruption caused to the horses by the serpent lizard, coupled with its lethal beak, sparked a new idea in Colin's mind. In Essos, one cannot avoid the Dothraki. And the Dothraki tribes, who live among horses, are natural cavalry. If a means could be found to counter cavalry, it would provide a significant advantage when facing the Dothraki in the future. The following morning, the sky was a clear blue. As if the storm of the previous day had been but a dream, the Leaf sailed out of the sheltered harbor of Rainhouse, embarking once more on its journey to Pentos. Chapter 27. The Welcome of the Stepstone Isles after leaving Rainhouse. The red-nosed captain set aside his usual affable greetings towards the sailors and stood resolutely at the helm, scarcely able to spare a moment's respite. By evening, the Leaf dropped anchor in the vast expanse of the sea. "Why have we stopped?" Colin inquired, seeking out the red-nosed captain, who was scrutinizing the nautical charts in the captain's quarters. "We are quite close to the Stepstone Isles, where pirates are known to launch nocturnal assaults on passing merchant vessels." "Then why anchor in the middle of the sea rather than near the coast?" "Ah, in these waters, it is impossible to distinguish between civilians and pirates. It is entirely possible that as soon as we drop anchor, someone will alert the pirates. We are currently far from the shipping lanes. Here, we can rest soundly." After a night of serene tranquility, Colin felt a twinge of disappointment. The red-nosed captain returned the ship to the shipping lane, and due to the autumn season, nearly all vessels from Westeros heading to Essos opted to pass through the Stepstone Isles. This rendered the route congested, with other ships frequently visible, navigating smoothly throughout the day. As the sun sank almost parallel to the vessel, the Leaf entered the chain of the Stepstone Isles, finally free from the perils of the narrow sea storms. Just as Colin believed it to be yet another peaceful day, the red-nosed captain summoned him to the helm. "Prepare your men for battle. We have drawn attention." "Pirates?" "Indeed. Though they are disguised as an ordinary merchant ship, they have been trailing us for several hours, and even as I deviated from the shipping lane, they continued to follow." Colin accepted the spyglass offered by the captain and, following his guidance, confirmed that a merchant ship flying the Dornish banner was indeed pursuing them. "What is your plan?" Colin inquired, stowing the spyglass with a flicker of excitement on his face. "We cannot proceed any further. Undoubtedly, other pirate ships await us ahead. There is a small island nearby where I have previously replenished fresh water, utilizing the coastline of the island as their cover." They planned to catch the pursuing vessels off guard when they lost track of them. After deliberating on their strategy, Colin returned to the ship's cabin to summon the warriors. The soldiers, now accustomed to life at sea, swiftly donned their armor, grasped their shields and steel blades, and lined up menacingly along the sides of the cabin. Hearing the commotion, Sir Bollistan and Rogers also armed themselves and stepped out, curiosity evident in their gazes. Colin then conveyed Captain Rednose's plan to all present. Soon, under Captain Rednose's command, the Maple Leaf unfurled its sails and turned towards the southern island, with the merchant ship Dawn following suit, raising its sails in haste. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Maple Leaf approached an unnamed isle. Navigating along the island's edge, the ship vanished behind lush foliage after passing a promontory. The pursuing pirate ship, having lost sight of the Maple Leaf and fearing the loss of their prey, hastened after them. However, as the pirate vessel rounded the cape, they were met by the formidable sight of the Maple Leaf, prepared for battle. The sailors aboard the Maple Leaf launched the first volley with bows and crossbows, causing several pirates, who were carelessly scanning the deck, to fall. The scent of blood ignited the pirates' ferocity, and as the two ships sailed parallel, the pirates cast grappling hooks, readying themselves for a boarding action. Given the limited space on the Maple Leaf's deck and the fact that the armored cavalry were not equipped with ranged weapons, Colin dispatched only 50 men for defense. The pirate ship, significantly smaller than the Maple Leaf, had a hull height that varied by several meters. As the pirates ascended the rope ladder, braving the rain of arrows, they were met with the blinding gleam of the armored cavalry reflecting in the firelight. The pirates left behind on their ship, witnessing the silence of their comrades attempting to seize the Maple Leaf, were filled with uncertainty. At that moment, a monstrous creature climbed aboard the pirate vessel, sending those gathered at the railing into disarray, its massive beak mercilessly rending the bodies of the unfortunate pirates. Colin, standing at the rail of the Maple Leaf, observed the serpent lizard slaughtering the pirates without a trace of compassion. While half of the pirates who had boarded the Maple Leaf knelt in surrender, and the other half lay defeated upon the deck. When Colin and his sailors boarded the pirate ship, the gruesome scene nearly caused them to retch. The creature's enormous beak had left the pirates' entrails scattered, transforming the deck into a canvas of crimson. The very instigator of this carnage was crouched beside a corpse, eagerly approaching Colin with a show of goodwill upon noticing his approach. Colin, slightly repulsed by the bloodstains at its mouth, promptly instructed the sailors to take possession of the vessel. The following day, the Maple Leaf set sail with the small ship that Colin aptly named Wavebreaker. Upon receiving 100 golden dragons from Colin, Captain Rednose generously relinquished his claim to the ship known as the Wavebreaker, offering Colin the assistance of 20 sailors to navigate the vessel. Additionally, Colin dispatched 50 armored cavalry as the ship's garrison. From the mouths of captured pirates, Colin learned that 3 pirate ships were in pursuit of them. However, it was with regret that Colin noted Captain Rednose's refusal of his fishing proposal. The 2 ships sailed through the archipelago of the Stepstone Islands, historically known as the Arm of Dorne over 12,000 years ago. This land bridge connected Westeros and Essos, through which the earliest settlers traversed to invade Westeros from Essos. Subsequently, a fierce conflict erupted between the settlers and the indigenous children of the forest. To sever the continuous support for the settlers, the Green Seers among the children unleashed a formidable magic known as the Hammer of the Waters, shattering the Arm of Dorne and giving rise to the current Stepstone Islands. A week later, the 2 vessels emerged from the Stepstone archipelago, arriving at the Essos stronghold of Tyrosh. Tyrosh, one of the 9 free trade cities, is steeped in a vibrant commercial atmosphere, where merchants are regarded as more honorable than warriors. The city boasts immense walls, broad enough at their widest points to accommodate 10 horses side by side, defended by mercenaries from across the globe. The ruler here is referred to as the Great Lord, elected from among the commercial magnates. Notably, the election of the Great Lord is rife with threats and bribery, a practice deemed legitimate by the Tyroshi, who believe that a candidate unworthy of engaging in such practices is unfit to govern their city. As the ships, the Maple Leaf and the Wavebreaker, entered the harbor of Tyrosh, the towering stone walls and the grand, painted statues atop them instilled a sense of insignificance in the onlookers. The throngs of people bustling in the port and the densely packed buildings stretching to the horizon served as constant reminders of the city's prosperity and vibrancy. Chapter 28. Tyrosh. Colin disembarked with Sir Bollistan and Rogers, accompanied by a translator lent by Captain Rednose, a local Tyroshi sailor. On the dock, A diverse crowd spoke various languages and donned an array of attire, the cacophony of sounds enveloping Colin and imparting a rare commercial ambience reminiscent of Westeros. A small boy carrying a lattice wooden box approached Colin and his companions. "What is he saying?" Colin inquired curiously of the sailor trailing behind him. "He says Tyrosh welcomes us, though in truth, he wants to sell us liquor," the sailor shrugged, intrigued by the few meager clay pots within the boy's box. Colin decided to purchase 4 bottles for the group, paying a silver stag in return. "My lord, you've overpaid. The pear brandy sold at the port is twice as expensive as in the taverns, and here, a silver stag from Westeros holds greater value than the local currency." The sailor lamented, taking a swig of the brandy while casting a regretful glance at Colin. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Colin gazed at the sailor with a touch of exasperation. "I, too, am a Tyroshan," he remarked, through a grand archway adorned with intricate carvings of various animals and birds. The group finally entered Tyrosh. The streets were paved with pristine white marble, flanked by bustling vendors, with even the central thoroughfare occupied by small merchants hawking their wares in multiple tongues to passers-by. The young boy who had just sold wine to Colin now stood at a stall, where the proprietor handed him several bottles to stow away in an empty wooden crate. Much to Colin's dismay, the group struggled to navigate through the throngs of people, and Sir Balliston couldn't help but inquire, "How many inhabitants does Tyrosh possess?" "Perhaps 20,000. came the reply. "King's Landing boasts a population of 500,000, yet I have never experienced such congestion," Sir Balliston marveled. Here, slaves were not regarded as people, and their numbers exceeded those of the free population by more than threefold. The sailor casually revealed this accepted truth of Tyrosh, leaving the trio from Westeros momentarily bewildered. In Westeros, the faith of the Seven vehemently abhors and strictly prohibits the existence of slavery. However, beyond its borders, particularly in Essos, slaves are as commonplace as the air we breathe. Except for Bravos, founded by slaves, the remaining free cities thrive upon the bones of countless enslaved individuals. After this brief interlude, Colin regained his enthusiasm, pausing at a stall to admire a gilded horn helmet. "Ask him how much it costs," he instructed. "It is worth 3 gold dragons," was the reply. After a swift transaction, Colin donned the helmet, which, though somewhat incongruous with his ordinary attire, was far less peculiar than many of the extravagant figures populating the streets. Tyrosh favored vibrant colors. The passers-by not only wore garments of diverse hues, but also sported hair and beards dyed in a kaleidoscope of shades: blue, green, chestnut, pink, purple, scarlet, and crimson, evoking the image of a grand dye house. At that moment, a contingent of soldiers clad in gilded armor and wearing rooster helmets parted the crowd as they approached. Who are these soldiers? Colin pondered, noticing the evident reverence the surrounding citizens held for them. "They are the rooster guards of the Great Lord," came the response. "What are they proclaiming?" The sailor leaned in to listen for a moment. They announced that this year's Unsullied tournament is seeking challengers, with the champion set to receive a prize equivalent to 10,000 gold dragons. This piqued the interest of both Colin and Sir Balliston. Colin was drawn by the reward, while Sir Balliston was intrigued due to his moniker, the Fearless Balliston. "Pray, tell me more about the Unsullied tournament." Colin learned from the sailor that this tournament was established following a slave revolt, occurring once every 3 years. Slaves who triumphed in 9 rounds of combat would earn their freedom. This offered a glimmer of hope to the enslaved, while simultaneously allowing slaveholders to dispose of their most combative bonds. The likelihood of achieving 9 consecutive victories is exceedingly slim, as the competition is structured in teams without restrictions on the number of participants. However, a larger team merely attracts more formidable opponents. The arena's proprietor possesses the authority to determine your adversaries for the subsequent rounds, which means that while you may find yourself battling against a gladiatorial slave this round, you could very well face the White Lion from the Dothraki Sea in the next. Eagerly, Colin, accompanied by his companions, pursued the band of rooster guards, expending 3 golden dragons to procure 3 contest vouchers. What surprised Colin was that the typically taciturn Rogers also volunteered to participate. The following day, the group donned their gear anew and re-entered Tyrosh. Captain Rednose mentioned that the Leaf would require maintenance in the port, advising Colin to enjoy himself, but to remember to concede when outmatched. Under the guidance of sailors, Colin and his companions arrived at the entrance of the arena hosting the Fearless Gladiator Tournament. This circular arena, the largest in Tyrosh, constructed from granite and spanning 4 tiers, can accommodate up to 80,000 spectators simultaneously. Upon presenting their vouchers, the group entered through the contestants' passage, with the sailor permitted to accompany them as a translator. Even through the thick rock layers, the distant cheers of the crowd could be faintly heard, and when the audience erupted in applause, the vibrations of the stone were palpable. Unable to use their own armor and weapons, Colin was taken aback, as this contradicted what the sailor had conveyed. The sailor sheepishly explained that the scribe had mentioned previous incidents where inept contestants had relinquished their plate armor to slaves, causing considerable upheaval. Surely my helmet is permissible? Colin inquired, casting an annoyed glance at the pompous-looking scribe. After a flurry of murmured exchanges between the sailor and the scribe, it was confirmed that the helmet could be retained. The scribe inquired about the origin of Colin's helmet, ostensibly for convenience in case of a return. Colin felt somewhat exasperated. It seemed that both he and the elderly gentleman were being underestimated by others. After shedding their armor, the three donned the gear provided by the arena, merely caps and shields for protection, devoid of actual armor. A plethora of weapons was available, and Colin selected a two-handed greatsword, while Sir Bolliston chose a shield and a longsword, and Rogers opted for a shield, a longsword, and a bow. It was indeed rare to see a knight wielding a bow, prompting Colin to regard Rogers anew. As the iron gate swung open, the four entered the arena, where the fervent crowd and resounding cheers ignited a rush of adrenaline in all who stepped within. However, they were not yet to take the stage. Instead, they found themselves in a waiting area, separated from the main arena by a barrier. The vast arena was divided into 9 segments, each hosting its own matches, allowing the audience to observe and assess the warriors awaiting their turn. After all, most spectators had wagered on the bets offered by the arena, with each group of participants appraised by authoritative combat experts who assigned initial odds. Why would these spectators watch us instead of the match? Colin observed some audience members in the stands shaking their heads in confusion. Were they attempting to speculate on the likelihood of victory for his group based on their superficial experiences, deciding whether to bet on him or his opponent? What were the current odds? 1 to 2. If one wagered a single gold dragon on his own victory, they would win 2 gold dragons. And with the bonus from the first round totaling 10 gold dragons, one would ultimately receive 13 gold dragons. Here I possess 100 gold dragons, and I shall wager all of it on my own triumph. Colin retrieved his wallet from within his garments, presenting it with utmost seriousness to the somewhat bewildered sailor. Chapter 29. The arena. Colin and his companions did not wait long before a rotund man boasting a tuft of red hair and a barrel-like belly approached them. After a flurry of indistinct chatter, the sailor informed Colin that their turn was imminent. Had the bets been placed? Indeed, due to your substantial wager. The odds have shifted to 1 to 15. With a sharp whistle, the red-haired man opened the gate leading to the arena. As Colin and the others stepped onto the sand-strewn ground, 3 gladiators stood within, sizing each other up from a distance of 20 meters. Unlike Colin and his allies, who selected their equipment at will, the 3 gladiators were uniformly equipped with helmets, shoulder guards, shields, and spears, their bare muscular forms captivating the spectators in the stands. Without uttering a word, the gladiators advanced swiftly as the starting whistle blew. Colin remained unhurried in his actions, while it was Rogers who first knocked an arrow. 3 arrows were fired in quick succession, 2 struck shields, while another found its mark in the calf of one gladiator, causing him to collapse in pain. Rogers' archery skills caught the attention of Colin and Sir Bolliston. Though Colin perceived his arrows as somewhat insubstantial, they were indeed remarkable among the common folk. Enraged, the injured gladiator hurled his spear, which Colin deftly parried with his great sword as he charged toward one of the gladiators, while Sir Bolliston confronted another. To maintain control over the odds, Colin engaged in a back-and-forth exchange with the gladiator, ultimately severing the opponent's spear after several rounds. Meanwhile, Sir Bolliston had elegantly extracted his sword from his adversary's chest, glancing at the sluggish Colin with a hint of curiosity, though he refrained from intervening. At last, Colin's opponent's shield was shattered under a relentless barrage of blows, leaving him with only a dagger. Faced with defeat, he chose to surrender. The match concluded with one adversary dead and another wounded. Upon returning to the waiting area, Colin received 260 gold dragons handed to him by the sailor. Here you are, Colin said, tossing a gold dragon from his wallet to the sailor. When is the next match? Just informed the red-haired man, the sailor replied, flustered yet grinning broadly. Soon, Colin's second match arrived. As before, he entrusted his wallet to the sailor. The trio re-entered the arena. But this time their opponents were not slave warriors, but a band of mercenaries who had triumphed in the first round. The sandy ground between the two teams was stained with large splatters of blood, which heightened the tension for everyone except Colin. As the whistle blew, the first to strike were Rogers and the opposing archer. Engaging in a duel without armor was a true test of an archer's courage and confidence. Fortunately, Rogers, being younger, loosed his arrow first, while the enemy archer faltered slightly as he drew back his bow. Ultimately, the result was that the enemy's arrow landed at Rogers' feet, while his arrow found its mark in the opponent's throat. With one of their own fallen at the outset, the mercenary team rushed forward. 2 of them surrounded the seemingly more vulnerable Sir Bolliston, while one brandished a broadsword, advancing towards Colin. Concerned for Sir Bolliston's safety, Colin did not hold back. After parrying the sword, He stepped forward and swiftly severed the opponent's spinal cord with an upward stroke, just as the body crumpled to the ground. Sir Bolliston concluded his own battle. His two adversaries consisted of one wielding a spear and the other a short sword with a shield. However, this time, Sir Bolliston was equipped with two javelins. His first throw shattered the enemy's shield, and the second dispatched the spearman. The remaining opponent, left with no choice, discarded his short sword and chose to surrender. Perhaps aware of the trio's formidable prowess, or perhaps due to Colin's prior victories earning the arena owner several hundred gold dragons. Their third match presented them with a novel challenge. Upon returning to the arena, the bodies on the sandy floor had been cleared, and even the blood had been covered with fresh sand. Before Colin and his companions stood a large iron cage, within which a pack of ravenous hyenas stood upright. Their eyes narrowed in anticipation. These hyenas, originating from the Dothraki Sea, were considerably larger than their relatives, each towering over a meter, with the largest possibly reaching 13 meters in height. As they prepared for their impending meal, they opened their mouths, filled with jagged teeth, allowing foul drool to drip from their jaws. This spectacle of man versus beast captivated all the spectators in the stands, who believed it impossible for three individuals to conquer 7 formidable hyenas. With the audience's frenzied betting, Colin's odds swiftly escalated from 1 to 2 to 1 to 7. It seems you have angered the arena owner, sending such a multitude of ferocious hyenas to confront us. Sir Bolliston jested, sword and shield in hand. Colin, somewhat exasperated, thought it unjust that having earned the owner a few hundred gold dragons, he would now be thrust into such peril. Give me the bow, Colin said, taking the weapon from Rogers and testing its draw weight. Sir Bolliston, please look after Rogers. These little beasts are mine to handle. Soon, with the sound of the whistle, the iron cage's gate was lifted, and the famished hyenas slowly emerged, forming a line before them. The audience in the stands erupted in deafening screams, perceiving that Colin and his companions, devoid of armor, had become mere morsels on the hyena's banquet table. Since the proprietor could not play the game, Colin resolved to reveal his prowess without reservation. As the twang of bowstrings echoed, the hyenas emitted anguished cries. By the time the hyenas sprinted across the 20 meters of sand to confront Colin, 6 out of 7 had already been struck by arrows. The last one, poised to bite, was deftly sidestepped by Colin, who yanked its neck with the bowstring, sending the head of the massive creature tumbling onto the sandy ground. This spectacle transpired with such swiftness that the audience's cheers had yet to subside, while the hyenas lay lifeless. The spectators resembled ducks with their throats constricted, rendered speechless for an extended moment. In the waiting area, Colin observed a cart being pushed towards him by a slave, puzzled until the slave abruptly unveiled the colorful blanket covering the cart. The glimmer of gold coins instantly incited a stir among the crowd, with many fervent spectators rushing to the edge of the stands, waving eagerly at Colin. This is 240 gold dragons, stammered the sailor, trembling at the sight of such a vast fortune amassed in one place, having never encountered such wealth. In contrast, Sir Bolliston and Rogers maintained an air of calm. Rogers, a novice traveler, remained unaware of the significance of such a sum. Meanwhile, Sir Bolliston, having accompanied King Robert during those years, had witnessed the extravagant squandering of millions of gold dragons, rendering this mere trifling. Esteemed sir, my master acknowledges your strength and invites you to partake in the ultimate challenge. The slave respectfully bowed, conveying the invitation from his master in the tongue of Westeros. What is the ultimate challenge? Colin inquired, turning to the still-dazed sailor beside him. Huh? What is the ultimate challenge? The sailor hesitated. The ultimate challenge is an insurmountable trial, wherein the challenger must confront threats far beyond their capabilities alone. Should one miraculously prevail, not only will they be rewarded with a substantial fortune, but they will also earn the title of honorary citizen of Tyrosh. The last ultimate challenge I recall took place in my youth, when a mysterious sorcerer from the east faced 20 lions. Ultimately, he slew half of them, only to become sustenance for the other half. A curious smile spread across Colin's face. Please convey to your master that I accept his invitation. Before long, the slave returned, stating, my master has requested your presence at dawn 3 days hence, when the light of Lawler graces the earth. Emerging from the arena, Colin and his companions navigated the path back to the Leaf, pushing a cart laden with gold coins. Suddenly, Sir Bolliston keenly detected a furtive follower amidst the crowd trailing behind them. Just then, a wagon ahead suffered a broken axle, collapsing in the middle of the road. As all attention was drawn to the overturned cart, several crossbow bolts whizzed from the shadows of the crowd, targeting Colin at the rear of the procession. The crisp sound of several impacts startled the assailants. It turned out that Colin's specially crafted armor could withstand the crossbow bolts even at close range. At that moment, several knife-wielding bandits burst forth from the cart ahead. Seeing the ineffectiveness of the crossbow, The bandits behind ceased to load arrows and charged forward with their blades. Without a backward glance, Colin raised his great sword and executed a sweeping strike, severing 3 heads from their necks. Blood gushing from the decapitated bodies to a height of nearly half a meter. Meanwhile, Sir Ballystan had also dispatched 2 foes, prompting the remaining 2 to flee in panic. The skirmish on the street did not incite any chaos. Instead, a throng gathered, chattering animatedly. They claimed that for merely 1 silver deer, they could assist in transporting the bodies to the cemetery, with a sailor promptly translating for Colin. Why should I pay? Colin pondered, perplexed. Isn't this a task for the city guards? If you do not dispose of these bodies, the guards will impose a fine upon you. Especially since we are pushing this cart of gold dragons, they replied. Reluctantly, Colin tossed one of them a silver deer. At least how they divided it was their concern. In no time, several bodies were hoisted onto their backs and carried away, as Colin wheeled the small cart along the planks leading back to the leafy ship. The red-nosed captain emerged. You made it back alive, lad. Colin ignored him, lifting the colorful blanket off the cart to grab a handful of gold dragons and tossing them into the air. The red-nosed captain, taken aback by the fluttering gold, fumbled clumsily, with a few mischievous coins landing on the deck's railing and plummeting to the lower level. Did you rob the Bank of Telosai? He exclaimed, eyes wide at the sight of Colin's cart brimming with gold. They were generously offered by the citizens of Telosai. Colin waved his hand dismissively and pushed the cart into the cabin, leaving the sailors to regale the captain with tales of their day's exploits. Soon, 3 days had swiftly passed. While Colin indulged in pear brandy, the owner of the Triune God Arena was not idle. He had not only gleaned Colin and his companions' identities from the sailors aboard the leafy ship, but had also publicized the imminent arrival of a new ultimate challenge throughout the venue. On a bright morning, Colin prepared to head to the Triune God Arena, this time accompanied by 100 fully armored cavalrymen. At the arena's entrance, Colin encountered the manager, a flamboyantly dressed and eloquent Merlin. Sir Colin, my master has prepared everything for you. Adorned in his gilded horned helm, Colin entered the arena, while the others took their seats in the stands under the protection of the armored cavalry. Despite the early hour, the arena was nearly full, the air charged with fervor. The massive arena had had its excess barriers removed, restoring its original grandeur. Colin approached the podium where the arena's proprietor, clad in a splendid purple robe and adorned with a golden mask, stood. As he raised his hands skyward and tilted his head back, he proclaimed the opening remarks with the assistance of several boisterous slaves acting as rudimentary amplifiers. 15 years have passed, and the great triumvirate has at last delivered new warriors unto us. Let us extend a warm welcome to Sir Colin Raven from the continent of Westeros. Today, he shall engage in a spine-chilling ultimate challenge. Colin could not help but acknowledge the eloquence of these merchants, who, in this city where commerce eclipsed valor, were gifted orators. Minutes stretched into what felt like eternity as he idly kicked at the sand. At last, the arena's owner lowered his gaze. Sir Colin, I have heard of your exploits upon the Iron Throne. He leaned over the edge of the podium, casting a jovial glance down at Colin, his laughter ringing out, thus. I have prepared a small gift for you. No sooner had he spoken than the arena's gates swung open, revealing 300 fully armed slave warriors who entered the arena. Though unarmored, they were heavily equipped with crossbows and javelins, forming an immobile phalanx amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd. Colin, clad in his everyday attire, realized why wagering had not been permitted for this match. Who could withstand such a barrage of crossbow bolts? It was evident that in this city, where corruption flourished, fair competition was but a distant thought. Thankfully, Colin silently rejoiced in the protective armor granted by his innate skills. As the signal sounded, the slave soldiers let out a ferocious roar, raising their spears and preparing to unleash their crossbows. Colin lifted his shield, ready to charge into the fray and indulge in a cathartic battle. Suddenly, the slave warriors redirected their crossbows, aiming at the guards in the stands. A particularly robust slave warrior sprinted forward, launching a javelin that struck the arena's owner, piercing his body. In an instant, the sound of crossbow bolts being loosed filled the air, and the audience scattered in panic, those unfortunate souls caught in the crossfire emitting piercing cries of despair. This scene was beyond Colin's expectations. However, the slave soldiers paid him no heed as they surged toward the arena's gates. For a moment, Colin felt like an outsider, glancing back to see Sir Ballystan and the heavily armored cavalry forming a shield wall, rooted in place. Suddenly, an arrow was toward Colin, and he raised his spear to deflect it, only to discover it was a guard from the stands attacking him. The slave soldiers, gathered at the gates, hesitated. As more guards arrived on the scene, Colin hurled his spear, pinning the guard to the stands, then moved toward the slave soldiers, seeking to ascertain how he might assist them. Chapter 31. Seizing the opportunity amidst chaos. Upon seeing Colin approach, the slave soldiers exhibited caution. yet they refrained from any aggressive actions. As Colin pondered how to convey through body language that he was there to assist, a robust man squeezed through the crowd. Fluently speaking in the tongue of Westeros, inquired, "My friend, how may I be of service? I wish to see if I can lend a hand." Colin was taken aback to encounter a fellow countryman enslaved in this place. The man's expression turned to one of dismay. "We have indeed encountered some trouble." Colin followed this man through the throng to the Iron Gate, which was comprised of a series of iron bars, now littered with several fallen corpses. Behind the gate stood a squad of armored guards, shields raised, bristling with crossbow bolts, ready with their spears. Colin, puzzled, asked, "Did you not arrange for someone to open the gate before launching an assault?" The Westerosi compatriot wore a grimace. "Our people managed to procure a spare key. But the guard that arrived just as we opened the door killed the one who had come to aid us." Observing the guards behind the gate, Colin seized a spear from a nearby enslaved soldier and hurled it with great force. The spear, propelled by immense strength, soared over the gate, piercing through the guards' shield and armor. Witnessing their comrade fall, the remaining guards became agitated. Several more spears were subsequently launched, inflicting further casualties until the guards abandoned their defense of the gate and fled. Disregarding the astonished gazes from the enslaved soldiers, Colin instructed them to remove the nooses that had been prepared for him. Several nooses were bundled together and affixed to the iron bars, and the group joined forces to pull them apart, swiftly creating an opening through which they could pass. The liberated enslaved soldiers surged into the corridor beyond the gate, and soon the arena echoed with the sounds of fierce combat. Colin made his way back to the stands, reuniting with the armored cavalry, while also dispatching a few careless guards and frenzied enslaved warriors along the way. Let us depart. At this point, the arena had descended into utter chaos, with an increasing number of enslaved warriors being released by their comrades. The audience trampled over one another in a frantic attempt to escape, while the guards eager to enter were obstructed outside. Colin's warriors formed a battle line, advancing toward the nearest exit, and any spectators recklessly charging at the formation were met with the blunt ends of swords. When they finally emerged from the arena, the streets outside were already teeming with city guards. The enslaved soldiers who had exited earlier were now embroiled in skirmishes with them. Upon spotting Colin and his group, the city guards, who had been raining arrows upon the enslaved soldiers, turned their attention towards them. What had begun as a mere effort to stoke the flames had now ignited the fire upon themselves. Colin promptly directed his sailors to take a shortcut back to the Leaf to fetch reinforcements while he led his warriors into the fray. At this juncture, the number of enslaved soldiers rushing out from the arena to provide support was dwindling, while the city guards continued to multiply. However, with the armored cavalry joining the battle, the tightly packed city guards fell like harvested wheat, row by row, under the relentless assault. At last, the hastily summoned city guards could no longer withstand the pressure. Disregarding the whip of their commanding noble, they scattered in disarray. The chaos of the arena had spread far and wide, with towering flames and dense smoke plunging the city into an abyss of turmoil. After breaking through the square, Colin led his warriors towards the docks, where once bustling streets had transformed into a playground for rampaging marauders. It was not only the freed slave soldiers who indulged in pillaging and destruction. Numerous civilians and fleeing soldiers had joined their ranks. Colin raised his hand and shot down two thugs dragging a woman by the roadside, only to turn and meet Roger's pained gaze. Were his sentiments stirred by the suffering of the Tylosians? Observing the young man, Colin felt it was his duty to impart wisdom for his growth. There is a saying in the North, "No snowflake is innocent during an avalanche." If you pity these people, it is because you have not witnessed their cruelty towards the slaves. At that moment, sailors arrived with reinforcements, their faces alight with excitement upon witnessing the mayhem in the streets. "My lord, we just passed Tylosian Bank and discovered only a few hundred guards outside. The barracks nearby are empty." Colin gestured towards the sailors and said to Rogers, "Do you see? This is the true quality of the Tylosians. Let us depart. It is time for us to prosper." Re-equipped, Colin bore his great sword at the forefront of the group, as both the fleeing soldiers and the enslaved warriors kept their distance from the disciplined military formation. They reached the Tylosian Bank Square without incident, where a band of slave soldiers was assaulting the guards positioned on the bank steps. Behind the guards stood several massive marble columns, requiring multiple people to embrace, supporting the grand edifice that resembled a temple. The slave soldiers surged against the guards like waves crashing against rocks, launching repeated charges that yielded nothing but a field strewn with corpses, failing to shake the guards' formation. Among the guards were dozens of heavily armored soldiers cloaked in white. Moving in unison, their shields danced and spears thrust forth, causing rows of slave soldiers to meet a gruesome end before them. Seizing the distraction the slave soldiers provided, Colin and his men swiftly closed in. Just as a white-cloaked soldier withdrew his spear from an adversary's chest, Colin's greatsword cleaved through the air. The white-cloaked soldier hastily raised his reinforced round shield, yet Colin's immense strength dislocated his arm, and in a moment of horror, his head was severed from his body. Colin effortlessly breached the white-cloaked soldier's defenses, charging into the ranks of archers behind. However, the armored cavalry faced a more arduous struggle. One of the cavalrymen struck an opponent's chest with a cavalry hammer, but the foe merely spat blood and continued to thrust with his spear as if unharmed. Sorcery! Strike at their vital points. Sir Balistan bellowed, alerting his comrades. These white-cloaked soldiers were evidently warriors impervious to pain, and the armored cavalry soon found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Fortunately, Colin had opened a breach in the enemy's line, allowing the numerically superior armored cavalry to surge through the gap, gradually encircling and dividing the white-cloaked soldiers. As the last of the white cloaks was cleaved into pieces by the armored cavalry, the auxiliary soldiers who had followed them into battle immediately dispersed in a panic. After the battlefield was cleared, Colin assigned a portion of his men to guard the bank's entrance while the rest accompanied him into the interior of the establishment. The bloodstained boots left a trail of prints upon the polished tiles, and the imposing stone columns flanked the vast hall. The cacophony of the outside world was now a distant memory, replaced by the solitary echo of their footsteps. At the far end of the hall, behind the service counter, Colin discovered the frightened clerks hiding in fear. Observing these quivering individuals, Colin summoned a sailor, compel them to surrender all their money. Whether it be the golden dragons of Westeros or the iron coins of Bravos, I demand it all, under the threat of steel. The clerks tremulously pushed the money chests from behind the counter into the hall, creating small mountains of coins, gold, silver, and iron, piled high from across the globe. They lamented that the vault had been locked from within by the bank manager, leaving only these small change outside. The sailor gazed regretfully at the gilded doors at the end of the hall. Colin approached the vault's entrance and, taking the cavalry hammer, struck it. But the door remained immovable. Contemplating the unpredictable situation in the city, Colin sighed and, with his warriors clutching the money chests, departed the bank. Chapter 32. The tension mounts. Colin and his soldiers hurried back to the docks, laden with money chests. Along the way, desperate rogues attempted to assault the convoy to seize the treasure, but they met their demise beneath the steel of the armored cavalry. Upon reaching the docks, Colin discovered chaos reigned there as well. Some of those who had returned early had already set sail, while others, unable to board, stood on the gangplank weeping openly. Upon seeing Colin's blood-soaked and menacingly fierce contingent approach the gangplank, the onlookers hastily fled in fear. From a distance, Captain Rednose maneuvered his ship back to shore, and Colin quickly instructed his soldiers to begin loading the money onto the vessel. "Did you truly rob a bank?" Captain Rednose exclaimed in astonishment upon noticing the emblem of Tyrell Bank on the chests. "We took a little pocket money while the soldiers were distracted by the slaves' rebellion." Standing at the ship's rail, Colin's excitement gradually subsided. This was the first time in both his past and present life that he had engaged in a bank heist. "We must leave swiftly. This place is no longer safe." "Not a chance." Captain Rednose shook his head, gesturing toward the distant water gate of the harbor. It was only then that Colin noticed the gate had been closed. The water gate loomed like a massive stone bridge, through which vessels had once passed. The formerly raised gate now stood shut, trapping all ships within the harbor like fish in a barrel. Anxiety gripped Colin, having brazenly robbed the bank. They would surely be pursued by the guards once they realized what had transpired. What is the defensive strength of the water gate? On the top of the sluice gate stood 3 crossbows, accompanied by 100 guards. Captain Rednose, brimming with confidence, declared, "While you summon reinforcements." I anticipated this turn of events and gathered intelligence well in advance. Colin seized Captain Rednose's mirror lens to scrutinize the land entrance of the sluice gate. He observed that the entrance, connected to the dock, had been fortified with chevaux de frise, and the guards, armed with spears and crossbows, stood resolutely behind them. The 3 crossbows atop the sluice had also adjusted their aim towards the land entrance, rendering a direct assault nearly impossible. Furrowing his brow in deep contemplation, Colin suddenly noticed a hook protruding from a wooden barrel on the deck. It was the very grappling hook left by the pirates, which he had found amusing enough to keep a few, only to have them collected by a sailor during the deck's cleanup. "I have a plan," Colin exclaimed as he called for Sir Balistan and shared his strategy. Soon, the Maple Leaf docked once more, with warriors arrayed outside the range of the sluice's crossbows. Meanwhile, Colin stealthily swam beneath the sluice while the attention of all was drawn to the armored cavalry. The square opening in the sluice gate was just wide enough for a single person, allowing Colin to emerge outside. At that moment, the armored cavalry clashed their shields, creating a thunderous din that captivated the attention of all the guards atop the sluice. Understanding the urgency of the moment, Colin floated on the water's surface and, after spinning the grappling hook several times, hurled it towards the top of the sluice. The hook successfully latched onto the apex, and Colin promptly scaled it. Upon reaching the top, he discovered the grappling hook had become ensnared in the crossbow, while the operators had rushed to the other end to witness the commotion. It turned out that Sir Balistan had promised the sailors 10 gold dragons if they could divert the soldiers' attention. The sailors, undeterred, went to great lengths, using all manner of slang to taunt the guards and even resorting to public indecency. This infuriated the guards to no end, allowing Colin to approach unnoticed. Faced with a dozen lightly armed soldiers unaware of his presence, Colin could only utter an apology. For a brighter tomorrow, he regrettably had to invite them to their demise. As the screams from the top of the sluice reached the ears of the guards below, Colin had already readied the crossbow to target the guards at the land entrance. The massive bolts pierced through 2 guards, fortuitously shattering the chevaux de frise at the entrance. Realizing Colin had succeeded, Sir Balistan promptly led the armored cavalry into a charge. Though the guards at the land entrance attempted to resist, they were swiftly scattered by another colossal bolt. The beleaguered defenders abandoned their fortifications in disarray. After firing a second bolt from the crossbow, Colin noticed the sluice guards rushing towards him. Remaining unperturbed, he retrieved a crossbow bolt from a nearby rack, transforming it into a makeshift spear. As Colin dispatched the guards atop the sluice gate and, alongside the heavily armored cavalry, launched a coordinated assault on the sentinels within. The outcome of the battle became unmistakably clear. Once the skirmish concluded, Colin reopened the sluice gate, prompting the vessels in the harbor to hastily converge towards it. After Colin skillfully severed the mast of the swiftest fleeing ship with his crossbow, all the vessels came to a halt before the sluice gate, obediently allowing the Maple Leaf and the stealthy breaker to depart first. As the Maple Leaf glided beneath the sluice gate, Colin seized the grappling hook and leapt directly onto the deck. When the city guards arrived at the harbor, they were met only with an empty dock and a scattering of dismembered corpses inside the Maple Leaf's hold. The treasure chests pilfered from the Tyrosian bank were neatly stacked into a small mountain, accompanied by the gold dragons reclaimed from their previous venture. How much wealth lay here? Colin found himself unexpectedly troubled by the task of calculating his fortune. Perhaps only a prayer to the old crone could unveil the answer. Captain Red Nose took a hearty swig of rum before turning away from the hold. The audacity of robbing a bank and assaulting the Tyrosian garrison compelled him to indulge in a few drinks to steady his nerves. Gazing at the pile of riches, Colin felt a pang of confusion. In this era, aside from specialists, the majority possessed only rudimentary mathematical skills. Although he could count, the thought of a knight crouching on the ground to tally his wealth would surely serve as a source of amusement for Sir Balistan. After some contemplation, Colin relinquished the matter, reasoning that once deposited in the bank, they would undoubtedly inform him of the total amount. The Maple Leaf and the breaker sailed tirelessly after departing Tyros, reaching the harbor of Pantos within merely 2 days. To Colin's astonishment, the ships docked here predominantly bore the flags of Miao or Lys, while those flying the Pantos banner were notably fewer. This, Captain Red Nose explained with disdain, was a strategy to circumvent the slave trade ban imposed by the Braavosians. Upon docking, Colin's journey on the Maple Leaf was nearing its conclusion. However, he intended to escort Sir Balistan and Rogers to meet with Governor Illyrio Mopatis to solidify their forthcoming plans. Yet, as they disembarked, they were swiftly encircled by a throng of soldiers. Chapter 33, Pantos. Colin halted Rogers from drawing his sword, having noticed that the soldiers surrounding them had not unsheathed their weapons. At this juncture, a soldier adorned with a flamboyant feather approached. Sir Colin, we are the guards of Governor Illyrio Mopatis, sent to escort you. Colin exchanged a puzzled glance with Sir Balistan, wondering why Illyrio had orchestrated such a grand reception. As Colin traversed the red-bricked streets, emerging from a bustling marketplace filled with spices and gemstones, he was astonished to observe the resemblance between the Pantosi and the Westerlanders. Along the roadside, statues of the 7 gods were frequently visible. This land, long ago, was part of the southern realm of the Undals, where Valyrian sailors established the original Pantos, intermingling extensively with the local Undals. Thus, we might consider ourselves distant cousins of the Westerlanders. The lead soldier addressed Colin's curiosity, explaining that beyond the city lay the Velvet Hills, where remnants of ancient Undal kingdoms still existed, and many Westerlanders sought to trace the footsteps of their ancestors. Upon exiting the street that connected to the harbor, the group soon arrived at a grand square. In contrast to the architectural style of Tyrosh, most structures here were constructed of red bricks, and the square itself was paved with interlocking red brick tiles. At one end of the square stood a magnificent red temple, its interior concealed by towering walls, which were crowned by 2 minarets. Atop the minarets rested a golden dome, marking the temple's only 2 colors. As the group passed in front of the temple and turned onto a side street, they walked several hundred meters until they reached the residence of Illyrio. This abode was fortified by walls several meters high, topped with sharp iron spikes. After leading Colin and the others to this spot, the soldier departed, replaced by Unsullied, who welcomed them into the mansion. Traversing through an ivy-clad garden, they were greeted by a white house crowned with a blue dome, where the owner, Illyrio, awaited them. "Welcome, my friends from afar. I know you must be wondering why I have made such a grand display," he said. Clad in an orange robe, Illyrio, portly in stature, sported a ring of light-colored facial hair that framed his beaming visage. "When I heard that my comrade, the slave brother Colin Raven, had plundered the Tyroshi Bank, I stationed guards at the port to prevent other governors from seeking my friends for their bounty. You see, Tyrosh has placed a price of 10,000 golden dragons on your head." With a hearty laugh, Illyrio stepped forward and embraced Colin warmly. "Well done. It is only fitting to teach those Tyroshi scoundrels a lesson." Colin, bemused by this peculiar title, reflected, "I can understand slave brother, as I once fought alongside them. However, coin raider seems rather unflattering." Illyrio laughed heartily, giving Colin a jovial pat on the shoulder. "The Tyroshi pups mock you for seizing mere copper coins, yet for them, those losses are but a blade of grass in a wheat field." This left Colin in a state of amused disbelief, secretly plotting his next heist. Following Illyrio into a hall adorned with statues, oil paintings, gemstones, and dragon bones, the group was left in awe of the wealth possessed by this Pantosi governor. "When I first arrived in Pintos, I was as youthful as he, possessing nothing but the sword in my hand." Illyrio glanced at Rogers, who trailed behind the others. Later, Varys also came to Pintos, and we engaged in various small enterprises, gradually leading a respectable life. "Look," Illyrio pointed to a painting hanging in the center of the hall, depicting an exceptionally handsome man embracing a beautiful maiden adorned with a crown. "That was the young me with my first wife, a princess of Pintos." Colin examined the portrait and then gazed back at Illyrio, unable to discern a trace of his former self in the corpulent figure before him. Illyrio, sensing Colin's skeptical gaze, sighed. "Now, when I reflect upon my past self and then glance in the mirror, I cannot help but feel a surge of sorrow." In the evening, Illyrio hosted a welcome banquet for Colin and others in the Ivy Garden. The banquet table overflowed with food, seamlessly intertwined with flowers and greenery, while servants and chefs busily flitted among the guests like industrious bees. Not long after the festivities commenced, Colin found himself surrounded by empty wine jugs. Whether it was the golden wine from the arbor or the fermented mare's milk of Dothraki, all of it vanished into his seemingly bottomless stomach. Illyrio was astonished by Colin's capacity for drink, personally rising to refill his goblet, while the finest harpist in the city played to enliven the atmosphere for Colin, culminating in a performance of 54 barrels. In the center of the banquet, a jester clad in motley with a conical hat was juggling small balls. As the jester increased his pace and the number of balls, he soon became flustered, cradling his head in dismay, nearly causing Colin to spew his drink upon Illyrio's rotund visage. Once the jester exited, a poet adorned in avant-garde attire and a lavish hat embellished with long feathers took the stage. "I have personally composed a poem for you, Colin," Illyrio declared, one hand holding a goblet while the other brought honey-glazed meat to his lips, all the while proudly inviting the guests to appreciate his latest work. The Eagle of the Vale, spear in hand, hunts the beast that slays kings, guarding the bloodied realm. Thus, the first night in Pintos slipped away amidst laughter. The following morning, as Colin awakened from a bed draped in pristine white velvet, a servant presented him with breakfast. It consisted of sweetbread, buttered radishes, blueberries, nuts, and a small bottle of white Pintos amber wine. After enjoying his meal, Colin encountered Illyrio and Ser Bali stand by the marble pool in front of the White House. As the two turned to gaze at the approaching Colleen, Illyrio tossed an apple into the air, remarking, "It seems that alcohol has not troubled you. We are discussing Daenerys Targaryen. My informants have reported that Daenerys, accompanied by her followers, has journeyed south from the Dothraki Sea, emerging in the city of Karth after traversing the Red Waste. She is accompanied by 3 young dragons, marking the first appearance of dragons before the world in a century and a half since their extinction. However, it appears she has encountered some difficulties, and I hope you can venture to Karth to retrieve Daenerys, her dragons, and her loyal followers. To facilitate this, I shall provide you with 3 vessels, flying the banner of Lys, masquerading as slave-trading ships, to discreetly bring them back." Illyrio spread his hands, his gaze flitting between Colleen and Ser Varys, seemingly awaiting a final reply. Chapter 34. Naval Battle. 2 weeks later, 3 merchant ships adorned with the Lysian flag set sail from the port of Pintos, carrying Colleen and his 800 valiant warriors. Following the incident at Tyrosh, Colleen felt acutely the inadequacy of his forces. Upon seeing the 3 ships offered by Illyrio, each capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 souls, Colleen utilized the small coins he had seized from Tyrosh to recruit 500 new warriors in Pintos. After 2 weeks of training, Colleen successfully transformed these recruits into seasoned archers of the Empire and commissioned the local blacksmith to forge 3 crossbows for the ship's armament. As he had no intention of returning these vessels, the flagship that Colleen boarded was named the Saffron, while the other two vessels were named the Agate and the Emerald, aptly reflecting Illyrio's identity as a spice and gemstone merchant. After departing from Pentos, the fleet sailed south along the coastline, with Colleen planning to avoid Tyrosh and Lys, intending to resupply upon reaching Volantis, a journey expected to take 2 weeks. Just as the fleet arrived in the waters of the Narrow Sea, still some distance from Tyrosh, Colleen noticed the telltale sails of a Tyroshi warship through the lens of his spyglass. Initially, he paid it no mind, as the proximity of Tyroshi vessels was not unusual given the tensions between Tyrosh and Mir. However, when the warship began heading directly towards the fleet, Colleen sensed something amiss. "Raise the sails, signal the ships behind us to accelerate," Colleen commanded the captain, urging them to distance themselves from the pursuing warship, wishing to avoid entanglement at the doorstep of Tyrosh. Yet, as Colleen's fleet raised its sails, the Tyroshi warship also quickened its pace. The two vessels engaged in a chase across the sea, with the agility of the oared warship becoming increasingly apparent, the gap between them narrowing with each passing moment. Realizing they could not shake off their pursuers, Colleen prepared to turn back and confront the relentless vessel, only to spot 3 more Tyroshi warships approaching from ahead. At that moment, the once strong northern winds began to wane. Knowing that escape from battle was no longer an option, Colleen commanded his warriors to prepare for combat. In the trade war between Thalasi, Mill, and Rhys, the 3 parties engaged in combat near the coastline, resulting in a significant presence of paddle sail vessels within Thalasi's fleet. The attacking Thalasi warships comprised 2 paddle sail ships and 2 sailboats. The Thalassians commonly employed a tactic involving the swift and agile paddle sail vessels to intercept enemy ships with crossbow fire and ramming, while the heavily armed sailboats, laden with soldiers, would then arrive at the battlefield for boarding actions. Colin commanded his fleet to form a line, disregarding the pursuing paddle sail vessels behind them, as they charged forward to confront the 3 enemy ships ahead. Among the trio, the sole paddle sail ship surged forth, heading straight for Colin's flagship, the Saffron. On the deck, Colin personally operated a crossbow, aiming at the approaching paddle sail ship. The crossbow, being a formidable weapon, activated Colin's innate talent, and the massive bolt struck the oncoming vessel, piercing several rowers on the starboard side and injuring others with splintered wood. In an instant, the paddle sail ship lost its balance and began to veer to the right, its bow cannon not having fired a single shot as it narrowly passed by the Saffron. Seizing the opportunity, the seasoned archers aboard the Saffron unleashed a barrage of arrows, toppling a significant number of soldiers and rowers on the low-hulled paddle sail ship. Abandoning the paddle sail vessel, Colin's fleet swiftly engaged the remaining 2 sailboats. The siege weapons at the bow of both sides were the first to strike, as bolts from crossbows and stones from catapults whistled through the air. As they drew closer, the archers readied themselves for action. The deck of the Saffron was crowded with 200 skilled archers, who unleashed wave after wave of arrows, soon saturating the enemy ship's hull and deck with projectiles. The enemy archers, undeterred, responded with a volley of their own, the sounds of clashing armor ringing out against Colin's. After several exchanges, the enemy's archers began to falter, seeking a boarding engagement instead. Soon, the 5 sailboats became entangled, with Colin's Saffron confronting one enemy vessel, while the Agate and Emerald targeted another. And the 2 Thalasi paddle sail ships rejoined the fray. The archers vacated the deck, and the warriors on both sides lined up at the railings, throwing grappling hooks to bind their ships tightly together. At this moment, a paddle sail ship that had been trailing from behind closed in on the Saffron. As it approached the final charge distance, the paddle sail vessel retracted its oars and, propelled by immense inertia, crashed into the Saffron at a speed surpassing that of a cavalry charge. The massive ram pierced the thick hull of the Saffron at the waterline, and feeling confident of victory, the paddle sail ship deployed a rope ladder, attempting to flank the Saffron alongside its sailboats. The violent collision sent warriors aboard the Saffron tumbling, the ship violently shifting towards the enemy vessel. Fortunately, the high railings of the large ship prevented the warriors from tumbling into the sea. The enemy vessel did not squander this golden opportunity, hastily lowering the boarding plank to prepare for a fierce close-quarters battle, while the warriors aboard the Saffron were still disorganized. A multitude of Tolosai soldiers, shields in hand, leaped onto the Saffron, while adversaries from the oared sailing ship ascended via rope ladders. In an instant, the Saffron, with only 300 warriors, found itself besieged by 700 Tolosai soldiers. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Agate and Emerald clashed with a Tolosai sailing ship and an oared vessel, mustering 500 men to confront 800 Tolosai. Sir Bali stand aboard the Agate organized the soldiers to repel the boarding party from the enemy's oared vessel, quickly gaining the upper hand due to their advantageous position. On the Emerald, the battle was commanded by the brawny Beavos, dispatched by the Illyrians, a towering eunuch of a deep brown complexion, with arms as thick as tree trunks and a torso marred by numerous scars. He was accustomed to leaving his opponents with the opportunity to strike a final blow before their demise. Beavos, bare-chested and brandishing a large shield, charged up the boarding plank towards the enemy ship, inspiring the armored cavalry to follow suit with a fierce counterattack. On the Saffron, Colin's warriors were embroiled in a desperate struggle. Waves of enemies pressed forward, undeterred by arrows, while the heavily armored cavalry struggled to utilize their full capabilities aboard the ship. Facing off against the agile, lightly armored Tolosi warriors well-versed in naval combat, blood soaked the deck, causing the iron boots of the cavalry to slip, and they found themselves at a disadvantage against the barefoot Tolosi fighters. The blood flowed down to the lower deck, provoking excited calls from the tethered serpentine lizards in the stables. Extracting his great sword from the bisected body of a Tolosi soldier, Colin surveyed his surroundings, noting that a small circle of space had formed around him as the surviving Tolosi soldiers steered clear. Upon hearing the calls of the serpentine lizards below, a sudden idea struck Colin. Just as the Tolosi soldiers rejoiced at the departure of this fearsome figure from the deck, Colin re-emerged onto the battlefield, leading the serpentine lizard. Chapter 35, The Seizing of the Warship. The fearsome appearance of the fully armored serpentine lizard caused the combatants on the deck to retreat in alarm. Its previously binding hood transformed into a helmet, its massive form swathed in layers of leather armor. Colin drove back the Tolosi soldiers at the boarding plank and led the serpentine lizard onto it. With its 8 legs firmly planted on the plank, the serpentine lizard charged forward, using its armor and scales to withstand the spears and short swords of the Tolosi soldiers. The half-meter-wide plank became a scene of chaos as Tolosi soldiers were shoved overboard by this brutish beast, while those attempting to attack it found their ribs shattered by its ferocious charge. The relentless influx of Tolosi soldiers was momentarily contained, and from the lookout atop the main mast, Rogers keenly perceived the shifting tides of battle. Observing the disorder on the boarding front, a noble overseeing the Tolosi sailing ship stepped forth from behind the shield wall of his guards, vociferously reprimanding his soldiers for their lackluster performance in combat. Rogers seized the opportunity as an arrow was released from the watchtower, propelled fiercely by gravity, piercing the throat of the supervising nobleman before embedding itself into the deck. Amidst the chaos, Colin and the lizard men each defended a gangplank, while the 3 out of 5 sailboats gradually succumbed to a lack of reinforcements. This allowed the armored cavalry to slowly clear the deck of the Tyrosian soldiers, while another Orsail vessel, deprived of support, found itself in a stalemate. At this juncture, Sir Stan, leading the Onyx, first disrupted the equilibrium of the battlefield. With the cover of archers, he ascended the enemy's Orsail vessel along the rope ladder with his armored cavalry. The enemy, already at a numerical disadvantage, chose to surrender after losing nearly half their men and witnessing the death of their supervising nobleman. Subsequently, Sir Stan and the Onyx rushed to support the Saffron, and in a coordinated assault, the soldiers aboard the Tyrosian vessel collided with the Saffron and were swiftly slaughtered. The other sailing vessel, unable to withstand the onslaught, also capitulated. Elsewhere, the formidable Bevorus, accompanied by his armored cavalry, cornered the Tyrosian soldiers within the ship's hold following a bloody skirmish. The deck was littered with the remains of soldiers decapitated by Bevorus' exceedingly long Yarrick curved blade. Observing the Tyrosian soldiers cowering in the hold, Bevorus commanded his warriors to procure oil, intending to burn them alive. In fear of his brutality, the Tyrosian soldiers had no choice but to surrender, much to Bevorus' regret. As the sun set, the sea began to reclaim its tranquility, strewn with the bodies floating in the crimson waters and scattered debris. Colin's warriors sustained losses of 300, capturing 704 ships. Due to an early engagement, no vessels sank, and Colin amassed a fleet of 7 battered ships. From the captives, Colin learned that the Pantosians had sold the news of their departure to the Tyrosians, who were well aware of their scale. Now, in these waters, Tyrosian warships were casting nets in search of their whereabouts. After a brief discussion, Colin resolved to set sail under the cover of night, aiming to reach Volantis before the Tyrosians could react. Perhaps the Tyrosians had indeed dispatched all their ships, or perhaps Colin had received favor from the divine. The fleet safely traversed the Tyrosian waters, and upon witnessing the flames of the Tyrosian port, Colin felt a profound sorrow for the enslaved soldiers who had fought alongside him. The captives informed Colin that the rebellion of the enslaved soldiers was crushed the following day, with thousands hanged by the furious lord on the towering city walls. By the time they departed, the bodies on the walls had been rendered unrecognizable by the pecking of seabirds. Having successfully navigated past Tyros, Colin's fleet encountered the naval vessels of Rhys in the nearby waters, and fortunately, they merely exchanged friendly signals before parting ways. 2 weeks later, the fleet finally arrived, albeit with considerable difficulty, at the port of Volantis. The Saffron had been continuously taking on water during the voyage, and to prevent it from succumbing to the depths of the sea, Sailors and warriors tirelessly manned the leaky cabins, using wooden buckets to bail out water bit by bit. Thus, upon docking, a collective cheer of relief erupted from all aboard. Nestled at the delta of the Rhine River, Volantis was the first colony established by the freehold of Valyria. Following the cataclysm that laid waste to Valyria, Volantis became the most powerful and populous city-state among the free trading realms. The fleet docked at the western pier, and as soon as they disembarked, a pungent emlang of fish, floral scents, excrement, and decay assaulted their nostrils. Even the fastidious Sir Bolliston could not help but cover his mouth with a handkerchief, while Colin found himself retching on the ground, exclaiming that this place was nothing short of a cesspit. The speaker was the translator procured by Illyrio for Colin. Reputed to be fluent in most of the known world's languages, the western district of Volantis had initially served as a dwelling for mercenaries, foreigners, slaves, and criminals, rife with drunkenness and murder, where eunuchs, pirates, pickpockets, and necromancers coexisted. Colin was eager to leave this foul pit at once. He promptly led the translator, Sir Bolliston, and others, including Rogers, towards the eastern district, where they intended to release their captives. The burly Beevos, however, remained at the port to assess the repair costs for the fleet at the shipyard. The translator summoned 4 elephant carts, the most common mode of transportation in Volantis, powered by a diminutive elephant. These carts bore a resemblance to the ox-drawn vehicles of Westeros, yet were far more luxurious. The wheels were massive wooden constructs edged with iron, and passengers sat in soft chairs situated between the 2 wheels. The drivers, perched atop the elephants, guided them using the local dialect to steer and control their direction. Each driver bore a wheel-shaped tattoo on their cheek and wore nothing but a loincloth and sandals. Once settled in their plush seats, the travelers expressed delight, for such an exotic means of transport was seldom seen elsewhere. Colin turned to the translator and inquired why each driver sported a wheel tattoo. The translator explained that the drivers were slaves purchased by merchants operating the elephant carts, and their tattoos signified their identity. In Volantis, slaves outnumbered free citizens by 5 to 1. To facilitate management and prevent escapes, slave owners marked their slaves with different tattoos for various purposes. For instance, tears tattooed on the cheeks indicated a bed slave, flames denoted slaves of rigor, and those assigned to clean excrement bore fly tattoos. The elephant cart set off from the western pier, traversing the marbled road, whose original color was obscured, passing dilapidated structures on either side. After crossing the long bridge that connected the eastern and western districts, they finally reached their destination, the Merchant's House Inn. Chapter 36. The True Blood of Dragons. The Merchant's House was the finest inn in Volantis, a colossal 4-story edifice whose lobby surpassed that of most castles in Westeros in size. Captains, merchants, and shippers from around the globe thronged this place, with countless transactions being finalized in the nooks and alcoves of the tavern. Colin and his companions entered the inn, where a merchant from King's Landing was lamenting the difficulties of trade to his counterparts from Old Town in the vicinity of a nearby table. To their right, merchants from Bravos and Pintos were mocking those from Tyrosh, branding them as a repugnant swarm of flies, ever present wherever there was war and suffering. A bit further sat individuals from the Summer Isles, adorned in feathered cloaks with skin as dark as coal, alongside the shaggy-haired Ibans from the northern lands of Essos, and even a masked shadowbinder from Asti lurking in the shadows. Colin and his party blended into the surroundings like a drop of ink in the sea, causing not a ripple. The wine here tasted akin to children's beverages, and the stew was surprisingly sweet, with a bittersweet expression. Colin set down his cup of sweet red wine. Everything edible in this place bore a sugary flavor, while the farmlands outside might forego the cultivation of grain. They certainly cultivated beets. As the meal progressed, a group of merchants clad in vibrant garments, their hair and beards dyed a vivid crimson, entered the merchant's house. Colin recognized them as merchants from Tyrosh and promptly instructed his translator to invite them over. Esteemed merchants of Tyrosh, I am Colin Raven from Westeros. Upon hearing his name, the Tyroshi merchants displayed signs of wariness. In honorable combat, I captured 4 Tyroshi warships and 700 valiant warriors, currently docked at the port of Volantis. This news elicited a mix of skepticism and alarm among the Tyroshi traders. I wish to inform your sovereign that regardless of status, I require but a single golden dragon for each captive. A total of 3,000 golden dragons will suffice to return your 700 compatriots. Why 3,000 golden dragons for 700 individuals? Inquired one bewildered Tyroshi merchant clad in pink finery. Because I am a collector of loose change. That night, Colin and his entourage settled into the merchant's house, resolving to remain there until their fleet repairs were complete, unwilling to return to the dismal dock. Surveying the room's furnishings, Colin felt a sense of disappointment. Much like Volantis, the merchant's house appeared grandiose from the outside, but was internally decrepit. The beams were darkened, The wooden ceiling cracked in several places, and faint signs of water seepage were evident in the corners. The only notable feature was the iron rings affixed to the walls, intended for guests to secure their slaves. As the long night stretched on, Colin summoned a tavern servant, requesting assistance in procuring 2 jugs of white amber wine from Pintos. Shortly thereafter, a knock resonated at the door, and the servant entered, bearing the 2 jugs of wine. Place them on the table. The change atop is yours, Colin remarked without turning, gazing out the window at the distant silhouettes upon the long bridge. Thank you, generous lord. The servant bowed and exited the room, tripping over himself as he departed. Hearing a sound, Colin turned around to find his attendant with a somewhat anxious expression, likely concerned about disrupting the guest enjoyment. Colin smiled gently and gestured for him to close the door. It was a rare, tranquil night. After drifting at sea for over 2 weeks, he had been apprehensive about encountering the ships of Tyrosh. Upon reaching Volanus, a free city-state at odds with Tyrosh, Colin finally felt a sense of relief. The amber wine contained within a clay jug had a faint earthy aroma, a stark contrast to the exquisite white amber wine he had savored at the Illyrian estate. However, the essence of drinking lies in the mood, and at that moment, Colin felt remarkably at ease. The fleet of 7 ships represented a formidable force. Suddenly, a sharp thud echoed through the room, as if something had fallen to the ground. The jug toppled on the table, and white amber wine began to trickle forth. Colin collapsed to the floor, his face tinged with a purplish hue, his heart racing violently, as if a drum were pounding within his chest. Recalling the attendant's earlier odd behavior, Colin realized he had been poisoned. Drawing upon his extraordinary constitution, he forcefully focused his mind and accessed a character interface he had not opened in quite some time. Colin Raven's strength, 56 agility, 30 intelligence, 6 charisma, 8 available attribute points, 45. Since his strength had surpassed 50, Colin had refrained from utilizing his attribute points. He had gained 15 points after rescuing Ned and 30 points for assisting Stannis in defending King's Landing. With strength at 56, he was faced with an opportunity. Strength attribute reaching 100, choose talent, true dragon bloodline, ice bloodline, true dragon bloodline, affinity with dragons. Immunity to high temperatures and flames, ice bloodline, irreversibly transformed into a White Walker, immunity to cold and death with a surge of powerful strength blossoming from his limbs. The once unbearable toxins silently dissipated. Contemplating the intolerable ugliness of the White Walkers, Colin decisively chose the true dragon bloodline. In an instant, a searing energy surged from within him, his robust heart pounding like a galloping steed, causing the surrounding air to subtly rise in temperature. At that moment, a slender, agile hand pushed open Colin's door, revealing a hooded man who locked eyes with Colin, who was now seated on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, the man turned and fled. Colin, fully aware that this was the instigator, sprang to his feet in pursuit. The two raced down the wooden corridor of the inn, their hurried footsteps drawing the curiosity of guests peering out. At the end of the corridor was an open window. The man leaped out without a second thought, landing on the ground below without a scratch, rolling to his feet and brushing off the dust while daring to glance back at Colin. Yet before he could revel in his escape, Colin followed suit, leaping from the window, his weight stirring up clouds of dust in the alleyway. The man, taken aback, turned and ran. 2 figures navigated the narrow alley, their footsteps intertwining and echoing through the labyrinthine passageways. Though Colin possessed greater speed and explosive energy, the man was evidently well acquainted with the surroundings, skillfully leveraging corners and doorways to create distance whenever Colin began to close in. In the midst of this chase, they arrived at the edge of a long bridge. Their frantic sprint drew the attention of the guards stationed there. The man deftly maneuvered between them, while Colin forcefully shoved a guard aside to seize a spear. Just as the man was on the verge of vanishing into the throng upon the bridge, Colin hurled the spear with all his might. The sharp weapon sliced through the air, piercing the man's thigh, and due to the sheer force, the spearhead shattered upon impact with the bridge's surface. Chapter 37. The Hall of Rollo. Colin approached the man, who had crumpled to the ground in agony, emitting a chilling wail that captured the attention of the surrounding crowd. Who sent you? Colin inquired, looking down at the prostrate figure, his voice steady and unyielding, betraying none of the tumult he had just endured. The man from the East City bore a grotesque visage, his pallid face slick with beads of sweat that cascaded from his brow, his eyes glimmering with a desperate will to survive as they met Colin's gaze. Noticing that the man was on the brink of unconsciousness from blood loss, Colin leaned closer to discern what he might divulge. The man, aware that his silence would lead to his demise, mustered the strength to raise himself, seemingly intent on communicating something vital to Colin. However, in the next heartbeat, a glinting dagger slipped from the man's sleeve, stealthily aimed at Colin. Regrettably for the man, he had underestimated Colin. Relying solely on instinct, Colin intercepted the dagger, twisting the man's wrist and subsequently plunging the weapon into the other leg. What Colin did not anticipate was the dagger's venom. Within mere seconds, the man's eyes widened in horror as he convulsed and succumbed to death. Frowning, Colin rummaged through the man's lifeless body and discovered a small empty glass vial, a unique coin, and a silver-plated key nestled within the inner pocket of his hooded garment. Before Colin could ponder the implications of his findings, a squad of city guards, their cheeks adorned with tiger stripes and clad in helmets resembling tigers, surrounded him while brandishing torches. As he listened to the cacophony of the guards' shouts, Colin, considering that his fleet awaited repairs in the harbor, relinquished any thought of resistance and allowed himself to be escorted to the prison, situated in the East District. The prison was perhaps one of the oldest edifices in Volantis. Its black walls, impervious to the ravages of time, stood unblemished after millennia. Constructed using the same techniques as the castles of Dragonstone, it exemplified the stoneworking skills of Valyria's zenith, infused with magic. Sitting on the frigid floor, Colin could not help but reflect on the irony of spending his first night in Volantis behind bars. The following day, a man draped in a crimson robe, devoid of hair and beard, his face adorned with an array of fiery tattoos, unlocked Colin's cell. "Come with me, foreigner," he beckoned. Hearing the familiar tongue of the common speech from Westeros, Colin was taken aback. "I had initially believed that my stay in prison would extend for several more days, until I grew weary of this novel journey." At the prison gate, a guard adorned with a tiger helmet unlocked Colin's shackles. Noticing Colin's fascination with the guard's helmet, the man remarked, "They are the Tiger Robe Army, the slave guard of Volantis. I am a servant of Rollo, tasked with escorting you to the earthly abode of Rollo." The two exited the prison without obstruction, as the tiger robe soldiers bowed in reverence upon sighting the red-robed monk. At the prison entrance, two exquisitely crafted elephant chariots awaited, flanked by a contingent of soldiers who had stood vigil for some time. Clad in resplendent armor, draped in orange cloaks, and wielding spears that blazed like flames, they were the guardians of the sacred fire of Rollo's temple. Under the soldiers' protection, they soon arrived at their destination. The Temple of Rollo in Volantis is the largest known structure in the world, thrice the size of the Grand Cathedral of Baal. The temple's design resembles a blazing flame, with towers and domes seamlessly merging through aerial corridors into a vibrant whole. Colin followed the red-robed monk into the temple, weaving through a sea of crimson, traversing the immense corridor that spanned the sky, and descending to the highest point of the temple's main hall. Here, the sacred fire's guardians opened the golden doors for the two, while the red-robed monk remained behind, stating, "The chief servant of Rollo awaits you." Leaving the bowing monk, Colin stepped alone into the hall beyond the golden doors. Contrary to his expectations of dimness, sunlight streamed through the crystal dome, illuminating every corner of the sanctuary. A passionate high note resonated within the expansive hall. Looking up, he beheld a figure clad in red robes standing with its back to him on a central dais. Colin approached along the flame-lit path adorned with rubies, and as he drew closer, the figure turned to face him. It was a tall, slender red-robed monk, with flames tattooed upon his cheeks, chin, and bald head. "Warrior beyond fate, welcome to the Grand Hall of Rollo." The red-robed monk descended the golden steps, revealing a blazing flame suspended in midair atop the dais. "After a long summer, the stars shall weep, and a cold darkness will shroud the world. In this terrifying moment, a warrior shall draw forth a burning sword from the inferno. That sword is the harbinger of light, the crimson blade of a hero. The bearer of this sword is the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, destined to dispel the darkness." The red-robed monk recited a prophecy from the ancient text of Asha, composed over 5,000 years ago, in a rhythmic chant. Observing Colin's puzzled expression, the monk fixed him with a solemn gaze. "Whether you believe or not, or act or refrain, Rollo awaits you at the journey's end." Leaving the temple in a daze, Colin found himself utterly perplexed. Was it not Jon Snow who was to combat the White Walkers? Had I, by traversing through time, inadvertently usurped his role? However, this journey was not without its rewards. A contingent of the Hand of Sacred Fire trailed behind Colin's elephant carriage, bearing several chests of gold, an angelic investment from the red-robed monk. Upon returning to the merchant's abode, a throng of armored cavalry congregated at the entrance, surrounding Sir Balistan, who appeared to be orchestrating some plan. Upon seeing Colin's return, Sir Balistan was visibly elated. "You have been missing the entire night. I was just about to dispatch warriors to search for you." An unexpected incident occurred, Colin shrugged, gesturing for the Hand of Sacred Fire to leave the gold behind. "This is fortuitous. I was just lamenting who might transport this gold back to that wretched place." Sir Balistan curiously opened one of the chests, revealing neatly arranged gold bars. "What is this?" he inquired. "It is a peculiar gift from a red-robed monk," Colin replied as he led Sir Balistan back into the inn, while the armored cavalry transported the gold back to the saffron. "What transpired?" "I encountered an assassin, but I have dealt with him. I merely took a brief tour of Blackstone prison and met with Rollo's chief servant." Colin took a hearty swig of the sweet red wine on the table, reluctant to delve further into matters concerning the Temple of Rollo. What of Rogers and my translator? Sir Ballystan, having weathered many secrets, refrained from probing further upon sensing Colin's reluctance. They have gone in search of you. A boy of 15 or 16 and a girl of 13 or 14. Colin looked at Sir Ballystan in surprise. In Bevos. He hastily fled that wretched place after completing his task. Moreover, he has been complaining about being left behind. This was spoken by Colin's translator, who had just entered the inn, followed closely by Rogers and the burly Bevos. Chapter 38. The Lady by the Water during the meal. Colin presented the key he had retrieved from the assassin. A key adorned with exquisite engravings? Sir Ballystan examined it for a moment before shaking his head and passing it to Rogers. The silver plating is likely to prevent rust? Rogers pondered, equally perplexed. Translator Pouchot took the key, scrutinizing it from various angles. The engravings on the key seemed to carry a special significance. This is the key to the vault of the Lady by the Water. A serving boy from the inn clarified the mystery for the group. The Lady by the Water? Who is she? Ah, she is quite remarkable. Volantis possesses several docks, all of which belong to her, and even a segment of the shipping lane is under her domain. And where might she be? Rogers posed Colin's unvoiced question. Hey, the serving boy rubbed his hands together, revealing an expression understood by all. Sir Ballystan produced a bright coin from his pocket and tossed it. The boy caught it, bit down to confirm its authenticity, and grinned widely. The Lady by the Water. She is right here. After the meal, Colin and his companions made their way to the inn's common area, learning from the serving boy that the Lady by the Water conducted her business here, outside a recess chamber. Merchants from across the globe patiently queued for an audience with the Lady by the Water. They all shared a common trait. They encountered difficulties in their business endeavors. Upon seeing Colin and his companions, particularly Sir Ballystan clad in armor, a few men dressed in black, tasked with maintaining order, cast vigilant glances towards them. After waiting in line for what felt like an eternity, it was finally Colin's turn. One of the men in black obstructed his path, stating, "We are here. Do not do anything to displease the lady." Colin raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, replying, "I am not here to cause trouble." As he lifted the pure gray tapestry that concealed the alcove, an elderly man, whose spine was bent with the weight of years, sat at a round table. "Oh, a Westerlander. How did you discern that?" Colin was astonished by the robust voice emanating from her frail form. "The essence of knighthood you exude is as potent as the golden wine from the arbor I savored last night. Do you truly possess arbor gold here?" Colin momentarily forgot his purpose upon hearing this. "I am not one to share freely. Now, speak of your intentions," she replied, suppressing his curiosity. Colin retrieved a key from his pocket. "I wish to access the vault." The Lady of the Waters took the key, scrutinizing the intricate designs upon it. "This is not your key, is it?" "I recall it belonged to old Moro, who later passed it to his son, young Moro." "Indeed, I acquired it from a corpse," Colin confessed, realizing that she recognized the key's former owner. "Then you must be the renowned slave comrade Colin Raven," she remarked. A look of surprise crossing Colin's face at the unexpected recognition in Volantis. "No need to fret, whether old Moro or young Moro. One must be prepared for death in this line of work." The Lady of the Waters smiled, ringing a bell upon the table. "Please wait. I shall summon my sons to retrieve the vault for you." A man in black, upon hearing the bell, rolled up the tapestry and peered in. "Madam, fetch vault 67. She instructed. The black-clad man nodded and retreated. As Colin idly waited, curiosity got the better of him. "Why do your sons still call you madam?" "Ah, they are all unfortunate children I have taken in. The outside world refers to them as the widow's sons." Before long, the man in black returned with a small safe. The safe featured 2 keyholes, and the Lady of the Waters removed a golden key from around her neck. "Take your key and turn it to the right." With a crisp click, the safe opened. "You may return it once you are done, but each deposit requires 10 golden dragons," she said with a cheerful smile as she bid Colin farewell. A group crowded into Colin's room, all filled with curiosity regarding the seemingly significant safe. As they gently lifted the silver-plated lid, their eyes were met with several enormous rubies. "The quality of these rubies would surely compel the Red Priest to sacrifice everything to possess them," exclaimed Pouchot, holding up a ruby in awe. "They are likely stolen from the Red Priests," Sir Ballystan remarked, shaking his head. Colin felt a tinge of disappointment, although these few rubies were quite valuable. They seemed insignificant to him, freshly buoyed by a recent investment. Undeterred, Colin turned the chest over and gave it a shake, and indeed, he discerned a clue. Beneath the wooden panel at the bottom of the chest, there appeared to be a sound akin to paper rubbing against wood. Colin fetched a small knife and cautiously probed the inner edge of the chest. Before long, the bottom panel was actually pried up. A thin sheet of paper slipped out from the chest's hidden compartment. All eyes were riveted upon this delicate piece of paper. Even the burly beavos focused intently. Colin gently picked up the paper and discovered it contained a hand-drawn map alongside some Valyrian script, which he could not decipher. He handed it over to the translator, Puja. Upon receiving the paper, Puja read aloud. "Hey, old Moro, you have no idea what I've discovered. I have found the Golden Fleet." At this revelation, Puja gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Colin, unaware of what the Golden Fleet entailed, maintained a neutral expression, while Sir Bolliston sat up straight, his attention fully captured. "Yes, the very Golden Fleet you are aware of. The Lannister Lion King vanished into the smoke-laden sea with the Golden Fleet and the Valyrian steel sword, Lightbringer. This is a legendary tale known by every Volantine." Colin perked up at the mention of the Valyrian steel sword. Continue. "I am about to lead my old comrades back to the Smoke Sea. This time, I am fully prepared. However, if by chance upon finishing..." Puja handed the thin sheet back to Colin, her astonishment momentarily causing her to forego formalities. Colin spread the paper across the table, and several heads leaned in eagerly to witness the sight of the Golden Fleet's fall. "So you all know of the Golden Fleet, yet I do not?" Colin remarked, incredulous. "The tale of the ancient Lannister King Tommen II, who led the Golden Fleet to explore the ruins of Valyria, devastated by apocalyptic disaster, has been recounted as a heroic epic among the nobility of Westeros in the history of Volantis. Can you decipher this map? Apart from a representation of the Golden Fleet, the other winding lines were abstract and suffocatingly intricate." The crowd awkwardly retreated, and Colin carefully folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. It seemed we faced a dilemma. Should we first seek out Daenerys and Karth, or pursue the Golden Fleet, to behold the legendary Valyrian sword, Lightbringer, worth an entire legion? Chapter 39. The Smoke Sea. Upon hearing Colin's words, the group fell into silence. "I believe we should first seek out Daenerys. She is in need of our assistance. And the Golden Fleet will not flee." Sir Bolliston was the first to voice his opinion. "The governor has tasked me with aiding Daenerys," the towering beavos added. Colin turned to his attendant. "What about you?" "Lord Rogers, I heed your counsel. We are now in a pair versus pair situation. In light of this, let us leave the decision to the gods." Colin produced a unique coin obtained from the assassin. Tossing the crown would lead them to Daenerys, while casting the skull would guide them to the Golden Fleet. The assembly nodded in agreement, accepting his proposition. Colin gently tossed the coin into the air, catching it deftly. And upon revealing his hand, the skull faced the assembly. With the direction established, the next concern was the matter of the map. The Lady of the Water's Edge possessed numerous docks and piers, and undoubtedly, many sailors worked under her employ. "I believe we should seek her assistance." Colin nodded in agreement with Roger's insight, and they returned to the common area on the ground floor of the inn. "Ah, back so soon. What of your trunk?" the lady inquired. "Madam, I have not come to store a trunk. Rather, I have stumbled upon a map I wish for you to examine," Colin replied, offering the map he had cut from thin paper. The Lady of the Water's Edge took it and exclaimed, "Another treasure map from the Smoking Sea. Have you seen this before?" Colin's expression revealed surprise. "Ah, I have encountered countless treasure maps over the years. Each year, hopeful but unfortunate souls venture forth with these so-called maps, never to return." This revelation dampened Colin's spirits, yet he remained undeterred. "Might you interpret it for me?" 500 coins, she stated. Colin returned to his room and gathered all the loose change from the companions to amass the required sum. Upon receiving the payment, the Lady of the Water's Edge retrieved a nautical chart and began marking positions in relation to Colin's treasure map. "Take heed of this old crone's counsel. The Smoking Sea is a realm forbidden to mortals." Back in their quarters, Colin unveiled the map to the others. Without delay, they hastily packed their belongings in preparation to return to the docks. At the docks, the fleet was undergoing repairs, and among them was a paddle sail warship with minor damage. Colin immediately dispatched elite warriors aboard. Before long, the paddle sail warship, carrying 200 rowers and 100 warriors, departed from the port of Volantis, heading towards the Smoking Sea not far to the east. The Smoking Sea refers to the waters that once surrounded the Valyrian peninsula. The cataclysm that shattered Valyria filled the sunken land with seawater, resulting in the Smoking Sea we know today. The tumultuous waters are rife with volcanoes and smoking reefs, and there may even be demons and sea monsters lurking about. Nevertheless, the immense wealth hidden within the ruins of Valyria continues to attract intrepid captains from across the globe. 2 days later, the paddle sail warship, aptly named Obsidian by Colin, appeared on the periphery of the Smoking Sea, gazing at the nearby waters shrouded in white mist. All aboard the deck held their breath. Lowering the sails and lighting torches, Colin roused the rowers from their stupor, handing the map to the captain before rejoining the warriors. Axe in hand, the Obsidian sailed at a deliberate pace, gradually approaching the encroaching white fog. The bow of the vessel, adorned with flickering torches, gradually vanished into the wall of mist. Initially, the glow of the flames was faintly discernible, but within mere seconds, it was engulfed by an oppressive blanket of pure white fog. Colin extended his hand through the dense whiteness, encountering a shoulder, only to be startled by a hand that suddenly clasped his own. A shiver ran through him upon sensing the palpable fear emanating from the stranger. In a hushed tone, Colin urged, "Remain calm." The thick fog rendered the transmission of sound arduous. The crashing waves faded into silence, leaving only the rhythmic thrum of his heartbeat and the friction between the ship's hull and the sea. Within this pristine white haze, it felt as though time and space had ceased to exist. After an indeterminate duration, the sound of the waves gradually returned to clarity. "The mist has lifted. I can discern your face now, Sir Ballystan." Sir Ballystan gripped his sword tightly, exclaiming, "Heavenly Father, this accursed fog has drenched my garments." As visibility improved, the tense atmosphere began to ease. The warriors relaxed their rigid grips. After several hours of sailing, visibility remained limited to just a few meters. "Where have we arrived?" Captain Colin reached the helm, where the captain of the Obsidian was intently studying the nautical charts. "Sir, I fear we may have temporarily lost our bearings. There are no islands in the vicinity to serve as reference points." The captain gently wiped the water stains from the chart and tucked it into his pocket. Before Colin could respond, the ship suddenly jolted, tilting sharply to the left as if the starboard side had collided with something. Colin hurriedly leaned over the starboard side and discovered that the Obsidian had crashed into a submerged fragment of a wall rising from the sea, causing the ship's hull to mount the underwater base. Fortunately, the base was not high. After a brief struggle, the Obsidian plummeted back into the sea, regaining its balance, though the splashing water scalded several sailors on the deck. "Sir, this appears to be a small island." The captain secured a rope around himself, fastening himself to the helm, and managed to rise unscathed after the impact. "Let us disembark," Colin declared, recognizing that aimlessly wandering in the thick fog was futile. The vessel cautiously navigated around the island, ultimately discovering a landing point, a broken bridge extending into the sea. The sailors lowered the landing board, and Colin, accompanied by a contingent of armored cavalry, carefully avoided the encroaching water as they ascended the fractured bridge. The bridge spanned approximately 10 meters in width, its surface barren, flanked by columns adorned with various dragon sculptures. A heavy silence accompanied their footsteps as they progressed along the bridge. At the bridge's entrance lay a colossal dragon statue, broken and missing a wing, shattered in their path. Skirting the debris and stepping onto the island, they were greeted by the sight of scorched earth, emitting wisps of steam. The fog enveloping the island seemed to dissipate slightly, allowing visibility to extend to 10 meters. Colin and the warriors ventured deeper into the island, soon arriving at its modest center. Before them stood a colossal obsidian slab, upon which vibrant crimson ink inscribed Valyrian script. Colin recalled that this location seemed to be documented on the sea charts, referred to as Codex Island. It was one of the few marked islands on the periphery of the Smoke Sea. With a significant landmark for navigation, Colin felt a surge of excitement. After noting the direction of the obsidian slab, he intended to return to the warship. However, just as he turned, Colin caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure darting past the warriors behind him. Observing Colin suddenly raise his battle axe, the warriors facing him were perplexed. Before they could inquire, Colin bellowed, "Formation defense." Chapter 40. The Forgotten Ones. Standing at the center of the formation, Colin's expression darkened. Of the 12 armored cavalrymen who had accompanied him, only 11 remained. The shadow had silently whisked away a fully armed elite warrior. The formation slowly shifted towards their previous direction. The warriors, now alert, tightened their grips on their shields, pressing them closely together. Iron boots carved grooves into the charred earth, and the lurking monsters within the fog sent chills down the warriors' spines. Steady your step and maintain the rhythm. Upon sighting the shattered statue at the bridgehead, the warriors exhaled in relief, but the next moment, a shadow emerging from behind the statue made everyone gasp in horror. What manner of creature was this? Its humanoid form was entirely blackened, its feet webbed, and its hands grotesquely clawed. The indistinct features of its face bore a pair of gray, lifeless eyes that sent shivers down one's spine. The creature emitted no sound. With a graceful leap, it traversed 10 meters and collided with the formation. The armored cavalryman holding a shield was instantly hurled aside, creating a breach in the formation that now teetered on the brink of collapse. Colin, with a roar, charged forth with his axe. The creature barely managed to brace itself against the swing of Colin's axe, and as he locked eyes with the beast, he noticed it was encased in a layer of obsidian. At that moment, the obsidian on the creature's arms shattered, dark red magma oozing from the wounds. The creature let out a deep growl, and a flicker of anger ignited in its otherwise lifeless eyes. Without granting the creature a moment's respite, Colin swung down again, fueled by rage. The blow forced the creature to its knees, the axe embedding deeply into its shoulder, dark red magma gushing forth, accompanied by a pungent odor of sulfur. The armored cavalryman seized this opportunity. Several war hammers whistled through the air, striking the creature's body, causing the obsidian exterior to shatter and scatter. Observing the creature's agonizing cries, Colin withdrew his axe and delivered another powerful strike, cleaving the creature's body completely in two. The creature's hardness was beyond belief. The sensation of the axe striking felt as though he were chopping stone. Raising his axe to inspect, he noted the blade had turned a fiery red, its edge beginning to curl. Colin, filled with concern for the battle axe, was poised to deliver another ferocious strike at the creature, only to discover that its once vibrant crimson wounds had turned an ominous black, rendering its entire body transformed into obsidian in a mere moment. Colin exchanged glances with his fellow warriors, as the molten rock that had previously splattered onto their armor now settled into fine obsidian dust, drifting away like a haunting reminder of the recent chaos. This unsettling turn of events heightened Colin's anxiety regarding the safety of their ship, prompting him to abandon his hesitations and hastily lead his comrades back to the vessel. On the broken bridge, the mist thickened once more, reducing visibility to a mere few meters. As they groped their way back to the boarding point, Colin's heart tightened at the sight of the desolate dock. 2 warriors had been stationed there, but now only the empty wooden planks remained, the far end resting on the ship, obscured by the fog. As Colin and the warriors stepped onto the planks, faint sounds of battle began to reach their ears. Upon reaching the end and leaping onto the ship, a harrowing scene unfolded before them. Within a few meters of the deck lay several shattered corpses, mingling steel fragments with pools of crimson flesh, a chilling sight indeed. A few steps further, a familiar voice pierced through the chaos. "Come on." It was Sir Balistan. Colin plunged into the mist, where he beheld Sir Balistan and the warriors encircling 3 monstrous beings with their spears, a few piles of obsidian fragments strewn across the ground. These were the very creatures Colin had encountered on the island. Their claws were extraordinarily sharp, effortlessly slicing through any spear that came too close. Colin's arrival invigorated the warriors, while the monsters sensed the tide turning and emitted deep, menacing roars. The iron spears in the warriors' hands shattered the obsidian upon the creatures, piercing through to their molten flesh beneath. However, this merely disrupted the monsters' attacks and released a wisp of magma, as the dark red wounds quickly cooled after the spears withdrew. Only strikes aimed at the creatures' heads appeared to induce any semblance of panic. Observing the monsters' attack patterns for a moment, Colin seized a spear from a warrior. As one of the creatures swung its claw, Colin took advantage of the moment, thrusting the spear into the creature's eye, piercing through its grotesque obsidian head. The creature convulsed violently before collapsing into fragments on the ground. Encouraged by Colin's bravery, the warriors surged forward, targeting the remaining 2 monsters' eyes. The creatures, sensing their impending doom, flailed their claws in vain. Soon, 2 more piles of shattered stone littered the deck. Glancing at Sir Balistan, whose face bore the burns of magma, Colin felt a twinge of guilt. "Where are Rogers and Beevos?" "Rogers is fine, but Beevos has sustained some injuries," came the response. In a corner of the deck, Beevos sat on the ground, a deep gash etched across his abdomen. "It's just a small wound. I want to die," Beevos replied with a grim smile, his numerous wounds seemingly corroborating his words. Colin silently instructed the warriors to fetch a stretcher, and they carefully lifted the robust giant back to the ship's hold. After careful assessment, it was discovered that the silent monsters that stealthily boarded the vessel had caused Colin the loss of 11 warriors and 7 sailors, leaving behind only mounds of rubble. What had transpired on the island? Sir Balistan, after attending to his wounds, adorned himself with a visored helmet. This was Codex Island. Yet the map had never mentioned the presence of monsters. Perhaps all who had encountered them had perished. The steel spears, under the grip of these beasts, proved as fragile as decayed wood. Were it not for their own capacity to feel pain, our victory over them would have been nearly impossible. Colin picked up a broken spear from the ground. Observing the steel tip had been neatly severed into 2 pieces, the cross-section remarkably smooth. Why did they not simply sink our ship? Colin voiced the question lingering in both their minds. Upon ascertaining their location, the obsidian ship raised its anchor. Yet the vessel remained stationary, with all awaiting Colin's command. Gazing at the bandage before us, Colin hesitated amidst the clash of blades. Burdened by guilt for deceiving his friends and leading them into such peril, feeling unsettled about whether to continue on this unknown journey. "Let us proceed," Bevorus urged, patting his bloody bandages. Sir Balistan nodded, his resolute gaze silently affirming his decision. "I shall heed your counsel," Rogers remarked, reclaiming his sword. As his bow proved ineffective against the monsters, Colin nodded firmly. The captain, receiving the order, promptly adjusted the helm, and the obsidian once again ventured into the depths of the smoky sea. Chapter 41. The octopus sea monster having departed from Codex Island. It seemed fortune had once more favored Colin. The obsidian sailed for several days without encountering further peril, and the white mist enveloping the smoky sea had dissipated considerably, enhancing visibility to nearly 100 meters. "My lord, we are nearing the waters of the Golden Fleet. Look there," the captain exclaimed, rushing to Colin's side, visibly excited. Just ahead, a cluster of reddish-brown reefs emerged from the fog. As the ship approached, the coral and rust-colored rocks of the reef gradually revealed themselves. If the chart was accurate, the Golden Fleet lay 50 nautical miles north of the Crimson Reef. Upon hearing this news, everyone perked up. The Crimson Reef had existed long before the cataclysm of Valyria, once a central island within an inland saltwater lake. After the cataclysm, the former lake had vanished, leaving only the Crimson Reef standing tall in the smoky sea, guiding adventurers. After sailing north for 2 days, the Obsidian arrived at a shipwreck site. A dozen grand sailing ships lay submerged just a few dozen meters from the island harbor. Through the turbulent surface, remnants of the vessels could be faintly discerned, with only the long masts protruding above the water. "It is the Golden Fleet. We have found it." The sailors cheered, gathering excitedly at the ship's rail. Colin leaned closer to inspect, discovering that the top of the sunken ship's mast bore an upright lion insignia, the very emblem of House Lannister. The Obsidian slowly navigated through the wreckage, and the crew, initially ecstatic, began to regain their composure, contemplating how to salvage the sunken vessels from the boiling sea. After a moment of reflection, Colin resolved to set foot on the island before devising a plan. Suddenly, the ship jolted. Colin initially attributed it to a collision with the mast of the wreck, dismissing it as inconsequential. However, the vessel rocked violently once more, suggesting that something was striking the Obsidian rather than the other way around. Drawing his sword, Colin remained vigilant and summoned the warriors to be on guard. Every soul held their breath. Then, with startling ferocity, several massive tentacles covered in suckers surged over the ship's railing. A few unfortunate oarsmen were ensnared before they could react, shrieking as they were dragged down into the churning waters. "A sea monster!" The sailors cried out in terror, a palpable fear gripping their hearts. Colin rushed to the edge of the ship, witnessing the once turbulent sea now stained crimson with blood, though he sensed that the creature lurked beneath the hull, patiently awaiting a moment of negligence from its prey. Indeed, just as Colin leaned over to peer into the depths, a tentacle shot forth from the water, coiling directly towards him. He swung his great sword, striking the tentacle, feeling the resistance akin to slicing through thick hide. Nevertheless, the immense force propelled the tentacle against the ship's side, a torrent of blue blood gushing from the wound. The injured appendage retracted beneath the waves, while the remaining tentacles became increasingly frenzied, ensnaring more victims. Bavas, brandishing a spear, took advantage of a tentacle ensnaring a warrior and thrust it fiercely into the midsection of the tentacle, pinning the sharp appendage to the ship's railing. Observing the tentacle trapped, Colin hastily swung his great sword, and after several strikes, he finally severed the monstrous limb. The creature, in pain, retracted all its tentacles for a moment, leaving only the severed piece writhing mindlessly on the deck. To the shore, Colin bellowed, aware that the monster would not relent. Battling it in boiling waters was a futile endeavor. The shaken oarsmen returned to their duties, and the Obsidian resumed its course. As the shore drew nearer, the underwater beast again raised its horrific tentacles over the ship's railing. This time, disregarding the crew's strikes, it exerted all its strength to pull the vessel beneath the waves. The wooden structure groaned under the pressure, and panic seized the crew anew. Colin, eyeing his dulled sword, felt an acute longing for his Valyrian steel blade. The ship emitted unsettling creaking sounds, leaving no more time for deliberation. "I will descend to confront the creature Escor. You must steer the ship directly to shore," Colin resolved, steeling himself for a desperate gamble. Without waiting for dissent from the crowd, Colin seized 3 long spears and plunged into the boiling sea. Initially, the visibility was exceedingly poor, but as he descended, he discovered a surprisingly illuminated underwater world after navigating through the tumultuous surface waters. Before he could marvel at this revelation, a tentacle, responding to the vibrations in the water, approached him. Colin swiftly evaded the oncoming appendage with a deft roll, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the creature affixed to the bottom of the boat was a colossal octopus. Its enormous eyes, the size of basketballs, illuminated the seabed like oversized incandescent bulbs, fixating on Colin as he submerged, while several tentacles suddenly surged towards him. With great effort, Colin hurled one of the spears, its sharp tip slicing through the water to pierce one of the octopus's eyes with pinpoint accuracy. The loss of one source of light caused the underwater realm to darken abruptly. The octopus froze momentarily, then writhed in agony, thrashing violently against the seabed. The Obsidian, now unshackled, hastily began to paddle away towards the island. Seeing that the ship had evaded danger, Colin prepared to discreetly escape as well. However, the octopus, sensing the presence of its assailant stirring the water, forcibly suppressed its pain and propelled a massive jet of seawater towards Colin. In response, Colin quickly threw a second spear, But the already wounded octopus adeptly intercepted this attack with its tentacles. Faced with an adversary whose speed far surpassed his own, Colin swam toward the wreckage of a sunken ship, hoping to use the remnants for shelter against the relentless pursuit of the octopus. The deck of the submerged vessel was cloaked in dust. Colin grasped it and swiftly slipped into the ship's cabin. Inside, Colin was plunged into darkness. But his respite was short-lived as the furious octopus soon reached the cabin's ceiling, ensnaring it with its tentacles. A cacophony of splintering wood echoed as the enraged creature shredded the ceiling into fragments. After exchanging a fleeting glance with the octopus, Colin turned and swam down to the lower deck. The octopus followed to the staircase, but its massive girth prevented it from advancing through the narrow passage. Colin, amidst the furious flailing of its tentacles, dove deeper into the lower deck, noticing the octopus violently dismantling the deck at the entrance. Colin frantically prodded the ship's hull with his spear, attempting to create an escape route. Regrettably, the hull near the waterline was excessively thick, and despite multiple attempts, he only managed to puncture a few holes. Calming himself, Colin sought tools in the darkness, but found the area nearly devoid of anything except scattered bones. Just as he contemplated breaking through in another direction, the octopus stationed at the entrance unexpectedly departed. Amidst his uncertainty, a light suddenly illuminated behind him. It was the octopus returning, its eyes casting beams through the holes Colin had created. This revelation filled Colin with exhilaration. Gripping his spear tightly, he exhaled a bubble and lunged forward with fervor. The sharp spear pierced through the ship's hull, plunging directly into the remaining eye of the octopus. Chapter 42. The Cuckoo on an Unnamed Island. The Obsidian was stranded on the beach, and the crew gathered not far from the shore, gazing longingly at the misty sea, hoping for a miracle. Sir Bolliston removed his helmet, his expression grave, burdened with guilt for failing to secure Colin. Rogers and Bevo stood silently by, swords in hand, while the translator, Pucia, who had just emerged from the cabin, wore a look of sorrow. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the water, ascending the gradually rising continental shelf of the island and stepping onto the beach. The sight of Colin, enveloped in steam, left everyone astonished. Sir Bolliston hurried towards Colin, unable to articulate his surprise. With a smile, Colin offered no further explanation. As the warriors and sailors gathered closely around him, all awaited his command. After a brief respite, they discovered the obsidian had twisted and deformed. Navigating it through the foggy sea was merely a matter of time before its inevitable sinking. Colin instructed the crew to unload any useful supplies from the ship, while he, accompanied by Sir Bolliston and Rogers, set out to explore the island. The trio walked on the beach strewn with fine black sand, and Rogers frequently glanced at Colin. What manner of creature attacked our vessel? He finally inquired, his curiosity evident. A colossal octopus, its eyes as large as street lamps and glowing, Colin recounted. I ultimately pierced its brain with my spear. Observing the admiration in Rogers's eyes, Colin clapped him on the shoulder. I dared to plunge into the boiling sea to confront it because I possessed my own means. Blind bravery is not to be lauded. Minutes later, they halted in their tracks. Before them lay a modest golden sailboat resting on the sand. As they approached, they noticed it was sheeted in brass, tightly wrapped at the waterline. On the opposite side, a wooden ladder was affixed, and Colin tested it. It was sturdy. Ascending the ladder to the deck, they found the area in disarray, scattered with planks and ropes, as if the crew had ransacked it before departing. Colin brandished a torch as he ventured into the cabin, the musty scent of dust overwhelming him, causing him to sneeze repeatedly. Descending the stairs to the lower deck, he found the space once occupied by hammocks now entirely vacant. The ship had become little more than a hollow shell. Returning to the deck, he climbed to the captain's quarters at the stern, where a skeleton clad in tattered captain's garb lay sprawled across the table. On the table rested a small box, and Colin used his dagger to pry it open, revealing a logbook within. Upon seeing the Valerian script on the cover, Colin was grateful to have brought Pucia along. Before long, Pucia was escorted to the captain's quarters by Rogers, her astonishment at the presence of the golden sailboat evident. Colin handed her the nautical log, urging her to read it. Prussia laid the log flat on the table and opened the first page, where a pale yellow note caught her eye. Is it you, old Moro? If only you could accompany me down to the depths of hell. How wonderful that would be. Prussia cast a glance at Colin. Continue. Colin was taken aback to discover that it was a familiar ship. However, instead of old Moro, he himself had arrived. Nevertheless, Colin had no intention of descending into the 7 layers of hell alongside him. July 13th. Today, I set sail on the refurbished Cuckoo from Volantis. This renovation has nearly depleted all my savings. Damn it. July 15th. We are about to enter the Sea of Smoke. May the Holy Mother have mercy on me. A wanderer from home. July 19th. Unbelievably smooth sailing. Within just 3 days, we have reached the Red Castle Reef. Blessed be the Holy Mother. July 23rd. Monsters. July 27th. We spent several days dragging the ship ashore. The monsters seem to despise land. August 10th. I am doomed. They have all fled. Yet I know this is merely a temporary reprieve. The monsters will spare no one. Old Moro, I buried the salvage tools in the sand. Good luck. Upon completing the reading, the group exchanged glances, astonished to learn that monsters existed here as well, evoking painful memories for all. For safety's sake, Colin relocated the coastal camp to the Golden Sailboat, and the crew erupted in cheers upon sighting a new vessel. The salvage tools buried in the sand were unearthed, revealing a large bundle of ropes and slings, along with several barrels of dark rum. Concerned about the monsters mentioned in the log, Colin instructed the warriors to disperse and search the island, soon discovering a multitude of corpses in a nearby watchtower. The tower was a product of familiar Valyrian magical stone craftsmanship, with dozens of skeletons leading from the entrance up the staircase to the second floor. The remains at the entrance faced the door, while most of those further inside turned their backs to it, indicating they had put up a struggle but were ultimately slaughtered. Those charred monsters had been merciless. Sir Bolliston picked up a shard of a longsword, its steel edge cut with remarkable smoothness. They were not soldiers. Armed with spears and warhammers, those monsters were likely insurmountable foes to them. Colin sighed. The following day, Colin organized everyone to salvage the sunken ship. Tempted by the allure of the Golden Fleet, everyone was brimming with enthusiasm. However, the first to be recovered was the corpse of a giant octopus. Colin dove into the depths, binding it with ropes, and together they effortlessly dragged the immense creature onto the shore. The octopus measured nearly 8 meters in length, with the longest tentacle stretching close to 15 meters. Its massive body lay sprawled on the beach, and the sailors, eager with anticipation, believed that consuming the flesh of sea monsters would bring good fortune. Colin did not pause, plunging back into the depths for more work. Several days later, Colin thoroughly explored Shipwreck Bay, uncovering dozens of copper chests, each filled with heavy gold ingots. His initial elation soon waned into disappointment, as he failed to locate the flagship of the Golden Fleet, the Golden Lion, nor did he find the Valyrian steel sword. Sir Bolliston, noticing Colin's despondency, patted him on the shoulder, suggesting that this might merely be a fraction of the Golden Fleet. He reassured Colin that even in the absence of the Bright Roar, their newfound wealth would undoubtedly advance Daenerys' cause. With a heavy heart, Colin instructed the sailors to tow the cuckoo to the shore, preparing to return to Volantis. Upon boarding, however, he realized that with a complement of 250 men, the ship was already sitting low in the water, and adding the gold risked capsizing. Regrettably, he chose to leave the gold on the island, intending to retrieve it on a future voyage. The cuckoo raised its sails, braving the fog as it set course for home. Chapter 43. The Sword and the Egg. As they embarked on their journey back, the fog thickened gradually. Fortunately, the cuckoo had been modified, allowing it to shatter smaller rocks against its sturdy hull. In the captain's quarters, Colin was engaged in a game of chess with Sir Bolliston. The board crafted from silver and the pieces fashioned from gold, a discovery made by Rogers from a hidden compartment in the captain's desk. Your dragon is gone. Colin chuckled as he captured Sir Bolliston's dragon piece with a catapult piece. The visibly vexed Sir Bolliston was about to concede when the door to the captain's quarters burst open, a gust of cold wind swirling in with the fog. Oh, this fog reminds me of that day on Codex Isle, equally suffocating, remarked Beevos as he entered, wielding a warhammer. Colin took a swig from a flask and tossed it to Beevos, saying, "You should let Sir Bolliston experience the joy of victory. I shall take a stroll." Colin stepped out of the cabin, grasping a new weapon resembling a long-handled Thor's hammer, originally a tool for striking the ship's anchor. Delighted by its potential, he had fashioned one for both himself and Beevos, far larger than a cavalry hammer. The deck was shrouded in dense fog, making it difficult to discern the warriors standing at the stern. After exchanging greetings with the diligent captain, Colin descended the ladder at the stern, intending to inspect the hold. Suddenly, a faint scraping sound came from the ship's railing. Colin leaned over to behold a pair of lifeless gray eyes locking onto his. The battle escalated from the outset, as Colin smashed the skull of the creature before him with his warhammer, while warriors on the deck began to suffer casualties. No fewer than 7 or 8 creatures crawled up the sides of the ship, forcing the soldiers to retreat to the center of the deck, standing back to back with their spears raised in defense. Fortunately, the creatures, despite their capacity to sever steel with ease, hesitated before the formidable wall of spears. Colin, positioned outside the fray, became the primary target of the monstrous onslaught. Fortunately, the creatures exhibited a rather predictable attack pattern. Sir Bolliston and Beevos, emerging from the captain's quarters, took their stand behind Colin, forming a small but resolute squad. As the beast attempted to charge forward, Sir Bolliston brandished his spear, poised to strike. The monster hesitated momentarily, only to be met with a crushing blow from a heavy hammer. This wave of monsters was vanquished at the cost of 3 valiant lives, however. Before they could catch their breath, an even greater horde surged forth. "Have we stumbled into a den of monsters?" Bivos exclaimed, raising his war hammer to shatter the skull of a creature kneeling before him. The deck was strewn with shards of obsidian, and the warriors, bereft of their spears, were compelled to engage the monsters in close quarters with cavalry hammers. A beleaguered Colin cast aside his helmet, which had been rendered useless as a monster's claw severed one of the gilded horns. Observing the beleaguered warriors encircled by the beasts, Colin recognized their imminent collapse. "To the ship's hold!" Colin shouted, grasping a broken spear and charging toward another creature. The nearest warriors retreated into the hold, while others vanished into the mist. Colin stood vigilant at the hold's entrance, brandishing his half-spear, as several piles of rubble lay at the threshold. Others, armed with an array of weapons, gathered behind him, their expressions tense as they awaited the next assault. Why did they not attack the ship? If they were to dismantle the hull, we would be utterly overwhelmed. Bivos voiced the collective concern. Yet, the monsters remained silent. They had once encircled the hold, but after several of their number were impaled, they abandoned their assault. Hours later, tranquility returned, and the surrounding fog began to lift, revealing the unmanned cuckoo drifting unmoored. Just as Colin resolved to venture out, the cuckoo suddenly collided with something, causing the bow to tilt upward and sending everyone within the hold sprawling. Colin extended his spear out of the hold, and to his astonishment, the monsters had vanished, leaving only bloody debris scattered across the deck. As he navigated his way to the ship's edge, the sight before him left Colin astounded. The cuckoo had somehow come to rest upon another vessel, an enormous ship, its bow protruding just enough from the water to support the cuckoo's weight. Colin relayed this revelation to the others hiding in the hold, and after confirming the monsters had indeed retreated, they cautiously emerged, gazing in awe at the colossal wreckage. "Look! There!" A sailor's call tightened the group's nerves, fearing another monster attack. "It's a Lannister ship. On a fragment of iron shield, a prominent lion emblem stood erect." This discovery left everyone in shock. If this was indeed a Lannister vessel, it could only be the legendary Golden Lion, renowned for its immense size. Colin instructed the sailors to retrieve a ladder, positioning it between the cuckoo and the hull of the Golden Lion. Ascending the ladder, Colin reached the gunwale of the Golden Lion, peering over the edge to behold a diminutive island, scarcely a few dozen paces wide. The prow of the Golden Lion was marooned upon the island, its vast hull inclined, half submerged in the sea, while a somber black tower loomed above. Unable to contain his curiosity, Colin set up the ladder and climbed onto the island. At the entrance of the black tower lay a heap of decaying bones and shattered swords, a discovery that sent a shiver through Colin's core. Soon, the sailors arrived with torches and tools, and together they cleared a path. Upon entering the tower, an appalling scene unfolded before their eyes. White bones littered every corner within, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. Ascending the staircase, Colin reached the tower's apex, where a veil of white mist drifted in, revealing a portion of the structure collapsed, exposing a crescent of sky above. Remarkably, this level was pristine, save for a single skeleton seated in a corner. Approaching, Colin noticed a crown, its original visage obscured by dust, rolling beside the skeletal remains, along with an unsheathed sword. Colin exchanged a glance with Sir Stan, both men's eyes brimming with disbelief. Colin advanced and picked up the sword from the ground, shedding its corroded sheath to reveal a magnificent blade glimmering with a cold light. With the sword aloft, Colin nodded at Bavoris, who raised a longsword he had retrieved from the deck. With a deft flick, Colin severed Bavoris' steel blade into 2 pieces. A gleam of joy illuminated Colin's face, as the winds of the smoking sea had delivered him to the weapon of his dreams. "What is this?" Rogers inquired, prodding a box-like object beneath the skeleton with his sword. It felt somewhat heavy. Clearing the bones aside, a rusted lock emerged. Intrigued, Colin deftly sliced through the lock with his sword, revealing a fossilized egg that shimmered with a dark metallic sheen. A dragon egg? Chapter 44. Valyrian Colin extracted the fossilized egg from the chest and examined it closely, noting that its shell was not smooth, but rather adorned with dense, overlapping scales. Rough to the touch. A true masterpiece, Colin marveled. Sir Stan and Rogers wore solemn expressions, as if the egg were some harbinger of doom. Having lived under the dominion of dragons for centuries in Westeros, they instinctively held a deep reverence for dragons, even if it was merely an egg. "This is worth a considerable fortune," remarked Bavoris, displaying a lack of enthusiasm. "The 3 dragon eggs gifted to Daenerys by Lord Illyrio were procured by me." At the mention of Daenerys, Colin felt a surge of curiosity about whether he could hatch this fossilized dragon egg. Cradling the egg, Colin opened the troop panel, yet found no additional dragon egg warrior amongst his ranks. Disappointed, he closed the panel, only to notice a new menu that had appeared within the system. In the inventory, The Radiant Blade, Valyrian steel greatsword, once belonging to the Lannister family, carries with it their past glory and pride. The Dragon Egg, a fossilized relic, requires blood and fire to awaken this wondrous creature, the blood of a true dragon. With his hands full, Colin returned to the cuckoo, of course, not forgetting the dusty crown he had taken. Gazing upon the submerged hull of the Golden Lion, Colin speculated that it might conceal a treasure trove of gold. Regrettably, they had left their salvaging tools back on Octopus Island. Seizing the opportunity while the mist was still light, the cuckoo adjusted its sails and departed from the small island. As Colin eagerly anticipated discovering a volcano, fortunately, the sea of smoke did not disappoint. 3 hours later, the cuckoo discovered a small island with flowing lava. Are you truly certain? Sir Bollistan grasped the ship's railing, tempted by Colin's enthusiasm. Colin nodded, his confident gaze causing Sir Bollistan to reluctantly release his grip, albeit with lingering doubt. This small island was, in fact, a volcano, with orange-red lava flowing freely across its surface. Approaching the volcano with the dragon egg in hand, Colin reached out to touch the surging lava, feeling a warm sensation. The dragon egg before him seemed to pulsate with excitement. Colin could sense its heartbeat, which gradually intensified until it synchronized with his own. It was as if he understood its joy, and drawing forth the radiant blade, he sliced open his palm. The bright red blood of a true dragon smeared across the surface of the egg, causing it to tremble slightly, while the churning lava began to swirl like a vortex. When Colin awoke from this newfound ecstasy, the once orange-red volcanic lava had cooled into obsidian. The dragon egg, now gleaming with a black metallic sheen, had quietly cracked open a small fissure, and a tiny lizard head emerged, striving to open its eyes. On the deck of the cuckoo, the crew encircled Colin's hatchling dragon. At that moment, it was savoring a piece of dried fish. Any attempt by a crew member to approach its food elicited a delicate cry of warning. Rogers, serving as Colin's attendant, had the honor of feeding the hatchling and stood beside Colin with a basket of dried fish, gazing enviously at the creature. My lord, have you named it? Valyrian, Colin replied, gently stroking the hatchling's head, allowing only himself to approach during its meal. Valyrian? Rogers expressed surprise. The dragon of Aegon the Conqueror, who once subdued the continent of Westeros and founded the Targaryen dynasty, bore the same name. Legend has it that its teeth were as sharp as swords, its flames black as night, and the shadow of its wings could eclipse bustling towns. Yes, I hope it surpasses its predecessor and brings victory to our grand endeavors. In contrast to Roger's envy, Sir Bollistan appeared somewhat bewildered and astonished. Although he had heard tales of Daenerys' exploits, witnessing a dragon egg, dormant for centuries, hatched before his eyes was still an experience beyond belief. The existence of the dragon indeed instills a sense of helplessness in the knights. Observing the bewildered Sir Bollistan, Colin gently patted his arm. My lord, times have changed. Perhaps due to the influence of Balerion, the cuckoo had not encountered any monstrous assaults. Days later, the group traversed the wall of white mist and emerged in the southern waters of the Misty Sea. Balerion also appeared on Colin's troop panel. Balerion, a black dragon hatchling tainted by the aura of doom, a legendary unit. Advancement path, hatchling, juvenile dragon, young dragon, mature dragon, ancient dragon. Next advancement. In 15 days, effect of the devil instructor in place. As the sun rose for the 5th time, the cuckoo returned to the port of Volantis. Colin's fleet had long been repaired, and upon the Lord's return, the warriors erupted in joyous cheers. To prevent the young Balerion from attracting unwanted attention, Colin chose to remain aboard the ship, instructing the fleet to gather supplies and prepare for departure. However, as fate would have it, a letter from the merchant's house found its way to him. Whose letter could it be? In the captain's quarters, Sir Bollistan had taken over Roger's duties, seemingly deriving immense satisfaction from watching the young lad grow day by day. Lady of the Water's Edge requests my presence at the merchant's house for a gathering. After a moment of contemplation, Colin decided to attend. I shall go alone. You keep a watchful eye on the young one. Riding in an elephant cart through the bustling streets of Volantis, the city remained as lively as ever. Yet Colin felt an unsettling sense that someone in the crowd was watching him. However, upon glancing back, there was no sign of movement. He surmised that perhaps his prolonged drift in the Misty Sea had made him overly suspicious. Still in that familiar alcove, the usual throng was absent. Upon seeing Colin, the sons of the widow drew back the tapestry, and Lady of the Water's Edge awaited him at the table. Golden wine from Green Pavilion Island? On the table sat a jug of wine and a cup, the latter filled with golden liquid. The lady pushed the cup towards Colin, who, without hesitation, lifted it and drank deeply. Drinking like the truly waste of fine vintage, Lady of the Water's Edge remarked, her voice as resonant as ever, though tinged with a hint of fatigue. Satisfied, Colin set down his cup. Did you summon me for a particular matter? I heard you returned aboard old Yuli's cuckoo. The lady poured another cup for Colin. I had heard tales of Old Yuli and Old Moro once sailing on the same pirate ship, and it appears that the treasure map of the Misty Sea is indeed a legacy of Old Yuli. Colin remained unflustered, raising his cup and draining it once more. Since you were already aware, I have nothing to conceal. I did find the cuckoo there, but regrettably, we brought nothing back. After a brief silence, Lady of the Water's Edge replied, yet others may not share that perspective. Though Old Yuli is tight-lipped, drunken sailors tend to speak too freely. The discovery of the wreckage of the Golden Fleet is not known solely to me. Chapter 45. Setting sail. Colin remained silent for a moment. So, madam, you have summoned me to extract something from me? I desire nothing, replied the Lady of the Waters, pouring another glass of wine for Colin. I have heard whispers that certain individuals in the city have secretly allied themselves, including some disgraced members of the Navy. They await your departure from Volantis to strike against your fleet. Why would you divulge this to me? Colin inquired, perplexed. With a slight smile. The Lady of the Waters replied, as I mentioned, intoxicated sailors are prone to causing trouble. By this time, the wine jug was empty, and the Lady of the Waters appeared weary. Colin, filled with questions, prepared to take his leave. On his way back to the dock, Colin distinctly sensed an increase in the furtive gazes surrounding him. Just as he was on guard, he discovered that the coachman had abruptly fled down an unfamiliar alley. Colin unsheathed his sword, gleaming whisper, and leapt from the chariot. At that moment, two groups of mercenaries emerged from the corner, brandishing blades and surrounding him. Then, a man adorned in a yellow turban and a flowing white robe, masquerading as a merchant, stepped forward from the crowd. Surrender the sea charts, and I shall spare you. In the spirit of our shared Westerosi heritage, Colin surveyed the alley, sullied by sewage, and disdainfully rested his sword upon his shoulder. In the spirit of our shared Westerosi heritage, I could spare you your life. The merchant, realizing negotiations were futile, gestured grimly, and the mercenaries advanced. Unfazed by the approaching threat, Colin merely wiped the blade of gleaming whisper. This gesture bewildered the mercenaries, causing them to murmur amongst themselves as they drew closer to Colin. As they were about to collide with him, Colin swung his sword in a powerful arc, delivering a fatal strike. In that deadly circle, both flesh and steel were cleaved asunder. One unfortunate soul lost an arm, while another lost his head. The merchant, witnessing this scene from afar, recoiled in terror. Yet, the mercenaries, snapping out of their shock, displayed only greed in their eyes. A torrential downpour of blood stained the narrow alley, the crimson liquid saturating the ground beneath their feet. Before the mercenaries could relinquish their avarice, they had already lost their heads. Colin withdrew gleaming whisper from the chest of the last mercenary, flicking off a spray of blood, restoring the blade to its frosty whiteness. The swiftness of the encounter left the merchant trembling in place, streams of blood pooling at his feet. He stumbled back, fearfully collapsing to the ground. I promised I would spare you your life, Colin said with a smile, picking up a broken spear and deftly tossing it, the spearhead piercing the merchant's chest. Upon returning to the dock, the warriors reported to Colin that many had been spying on their fleet, and several sailors who went out to relax had vanished. Furthermore, the crew responsible for procurement mentioned that supplies had been seized by individuals concealing their identities. Sensing the unmasked malice of these individuals, Colin instructed the warriors to remain vigilant and advised the sailors to refrain from venturing outside. In the captain's cabin of the Cuckoo, Colin shared the intelligence received from the Lady of the Waters. The group furrowed their brows, astonished that steering the Cuckoo back to Volantis could incite such a significant uproar. Let us confront them. Anyone who dares to follow us shall be met with force. Beaver's expression was one of fervor. He was accustomed to being the one who pressured others, never having experienced such a passive predicament. Sir Ballystan pondered deeply, yet found no solution to break the deadlock. The covetous eyes upon Volantis represented a blatant conspiracy. The moment Colin and his companions set sail, they would face the onslaught of pirate vessels. Colin glanced at Beleriand, who was consuming dried fish, and suddenly conceived a plan. Since they wish for us to depart, let us stay put. However, Sir Ballystan's concerns were valid. The fleet's provisions came from the port, and should the adversaries slay the crew responsible for procurement, their sustenance would inevitably dwindle. We might proceed as follows. That evening, Colin discreetly transferred Beleriand aboard the Saffron. The next day, Rogers donned Colin's armor and patrolled the deck of the Cuckoo, while Colin concealed himself in the cabin of the Saffron, preparing for departure. As the ship left the port, several vessels stealthily followed. However, the Saffron merely circled back to the harbor. For several days, apart from the Cuckoo, other ships ventured out only to return shortly, infuriating the would-be pursuers. The covetous group comprised various factions, and their continuous mockery had begun to sow discord among them. Some advocated for a direct assault on the vessels anchored at the port, but this proposal was rebuffed by the faction associated with the corrupt navy. One evening, the Saffron set sail during dinner time, and after a bit of shoving and pushing, the pursuers managed to dispatch 2 ships in pursuit. They presumed the Saffron would merely return after a brief jaunt, and in their complacency, neglected to fully unfurl their sails. By the time the Saffron hoisted its full sails and vanished into the sea with the northern wind, the pursuers were left scrambling in dismay, destined to return empty-handed in the darkness of the vast ocean. Upon learning that a vessel had escaped, the covetous group at the port was thrown into a frenzy. Fortunately, 6 ships remained, with the crucial Cuckoo still anchored, allowing them to muster the patience to wait. And so, this waiting extended for over a month. After departing Volantis, the Saffron did not venture far, but instead sought refuge on a remote island away from the shipping lanes. Colin and the warriors established a camp upon the island, transforming into caretakers for Beleriand, who aimed to ascend into a young dragon. Within days of reaching the island, Beleriand underwent his first transformation, emerging as a black dragon hatchling. After the metamorphosis, the once tender dragon's skin sprouted gleaming black scales with a metallic sheen, and newly formed ridges atop his head resembled sharp obsidian daggers, while he could now unleash fiery crimson flames from his maw. Meanwhile, its appetite had substantially increased, with a preference for being roasted before consumption. This posed a significant challenge for Colin, who was left exhausted from wielding his harpoon to satisfy Beleriand's demands. The sun on the island was merciless, leaving the skin of the warriors accompanying Colin sunburned and raw. With 30 days remaining until Beleriand's next ascension, the wait became a test of patience. Among the would-be usurpers, divisions began to emerge. Some opted to depart, while others clamored for an offensive. However, the corrupt navy dared not risk the ire of the ruling officials by plundering vessels docked in the harbor during broad daylight, as such actions would wreak havoc on Volantis commerce. At last, after a month's disappearance, the Saffron finally wobbled back to Volantis. The usurpers, bewildered at the dock, were met with knowing smiles from Sir Balistan and his allies, who felt a sense of relief. The following dawn, Colin's fleet raised anchor and departed from the port of Volantis. The usurpers, who had waited for over a month, joyously pursued him, forming a flotilla of more than 30 vessels. Shortly after leaving the harbor, 5 naval warships approached from ahead, setting the stage for a seemingly assured naval battle for the usurpers. Chapter 46, Astapor Colin's fleet drew ever closer to the intercepting Volantis navy, with both sides preparing their crossbows and ballistae. Charge forward, engage in close combat. Colin called from the deck of the Saffron, eagerly awaiting his opportunity. Soon, both sides found themselves within range. The Volantis navy initiated the assault, launching massive bolts and sharp stones that whistled through the air. However, this exchange yielded little, with only a single bolt successfully tearing through the Saffron's sail. Realizing Colin's fleet aimed for a boarding action, the Volantis navy rejoiced, each of their warships manned by at least 300 seasoned warriors adept in close combat. As the 2 fleets neared collision, warriors on both sides brandished their spears and crossbows, ready to engage in a desperate struggle. In the eyes of the Volantis navy, Colin's fleet, with its decks insufficiently manned, was clearly courting disaster. Yet at that moment, Colin led Beleriand, now a young dragon, out of the hold where the hatch had been removed. With a wingspan of nearly 10 meters and a body length of 7 or 8 meters, Beleriand was agitated by the cramped lower deck. Had Colin not calmed it, the Saffron would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Now emerging from the hold, Beleriand stretched its wings with a metallic shriek that resonated across the battlefield. Colin climbed onto Beleriand's back, gripping the spines along its spine. With a gentle push of its hind legs, the massive dragon soared into the sky. Even after having experienced flight on the island, Colin felt that even 1,000 more flights would never be enough. Beleriand soared against the wild sea winds towards the Valyrian navy, and as the long-lost dragon re-emerged on the battlefield after a century and a half, the Valyrians were engulfed in shock. Beleriand swooped low over the warships that had not yet reloaded their crossbows with a single dive. 2 vessels were severed in half by the immense power of dragonfire, plunging into the depths of the sea. Confronted with the undeniable might of dragonfire, the surviving Valyrians were left in a state of bewilderment. After circling at a distance, Colin guided Beleriand to land on the bow of a Valyrian warship. The massive dragon's weight caused the ship to tremble, shattering the crossbow mounted at the bow, while Colin's fleet crashed into the vessel. Amidst Beleriand's roar, the soldiers scattered like chaff, helplessly witnessing the armored riders board their ships, one after another discarding their weapons. Meanwhile, the covetous onlookers following Colin's fleet caught sight of Beleriand and, in their astonishment, hastily adjusted their sails in an attempt to flee back to Valyria. Yet, Colin showed no mercy. Against these merchant ships armed only with bows and crossbows, Beleriand was unrestrained. Soon, all vessels chose to surrender, and under Beleriand's vigilant gaze, A fleet of 40 ships sailed majestically towards the summer sea. After days of navigation, the fleet rounded the Smoke Sea and anchored in the Bay of Sorrow. From there, sailing eastward led to Karth and the Jade Sea, while northward led to the Slave Bay. In the captain's cabin of the Saffron, Colin summoned Ser Balistan and Buse. "What troubles you?" Ser Balistan, still reveling in their resounding victory, gazed at Colin's serious expression with a hint of confusion. "The road before us diverges. It is time to part ways. Are you not going to Karth?" Ser Balistan inquired, puzzled, for the duo's initial purpose was to seek Daenerys. "With Balerion at my side, I have changed my mind. Perhaps Essos can accommodate a conquering lord." Seeing the determination in Colin's eyes, Ser Balistan refrained from further counsel. 3 ships departed from the fleet, setting sail towards the eastern city of Karth. Colin stood at the bow, watching Ser Balistan and Buse depart. Balerion seemed to sense his emotions, letting out a sharp cry as a farewell. Soon, Colin reined in his emotions and turned to gaze upon the endless fleet on the sea. A surge of ambition swelling within him. Northward, towards Astapor. The Slave Bay was the unequivocal center of the slave trade in the known world, and Astapor, along with Yunkai and Meereen, represented the epicenter of this trade. Controlling the slave commerce of the known world, this region was undoubtedly immensely wealthy. The free folk within the city indulged in a life of unrestrained pleasure day after day. Before reaching Slaver's Bay, Colin summoned his remaining follower, Rogers, to outline his plan. "I intend to negotiate with the benevolent master of Astapor using the ships and ransom of the covetous, feigning an intention to purchase the Unsullied. I shall then reveal Balerion to him, and propose to exchange dragons for all the Unsullied. Once he surrenders the Harpy's finger that controls the Unsullied, we will slay the benevolent master and all the slavers, granting freedom to the slaves of Astapor." After several days at sea, the fleet arrived at the port of Astapor, where its vastness aroused the vigilance of the port guards. Balerion soaring above the fleet further instilled a sense of dread. Upon disembarking with his companions and the dragon, they were confronted by hundreds of Unsullied clad in black armor and wielding black shields, their heads adorned with spiked helmets. Balerion, provoked by these spear-wielding figures, let out a furious roar, ready to unleash dragon fire. Fortunately, Colin was nearby, swiftly patting its neck to soothe it. "We are esteemed guests here to purchase Unsullied. Kindly clear the way," translated Pucia, stepping forward to convey their intentions. However, the Unsullied remained unmoved, their sharp spears blocking the path. Colin's armored cavalry also descended from the ship, forming a formidable line that gleamed with the cold light of steel. Under the scorching sun, Balerion grew increasingly agitated. Sensing an impending conflict, a portly figure draped in silk and carried by a retinue of slaves approached in a litter. "Stand down. Do not be disrespectful to esteemed guests." Before he even arrived, the rotund man, judging by the small eyes buried in his chubby face, discerned that Colin and his company hailed from Westeros. For only those from Westeros would don armor in the desert. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to Astapor." As the portly man drew near, he skillfully rolled out of his litter, his fat face adorned with obsequiousness. "I am Atawakalin, the port master of Astapor. My servant just informed me of a dragon's presence at the port. I whipped him thrice for his audacity, yet he insisted he was not mistaken. Thus, I hurried here, hoping I have not kept you waiting." The corpulent Atawak feigned exhaustion as he wiped his brow and looked up at the increasingly irritable Balerion, fear and greed flickering in his small eyes. Colin found amusement in the portly man's pretense, yet the blazing sun proved a torment for his armored cavalry, so he did not linger. Under the guidance of the rotund Atawak, they entered Astapor. Chapter 47. The Plaza of Pride. Atawak led Colin and his party to the Plaza of Pride within the city, a public market where slavers showcased their Unsullied to prospective buyers. Through Atawak's introduction, Colin met Krasny's Mo Naklas, the benevolent master specializing in Unsullied at Astapor. Krasny's was a middle-aged man with a fierce gaze and a goatee, resembling a boiled egg. After listening to Atawa's introduction, he did not display much enthusiasm. "Colin Raven, I have heard your name. My business partner in Tylosai mentioned that you allowed their slaves to escape and seized some of their money. Since when do slave traders get to choose their buyers?" Colin shrugged. "I shall not sell slaves to those who oppose the institution of slavery, especially to the innocents." With that, Krasny flicked his silk cloak and departed with the innocent guards. Following this unpleasant first encounter with Krasny, Colin took residence in an inn beside Pride Square. The rotund Atawa informed him that even if Krasny was unwilling to sell the innocents, there were other options in the city and invited him to join him the next day at the arena to witness a bullfight, promising to introduce him to some friends. Soon, the following day arrived. Colin, accompanied by Rogers and the translator Prussia, boarded the bridge sent by Atawa heading towards the arena. The sun blazed down on the streets of Astabo, with few pedestrians in sight. Unlike arenas in other cities, a significant portion of Esteba's arena lay deep underground. Upon their arrival, the portly Ottawa awaited them in the shadows of the arena with his attendants, who offered chilled fruit wine to quench their thirst as they disembarked from the bridge. "My lord Colin, today I have brought 3 friends," Ottawa said, wiping the sweat from his brow while leading them down the spiraling passage into the arena's interior. Noticing the curious glances from the group, Ottawa chuckled. "Only Esteba's arena has its slave bay underground. Even under the fierce sun, spectators can revel in the thrilling contests from the cool seating within the arena's chambers." Colin met Ottawa's 3 friends, Tarek, Majid, and Keto, who approached him in succession, all wearing broad smiles, a stark contrast to Krosny's indifference. "Here, you can procure all slaves except for the innocents," Ottawa beamed, having put considerable thought into this lucrative deal. Colin chose not to discuss business immediately. Instead, he moved to the railing to gaze down at the arena, where he observed a small girl standing alone, seemingly entranced. "Why is there a child in the arena?" Tarek, the slave owner, stepped forward with a mysterious smile. "This is Esteba's signature spectacle. Look, it's starting." Suddenly, a massive golden bull burst through the open gate, charging towards the motionless girl in the blink of an eye. The frail child was impaled by the bull's horns and subsequently flung several meters like a rag doll. Witnessing the blood-soaked arena and the girl's plight ignited a surge of fury within Colin. Yet, recalling his purpose, he forced himself to suppress his anger, battling the impulse to turn away. He feared that the sight of the grinning slave owners would drive him to shatter them into pieces. However, Rogers and Pucia lacked Colin's composure, glaring at the contemptuous slave masters with indignation. It appeared our young friend was displeased as Tarek flashed a teasing grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth that caused Rogers to grip the hilt of his sword tightly. Colin turned around, his expression impassive, and restrained Rogers, sensing Colin's discontent. The slave masters also subdued their laughter, awkwardly remarking, "Every mortal must meet their end, do they not?" As the atmosphere grew tense, the bull was herded back into its pen, the lifeless body of the little girl was carried away, and the blood on the ground was cleared, replaced with fresh sand. Subsequently, a group of children, smeared with honey and various foods, was ushered into the arena. At that moment, Colin could no longer contain his fury, and from the adjacent enclosure came the cheerful laughter of others. "I bet that boy in the red will be the first to be devoured. He looks so unfortunate. Ha ha ha. I think it will be that little girl in the pale yellow dress. She resembles a beehive." Soon, a brown bear was driven out of its cage by the guards of the arena. Famished, the bear sniffed the sweet aroma of honey in the air and lumbered towards the cluster of children. As the bear accelerated, the frightened children erupted into wails, their tears and snot mingling with the honey, creating a chaotic scene. Only the youngest, encircled in the middle and oblivious to the concept of life and death, sat on the ground, joyfully licking the honey from his hands. It was his first taste of sweetness. The spectators in the arena, witnessing the charging brown bear, erupted in fervent shouts, "Devour him! Eat the one in red!" Colin, standing in the stands, felt a chill run through him. With a swift motion, his sword, Frostbite, was unsheathed with a resounding sound and flew towards the arena. The bear, enticed by the fragrant honey, licked its lips as it ran, saliva dripping from its mouth. However, the whistling blade pierced through its skull and buried deeply into the sand, causing the bear's body to lurch forward, cleaved in two by the force of its own momentum. The children, who had been crying for survival, ceased their lamentations, staring in bewilderment at the suddenly lifeless bear. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in a cacophony of curses, denouncing the intruder who had disrupted their profitable spectacle. The slave masters in the enclosure gazed at Colin in astonishment, shocked that he dared to incur the wrath of the crowd by shattering the sanctity of the games. Colin turned slightly and smiled. Not only mortals must meet their demise, bears, too, share the same fate. Emerging from the enclosure, Colin stepped into the arena. As he withdrew his sword from the bear's carcass and sheathed it, the audience quickly understood he was the architect of chaos. A torrent of curses rained down upon Colin, and the arena guards closed in, attempting to apprehend this disruptor. Yet, soon the entire arena fell into an eerie silence. A thunderous roar of a dragon echoed above the arena, and sensing Colin's wrath, Balerion soared from the warship to the arena. The colossal dragon descended within the confines of the arena, stirring up dust that swept across the audience on either side. Enraged, Balerion unleashed a torrent of fiery breath, causing the spectators to scatter in terror. Colin gently patted Balerion's head, soothing its agitation, before leading the children out of the arena. Meanwhile, Balerion seized a bear carcass and took flight away from the arena. This time, the audience was rendered utterly silent. Chapter 48. The slave trade at the entrance of the arena. Ottawa and his friends, the slave masters, caught up with Colin. "My lord, Why should you be angered over a mere handful of slaves? They are as ephemeral as the weeds by the roadside, hardly worthy of your esteemed attention as a dragon knight. Colin ushered the children into the palanquin and arranged for Rogers to ensure their safety aboard the ship. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Ottawa and his companions. I am incensed because of your extravagance. Colin shook his head. A healthy young boy sells for 5 silver coins in Volantis, yet commands 30 in Pintos. Just now, how much were you on the verge of squandering? I cannot abide such behavior. Hearing Colin's words, Ottawa and his fellow slave masters exchanged glances, taken aback by the sordid reality lurking beneath the seemingly glamorous facade of the Dragon Knight, stirring a sense of disdain within them. After bidding farewell to Ottawa and the others while seated in the palanquin, Colin wiped the smile from his face. He must endure these loathsome insects for a few more days until his plans came to fruition. The following day, Colin returned to Pride Square, this time accompanied by his armored cavalry. Welcome, welcome. Tarek greeted Colin at the square, theatrically bowing in a manner reminiscent of Westerosi customs. The two entered Tarek's territory, where hundreds of half-height wooden cages were stacked, filled with individuals from across the globe who had been forced into servitude. These captives ranged from the elderly to the young, including the dark-skinned inhabitants of the Summer Isles and the wildlings beyond the wall of Westeros. Why not dress them more presentably? They looked tattered and emaciated. How will they attract customers? Colin pointed to a cage where a Westerosi wildling cautiously lowered his head, his freedom and dignity long extinguished by his captor. Ah. If they are too well-fed, they might develop unwarranted thoughts. Rags are more convenient for customers to peruse. After all, some patrons possess peculiar preferences. Heh. Colin remained silent, still fixated on the Westerosi wildling in the cage, who, under Colin's gaze, felt a desperate urge to escape, yet found himself cramped within the cage, forced to curl into a tight ball. After a tour of the premises, Tarek summoned a servant to present chilled fruit wine. On this sweltering summer day, although Colin was unbothered by the heat, he felt a touch of thirst. The slaves in the cages watched him with longing eyes, their throats working as they swallowed in unison at the sight of the chilled fruit wine in his hand. Upon hearing the sound, Tarek furrowed his brow and nodded to the attendant beside him. Following his command, the attendant unfastened the whip and approached the wooden cage, beginning to lash at the desperate slaves. Pain overpowered desire, causing the slaves to huddle in the center of the cage, their heads bowed, no longer daring to look at Colin. Observing this scene, Colin remained impassive, selecting with feigned anger. How can I choose when they are all so filthy? After speaking, he lifted his leg as if to depart, but Tarek swiftly intercepted him. Which one do you wish to purchase? I shall have them washed, every last one of them. I desire all types. Colin, displaying impatience, waved his hand dismissively. 2 armored knights approached, carrying a chest, and Colin kicked open the lid. As long as I am satisfied. There is no limit to how many I desire. Inside the chest, neatly arranged, were gold bars of equal size. Satisfactory. You must be satisfied. Tarek promptly summoned guards to drive all the slaves from the cage to the nearby waterway for cleansing, to ensure Colin's satisfaction. He even had them bring Bran to scrub the slaves. The waterway became filthy from the slaves' washing, provoking a heated exchange in Astapor dialect between the camel merchants downstream and Tarek. After cleansing, the slaves appeared rejuvenated, and in response to the shouts of the slave master guards, they formed a serpentine line to be inspected by Colin. A total of 876, choose at your leisure. Tarek proclaimed with a merchant's grin, his gaze flitting between Colin and the gold. Colin ignored him, instead attuning himself to Balerion. Their connection had grown clearer as the dragon matured. Soon, Balerion soared from the distance, sending the livestock in the square into a state of panic. Before Balerion landed, Colin accepted a handkerchief from the translator, Pucia, having gained experience after a few encounters with dust. Balerion landed in Pride Square, its enormous wings stirring the air and sending clouds of red sand swirling about. Standing beside Colin, Tarek was unprepared and was not only engulfed in dust but also found tears streaming from his eyes, prompting Colin to chuckle. Once the dust settled, Colin instructed the armored knights to place a large basket before Balerion, filled with copper coins used by the impoverished. Take a copper from before my dragon, and you shall qualify to be my slave. Pucia conveyed Colin's words in various languages to the slaves. Tarek marveled at Colin's unconventional selection method, while the slaves became agitated, all eyes filled with fear as they gazed at Balerion. After a prolonged wait, one trembling individual stepped out from the line, gaunt and emaciated, his tattered garments hanging loosely, perhaps soon to be discarded as a mere casualty to the mass grave outside the city. The individual summoned immense courage to approach Balerion. The irritable Balerion lifted his head and sneezed, causing him to fall to the ground in fright. Yet, he exerted tremendous effort to rise again, laboriously retrieving a copper coin. With the first person leading the way, others gradually followed suit, and by dusk, Colin had acquired 537 slaves. On the return journey, Rogers, riding alongside Colin, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Why did you not purchase all the slaves?" Colin did not respond directly but instead asked, "Do you remember the first person who stepped forward?" His name was Fawaro. Tarek informed me he was once a clerk aboard a merchant vessel, responsible for recording the cargo, navigational routes, and trade details. Initially, such literate slaves were highly sought after, yet he had a penchant for escaping, being sold once only to flee again. Had it not been for his high value, buyers would have returned him after recapturing him. He might have perished long ago. Due to his esteemed reputation, he has been confined in a cage for over a year, enduring in a space where he could scarcely turn, and yet he has survived. What do you think accounts for this? Rogers, evidently perplexed by Colin's reasoning, wore a more bewildered expression. Colin, with a gentle pat on his head, remarked, "Life is both fragile and resilient, but if one lacks the courage to even attempt, what merit is there in being saved?" Chapter 49. The Innocents. With the success of the initial transaction, a steady stream of slave traders began to present their offerings, as long as they could pass Balerian's test. Colin welcomed all. In a matter of days, Colin acquired over 5,000 slaves, the majority of whom were adult men. The slave owners, having reaped substantial gold from Colin, reveled in their newfound profit, mocking Klasny for missing this lucrative opportunity. Upon receiving the news, Klasny grew anxious, and the following day, Colin received his invitation. The next day, Colin encountered Klasny in the punishment square. Unlike their first meeting, Klasny wore a smile, his serious beard contrasting humorously with his demeanor. "Lord Colin, I hope Astapor has met your expectations." Observing Klasny's obsequiousness, Colin chuckled inwardly, recognizing that these slave traders would forsake anything for wealth. "Astapor has pleased me greatly, especially Tarek. I'm contemplating a long-term collaboration with him," Colin replied nonchalantly as he continued walking ahead. Klasny, lifting his cloak and bowing, hurried to catch up with Colin. "Please forgive my previous offense. I have written to my friend, denouncing his vile lies and severing ties with him." "Oh." Colin turned curiously to regard him. "Your displayed wealth serves as the best testament." Klasny bowed deeply. "I wonder if you are still interested in acquiring the Innocents. The Guild of Innocents would welcome a buyer as generous as you." "Very well, then I shall take a look," Colin shrugged. In the punishment square, a battalion of Unsullied was diligently training, and Krasny's led Colin to the forefront of their formation. "You may be unfamiliar with the Unsullied here in Westeros," he explained, "but as the finest commodity of Astapor, we commenced their training at the tender age of 5. Their regimen persists from dawn until dusk without respite. We not only instruct them in combat, but also eradicate all vestiges of their individuality, emotions, and sense of self. Ultimately, to earn the coveted Unsullied spiked helm, they must don silver masks, venture to the slave market, purchase a newborn, and slay it before its mother, compensating the newborn's owner for the loss. Typically, only 1/3 of the slaves endure to become Unsullied." Colin paused to observe these emotionless war machines and inquired, "How much for one?" 50 golden crescent coins or 30 old Westerosi gold dragons," Krasny's replied, "but we only sell in whole numbers, 10, 100, or 1,000. Colin paced thoughtfully. "I possess over 20 ships of varying sizes, in addition to more than 3,000 Valyrian captives yet to pay their ransom. Along with the gold in my possession, let us see how many Unsullied that can procure." Krasny's beamed with delight. "If you grant me some time, I shall send a scribe to the port to tally the figures and return with an answer." 3 days later, Krasny's approached Colin once more. "Do we have results?" Colin inquired, observing Krasny's hastening towards him with a piece of paper in hand. "The scribe has worked tirelessly, and the values of your ships, captives, and remaining gold have been assessed. Your 23 ships can be exchanged for 900 Unsullied, the captives for 300, and the gold for 800, totaling 2,000 Unsullied." Krasny's expression was one of elation. Indeed, 2,000 Unsullied represented a significant transaction. "Deal." Colin smiled, his plans advancing further. The following day, still within the punishment square, Krasny's assembled all the Unsullied from the guild. Standing atop a platform, Colin gazed down at the throng of Unsullied and curiously asked, "How many are there?" 9,500. Krasny's proclaimed proudly. "All the Unsullied for sale in Astapor are gathered here. You may select any 2,000. Colin, unreserved, summoned Balerian and mounted the dragon's back from the platform. Balerian soared above the punishment square, circling as the majority of Unsullied remained impervious to the dragon's roar. After several aerial loops, Colin had identified his targets. Krasny's gathered the selected cohort of Unsullied to the center of the square and produced the Harpy's finger, the device controlling the Unsullied. "From this day forth, Colin Raven, you shall be their new master." Upon receiving the command, the Unsullied raised their shields in unison. looking to Colin for his orders. Meanwhile, Colin gazed curiously at the harpy's finger. Could such a small object truly command such a formidable legion of Unsullied? Krosny chuckled. It is merely a symbol. The true power lies with Astapor. Yet, even the Unsullied, formidable as they are, pale in comparison to your dragon. Observing Krosny's avaricious gaze directed at Balerion, Colin realized he had ensnared him. What if I were to offer you all the Unsullied in exchange for the dragon? Krosny, taken aback, had not anticipated encountering a fool like Colin willing to trade a dragon for mere replicable slaves. However, he refrained from an immediate response, instead conferring quietly with his companions. All the slave masters involved in the Unsullied trade had gathered in the city for this transaction. After a brief discussion, Krosny turned to Colin with solemnity. My answer is affirmative. Shall we enjoy a fruitful collaboration? Colin replied with a slight smile. Accepting the chains Krosny presented and fastening them around Balerion's neck, Krosny then produced the harpy's finger to hand over to Colin, simultaneously accepting the chains that ensnared Balerion. Just as Colin reached out for the harpy's finger, the irascible Balerion, failing to grasp Colin's deeper intent, unleashed a torrent of crimson dragon fire, incinerating Krosny along with the harpy's finger, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Kill it. Slay it. The slave masters in the square erupted into chaos. While the 2,000 Unsullied already under Colin's command remained steadfast, a handful of the remaining Unsullied raised their spears, attempting to strike at Balerion. While many others were engulfed in confusion, Krosny had been the master of most Unsullied, and now, with their controller and symbol obliterated, they found themselves lost and disoriented. However, Astapor was not solely comprised of Unsullied. It housed city guards as well. These free men, obeying the slave master's commands, armed themselves with bows and crossbows to attack Balerion. Colin, not one to remain idle, promptly commanded his armored cavalry and the Unsullied to engage the city guards and those Unsullied following the slave master's orders. In an instant, the square became a maelstrom of chaos, with the city guards surging forward, while over 2,000 Unsullied, under the slave master's direction, turned their spears against their former comrades. Chapter 50. The punishment square. Amidst the tumultuous battlefield, Colin rode Balerion aloft into the sky. Gazing down from above, he observed his formation of Unsullied flanked on either side by the enemy Unsullied, while the wall-facing side was embroiled in a clash between the armored cavalry and the city guards. The Unsullied, divided by allegiance, instinctively formed battle lines, each side thrusting their spears against one another, blood spilling freely. Although the city guards numbered in the thousands, in a city heavily reliant on Unsullied, their role was limited to oppressing slaves, and they now found themselves on the verge of collapse when faced with the ferocity of the armored cavalry. Balerion soared above the heads of the city guards, while those in the rear, yet to engage in battle, unleashed a barrage of arrows and bolts. The metallic scales of Balerion resounded with thuds, yet the assault was of little consequence. With a surge of intent, Colin prompted Balerion to lower his great head and open his cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon fire. In an instant, dozens of city guards along a straight line were ignited, their anguished screams piercing the battlefield, while those nearby fled in terror from this realm of death. The morale of the armored cavalry soared, and Colin spotted Rogers amidst them. Under the tutelage of him and Sir Ballystan, the once immature youth had transformed into a valiant warrior. Colin directed Balerion to turn and charge once more at the city guards. The guards, who had barely managed to halt their retreat under the whip of noble officers, trembled at the approaching roar of the dragon, their courage evaporating. When the flames erupted again from their ranks, their resolve shattered completely. The cacophony of frantic wails and desperate pleas mingled with the raging inferno, leading to the guards' total collapse. Colin abandoned the reassembling armored cavalry and soared toward the ranks of the Unsullied. Unlike the feeble city guards, the Unsullied, obedient to their master's commands, remained undeterred by the chaos among their allies, their focus unwavering on the fight. As Colin guided Balerion into the fray, nearby Unsullied hurled their spears. Balerion nimbly evaded the incoming projectiles, and Colin, clinging tightly to the dragon's back, seized a spear that whizzed past him. After dodging the assault, an enraged Balerion ascended, breathing forth dragon fire, while Colin hurled the spear into the chest of an Unsullied officer adorned with 3 spikes. Dozens of Unsullied were ignited by the flames. Yet not a single cry of agony escaped their lips. Instead, they charged into the fray, engulfed in fire. Observing the formation of the Unsullied remaining steadfast, Colin once again urged Balerion to execute a surprise attack, eliminating over 200 Unsullied in a flurry of assaults. With exhilaration coursing through him, Balerion emitted joyful roars, recklessly diving toward the Unsullied, attempting to lift them into the sky with his claws. Before Colin could intervene and curb Balerion's reckless behavior, a volley of spears flew toward them. In his excitement, Balerion failed to evade in time, and several spears pierced his scales, causing him to emit a piercing shriek of pain. Struggling, Balerion flapped his wings mightily, descending to the edge of the square and crashing before the city gates. Witnessing the anguish in Balerion's eyes, Colin's fury ignited, and he dismounted, drawing the spear lodged in the dragon's side. Sensing an opportunity, the Unsullied broke formation and charged toward Colin, but the reformed armored cavalry intercepted them, blocking their advance. Save for a small contingent of Unsullied that flanked them under the guidance of an officer, Colin readied the bloodied spear before him, waiting for the Unsullied to close in before he hurled it with all his might. The fastest of the Purified was pierced through the body by a spear imbued with immense power, sending him hurtling backwards. After dispatching several Purified in quick succession, Colin withdrew his radiant sword, gazing at the line of advancing Purified. Yet, before he could strike, the furious Balerion raised his head and unleashed a torrent of blazing dragon fire, igniting the squad. The disbanded Purified clashed with the fully armored cavalry, and soon, due to the disparity in equipment, they were utterly annihilated. As Balerion regained his composure, his eyes glowed with fury. His injured wings rendered him incapable of flight, so he braced himself on his hind legs, following the cavalry into battle against the enemy Purified. The armored cavalry seized the spears of the Purified, approaching the slave master Purified S formation from the flank, first throwing their spears to disrupt the line, then engaging in close combat with sword and shield. Balerion stood behind the ranks of the armored cavalry, breathing fire towards the enemy formation through the throng of warriors, conserving his dragon fire by mastering the art of fireball breathing. As the massive fireball shattered the slave master Purified S formation, Colin and his cavalry swiftly penetrated the breach. With the ranks in disarray, the Purified, armed only with shields and leather armor, were gradually overwhelmed and eliminated. The battle raged on until the afternoon, with the last few dozen slave master Purified cornered in a small shield wall in the square, continuously losing lives to spears thrust through the gaps in their shields. Defeat was inevitable, yet the Purified, stripped of emotion and self, remained unaware of the concept of surrender. Colin, however, showed no mercy. The warriors raised their spears and thrust fiercely, layer by layer dismantling this stubborn foe. In the aftermath, the surviving Purified reformed their ranks. From an initial force of 2,000, only about 1,400 remained, and the armored cavalry had lost dozens as well. Just as Colin began to mourn for his fallen warriors, the Purified who had been observing from the edge of the square closed in. Before the melee commenced, there had been over 5,000 unclaimed Purified, but most had fled the punishment square once the battle began. Now, the more than 1,000 that remained regrouped. Colin regarded them with a grave expression, realizing that his weary troops would likely struggle against such a formidable gathering of Purified. Fortunately, the anticipated confrontation did not occur. These individuals merely integrated themselves into Colin's ranks. Once reformed, Colin's army of Purified exceeded 3,000. The punishment square returned to a semblance of calm, as the bodies of the fallen were carried outside the city by Colin's slaves, and the bloodied ground was covered with fresh sand. The city had become a hollow shell, with the inhabitants hiding within their homes, watching the busy slaves, awaiting the ultimate victor. "What is the situation?" Colin inquired of Rogers, who had just returned from reconnaissance. The slave masters had retreated to the southern camp of the Purified army. Many slave masters from Purified guilds, sensing the impending disaster, had fled amidst the chaos, gathering some guards and Purified in the camp, attempting to make a last stand. Within the city, the majority of slave masters engaged in the trade of other enslaved individuals remained oblivious to the current turmoil, sequestered within their pyramids, fantasizing about resuming their former lives once the chaos subsided, utterly unaware that their downfall loomed imminent. Chapter 51, The Stepped Pyramid. Colin, fully aware that one must eradicate evil completely, afforded his enemies no respite. By dusk, his forces had encircled the camp of the Unsullied to the south of the city. This encampment was shielded by towering, slender red brick walls, with square arrow towers at the corners primarily serving to oversee the interior rather than watch for external threats. At the sole entrance of the encampment, Colin's army had erected a multitude of caltrops to block the enemy's escape route, manifesting an intention of protracted siege. The slave masters atop the walls were bewildered by this turn of events. What could he possibly intend? Did he believe that other benevolent lords would idly watch as a Westerosi sought to overthrow Astapor? Soon, the distant roar of Balerion answered their queries. The now rejuvenated dragon bore a massive clay pot, laden with the incendiary oil Colin had scavenged from the city. Although Balerion was gifted, the weight of the enormous vessel posed a slight challenge for the young dragon. Fortunately, all proceeded smoothly as the pot plummeted from the sky. And upon detecting the scent of the oil, the slave masters quickly grasped Colin's malicious intent. However, with only one entrance to the camp barricaded by caltrops, the slave masters found themselves trapped, pressing against the gate with their guards. while all soldiers who attempted to displace the caltrops met their demise at the hands of the Unsullied spears. Cornered, the slave masters watched helplessly as Colin unleashed his deadly fire arrows, igniting a fierce conflagration within the encampment. Valyrian, aloft in the sky, reveled in the thrill of arson, executing over 10 aerial drops without fatigue. The flames swelled, casting a fiery glow across the heavens, drawing the attention of all in Astapor. In that moment, the encampment transformed into an inferno. Save for the steadfast Unsullied atop the walls, everyone else frantically sought to escape. In their desperate bid for egress, the slave masters commanded their guards to slay anyone obstructing their path, while the unwilling slaves turned their blades against their masters. In this instant, all distinctions of rank dissolved, as each individual fought with fervor for a chance at survival. Yet, the caltrops outside, alongside the Unsullied, formed an insurmountable barrier, leaving slaves, freedmen, and benevolent lords alike to be shattered against this wall. Colin, mounted in position behind the Unsullied, beheld an indescribable despair illuminated by the orange flames. The enemy fell like wheat before the merciless spears of the Unsullied. A young Astapori noble, clad in a linen waistcoat and draped in a yellow silk cloak adorned with copper discs, charged towards the caltrops. Before he could raise his blade, a spear from the Unsullied pierced his throat. The intertwining of his yearning for life and fear of death flickered in his eyes, a moment witnessed solely by Colin. Gradually, the corpses before the Chevaux Frise piled up into a small hill, and the spear in the hands of the Unsullied had lost its initial sharpness. Colin felt it was time, and promptly commanded the Unsullied to create an opening. Upon seeing a glimmer of hope, the desperate courage of the people swiftly dissipated, and the besieged soldiers quickly carried away the Chevaux Frise and escaped the encirclement. However, before they could rejoice in their narrow escape, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed through the streets. The heavily armored cavalry, both man and horse clad in steel, charged forward, and the already demoralized soldiers turned to flee. But the galloping warhorses surged forth like a tidal wave, burying everything beneath their hoofs. The fire raged throughout the night and the following day. Citizens peering through the cracks of their doors were engulfed in nausea. Corpses piled high, blood pooling like a lake. The slain soldiers in the streets were trampled into a mushy paste by the cavalry, while slaves tasked with cleaning the battlefield had no choice but to wield shovels. As flies swarmed in clouds over the blood-soaked ground. A week had passed since Colin had eradicated the Unsullied Guild, disbanded the old city guard, and seized control of the city. In the heart of Astapor stood a grand pyramid constructed of red bricks, 400 feet tall, once the residence of Krasnys. Here, trees, vines, and flowers from across the world thrived. The slaves serving this pyramid were compelled to repeatedly carry spring water up hundreds of steps, pouring it into the aqueduct at the pinnacle to nourish the trees and cool the interior of the pyramid. Now, in the palace atop the pyramid, Colin sat in the seat of power. Rogers, appointed as the new captain of the city guard by Colin, was reporting, "Order has been restored in the streets and ports. In accordance with your command, no merchants are permitted to leave Astapor." Following him was Favaler, the newly appointed commissioner. "All bodies within the city have been removed outside for uniform cremation as per your instructions, and the battlefield has been covered with ashes to prevent disease, due to your use of force to seize the city and restrict the slave owners' freedoms. The slaves originally tasked with maintaining the city's operations have been reclaimed by their masters. Presently, prices in the city are soaring, refuse clogs the streets, and the excrement of both man and beast remains uncollected by slaves, filling the urban area with a foul stench. Should you fail to address these issues adequately, the free citizens and slave owners may unite in resistance against your rule." Observing Favaler, who spoke fluent common tongue of Westeros, Colin could not help but marvel at the wonders of life. In just over a fortnight, he had transformed from a mere skeleton into a robust figure, and now, as his commissioner, Favaler exuded vigor, no longer resembling the pitiful wretch he once was. Upon hearing the reports from the two individuals, Colin set aside his fanciful thoughts and made a decisive resolution. He summoned all the slave owners of the city to gather at Pride Square the following dawn. There, I shall engage with all slave owners to redefine the regulations governing the slave trade. Any absence or tardiness shall be regarded as a direct affront to my authority. After the battle that evening, Colin initially intended to eradicate all slave owners in the city in one fell swoop. However, he soon realized he lacked knowledge of who among them were slave owners and who were legitimate merchants. Even in the renowned center of the world's slave trade, Astapor, not all merchants were engaged in the slave trade. There were those who dealt in grain to prevent starvation, others in jewels and adornments to provide the slave owners with avenues for expenditure, and even those who managed pleasure slaves to alleviate the excess energies of young nobles. Unless he annihilated the entire noble class within the city, which would yield no benefit other than being branded a madman, especially considering that even Westeros was governed by nobility. And he himself was the most prominent military noble within the city. Colin opted to subtly disseminate the narrative that he was merely incensed by Krasny's covetousness for his dragon, which had led to their confrontation. Meanwhile, he covertly mobilized his resources to investigate the number of slave owners in the city and the size of their guards. Although some slave owners harbored doubts about his words and began to prepare in secret, Colin, having recently trained 2,000 skilled soldiers, undoubtedly had time on his side. Chapter 52. The Worm River Astapor lies at the mouth of a winding river, which the locals refer to as the Worm River. This river flows eastward into the Slavers' Bay, and thus the Eastern District, situated upstream, serves as a gathering place for the affluent nobility and merchants. Within a pyramid by the riverside in the Eastern District, several of the most influential slave owners were secretly convening. At the center of the gathering, one individual was speaking. On that day, I stood directly behind Krasny's and heard with my own ears Colin Raven state his intent to exchange his dragon for all the Unsullied. After deliberation, Krasny's and the others decided to acquiesce. After all, failing to seize an opportunity would not be forgiven by the gods. However, during the transaction, Colin commanded his dragon to incinerate Krasny's. Witnessing this, I hastily fled with my guards. Later, I learned that Colin did not acquire the Harpy S-ring. Yet there is no doubt that his actions were nothing short of blatant robbery. We must unite to expel this Westerosi from Astapor. As he concluded, a thick silence enveloped the crowd. After a lengthy pause, a second voice finally broke the stillness. I have gathered you here because I have discovered that someone in the city is covertly probing into our affairs. It is one of Colin's men. How do you know this? Another asked. My nephew's pleasure slave reported this. The young man, entranced by the sweet words of the pleasure slave, would gladly offer his very soul. Before the crowd could absorb this information, the speaker continued. What is more intriguing is that this individual was recently a slave. Hey, Tarek. It is the very slave you sold. Upon hearing this, Tarek in the crowd wore a bewildered expression. He stated that Colin had categorized the enslaved individuals into various occupations. Robust men were trained as soldiers, literate ones appointed as clerks, while women were assigned roles as cooks and launderers. However, they were compensated with wages. After Colin seized the pyramid of Krasny, the former slaves began to receive weekly pay. This revelation caused an uproar among the crowd, as they viewed the payment of wages to slaves, akin to free citizens, as a flagrant betrayal of the institution of slavery. They were deeply concerned that their slaves might develop unwarranted notions. Among the assembly of slave owners, aside from the lowly slaves designated for sale, many possessed high-ranking slaves who served them. For instance, clerks trained from a young age, translators fluent in various languages, elite bed slaves procured for pleasure, and assassins employed to eliminate rivals. These individuals had always rendered services without compensation, as the institution of slavery dictated that it was their inherent duty. Thus, in the eyes of the slave owners, remunerating slaves threatened to undermine the very foundation of slavery. It could not continue in this manner. We must resist him. The crowd seethed with indignation. The previously vocal slave owner spoke again. No matter how eloquent the words, they cannot surpass the might of swords. He urged that we gather at Pride Square tomorrow, declaring his readiness. Now, we are but lambs to be slaughtered at his banquet. His words plunged the previously hopeful slave owners into a state of anxiety. After a cacophony of heated debate, silence fell once more as all eyes turned back to him. For what has been lost to swords can only be reclaimed through swords. As dusk descended, before the grand staircase of the pyramid in the city's center, a cohort of 200 innocents marched in formation, ready to relieve the guards of the pyramid. An officer of the innocents, adorned with 3 pointed spikes, stood at the pyramid steps, halting the incoming guards. The command. Upon hearing the officer's words, the incoming guard officer exchanged furtive glances with the soldiers beside him, quietly tightening their grips on their spears. The vigilant officer sensed the unease, but, with fewer than 20 innocents at his side, maintained his composure and remarked, Is it the mercy of Lord Colin that has led to your laxity? You cannot even recall the name of his dragon. At this, the incoming guard officer subtly relaxed his grip on his spear, Balerion. Having exchanged the password, the vigilant officer summoned the innocents stationed throughout the pyramid. The 2 groups of guards ascended and descended the pyramid steps simultaneously. As the incoming guard officer watched his men successfully ascend the steps, believing the plan to be proceeding smoothly, the vigilant officer suddenly drew his short sword and plunged it into his neck. 7th Squad, eliminate the enemy. The vigilant officer cast aside his helmet, smashing it upon the ground, and raised his short sword to strike at the foes beside him. At his furious cry, the soldiers of Colin's innocent legion, 7th Squad, brandished their spears, thrusting them toward the adversaries at their sides. On the steps of the Great Pyramid, A silent yet bloody battle erupted, with the vigilant Unsullied gaining the upper hand. However, the Unsullied soon suffered heavy losses, as those who had come to deceive them were swiftly annihilated. Before they could catch their breath, 1,000 assailants, clad in civilian attire and armed with a variety of weapons, surged forth from the narrow alleys surrounding the pyramid. Form ranks, commanded an Unsullied officer, who had easily dispatched several foes, as he quickly gathered the remaining Unsullied to raise their shields and steady their spears upon the pyramid steps. Just as their fragile formation seemed poised to be overwhelmed, a resounding roar echoed from the summit of the pyramid. It was Bellerin, resting within the palace atop the pyramid, drawn by the scent of blood, who descended with the flapping of dragon wings. The tumultuous mob was momentarily paralyzed by the dragon's imposing presence, caught between advancing and retreating. Amidst the crowd, a slave master bellowed, promising gold and bed slaves as rewards, rekindling the mob's courage to charge up the steps once more. Colin, inside the pyramid, heard Bellerin's furious roar and promptly emerged from the palace with a dozen guards. He beheld the Unsullied steadfastly defending the steps of the pyramid. The mob, faced with the towering base of the pyramid, found themselves helpless against the Unsullied spear formation. Meanwhile, Bellerin soared above the square before the pyramid, occasionally diving to incinerate a group of unfortunate souls below. Colin approached the ranks of the Unsullied, his armor gleaming, refusing to cower behind his men. A gap opened in the Unsullied line, igniting the mob's elation at their prolonged siege. Yet, before they could surge forward, frosty blades cleaved the swiftest among them in twain. Colin, wielding the radiant sword, carved through the throng, and the Unsullied's formation closed behind him, unfazed by the gazes of hatred and dread. Colin wielded his unmatched blade with singular focus. Rolling heads and half-crawling corpses together composed a macabre dance of death before the pyramid. As the city guard and the Unsullied Legion arrived in response to Bellerin's roar, the utterly demoralized mob collapsed. With no escape, they cried out for mercy, discarding their weapons, while the shrewd among them slipped into the night, retreating to the alleys. Thus, an unsuccessful coup came to a close. Chapter 53, Ruthless Slaughter. Once the dust settled, Colin, drenched in blood, stood upon the steps of the pyramid, sword in hand. The surrendered mob resembled quails, herded by the city guard and the Unsullied Legion with their spears. The soldiers raised their weapons, awaiting Colin's command to execute the remaining insurgents. Meanwhile, Rogers, responsible for the interrogation, had reached a conclusion. My lord, the instigator is a slave master named Hassan. He conspired with several other slave masters to assault you and Lord Bellerin during the shift change. Colin's suspicions were confirmed, and he couldn't help but reflect on the audacity of these slave masters, who had dared to strike before he could launch his own offensive. Identify the slave owners. At Colin's command, the slave owners concealed among the mob were swiftly apprehended by the guards and lined up before him. Once again, he encountered Talek. Colin removed his helmet and approached his acquaintance with an air of ease. My lord Colin, Talek stammered, his face pale and trembling, his silk robe torn and resembling that of a beggar. I had thought we were friends. Colin shook his head and surveyed the other slave owners. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there are still a few more slave owners? Colin inquired curiously as he paced around, glancing at Rogers. The mob claims Lord Bellerin was burned alive. Ha! Bellerin has presented me with quite a conundrum, Colin mused, scanning the disheveled slave owners who fearfully stared at the ground. Who is Hassan? Upon hearing the question, the slave owners collectively raised their heads to a man in the middle of the group. With the answer in hand, Colin approached the instigator of the riot, Hassan. Although Hassan had lost his outer garment in the chaos, his remaining shirt appeared somewhat ludicrous amidst the carnage, yet he bore a certain presence as he glanced around. However, before he could utter a word, Colin's blade cleaved through his body and ambition alike. The slave owners, terrified, hurriedly attempted to flee to the sides, only to be driven back by the Unsullied spears. Thus, the dilemma vanished. 8 individuals were just right. Colin shrugged, sword in hand, and declared, give each of them a short sword. At his command, the Unsullied drew their short swords and tossed them at the feet of the slave owners. 8 is too many. I only require 4. Colin turned back to the steps, and the Unsullied retreated to create space. In a moment of despair tinged with hope, the slave owners trembled as they picked up the short swords from the ground, glaring fiercely at their companions. Soon, 4 slave owners lay slain beneath the blades of their former allies. Observing the panting Talek, Colin applauded. Not bad, Talek. That angle was quite clever. Startled by his opponent's strike, Talek inadvertently raised his sword and plunged it into the belly of the oncoming foe. Hearing Colin's words, Talek's face flushed, unsure whether it was excitement for surviving or embarrassment from the jest. Well then, cherish this hard-won opportunity. Bring back your comrades with my warriors, Colin said, his smile fading as he fixed a solemn gaze upon the 4 surviving slave owners. I mean all of them, all those involved in the slave trade. At Colin's command, the vast army sprang into action. The Unsullied legions divided into 4 to apprehend all the slave owners within the city, while the city guard began to clear the battlefield. Once the dust settled, Colin summoned the Unsullied officer who awaited below the steps. "What is your name?" Colin inquired, surprised by the resemblance to a visage etched in his memory. "Today, my name is Grey Worm," the resolute Unsullied officer answered Colin's question with solemnity. In order to obliterate the self-awareness of the Unsullied, their master devised a method whereby each day they would randomly draw name tags from a barrel to determine their names. Each tag bore 2 words, one signifying a color and the other denoting a creature, such as Grey Worm. Colin, having grasped the circumstances, recognized that the Unsullied officer before him was likely the Grey Worm, appointed by Daenerys Targaryen as the commander of the Unsullied Legion in the television series. "From tomorrow, you shall lead the Unsullied Legion. On this bloodstained night, all the slave masters of the city were seized by the Unsullied and imprisoned in a state of terror and unrest." Thus, Colin had eliminated all potential opposition that could thwart his dictatorial reign over Astapor. A month later, order was finally restored in the city. After imprisoning all the slave masters of Astapor, Colin claimed their slaves as his own, swiftly becoming the largest slave master in Slaver's Bay and indeed the entire known world. On this day, in the underground arena of Astapor, Colin summoned all the nobles and wealthy merchants of the city, with the cautionary tales of former slave traders in mind. Everyone understood that Colin, who controlled Astapor through brute force, was nothing less than a butcher, and none dared to disregard his invitation. Seated in the prominent position within the arena, Colin surveyed his surroundings, where the gathered nobles and wealthy merchants showered him with sycophantic smiles. Unlike his initial visit to the arena, Colin now felt both relaxed and content. "I know you are all curious as to why I have gathered you here, rather than in my pyramid palace. It is because I have prepared an exhibition for you all." As Colin's voice echoed, the iron gates leading into the arena swung open, and hundreds of ragged individuals armed with daggers were herded inside. The noble spectators immediately began to murmur amongst themselves until one exclaimed, "It is the benevolent lords." Recognizing the weeping gladiators in the arena as the former rulers of the city, the audience fell into a hushed silence. None dared to seek an explanation from Colin. Once the gladiators were assembled, the indifferent Unsullied guards opened the beast cages, releasing a famished brown bear, a white lion, and wild wolves. The bloody hunt commenced. As the slave masters, compelled to duel the beasts, cried out in curses against Colin, their screams and wails echoing throughout at this moment. Colin spoke again. "After I seized control of Astapor, they feigned to welcome and honor me, yet ultimately chose betrayal. Today, I shall use their blood to convey to all within this city that the true dragon never forgives." Chapter 54, The March on Ukai at the port of Astapor. A merchant ship named the Blue Beauty from Meereen was busily loading its cargo. "How many are we short?" Captain Hamis, his face adorned with a thick beard, stood anxiously on the deck. Ever since that Westerosi Colin Raven took control of Astapor by force, they had lingered in the port for a month. 73, replied the clerk under Colin Raven, the new lord of Astapor, who refused to acknowledge our trade agreement with Hassan as he meticulously checked off the goods on the manifest. "I can't wait any longer. A friend in the city informed me that the port's blockade will be lifted tomorrow. We must leave this cursed place at once." Suddenly, a contingent of city guards, led by the clerk, arrived at the dock. "All vessels, lower your boarding ladders for inspection." The guard's command bewildered the ships trapped in the port. Yet upon seeing the crossbows on the city walls pivoting towards the harbor under the soldiers' command, all merchant ships obediently docked. The Blue Beauty, moored at the dock, caught the guard's attention. A squad of soldiers, led by an officer, boarded the vessel. Before Captain Hamis could utter a word, the officer presented a document to him. By the decree of the Dragon Lord, the conqueror of Astapor, the liberator of slaves, Lord Colin Raven, from this moment forth, slavery is abolished in Astapor, until the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, until the seas run dry and the mountains fall like withered leaves before the wind. With that, the guards, disregarding the bewildered expression on Captain Hamis's face, rushed into the hold of the Blue Beauty, freeing the cargo that had been shackled within. What transpired here was but a microcosm of the port. As a hub of the slave trade, the hundreds of merchant ships docked were primarily vessels for the buying and selling of slaves. Today, the Grand Pyramid at the heart of Astapor hosted the first audience of the new ruler. Cornell, selected as a representative by the city's nobles and wealthy merchants, was summoned by the guards into the palace as the first to present himself. After climbing hundreds of steps, the corpulent Cornell was drenched in sweat. In an attempt to appear more humble, he had removed most of his jewel-encrusted adornments, arriving in a simple silk robe for the audience. With a broad grin, Cornell prepared to bow, only to discover that the throne was empty, save for a man clad in dark finery standing nearby. "Who are you?" Cornell inquired, perplexed by the presence of a stranger in such a solemn setting. "I am Favaro, the chief officer appointed by Lord Colin. In his absence, I am responsible for all affairs of Astapor." "Favaro? I seem to have heard that name before." The gaze of the slave owner turned scornful as he looked at Favaro, unable to accept that a former slave now stood in a position of greater stature than himself. "Indeed, I was once a slave, and prior to that, merely a humble scribe." Favaro smiled as he recounted his past, showing no signs of inferiority in response to the other's disdain. "Yet, what does it matter that I was once a slave? Lord Colin trusts me, while you stand below, bowing in deference." At that moment, while Favaro represented Colin in overseeing the affairs of Astapor, Colin had already embarked towards Ukai, accompanied by Balerion and 6,000 soldiers. "Do you have something to say?" Colin, mounted on his steed, sensed the unease emanating from Rogers beside him. "My lord, we have just seized Astapor. Why the urgency to assault Yunkai?" Observing the matured Rogers, Colin halted, his hand poised to pat his shoulder. "It is precisely because we have recently taken Astapor that I am so anxious. The institution of slavery is the very foundation upon which Slavers' Bay thrives. My abolition of slavery in Astapor will undoubtedly provoke a retaliation from Ukai and Meereen. Rather than confine ourselves to Astapor, passively responding to mercenary forces lured by Yunkai's gold, it is far more prudent to take the initiative before they can react." Rogers, who had recently acquired a scar upon his forehead, nodded in agreement and inquired further. "Are you not concerned that taking most of the soldiers will leave Astapor beyond your control?" Colin shook his head with a slight smile. This land was once home to a magnificent empire, the Giscari Empire, which ruled much of Essos through its disciplined and unified legions. While the Valyrians were still engaged in unspeakable acts with sheep, the Giscari had already established a world empire. Yet, even such a formidable empire fell to the Valyrians, who resided in their secluded peninsula. "Do you know why?" "Because the Valyrians had dragons?" Rogers deduced the process from the outcome. Indeed, the Valyrians possessed dragons, enabling them to conquer the vast territories ruled by the Giscari Empire. It was precisely due to their dragons that they could dominate the world from their peninsula. Thus, the true authority over Astapor does not lie in Astapor itself, but in my dragons and my army. As long as I continue to achieve victory, no scheme or conspiracy will obstruct my path. Ukai lies 300 miles north of Astapor. A traveler on horseback can depart from Astapor and, following the ancient Giscari coastal road, reach Ukai within 6 days. However, it took Colin's army 20 days after leaving Astapor to arrive at the outskirts of Ukai, where the city had already closed its gates and rudimentary defensive positions were established outside. It appears that the passing merchant vessels have inadvertently revealed our movements to the forces of Yuan-Kai. Regrettably, as our army set forth, they apprehended all travelers en route to Yuan-Kai along the coastal road. Nevertheless, some merchant ships sailing close to the shoreline inadvertently discovered Colin's troops. We must not place our hopes for victory upon fortune, as in just a few days, they cannot achieve much. Colin's army has established its encampment on the main road several miles outside the city of Yuan-Kai, adjacent to a lush grove of white birch trees. The unfortunate travelers who were captured were each given an axe, and upon felling 3 trees, they would earn their freedom. Meanwhile, an envoy from Yuan-Kai arrived on horseback at the camp's periphery, dressed in a linen gown and a deep yellow bodice adorned with a cloak made of copper plates. The envoy sported hair twisted into a towering shape by some sort of grease. Upon encountering Colin, who was feeding his dragon, the envoy maintained a lofty posture to preserve his hairstyle. "To Colin Raven of Astapor, I come at the behest of the great Akatso Yazak, to counsel you to relinquish your ambitions concerning Yuan-Kai. We have engaged the formidable sons of the Second, and you and your dragon shall gain no advantage here." Colin regarded the envoy, resembling a proud rooster, and prepared to order his guards to expel him. At that moment, Balerion, who was partaking in a meal, suddenly sneezed. It turned out that the grease in the envoy's hair was mixed with some sort of spice, causing Balerion discomfort. Following a mighty sneeze, a plume of smoke and fire erupted from Balerion's nostrils, igniting the envoy's greasy, bizarre hairstyle into a blazing inferno. Chapter 55. The Siege of Yuan-Kai. The envoy, now with singed hair, fled the camp amidst the laughter of the soldiers, and while Colin found amusement in the scene, he grew concerned about the mention of the Sons of the Second. After Balerion had satisfied his hunger, Colin mounted his dragon and settled into the saddle. During his time in Astapor, Colin had commissioned a black and gold dragon saddle from blacksmiths and leatherworkers for Balerion. Attached to one side of the saddle were 2 pouches of javelins, allowing Colin to target specific objectives while airborne. As Balerion, now growing in size, vigorously flapped his wings, he propelled Colin into the sky. Yuan-Kai, a sister city to Astapor, is similarly a product of the Gizkali Empire era. However, unlike Astapor, Yuan-Kai's slave trade is notorious for training bed slaves, who were taught 7 arts of moaning and 16 positions of pleasure. Dancers begin training in their youth, ultimately becoming experts in the erotic arts. From the heights of the sky, one can behold the city's walls, towering structures, and step pyramids, all constructed from yellow bricks. At the heart of the city stands an enormous step pyramid, Velarin soared over the fields to hover above the city walls, where a rudimentary defense line of ditches and caltrops was established in the open ground before the walls. Through the fluttering banner of a severed sword, Colin discerned that the Second Son's company, as mentioned by the envoy of Yuan-Kai, was stationed along this defensive line. Balerion drew the attention of both the Second Son's company and the wall's sentinels, with mercenaries emerging from their tents. Astonished at the sight of this colossal beast that had vanished for over a century, the slave soldiers atop the walls scurried in panic, while numerous crossbowmen attempted to bring down Balerion. Observing the crossbow apparatus adjusting its aim, Colin abandoned his plan to assault the walls and urged Balerion to ascend higher, soaring towards the heart of the city. As they traversed the tiered elevation of the city, the immense shadow cast by Balerion's wings swept over the streets and market, plunging the Yuan-Kai people, unaccustomed to the specter of war for many years, into a state of dread and hysteria. Colin guided Balerion above the grand staircase pyramid at the city's center, where atop the pyramid stood a statue of a griffin forged from brass. This emblem of the Gui's people depicted a figure with a woman's body, bat-like wings, eagle's legs, and a scorpion's tail. The statue's talons clutched whips and iron chains, symbolizing the very essence of Gui's dominion, slavery. Balerion, with a powerful flap of its wings, hovered above the pyramid, sensing Colin's intent. After gathering its strength, Balerion opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire. The flames singed the vibrant hues of the statue, causing the brass to gradually melt under the intense heat. At that moment, the guards atop the pyramid became aware of the destruction of their city's symbol, and dozens armed with spears and crossbows charged towards the platform. The incoming bolts clattered ineffectually against Balerion's scaled hide, falling harmlessly to the ground. Balerion, in a fit of indignation, swung its head around, glaring fiercely at these petty intruders who dared disturb its revelry. A more ferocious surge of dragon fire erupted, and in an instant, the advancing guards were transformed into blazing torches, their anguished screams echoing as they plummeted from the pyramid. Having dealt with these bothersome pests, Balerion turned its attention back to the brass statue, seemingly pleased with its task. Once Balerion had sufficiently indulged itself, Colin patted its neck and pointed towards the crowd fleeing down the pyramid steps. With an exuberant roar, Balerion leapt down the stairs, its flames igniting the pyramid's palace, where the slave masters, engulfed in flames, emerged shrieking in terror. In a state of gleeful abandon, Balerion descended the staircase, setting ablaze every chamber it encountered. In a fleeting moment, the steps and circular corridors of the pyramid became littered with the lifeless or dying forms of the incinerated. It was only when a contingent of city guards, accompanied by crossbow carts, arrived that Colin reluctantly bade farewell to the reluctant Balerion and ascended into the sky, departing Yuan-Kai. Once Colin had vacated the scene, the slave masters of Yuan-Kai cautiously emerged from their hiding places. Witnessing the merciless desecration of their city's emblem, the rulers, once deemed wise, were left pale and stricken with despair. We have all underestimated the formidable power of the dragon, even if it is merely a young one. A corpulent lord clad in an unwieldy yellow silk robe tremulously remarked. The supreme commander of the Yuan-Kai army, Yakazwa Yazuko, muttered as he nervously plucked at a few of his sparse beard hairs. He had believed that an army of 5,000 enslaved soldiers, bolstered by 2,000 mercenaries from the Second Sons, would suffice to confront Colin's forces and the dragon, especially when backed against the city walls. Yet now, this seemingly unassailable Balerion had delivered a stinging slap to his aged visage, and the formerly amicable lords began to cast increasingly hostile glances in his direction. We must send envoys again, laden with gold and the most exquisite bed slaves, to demonstrate our sincerity to Colin Raven. Yuan-Kai cannot afford war. A trembling lord, drenched in cold sweat, screamed his proposal. He had narrowly escaped with his life thanks to the assistance of slaves, and the immense terror had gripped his very soul. The lords fell into a heavy silence, their gazes filled with either dread or hope. With great difficulty, Yakazwa nodded, setting aside his pride and dignity to dispatch messengers once more. The following dawn, outside the besieged camp of Yuan-Kai, a group of Yuan-Kai individuals shed their elaborate adornments, donning garb more akin to the aesthetics of Westerosi people as they approached the camp. Colin, engaged in a discussion about battle strategies with Rogers and Grey Worm, received the envoys outside the tent. The envoy, clad in plain robes, led a group of slaves who placed several large chests before the tent. Upon opening them, they revealed an abundance of gold, agate, and gemstones. Subsequently, the envoy respectfully presented a smaller box to Colin. What is this? Colin detected a faint scent of blood. This is the head of the envoy from Glasduo, who acted without authorization, the envoy said, bowing as he opened the box, revealing a burnt head with wide, shocked eyes. Colin scoffed, closing the box. State your intentions. The envoy bowed deeper. The lords are willing to offer gold and beautiful women in exchange for sparing Yuan Kai. Upon finishing, the envoy clapped his hands, and women, exuding fragrance, unveiled their veils. Indeed, they were rare beauties. Aside from the utterly dispassionate gray worm, the soldiers' gazes grew fervent. Observing this scene, the envoy straightened slightly. They are the finest dancers of Yuan Kai, trained in the art of dance since childhood and proficient in the pleasures of the bedchamber, all retaining their virginity. We once presented a beauty of this caliber to the former governor of Volantis, securing peace and several trade routes. Looking at the self-satisfied envoy, Colin raised an eyebrow in mockery. Is the defense of Yuan Kai reliant solely on women? Chapter 56, The Call to Arms. Observing the flushed envoy, Colin straightened his demeanor and declared, if you wish for me to spare Yuan Kai, the lords must dissolve the employment contract with the Second Sons, disband the city guard, liberate all slaves, and accept my dominion. The envoy, taken aback by such outrageous terms, reddened further and exclaimed, you insult Yuan Kai? Beside the tent, Balerion, roused from slumber, raised his dragon head and emitted a deep, resounding roar. Witnessing the envoy retreat in fear, Colin merely shrugged. That is precisely my intention. The envoy, trembling and at a loss for words, gestured for the similarly frightened slaves to carry away the gold. This action incensed Balerion, who, without warning, unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire, igniting several slaves at the front. With this, the envoy no longer dared to utter a word and scurried away from Colin's camp. Watching the envoy flee in disarray, Colin lowered his hand, initially intending to call him back to escort the dancers away. Reluctantly, he instructed Grey Worm to take the dancers to the Unsullied camp. Until the risk of espionage was eliminated, Colin would not allow them near his warriors. Following this brief interlude, the encampment resumed its operations. Under the engineer's guidance, craftsmen and hired laborers fashioned weaker birch trees into siege engines, while the few found oak and pine were treasured for creating assault weaponry. The warriors, free from menial tasks, busied themselves sharpening weapons and repairing shields in preparation for the impending battle. Meanwhile, the envoy who had returned to Yuan Kai reported Colin's demands to the lords. Infuriated, the lords selectively disregarded the pain inflicted by the dragon and clamored to retaliate against Colin. Thus, the Second Sons stationed outside the city received a summons from their employers. The Second Sons were one of the oldest mercenary companies in Essos, having once been graced by the service of many illustrious figures, such as the Stark of Winterfell, Roderick, Prince Aegon Targaryen, and Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper. However, in recent years, under Commander Mero's leadership, the company had garnered a notorious reputation, and few in the free cities dared to employ them. After fleeing to the vicinity of Yuan Kai, the Second Sons were urgently summoned by the lords to repel Colin's forces, though the lords hesitated to allow them entry into the city. Recently, a eunuch had been sent by the wealthy employer to hasten their departure. Commander Mero, with his long, golden-red beard cascading to his waist, convened his senior officers within his tattered, faded canvas tent. What are your thoughts? Mero inquired, surveying the room. Shall we launch a preemptive strike against an army with dragons? Spare me. I have yet to spend my earnings, replied the cunning vice-commander, Kasparo. They were willing to offer 10,000 golden dragons for the head of Colin Raven, while the dragon itself was valued at 30,000. Melro articulated the terms set forth by the lords, and a heavy silence enveloped the tent. Perhaps we could wait until nightfall, when everyone is asleep, and stealthily administer a poison blade to him and his dragon, suggested a junior officer with a tentative tone. You may attempt it, but I shall certainly not, retorted another officer. Colin Raven is a bloodthirsty madman. Merchants from Westeros have informed me that he single-handedly slaughtered over 100 soldiers with his sword, right before that wretched king, as if he were butchering chickens. This officer resolutely dismissed the proposal. What of not slaying Colin Raven, but rather his dragon? The officer who had initially proposed the idea was unwilling to concede. Come now, Shavar, do you intend to use that little iron rod of yours to pick the dragon's teeth? Melro interrupted the persistent officer. With that physique of yours, you would indeed require dental care after it devours you. Upon hearing the captain's jest, the others erupted into hearty laughter. Once the laughter subsided, Captain Melro made the final decision. We shall not venture anywhere. We will continue to feast and drink. Should the great fat sheep turn hostile, we shall assist Colin Raven. Days later, through the engineers' tireless efforts, several siege ladders were constructed. These ladders were mounted on wheeled bases, providing substantial wooden canopies to shield the soldiers. As they pushed the contraptions closer to the city walls, they extended the ladders, which were securely hooked onto the walls, allowing the soldiers to ascend. With all preparations complete, the long-anticipated sound of horns echoed through the besieging camp. A cohort of armored soldiers marched forth, stepping in unison under the guidance of the standard-bearer. At this moment, the barriers that had previously prevented the defenders from breaking out were moved aside, and hired laborers stood ready with siege engines and baskets of sand, awaiting the signal to attack. Colin, mounted on his warhorse and accompanied by Rogers and Grey Worm, positioned himself at the forefront of the battle line, flanked by a skirmishing line of 500 archers from the 1st Legion and a phalanx of 2,000 infantry. The cavalry and Unsullied, deemed unsuitable for the siege, were held in reserve. Hearing the horns from the besieging camp, the mercenaries of the junior officers' company scrambled out of their tents at the sentry's urging. Captain Melro, along with the officers, advanced to the front line, where a small hill dotted with numerous wooden stakes awaited. Damn it, I haven't even had breakfast yet. Melro grumbled as he raised a milled lens he had pilfered from a drunken captain. By my beard, where did all these heavily armored soldiers come from? He exclaimed in astonishment, handing the lens to the sergeant of the junior officers' company, Benplin. Didn't the rumors say that his army was composed of unsullied and freed slaves? These soldiers do not resemble slaves at all. Benplin, a seasoned mercenary with countless battles under his belt, felt an unsettling premonition that today would be a fierce struggle. Melro retrieved the mill telescope and cast his gaze once more upon the opposing battle formation. Upon observing Balerion closely trailing behind the Legion's infantry, a slight twitch formed at the corner of his mouth. Once they advance, we shall withdraw. It would be far easier to engage them at the base of the city wall, relying on the crossbowmen of Yuan-Kai. As the sun ascended from the horizon, Colin turned to behold the fluttering banners of his troops and nodded at the Legion horn player beside him. Following a series of brisk, short notes, the mercenaries promptly set forth, pushing the shield carts ahead, closely followed by the archers, who would depend on the scattered shield carts outside the walls to counter the enemy's archers. When the horn player sounded a loud and piercing call once again, the standard-bearers of the Legion infantry pointed their flags forward, and the infantry of the 1st Legion began to march in unison toward the battlefield. Chapter 57. The Sorrow of Yuan-Kai. Even though it was still morning, the son of Yuan-Kai already bore considerable power. At the rudimentary defenses before the city walls, the mercenaries of the Second Sons relied on the trenches and caltrops, drenched in sweat, as they awaited Colin's forces' assault. The mercenaries of the Second Sons hailed from various corners of the world, their armors and weapons a motley collection, with the majority clad in chainmail, while only a few affluent officers were equipped with plate armor. Confronted by the encroaching archers, the lower-tier mercenaries anxiously raised their shields, praying that the next unfortunate soul to have their shield pierced would not be themselves. Amidst the whistling of arrows, the foremost Legion infantry reached the first line of defense of the Second Sons. Faced with the Legion infantry clad entirely in plate armor, the mercenaries lost their fighting spirit, hastily throwing a volley of javelins before abandoning their position and retreating. The Legion infantry retaliated with their own javelins, the specially crafted heavy javelins easily piercing the chainmail of the lagging unfortunate souls. Those struck in the lungs collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their blood staining the yellow earth beneath them. Witnessing the Legion infantry seize this position, the mercenaries hurriedly transported baskets of sand and stone to fill the trench. The line advanced incrementally, and before the second line of defense, the Legion infantry encountered genuine resistance for the first time. A cohort of several dozen mercenaries, defying the retreat order from their leader Melro, resolutely remained at their defensive position. When the Legion infantry, shields raised, approached, the mercenaries hurled their throwing axes. The spinning axes, propelled by inertia and weight, struck the shield wall of the Legion infantry, causing several unfortunate legionnaires to collapse upon being struck on their helmets. The Legion infantry, undeterred, advanced a few meters before launching their own heavy javelins. The mercenaries raised their iron-bound round shields in defense, yet several still succumbed to the strikes. As both sides closed within 10 meters, the mercenaries discarded their shields, seizing axes, clubs, and war hammers as they charged at the Legion infantry. In an instant, they plunged into a bloody melee. A mercenary wielding a two-handed battle axe shattered an opponent's shield, driving the axe through the gaps in the opponent's armor and into their chest. Yet, before he could retract his battle axe, the legionary infantry beside him severed his hands with steel blades. Another legionary raised his kite shield and struck fiercely at the chest of his adversary, a mercenary clad in chain mail, who crumpled under the weight of the blow, spewing blood that splattered onto the legionary's face. The legionary, his face contorted with fury, disregarded the blood blinding his vision and with a swift stroke, severed the head of the mercenary who had collapsed weakly to the ground. Both sides observing the battlefield took note of this fierce engagement. Colin found himself perplexed by the tenacity of these mercenaries. Meanwhile, the captain of the Second Sons, Miao, shouted invectives across the distant field at the band of mercenaries, cursing Mohan, the obstinate fool, vowing that upon his return, he would force the battle axe down his throat. As the mercenaries engaged in a desperate struggle with the legionaries at the second line of defense faced near annihilation, they chose to retreat, having inflicted equal casualties upon their foes. After traversing the trench and breaching the second line, the legionaries encountered staunch resistance from the guards of Yuan Kai. The defenders atop the walls, primarily crossbowmen and stone throwers, posed a significant threat as the legionaries became exposed within their range. The foremost legionaries found their shields and armor riddled with crossbow bolts, while a torrential rain of stones descended upon them, struggling to advance. The legionaries hoisted their shields and followed the siege ladders toward the third line of defense, where the mercenaries of the Second Son sharpened their blades, preparing for the onslaught. On the periphery of the battlefield, Colin restrained the restless Balerion, aware that the ballista on the walls was aimed squarely at him. It was not yet the opportune moment to engage. As time passed slowly, the legionaries, enduring the rain of bolts and stones, found themselves locked in a stalemate before the third line against the Second Sons. Both sides clashed fiercely, and the fallen bodies gradually filled the trenches. Colin's archers, spurred by their officer, approached the battlefield beneath the walls, yet their numerical disadvantage rendered them incapable of suppressing the Yuan Kai crossbowmen atop the battlements. Observing the first cohort's banner drawing near to the front lines, Colin noted that it was commanded by Rogers. The bloody conflict raged on, and just as Colin felt his restraint waning, a commotion erupted atop the Yuan Kai walls. The banner of the Harpy fell. Colin immediately signaled Balerion to take flight. Soaring over the carnage below, he caught sight of the turmoil on the walls. It turned out that the Yuan Kai's slave gladiators had seized the moment while the guards were concentrated atop the walls, breaking free from the arena to ambush the defenders. Most of the ballistae aimed at Balerion were now rendered inoperative by the gladiators. Unfettered, Balerion let out a jubilant roar and suddenly dove towards the Second Sons below, igniting the long steadfast defenses of the legionnaires into ashes with his searing dragonfire. Upon hearing the commotion atop the city walls, Miao, the leader of the Second Sons, realized that the battle was irrevocably lost. Before he could even contemplate surrender, the fiery breath of Balerion incinerated him along with his waist-length, red-gold beard, reducing them to ashes. Meanwhile, the seasoned veteran, Bimplin, upon hearing the upheaval and the roar of the dragon, conspicuously cast aside his weapon and surrendered, leading his mercenaries from the defensive line to the legion's infantry. Balerion soared joyfully above the battlefield, while the disoriented Second Sons scattered across the plains like ants whose nest had been destroyed. The guards of Yuan Kai, too, succumbed to the onslaught of dragonfire, collapsing alongside the ancient yellow brick walls into dust. The slave gladiators raised their weapons in exuberant cheers for Balerion as the gates of Yuan Kai swung open, and the bodies of the guards were unceremoniously hurled from the walls by the gladiators. Colin, riding Balerion, descended upon the gatehouse, where the legion's infantry began to stream into the city. A towering, bare-chested slave gladiator, nearly 2 meters tall, knelt alongside his fellow gladiators, paying homage to Colin. Observing the unwavering loyalty of the gladiators around him, Colin found his answer. Was it you who orchestrated this assault? Your act of shattering shackles and Astapor inspired us. We yearn to fight for you. As dusk fell, the chaos in Yuan Kai gradually subsided. After Colin's forces entered the city, under the guidance of the slave gladiators, the lords were pulled one by one from the pyramids by the soldiers, and all who dared to resist met a fiery demise at the hands of Balerion. When the sun rose again the following morning, this ancient city welcomed its new master. In the central square of Yuan Kai, shackles once worn by slaves piled high like mountains. Colin stood upon a platform overlooking the armored warriors stained with blood and the liberated citizens weeping tears of joy. Some say that certain individuals are born noble, while others are destined for servitude. But I reject that notion today. I have come to Yuan Kai with a great dragon and an army to declare to all that from this day forth, this place shall no longer be a haven for the slave trade. Upon hearing Colin's command, Balerion flapped his wings and circled the towering pile of shackles, unleashing a torrent of searing dragonfire. Millennia ago, the Valyrians shackled Yuan Kai with dragonfire. Today, I shall obliterate it with the same flames. And from this day until the end of the world, slavery shall find no refuge here. In the once ravaged Grand Pyramid of Yuan Kai, Colin convened his war council within the topmost palace, still bearing the marks of scorching. Allow me to introduce our new member, Alex, who once led the slave gladiators, now presented to Rogers and Grey Worm. Following the conclusion of the battle, most of the gladiators who participated in the raid chose to return to a life of ordinary citizens. However, there remained hundreds of gladiators, eager for battle and wealth, who swore allegiance to Colin under the leadership of Alex. What is the status of casualties in the First Legion? Once everyone was seated, Colin directed his gaze toward Rogers, the deputy commander of the First Legion. The infantry of the 2nd and 7th squads, equipped with siege ladders, suffered almost 50% casualties, with the overall loss exceeding 300, primarily due to the crossbowmen and trebuchet operators of Yuan Kai. The archers faced significant losses when they were suppressed by Yuan Kai's crossbowmen, suffering nearly 100 casualties during engagements away from cover. Colin's expression grew somber, but fortunately, the Legion's infantry bore strong shields and armor, and the duration of combat was brief before encountering the gladiator ambush. Once Balerion entered the fray, the tide of battle was decisively turned. All captured soldiers were assigned to the supply camp, and they would be granted freedom once we seized Mirren. The captured crossbows could be utilized to arm the new city guard. While Colin and others deliberated on future battle plans, a mounted knight approached him. "Is there a Volantis army at the port?" Colin exchanged bewildered glances with those around him, perplexed by how the Volantis forces had arrived at Yuan Kai so swiftly. He instructed everyone to return and mobilize the troops, then mounted Balerion and soared towards the port. The dragon swept over the city, arriving above the docks, where several Volantis ships were moored, and a group of soldiers clad in red cloaks confronted the Unsullied, who were undertaking a mission to rescue slaves. Colin positioned the dragon between the two parties, and the leading Unsullied officer reported the situation to him. It turned out that these Volantis vessels belonged to the private fleet of the current governor of the Volantis Tiger Party, who had purchased a substantial number of bed slaves in Yuan Kai. They refused to allow the Unsullied, who sought to liberate the slaves, to board and attempted to forcefully depart from the port. Upon seeing Colin's dragon, the Volantis forces calmed considerably, and a seemingly leading figure approached Balerion with raised hands. "Greetings, Lord Colin Raven of Astapor. I extend warm regards on behalf of Governor Maraccio Magaya." Colin felt a twinge of disdain for the Volantis man, adorned in fine garments, with a forehead marked by gold and eyes filled with fear and greed for Balerion. What audacity for a self-degraded slave to speak so boldly before the Dragon Lord. "Provide me a reason not to punish your soldiers for opposing me." Upon hearing Colin's unabashed sarcasm, the leader's complexion shifted between shades of anger and embarrassment. To conceal the resentment in his eyes from Colin, he hastily lowered his head. "This is the personal fleet of Governor Maraccio. If you permit our ships and cargo to depart safely, you shall gain the friendship of Governor Maraccio." The leader, regaining his composure, raised his head once more, forcing a smile he believed to be congenial. "Have you finished?" Colin had lost interest in conversing with this individual. "Take them all away. Those who dare to obstruct shall be executed." "Wait." The leader outstretched his arms to block the advance of the Unsullied, calling out to Colin, who was poised to take flight. "The warships of Volantis are sufficient to shroud the slave bay, and the valiant warriors outnumber the free men of Yukai. Will you truly disregard the friendship of the consul of Volantis?" Upon hearing this, Colin relinquished the dragon's saddle, and Balerion retracted his wings. Observing Colin descend from the dragon's back, the leader of Volantis felt a surge of triumph, believing his words had swayed Colin, convinced that even a dragon rider would submit before the might of Volantis' fleet. With an impassive countenance, Colin approached the leader and instructed the Unsullied to seize him. The chilling command to sever his ears and feed them back to him finally awakened the leader's terror. "No, spare me," he pleaded, struggling against the firm grip of two Unsullied who held his shoulders, while another brandished a short sword. Witnessing their leader's capture, the red-caped warriors of Volantis raised their weapons in a show of aggression. However, the prepared Balerion unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire, which descended before the redcapes, transforming into a blazing line that quelled their restless advance. As the leader crumpled to the ground, clutching his ears in agony, Rogers and his armored cavalry arrived at the docks. Faced with the gleaming armor and watchful eyes of the cavalry, the redcapes struggled momentarily before surrendering. Their ships were confiscated, compelling them to swim back to Volantis as Colin departed the port amidst the roaring of dragon wings. Upon returning to the Pyramid Palace, Colin convened a war council. After hearing about the events at the port, Alex expressed his concerns. "My lord, I spent a considerable time in the arena of Volantis. Maraccio Megataya, as the consul of the Volantine Tiger Company, is known for his ruthlessness and vindictiveness. Moreover, your granting of freedom to the slaves will undoubtedly incite the wrath of the Volantine, who are heavily reliant on slavery. With their support, Maraccio will likely not sit idly by as you reclaim Mirren. You speak truly. From the moment I shattered the shackles in Astapor, Volantis, Mir, and Tyrosh, these free cities that depend on the slave trade have positioned themselves against me, particularly Volantis, with its formidable navy and self-identity as descendants of Valyrian blood. My declaration in the square will undoubtedly provoke their barren pride. Yet, did we not forge these shackles into swords, eagerly awaiting this very moment? Chapter 59. Shadows before the war. News of Colin's conquest of Yukai spread across the globe through merchant ships. The wealthy magnates reliant on the slave bay, who initially believed the upheaval in Astapor would be fleeting, were now compelled to reassess the power of dragons. In Meereen, a mere 150 miles from Yunkai, the slave masters, invoking the title of Great Lord, gathered to deliberate the threat posed by Colin Raven. The second son of the mercenaries who escaped from Yuankai recounted that the dragon measured over 10 meters in length, capable of unleashing flames fierce enough to obliterate city walls and melt steel. Our fortifications are robust and towering, in stark contrast to the crumbling walls of Yuankai. However, the colossal dragon can effortlessly soar above our defenses, wreaking havoc upon the city. Do you wish to cower underground like the lords of Yuankai? We must prepare more crossbows, as the mercenaries assert that the beast fears them. Furthermore, we require additional soldiers. Jakakeo's Karasa is encamped 300 miles away at Dothraki. Perhaps we might seek his assistance. Rumors abound of shadowbinders emerging from the lands of darkness within the city. In the eastern district of Volantis stands an imposing oval wall, 200 feet high, crafted with Valyrian stonework, known locally as the Black Wall. The Black Wall was erected by the Valyrians when Volantis was merely a bastion of Valyrian freedom. Its thickness accommodates 6 chariots drawn by 4 horses side by side. Since the cataclysm that befell Valyria, some of its people have remained within the Black Wall, thriving in seclusion. As it stands now, entry within the Black Wall is forbidden for outsiders, free folk, or foreigners unless invited by the ancient bloodline inhabitants residing within. Inside a lavish mansion within the Black Wall, a cacophony of roars and wails intertwines. Incompetent, useless, insubstantial. You could not even manage this trivial task, costing me 4 ships, exclaimed Malakimagaya, the governor of the Tigers Guild in Volantis, as he mercilessly lashed a kneeling slave, who bore the absence of ears. In a fit of rage, Malakir snapped his whip, unsatisfied, and drew a dagger adorned with gold and jewels from his waist, plunging it brutally into the slave's eye socket. The wailing ceased abruptly as blood splattered across Malakir's face, and he twisted the dagger with a malevolent expression that sent shivers through the guards nearby. Once he had vented his fury, he kicked the lifeless body aside. Disgusted by the blood staining his attire, he waved dismissively, casting aside the dagger, and ordered the guards to swiftly remove the corpse. 3 months had elapsed since Colin liberated Yuan-Kai, and his forces underwent a remarkable transformation. First, there was Valyrian, who had matured from a young dragon into a fully fledged adult, impervious to the deadly strikes of crossbows. Valyrian, 12, a mature black dragon tainted by the essence of doom, a legendary unit. Its wings now span nearly 40 meters, requiring 3 sheep or a single cow for sustenance, compelling Colin to encourage the mountain folk outside Yuan-Kai to increase their goat herding. Subsequently, Colin's legions had evolved into 3 distinct factions: the First Legion, the Second Legion, and the Unsullied Legion. The First Legion expanded to 5,500 men, comprising 3,000 infantry, 1,000 elite archers, 1,000 armored cavalry, and 500 gladiators led by Alex. The Second Legion comprises 5,000 men, including 2,000 legionary infantry, 1,000 dual-wielding swordsmen trained from the enslaved warriors of Yuan-Kai, 1,500 elite archers, and 500 imperial cavalry. The Unsullied Legion has expanded from 3,000 to 5,000, as the Unsullied are unable to reproduce, lack facial hair, and struggle to integrate into normal society. Consequently, most of the dispersed Unsullied have chosen to return to the military. In terms of command structure, Colin personally leads the First Legion, Rogers commands the Second Legion, and Grey Worm heads the Unsullied Legion. Within the palace atop the Great Pyramid, Colin convenes a war council preceding the assault on Meereen. Currently, merchant vessels from the free cities no longer dock at Astapor and Yuan-Kai, with only a few returning ships from Westeros and Bravos, who abstain from the slave trade, bringing us tidings. It is rumored that Volantis is assembling a vast fleet to aid Meereen, while the merchant ships of Meereen have sought refuge in Lys and Tyrosh to find trading partners. Alex shares news he has gleaned from sailors. As a newly appointed lord, Colin has yet to establish his own intelligence network. Outside the city of Meereen, the Dothraki have ravaged the land, leaving orchards overgrown with weeds, fields stripped bare by war horses, and wells and canals choked with dung. Colin recounts to the assembly the sights he witnessed while scouting Meereen atop Valyrian. As Colin prepares his forces, the slave masters of Meereen are not idle. They seek aid from the sea and have made contact with a Dothraki tribe boasting 20,000 warriors. Having learned cartography from the mapmaker, Colin, riding the robust Valyrian, meticulously surveys the military deployments and terrain surrounding Meereen. While Valyrian soars over the fields of Meereen, Fearless Dothraki riders, armed with bows, chase after him, attempting to claim the glory of slaying the dragon, though they ultimately serve only as a meal for Balerion. In the dim, dank dungeons beneath the Great Pyramid of Yuan-Kai, the sergeant of the Second Sons, Ben Plum, languishes despondently in a corner of his cell. Other captured mercenaries have been conscripted for laborious tasks such as quarrying stone and felling trees, but the aged, white-haired Ben Plum is fortuitously discovered by Rogers, who relieves him of his toil. Yet, Ben Plum would rather perish in the quarries than rot away in this dark, humid dungeon. Clang, clang, clang. Lunchtime arrives. As the guards bring Ben Plum his meal. What sound is that? Ben Plum perks up, intently straining to capture the sounds in the air. What? The guard looks puzzled by Ben Plum's reaction. Footsteps, many footsteps. Ben Plum discerns clearly. Oh, this? I don't mind telling you. Today is the day Lord Colin leads the army to Meereen. The guard grins, tossing down a wooden bowl before preparing to leave. Meereen? Wait, don't go. Ben Pulling, in a state of agitation, called out to the guards, having grown weary of his solitary existence in the desolate dungeon, accompanied only by rats and cockroaches. I demand to see Colin Raven. I know of a secret passage that leads into the city of Millen. He shouted frantically. What are you babbling about? I could just as easily claim to have a fire dragon at home. Would you believe that? The guard shook his head and turned away. Hearing the footsteps of the guard retreating into the distance, Ben Poling murmured to himself, unsure how much longer he could endure the silence of the dungeon, punctuated only by the sound of dripping water and the occasional squeak of a rat. Chapter 60. The War of Scouts as dawn broke. The black roses and wild mint along the coastal road sensed the distant sound of footsteps, causing the dew clinging to their leaves to tremble and fall helplessly into the thicket below, accompanied by the blaring of horns. The army departed from the northern gate of Yuan-Kai, the vanguard already 2 miles ahead while the rear had yet to exit the city. The foremost cavalry, clad in battle garb, raised their banners high, which fluttered in the wind, producing a solemn rustling sound. Behind the horsemen followed wagons transporting armor, their gleaming white steel glistening in the sunlight. Next came the ranks of infantry, dressed in cotton armor, bearing their shields and personal belongings on spear tips, while their heavy armor was similarly loaded onto accompanying wagons. Following them were the elite archers and gladiators, who wore little heavy armor, each carrying their packs and equipment, armed with spears or wooden staffs slung over their shoulders. Bringing up the rear were the unblemished, donned in light armor, ready for battle with their spears and shields firmly in hand. Trailing behind the army were the supply units and merchants accompanying the troops. Although the Legion would provide food and equipment, affluent warriors often indulged in purchasing non-standard weapons, armor, or a sumptuous meal from the merchants. Unlike the orderly military formation, the merchants' ranks were chaotic, featuring a mix of wagons drawn by horses, oxen, and donkeys, all brimming with various goods, many of which were accompanied by tethered live sheep. A few wagons even bore tents, from which the sounds of laughter could be heard as they approached. 5 days after departing Yuan-Kai, the army entered the territory of Millen. The previously steady march grew tense with the appearance of Dothraki cavalry in the vicinity. Eric, a squad leader of the 2nd Legion's cavalry, had been assigned to the scout unit, tasked with locating water sources and driving away Dothraki scouts. After leaving the coastal road, Eric's squad navigated through hills and fields. In response to the threat posed by dragons, even though Millen had sought assistance from the Dothraki, they opted for a scorched earth policy. The once golden waves of wheat had been ruthlessly harvested, leaving behind a field marked by the hoof prints of Dothraki horses. In the distance, a few farmers were seen in the wheat fields, bending down to collect the grains dropped by the horses. Upon spotting Eric's cavalry, the farmers hurriedly clutched their handfuls of wheat and fled back towards the hills. Eric urged the cavalry to pursue, and after traversing the fields and hills, they caught up with the breathless farmers. The cavalry encircled the farmers, who, clad in linen, clutched their wheat ears and bowed their heads, anxiously awaiting the fateful decision. Have you seen any cavalry with long braids nearby? Eric inquired in a mix of Kyrgyz and Valyrian, asking the farmers about the Dothraki. The farmers exchanged glances, and after a moment, one who appeared to be the leader stepped forward. A couple of days ago, they rode down from the hills singing, and they killed my uncle. Take me to where you reside. Eric gestured for the cavalry to clear a path. The farmers remained rooted in place until Eric impatiently drew half of his cavalry sword, prompting them to move reluctantly. Eric, accompanied by his men, followed the farmers for nearly 3 kilometers until they arrived at a secluded hollow hidden among the hills. There were hoofprints. Eric dismounted and examined the scene, discovering chaotic hoofprints leading into the hollow. The farmers grew anxious, dropping their wheat and eager to head into the hollow. Eric ordered the cavalry to stop them. You wait here. He left 2 men to watch over the farmers and their horses while he and the others quietly entered. armed with bows and arrows. As they proceeded along the narrow path, they rounded a mountain wall, revealing several wooden cabins concealed beneath the cliffs. In the clearing before the cabins, a group of Dothraki with long braids stood aside, laughing heartily as they watched their companions tease a farmer's wife. Once Eric and the cavalry drew near, they drew their bows, and with a soft whoosh, several Dothraki fell to arrows. One Dothraki, struck in the shoulder, turned, cursing and raising his curved blade. Eric swiftly approached and pierced his throat with a single stroke. In an instant, the jovial Dothraki were reduced to lifeless bodies on the ground, leaving only one who had been teasing the farmer's wife, now crouched and nervously eyeing the approaching cavalry. "Do you speak Valyrian?" Eric sought to extract information from this Dothraki scout. When he realized the Dothraki could not communicate in Valyrian, Eric lost interest. With a wave of his hand, several cavalrymen drew their swords and surrounded him. Faced with the encroaching warriors, the Dothraki broke into a cold sweat, his eyes darting between them. As they drew closer, just as he was about to raise his blade, one of the cavalrymen lunged forward, plunging his sword into the Dothraki's abdomen. The Dothraki's scream was no different from the others, as the cavalrymen watching from behind chuckled, observing their companion stab the Dothraki in a chaotic frenzy. As twilight descended, Eric and his small squad returned to the main camp, now less than 30 miles from Millen. The harvest was quite satisfactory. At this moment, Eric's other squad of private cavalry returned to camp. However, in contrast to the additional steeds in Eric's company, they brought back only a solitary wild goat and a few hares. After reporting the news regarding the Dothraki to the captain, Eric entrusted several captured warhorses to the logistics officer. In Colin's army, valuable spoils must be surrendered for collective distribution, while lesser valuables are retained by the individual soldiers. With his share of the spoils, a curved blade, and a belt, Eric made his way to the military market outside the camp. The Dothraki's uniquely styled arak could fetch a handsome price for merchants, and many modestly affluent freefolk cherished collecting such items. The leather belt, adorned with a silver buckle from the Dothraki leader, bore a wild scent, rendering it undesirable for wear. It could only be dismantled for its precious metal. "Look here, my lord, I have everything you could desire," called a jovial merchant with a round face, halting Eric in his tracks. "What price shall I offer for this blade?" Eric handed the arak to the merchant while casting his gaze over the wares on display. At the merchant's feet were two large barrels, one filled with various swords and knives, the other containing spears and polearms. Behind him stood a cart displaying several sets of armor, both leather and steel, though all bore signs of previous use. 1 golden sun and 5 silver moons for the blade, the merchant proposed. Having sold the arak, Eric clutched the belt and meandered through the market until he arrived at a secluded corner where a rather inconspicuous large tent was pitched. Noticing the tent's tapestry was drawn closed, he refrained from approaching. After a brief wait, a man emerged from the tent, smiling as he fastened his coat. Upon seeing Eric, the man paused momentarily, and they exchanged nods of acknowledgement. Once the man departed, Eric lifted the tapestry and stepped inside the tent, where the air was thick with an unusual incense. "It's you again. This time, do you bring coin?" a voice inquired. "No money. But I retrieved this from a corpse," Eric replied, lifting the belt and tossing it into a corner of the tent before lunging toward the woman inside. Chapter 61. Arrival at Myr. As they drew nearer to Myr, the incursions by Dothraki cavalry noticeably diminished. When the army was less than 5 miles from Myr, not a trace of the Dothraki could be seen. By noon the following day, Colin's forces reached the outskirts of Myr. Myr is situated along the northern coast of the Bay of Slavers, near the mouth of the Skahazadan River, established atop a sandy promontory. The city is encircled by formidable walls rising to a height of 120 feet, meticulously maintained, with towers at regular intervals equipped with bronze gargoyle heads capable of pouring boiling oil upon intruders. The structures within the walls, akin to those in its sister city-states of Ukai and Astapor, are constructed of bricks, though Myr's bricks are multicolored rather than merely yellow or red. The army established a siege camp before the eyes of the inhabitants of Myr, and as the evening descended peacefully, Colin convened the members of the war council within his tent. On the table lay a 3-dimensional map sculpted from clay, a product of Colin's recent explorations aboard the Balerion. We now confront 2 pressing issues: timber and the Dothraki. The assembly gathered around the map as Colin pointed to the Skazadan River. The Dothraki cavalry is there, 15 miles upstream. I led the Balerion to assault their camp, but it was largely ineffective. They scattered at the mere sight of me. Colin rapped the table and paused before continuing. I found no woods overhead. What do the scouts report? Within a 10-mile radius. The scouts have failed to locate a tree thick enough to serve our needs, Rogers replied, weariness etched on his face. Since assuming command of the 2nd Legion, he had been so overwhelmed with various tasks that even his stubble had gone unattended. What do the engineers say? Can we dismantle the wagons and tents to piece something together? At best, we could assemble a few siege ladders. But we lack sufficient quality timber to construct catapults capable of suppressing the defenders atop the walls. Our losses would be substantial. The Myrish scorched earth tactics had proven excessively thorough, leaving Colin impending siege without the necessary materials to craft siege engines. Without adequate siege machinery. Breaching a city fortified by walls towering 120 feet would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge. Could we employ dragonfire to destroy the walls, like at Yunkai? Alex inquired, his eagerness evident as he cast a glance at Colin. He had witnessed the terrifying might of dragonfire firsthand when at Yunkai's walls. That would be difficult. Colin responded. Unlike the crumbling ancient walls of Yunkai, the fortifications of Myr, situated near the Dothraki Sea, were well-maintained and possibly imbued with some malevolent magic. Balerion despised it and refused to approach the walls. A silence enveloped the group. The lack of sufficient siege equipment, coupled with the inability to utilize dragonfire to breach the walls, meant that taking a well-defended city would exact a heavy toll. Let us request a few large ships from Yunkai. We can dismantle the vessels to construct siege machinery, Colin declared after pacing thoughtfully. Previously informed by sailors from Bravos that the formidable fleet of Volantis was about to set sail, Colin had kept his own fleet cooped up in the harbor, opting for land transport of supplies. Now, to secure Myr, he was compelled to risk sending ships forth. The following morning, as the camp stirred from slumber, Colin and his companions rode their steeds to a hillside near the city walls. From a distance, they could discern the silhouettes of figures bustling atop the towering fortifications. Have the gates opened? Rogers exclaimed, incredulous. A contingent of Myrish soldiers, clad in shining armor, emerged from the city gates and formed ranks below the walls. It seemed that Colin's slow march had become a source of great frustration for the lords of Myr. Upon receiving the plea for assistance from Myrine, Jokoko swiftly led his tribe to the city. However, such fervor came at a cost. The Dothraki tribe was known for its unity in action, and Jokoko's 20,000 cavalrymen were accompanied by tens of thousands of dependents. The provision of sustenance for so many would fall upon Myrine, and Jokoko's entrance with his blood riders only added to the woes of the noble lords. The Dothraki engaged in no trade. They accepted gifts and reciprocated accordingly. In their eyes, their journey of hundreds of miles to rescue Myrine was a divine blessing bestowed upon the Myrinese. Thus, Jokoko and his blood riders sought to take whatever they desired within the city, be it gold, jewels, or even the women passing on the streets, without exception, even from the noble families. Consequently, when the forces of Corin arrived, the lords were eager to emerge from the city and confront them. They believed that with their 10,000 defenders combined with the 20,000 Dothraki cavalry, their strength would be double that of Corin. Moreover, with the advantage of resting while their foes marched, the odds were in their favor. As the Myrinese ventured forth to confront the enemy, Corin commanded his troops to form ranks. To counter the Dothraki cavalry upstream of the Skahazadin River, Corin positioned the Unsullied Legion on the right slope of the battlefield, where 5,000 Unsullied would face the 20,000 Dothraki cavalry until the outcome was determined on the main battlefield. On the front lines, Corin's 2 legions arranged their shield-bearing infantry at the forefront, followed by the sworn archers, and behind them stood the unshielded gladiators and 2-handed swordsmen. The mounted cavalry was retained near Corin as a reserve, while his personal cavalry roamed the edges of the battlefield to harass the enemy. As both armies stood poised at a distance of an arrow's flight, the Myrinese did not initiate an attack, but instead sent forth a lone cavalryman. Upon approaching, the rider halted his steed to declare his intent. He hailed from the ancient slave-owning house of Pau, adhering to time-honored traditions to challenge Corin. Observing the peculiar figure clad in dark jade-scaled armor, with hair styled into 2 horns, Corin remained unmoved, preparing to signal his forces to advance, when Alex interjected, "My lord, allow me to sever his head and present it to you," thus delivering a significant blow to their morale. Corin, disinterested in dueling with an unknown adversary, was nonetheless agreeable to Alex's eager request to engage. Adorned with an Illyrian helmet reminiscent of ancient Roman officers, topped with a row of neatly arranged crimson horsehair, and clad in decorative gilded bronze armor, Alex wielded 2 broadswords. Upon witnessing an opponent step forward from Corin's side, the Myrinese cavalry brandished their lances towards their ranks, spurred on by the cheers of their soldiers as they charged forward. Meanwhile, Alex merely stood with his swords at rest, languidly stretching his limbs, patiently awaiting the advance of his adversary. Chapter 62. The First Battle of Millen. Dressed in peculiar attire, the cavalry brandished their lances and charged towards Alex, the thunderous hooves of their steeds stirring up clouds of dust amidst the cheers of the Millen soldiers. Observing Alex, who remained motionless, Colin couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. As the cavalry closed in, their horses accelerated in the final yards. In a moment of imminent peril, Alex thrust his abdomen forward, leaning back, allowing the lance to narrowly graze past him. The silence that had enveloped Colin's formation erupted into astonished cheers as the cavalry, thwarted in their attack, turned their horses to strike again, only to miss once more. In a fit of rage and humiliation, they distanced themselves, drawing their sabers for another charge. It seemed Alex had tired of evasion. This time, he chose to confront them. He raised his sword and hurled it towards the oncoming cavalry. As the blade hurtled towards him, the cavalryman, in a panic, yanked on the reins, rearing his horse. The sword struck against his obsidian-scaled armor. However, even as the sword was thrown, Alex surged forward. Before the cavalryman could relish the fact that his armor had deflected the blow, Alex was already at his side, faced with the advancing Alex. The cavalryman hastily swung his saber. Alex merely stepped back lightly, then leaped forward, plunging his sword into the man's neck. Witnessing this scene, the morale of Colin's troops soared. While the Millen forces fell silent, a ripple of unease spreading among them. Grasping the reins of the battle horse with one hand and dragging the lifeless body with the other, Alex returned to his formation. The armor he wore was of considerable worth, and upon noticing Colin's amused gaze, Alex offered an awkward smile. Meanwhile, the lords observing from the city walls, upon witnessing their cavalry's defeat, were consumed by frustration. In the shadows of a tower beside the lords, a mysterious figure cloaked in black, with a hood obscuring their face, looked disdainfully at the despondent nobles. Pale fingers, tipped with razor-like nails, glided over the wall marred with strange blood patterns, eyes glinting with desire as they gazed towards the distant battlefield where a black dragon loomed. Following Alex's victory, the morale of both sides fluctuated, and Colin seized the moment, promptly ordering the sounding of the attack trumpet. To adapt to the Millen formation, Colin's 25 infantry battalions arranged themselves in a line, each battalion forming a deep square of 5 ranks. The flag-bearers lowered their standards, pointing forward, while drummers began to beat a rousing march. The soldiers, synchronizing their steps to the rhythm of the drums, advanced in unison, their gleaming iron lines surging like waves. The elite archers, armed with bows, closely followed the infantry's march, arrows poised on their strings, awaiting the enemy to enter their killing range. As Colin's grand army mobilized, the Millen forces, under their commander's orders, also began to advance. The Millen formation consisted of crossbowmen at the front and infantry behind, lacking cavalry. In an instant, the parched battlefield was engulfed in swirling dust as the two armies drew nearer, step by step, to the cadence of the drums. The first to launch the assault were the crossbowmen of Meereen. Comprised mainly of slaves, these archers, unburdened by the need for extensive training, naturally outperformed the long-trained bowmen. Clad only in a simple linen cloak, the Meereen crossbowmen stood in loose formation, eagerly awaiting the legion's infantry to come within range before hastily raising their crossbows and unleashing a torrent of bolts. The front line of the legion's infantry raised their shields, and the bolts whistled through the air, striking against shields, armor, and flesh. A chorus of muffled groans emanated from the ranks of the legionaries, their synchronized march momentarily faltering, while a few fell silently to the ground. Before the Meereen crossbowmen could reload, the guardsmen of Colin had arrived within their designated firing range. Under unified command, the archers raised their warbows and unleashed a rain of arrows upon the crossbowmen's position. The unprotected Meereen crossbowmen fell in droves, some, paralyzed by fear, abandoned their crossbows and fled, only to be met with the brutal intervention of the enforcers, who quelled the chaos with deadly force. The Meereen crossbowmen struggled to regroup, but when the second volley from the guardsmen struck, the already decimated ranks could no longer withstand the onslaught and promptly disbanded. This time, the enforcers did not intervene again. Aside from those unfortunate enough to collide with the rear ranks of infantry and meet their demise, the remaining crossbowmen escaped through the gaps in the infantry formation. As the two lines gradually approached one another, the front rank of the legion's infantry readied their heavy javelins. After launching a round of javelins, the infantry, led by their officers, commenced a wave-like charge. Upon contact, the shield-bearers of Meereen found themselves at a disadvantage, their lines slowly retreating under the pressure of the legion's advance. Meanwhile, on the right slope of the battlefield, the Unsullied were met with the charge of the Dothraki cavalry. 5,000 Unsullied formed a circular formation, utilizing carts and supply wagons as barriers. The Dothraki, armed with bows and spears, galloped in from a distance, splitting into two flanks to encircle the Unsullied's position. Countless arrows rained down upon the Unsullied, quickly carpeting the outer edges of the carts with shafts. Within the circular formation, the Unsullied raised their shields in a scaled pattern, each man huddling beneath, silently enduring the deluge of arrows. The Dothraki rode wildly around the Unsullied's circular formation, the thunderous sound of hooves causing the ground to tremble. After each warrior had loosed over 10 arrows, the Dothraki sheathed their bows. And groups of cavalry broke away from the main force, charging toward the circular formation on the slope. Hearing the rain of arrows subside, the Unsullied dismantled their shield wall, donned fresh shields, and pressed closely to the inner edge of the formation to confront the Dothraki. At that moment, as the Dothraki and Unsullied engaged in a bloody melee amidst the gaps of the formation, Colin, mounted on Balerion, arrived, with the front lines having gained the upper hand. The defeat of Meereen seemed inevitable, contingent only upon repelling the Dothraki, with its wings unfurled. The colossal Balerion let out a deafening roar as it swooped down upon the Dothraki cavalry below. A torrent of searing dragon fire erupted forth, obliterating everything in a straight line, man and beast alike, into mere ashes. Faced with the oncoming dragon, the Dothraki, unlike before, did not retreat. Instead, they raised their bows and unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows, only to be met with Balerion's mocking cries. Flames ignited within the ranks of the Dothraki, and in the face of this insurmountable beast, they recklessly surged towards the Unsullied's formation. To perish beneath dragon fire was a fate far more dishonorable than to fall by the hands of their foes. Once Balerion had vented its wrath, Colin guided it toward the Unsullied's lines, encircling the outer perimeter of the phalanx with dragon fire. In an instant, a ring of flames engulfed the periphery, stalling the Dothraki's advance. A handful of valiant Dothraki riders attempted to charge through the inferno, only to become mere torches of agony. Seizing the opportunity, the Unsullied swiftly cleared the Dothraki from within the formation, stacking the bodies of men and horses to create a new wall around the encampment. Chapter 63. The Dark Shadow. Confronted with an unassailable position, the Dothraki, under their leader's command, chose to momentarily retreat. Colin, riding Balerion, pursued them, leaving behind numerous scorched marks upon the earth before the Dothraki scattered like stars across the sky. As Colin and the exuberant Balerion soared overhead, the forces of Meereen found themselves on the brink of collapse. The Dothraki's retreat sapped the morale of the Meereen soldiers. Those at the front faltered, retreating in disarray, while the rear ranks glanced anxiously about, even the overseers casting hopeful glances toward the city walls for a signal of retreat from their lord. At that moment, Colin arrived on the scene, with the fearsome Balerion resolving the Dothraki threat. Balerion's triumphant roar echoed as it unleashed a lethal torrent of dragon fire into the midst of the Meereen ranks. The intense flames cleaved the soldiers in two. The frontline fighters, beset by the encroaching legion of infantry and with a raging sea of fire at their backs, found themselves steeped in despair. The rear ranks, witnessing their comrades mere paces away being shattered by the dragon's fiery onslaught, bodies exploding like tomatoes from great heights, blood and bones spraying in all directions, succumbed to utter panic. In a desperate bid for survival, they cast aside their shields and swords, rushing toward the city gates. Seeing these wretches trembling beneath its flames, Balerion emitted a piercing shriek, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing soldiers with its fiery breath. The Meereen soldiers, gripped by terror, huddled beneath the walls, frantically pounding upon the gates, while their lord had long since vanished, leaving only those operating the ballistae desperately attempting to train their weapons upon Balerion. Balerion, weary from its relentless onslaught, glided past the city walls once more, its dragon wings casting shadows over the battlefield. The once fierce dragon fire, now dimmed, lost some of its formidable force. Yet it still ignited the soldiers of Meereen clustered beneath the walls, transforming them into living torches. Charred remains piled up at the base of the walls, a testament to the slaughter of thousands. With eyes ablaze in crimson, Balerion momentarily forsook its disdain for the fortifications, hovering above as it unleashed torrents of dragon fire upon the fleeing Meereenese soldiers. At this critical juncture, the crossbowmen of Meereen finally seized their chance. However, the bolts aimed at Balerion's eyes were deftly evaded, while those that struck its scales fell harmlessly away. Witnessing this, Balerion swelled with pride, ceasing its fiery breath to swoop down upon the panicked soldiers scrambling for safety. With colossal claws, it snatched several warriors from the walls, soaring high before casting them down to the ground. The still-breathing soldiers screamed as they plummeted, their bodies crashing against the stone like splattered blood from crushed insects. Under a leaden sky, thick smoke billowed, and the battlefield below was carved into fiery sections. The battered soldiers of Meereen retreated along the walls, while Colin's forces dared not approach the inferno-warmed battlements. In the sky, Balerion emitted a piercing shriek, disregarding the approaching massive bolts as it dove towards the city gates. The prospect of breaching the walls was tantalizingly close, and Colin clenched his grip on Lightbringer. Suddenly, a pained cry erupted from Balerion. A massive bolt, stained with blood, materialized from the air and pierced through Balerion's abdomen, disregarding its tough scales. The great beast faltered, howling in agony as it spiraled downward toward the battlefield. Its gargantuan form crashed onto the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Colin shook his head and leapt from the dragon's back, rushing to the side of the fallen Balerion, where a pool of black blood spread beneath it. The once bright crimson eyes dulled, and its wings flapped weakly, devoid of the strength to rise. "Balerion!" Colin exclaimed, his heart racing at the sight of the grievously wounded dragon. Grasping the bolt embedded in Balerion's side, he slowly extracted it. A fresh torrent of black blood spilled forth as the arrow was removed, and the weakened dragon relaxed slightly, managing to raise its head to exhale dragon fire upon its wound. Observing the injury mend gradually under the flames, Colin felt a sense of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, atop the walls, a mysterious figure cloaked in black, with a hood obscuring their features, gripped the battlements tightly, fixated on the great dragon below. Colin sensed the intensity of the figure's gaze and looked up, meeting the sight of a pale, hairless visage. "The dragon, is it not beautiful?" the mysterious voice whispered, resonating clearly in Colin's ears. Realizing this individual was likely the architect of Balerion's suffering, Colin swiftly descended from the dragon's saddle, retrieving a spear and hurling it toward the battlements with all his might. The enigmatic figure slightly tilted his head to evade the spear, and before Colin could throw again, a plume of black smoke erupted from beneath his robe. In an instant, the smoke coalesced into a shadowy silhouette, leaping through the air from the battlements towards Colin below. Colin's gaze sharpened. He had heard whispers of the Shadowbinder from the realm of darkness. Once more, he gripped the spear and hurled it at the approaching shadow. Yet the figure did not flinch. Astonishingly, the spear passed right through its form. The pitch-black shadow was insubstantial and intangible, embodying the very fears that dwell within the human heart. The mysterious voice, now flickering in proximity, echoed in Colin's ears, and having gleaned nothing from his prior attempts, he discarded the spear bag and drew his sword, Radiant Howl. At that moment, the shadow surged before Colin, brandishing a sword devoid of a hilt, its blade as dark as the deepest night. The shadow raised the sword and struck at Colin, the nimble blade slicing through the air without stirring even a whisper of wind. Colin met the attack with Radiant Howl, and in the fleeting moment before their blades clashed, he glimpsed the shadow's eyes. The hollow crimson orbs floating within the shadow betrayed a hint of derision. However, in the next heartbeat, only terror remained in those eyes. Colin's Radiant Howl intercepted the hiltless sword, its weight sending a tremor through the shadow's form. "Valyrian steel?" The mysterious voice reverberated in Colin's mind, stripped of its previous indifference, now brimming with unabashed greed. Colin paid no heed to the voice, launching a ferocious assault against the shadow. The two figures danced across the battlefield, remnants of the war-torn ground splintering beneath their blades. Under Colin's relentless onslaught, the hiltless sword became riddled with fine cracks. At last, with a final, forceful strike, the sword shattered into a flurry of fragments. Deprived of its weapon, the shadow recoiled in fear, retreating 2 steps through the air, intent on fleeing. Observing its attempt to escape, Colin sprang forward, leaping high as he brought Radiant Howl crashing down. The smoke-like shadow was cleaved in two as if it were a corporeal entity, a chilling wail echoing from both Colin and the battlements. Chapter 64, poised to strike Colin. With Radiant Howl in hand, fixed a stoic gaze upon the mysterious figure atop the wall, while Beleren struggled to rise, barely able to stagger forward. After etching the figure's visage into his memory, Colin patted Beleren, and together, man and dragon made their way back to their ranks amidst the flames. As Colin emerged from the inferno, he felt the searing breath of Beleren close by. Both the legionnaires and the kneeling captives of Myr were filled with reverence. With the resonant sound of a long horn, the warriors orderly retreated to the besieged camp, where the supply troops would soon arrive to clear the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the distant city of Guankai, Benpuling, confined in the dungeon for months, stood alone at the dungeon's exit, squinting against the long-forgotten sunlight. "Sergeant." Several robust men approached from the side. "Warwick, what brings you here?" Ben Plang, who had not attended to his personal hygiene for months, bore a disheveled appearance, with hair matted against his scalp and a beard resembling that of an old goat, resembling a beggar in his old age. "We have been dispatched to transport supplies. We had difficulty locating you. A few days ago, I overheard a drunken man at the tavern claiming that an old man imprisoned in the dungeons boasted of knowing a secret passage into the city of Merlin. Remembering how the sergeant often bragged about your knowledge of Merlin, we sought assistance upon confirming your identity." The man, whom Ben Plang referred to as Warwick, turned to glance at a nearby figure. It was only then that Ben Plang noticed an officer leaning on a cane, accompanied by a familiar dungeon guard who was bowing and accepting a pouch of coins handed to him by the officer. Observing Ben Plang's gaze, the officer raised his hand in a slight gesture. Lord Carnegie was the officer responsible for safeguarding the supply lines. When the Dothraki cavalry launched a nighttime assault on the resting supply trains, we seized the fallen soldier's weapons to aid him in repelling the attack. In gratitude for this favor, he was willing to assist us with what he could. Upon hearing the sergeant's tale, he wished to meet you personally, since Bellerin sustained his injury. The vicinity of Merlin had been beset by unrelenting rain for several days. Other than the patrolling guards, the camp was nearly devoid of movement, with soldiers huddled within their tents. Inside Colin's tent, a few individuals were gathered around a luxurious game of chivas. The set, part of Lord Yuan Kai's esteemed collection, featured a board crafted from gold, its edges adorned with various gemstones. The pieces were polished ivory, smooth and warm to the touch. Alex, who had just begun to learn the game, enthusiastically lost 10 consecutive matches, prompting the increasingly indifferent Colin to toss aside his piece and rise. You might as well play with the worms. I shall check on Bellerin. Colin retrieved his bear fur cloak from the wooden rack, a keepsake from the time they departed from Kite Castle, having accompanied him through half the world of battle. After fastening the cloak and donning the hood, Colin picked up a barrel of wine from the ground beside him, declining the other's company as he exited the tent. Outside, the patter of rain created an ambience reminiscent of another realm. Following the sound of the rain, Colin approached the enclosure where Bellerin rested. The massive Bellerin could not find a tent large enough to accommodate its size. Despite its aversion to the rain, it had to lie within its open pen, content to nibble on a goat that had found itself cornered. I have come, Bellerin. Colin approached Bellerin's side, lifting the lid of the wine barrel. Upon catching the scent, Bellerin turned its head lazily to regard Colin, instinctively opening its mouth wide. A single barrel of wine barely sufficed to moisten Bellerin's throat. After drinking, it snorted softly, releasing a plume of smoke before sinking back into a deep slumber. Upon returning to the tent, Colin found a scout cavalryman waiting patiently. My lord, the vessels from Yunkai have reached the nearby shores. Colin, filled with joy, immediately instructed Rogers to arrange for the supply camp to proceed to the coast and dismantle the ships. My lord, a captain has entrusted me with a message for you, claiming that a man from Meereen asserts he knows the secret passage into the city. Oh? Colin, who was anxiously contemplating the siege, became intrigued. Bring him here. Are you from Meereen? Yes, my lord. Yet you appear rather dissimilar to the captives in my camp. Colin stood before the map table, observing the elder who bore a striking resemblance to a Dothraki with a hint of amusement. I was once a guard of the ancient slave-owning family of the Paul, thus acquiring the status of a free man of Meereen. However, I later escaped from Meereen due to certain circumstances. Before meeting Colin, Bimplin had tidied himself meticulously, grooming his disheveled hair and beard, and donning a rather respectable attire. So you escaped Meereen through the passage you mentioned? Colin's interest piqued. Yes, my lord. After Bimplin spoke, he fell into silence. Colin pondered for a moment, tapping the table. What do you desire? I wish to reclaim what belongs to me, along with a modest reward. Bimplin cautiously lifted his gaze, a trace of apprehension visible on the seemingly amiable face of the elder. Colin remained silent for a moment. Continue. I was once the sergeant of the Second Sons, after your army captured me. I believed I would rot in the dungeons of the Great Pyramid of Yunkai until my demise. Later, my former comrades rescued me from that lightless prison with gold. Now it is time for me to repay them. So, you mean to say that the dungeons under my command accepted bribes to release you? Colin crossed his arms, stroking his chin. Bimplin offered no reply, but merely bowed deeply. Very well, I shall grant your request. After we conquer Meereen, not only will I secure the freedom of your men, but I shall also return weapons, armor, and banners, allowing you to reassemble the Second Sons. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon you 3 chests of gold as a reward for making the right choice. Colin nodded, acquiescing to the reasonable terms. Bimplin bowed once more. Thank you, generous Lord of Dragons. Once the terms were settled, Bimplin revealed to Colin the secret passage into Meereen. It turned out that this passage was none other than the sewers of Meereen, where the population exceeds the combined total of Astapor and Yunkai, with the city being underlaid by vast brick sewers. The design of this labyrinthine sewer system had long been lost, and ordinary individuals venturing within would only become disoriented, ultimately reduced to mere bones gnawed upon by rats. As Bimplin respectfully retreated from the tent, Alex, who remained silent beside him, lowered his arms. This old man certainly understands humility. He has not dared to make any excessive requests of you. Colin seized the wine jug from the table and took a few swigs. Do not be deceived by this old fellow. Although he appears amiable and speaks cautiously, none of this touches his eyes. He is a thirsty and vigilant old fox. Colin shook the now empty wine jug and, with a sense of resignation, tossed it to Alex. When the time comes, you will lead the way with him through the sewers into the city, attempting to incite the slaves within to join us. I shall personally launch an assault on the city gates to cover your advance. Chapter 65. The fall of Meereen. The following day, the clouds finally dispersed, revealing the long-awaited sunshine. Along the coast of Meereen, several vessels from Ukai lay stranded on the shore, gradually being dismantled for timber. Colin, mounted on horseback and accompanied by his men, stood on a hillside overlooking the bustling supply camp below, akin to an industrious ant colony. "How soon can we commence the siege?" he inquired. "In the best-case scenario, within 7 days, we can construct siege towers and battering rams," replied a siege machinery expert from Meereen, accompanied by a few assistants, as he respectfully addressed his employer's query. "I cannot afford to wait that long. I will have the soldiers lend a hand. I intend to launch the assault in 3 days. The siege expert hesitated for a moment, then, with great reluctance, nodded and, after bowing, returned to the camp with his assistants. Colin's urgency was warranted. Although Balerion had recovered from its injuries, the lingering curse still enveloped it. Currently, scouting the movements of the Dothraki required sending out his personal cavalry on perilous missions, and having not seen Balerion for several days, the Dothraki had grown increasingly audacious. With reports indicating their camp was gradually encroaching upon Meereen, Colin needed to seize the city before they confirmed that Balerion was unable to engage in battle. On the evening of the 3rd day, the sky was painted a blood-red hue by the setting sun, as if heralding the approach of a great battle. The siege towers and battering rams had been completed, awaiting nightfall to enter the fray. Within the camp, all faces bore a heavy countenance. Warriors honed their weapons and repaired their armor in their respective tents. In the central command tent, fully equipped, Colin was briefing Alex on the battle plan for the night. Once darkness falls and you see a great fire igniting at the city gates, you will enter the city through the sewers. Your primary objective is to liberate the gladiators from the arena and inspire them to join our cause. Amidst the ensuing chaos, I shall lead the legion to storm the city, seizing Meereen before the Dothraki can react. As the final rays of sunlight struggle to dissipate on the horizon, the prepared warriors emerged from their tents. Under the guidance of their officers, small squads departed the besieging camp, gathering outside the city walls like sparks igniting a great fire. The soldiers stationed atop the city walls of Milan detected an unusual movement from the Colin army and swiftly sounded the alarm. The resting Milan soldiers hurriedly ascended the ramparts, only to be informed by the rushing guards that a massive force was preparing to besiege the city, with the Holy Maiden watching over them. Could these accursed barbarians not allow us to enjoy this splendid night in peace? The lords gathered upon the walls, vociferously cursing the Colin army that awaited silently below. Soon, a great conflagration ignited at the foot of the walls, its flames illuminating the sky, as Colin had ordered a considerable stockpile of unused timber to be set ablaze. What on earth are they doing? Do they intend to host a bonfire feast? The lords pondered in confusion. Meanwhile, at the ocean inlet of Milan's sewer system, Alex, accompanied by a small squad and Ben Poling, noticed the distant blaze and turned to enter the sewer. This particular inlet to Milan only emerged above the surface during low tide at night. By day, the long passageway was submerged, rendering entry impossible, which explained Colin's decision to launch the assault under the cover of darkness. Miles away from the battlefield, the Dothraki stood upon a hillside, gazing toward the direction of Milan. Has that dragon launched another attack? The towering flames momentarily obscured their understanding of the situation, leading them to believe the fearsome beast was wreaking havoc once more. Should we advance? The Dothraki looked to the figure mounted on horseback at the forefront. No, we are not the slaves of the Milan. It is unnecessary for us to risk our lives. Too many brave souls have already met their end. Jacakeo, standing resolutely in front of the crowd, declined to engage, turning his steed back toward the camp. Amidst the roaring flames, the Colin army remained eerily still, which began to incite a sense of unease among the lords. Suddenly, fire erupted within the city, and chaos began to spread. Damn it, that's the Daznak arena. Quickly, send someone to investigate. The lords fell into a panic, fearing a repeat of the gladiatorial uprising within Milan. Sensing the turmoil within the city, Colin immediately commanded the horn to signal the attack, and the soldiers, long poised for action, resolutely advanced towards the walls, pushing their siege engines forward. This time, Colin donned his armor, wielding a tower shield and a gleaming lightcall, leading the charge at the front lines. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Milan soldiers on the walls faced the dual threat of chaos within and the impending assault without, leaving the lords feeling lost and disoriented. Adding to their despair, a guard reported that the high priest of the Shadowlands, who had been summoned with dozens of chests of gold, had already departed with his masked acolytes. The Legion infantry traversed the battlefield, still marked by the scars of prior conflict, crushing the charred remnants beneath their steady march. The elite archers unleashed waves of arrows upon the city's parapets, while the Milan crossbowmen, having suffered grievous losses in earlier skirmishes, trembled behind the battlements, unable to raise their heads under the onslaught of whistling projectiles. The cloud ladder's support struck the base of the city wall, and Colin was the first to ascend the cloud ladder. Making his way up the spiraling staircase to its summit, the top was shielded on 3 sides, while directly ahead lay the yet-to-be-lowered siege bridge. Once the platform was filled, Colin raised his shield, signaling the warriors at the edge to drop the control lever. The heavy siege bridge crashed forcefully against the city wall, creating a pathway that inclined slightly upwards. Kill. Colin, brandishing his tower shield, was the first to surge forward, closely followed by warriors with shields raised high. Recognizing the gravity of the moment, the soldiers of Meereen summoned their last reserves of courage, swarming towards the enemy climbing the wall. The cacophony of battle erupted atop the wall, arrows raining down like locusts. At the forefront, Colin discarded his tower shield, now riddled with crossbow bolts, and faced the forest of spears with his sword, Light's Howl, firmly in hand. With sweeping arcs of his blade, he severed the spear tips of the Meereen soldiers one after another. Seizing the moment as the frontline Meereen soldiers lost their weapons, Colin and the Legion's infantry surged onto the wall. After dispatching several foes, they forced a section of the wall to yield. More Legion infantry took advantage of the opening, regrouping on the wall to face the Meereen soldiers flanking them. Colin led a contingent towards the gate tower, while the infantry guarding the cloud ladder faced a counterattack from the Meereen. The soldiers clashed fiercely in the confined space, unable to swing their arms freely, resorting to pushing each other with their shields. As more infantry ascended the wall, chaos within the city spilled over to the vicinity of the battlements. The Meereen soldiers, unable to withstand the onslaught, began to be pushed off the wall in rows, and the dawn of victory quietly emerged. Chapter 66. Purification Square. After Colin felled the Harpy banner atop the gate tower, the siege of Meereen reached a temporary conclusion. However, the unrest within the city did not subside. Rather, it escalated, as freed gladiators, accompanied by liberated slaves, commenced a spree of looting and slaughter throughout the districts. Colin sat atop the wall, surrounded by the remnants of fallen Meereen soldiers, listening intently to the cacophony of screams and wails echoing through the city. Below him, the Legion warriors were filing into the city through the gate. "Sir, shall we not quell the unrest within the city?" Rogers, accompanied by his guards, approached Colin. "No," Colin replied, rising and drawing Light's Howl from the pile of corpses, wiping off the blood before sheathing it. "Compassion is a knight's virtue, not that of a conqueror. If the conquered weep, our conquest remains incomplete." Patting the bewildered Rogers on the shoulder, Colin turned and descended the tower. Signal for the Grey Worms to retreat. The camp outside the city should also move within. With Meereen captured, there is no need to continue battling the Dothraki. The following day, when Jaqen Hagar discovered the flags of Colin flying over the walls of Meereen, he paused for a long moment on the hillside before opting to lead his tribe towards the Dothraki Sea. Within the confines of Millen City, the tumult of last night has subsided under the suppression of the purifiers. Scorched houses and unclaimed corpses litter the streets. In the heart of the city, at the Purification Square, all the ancient slave-owning families have gathered, under the watchful gaze of the purifiers, to pledge their allegiance to their conqueror. Along the golden sandy avenue leading to the square, wide enough for dozens of horses to march side by side, Colin rides upon Balerion, accompanied by a contingent of armored cavalry. Although Balerion is temporarily unable to take flight, it can walk without difficulty, albeit with considerable effort required to scale the city walls. Within Colin's troop panel, Balerion is in a unique state. Balerion, 12, a robust black dragon tainted by the aura of doom, a legendary unit, weakened by a shadow curse. As Balerion strides heavily into the Purification Square, the intense fragrance of perfume worn by the slave owners causes it to sneeze. The front row slave owners, startled by the smoke emitted from Balerion's nostrils, mistake it for the dragon preparing to unleash its fiery breath, and they collapse in fear. Colin dismounts from the dragon's back, clutching a massive crossbow bolt. The slave owners, embarrassed, remain frozen in place, unsure how to present themselves before their conqueror. Observing their affected postures, adorned in the traditional Tokar robes that signify their status, Colin grows impatient. The vanquished must possess the awareness of their defeat. "Do you doubt the sharpness of my sword?" At Colin's words, chaos ensues among the slave owners, with several timid individuals stumbling over the hems of their Tokar robes and tumbling to the ground. At this moment, an elderly woman clad in a green robe, her hair as white as snow and her face veiled, parts the crowd in an attempt to approach Colin, only to be halted by his guards. The woman gazes at Colin with calm eyes and introduces herself. "My lord, I am Grasden Kal-El, a priestess serving in the Temple of Divine Grace." Colin scrutinizes the priestess's green eyes for a moment, sensing no hint of fear, and gestures for his guards to allow her passage. However, before she can speak, Colin raises his hand to silence her. I wish for you to understand that my willingness to converse with you is not due to your priestly status, but rather my desire to witness how the people of Millen intend to quell the fury that resides within me. He raises the massive crossbow bolt as a gesture. The priest disposed deeply. I wish to present to you a message and an item, hoping to assuage your wrath. Oh, my curiosity is piqued, Colin replies, casting the crossbow bolt to the ground, where it pierces the stone slab with an eerie blood-like pattern. The one who harmed your dragon is known as the Pale One. It is said that he has acquired formidable power from the Heart of Shadows and has formed a clandestine cult in the Shadow Realm. How did these individuals come to be here? Colin stroked his chin in puzzlement, for the journey from Ashar to this place was indeed a considerable distance. The crone offered no reply, instead turning her gaze towards Balorian. The return of the dragon had captivated the attention of all beings, magical or otherwise. So he has departed? I awaited him on the walls for an interminable time. The pale figure quietly exited the city of Mirren, attended by his entourage. All donning lacquered masks adorned with a crescent moon. Were those bloodstains upon the city walls also his handiwork? Indeed, the crone affirmed. The Pale One refers to it as the whisper of the dead, an imprint of death upon the city of night. The more powerful the life, the more it abhors it. With this unexpected intelligence, Colin's demeanor softened. And what of that other item? A candle. The crone beckoned her servant to bring forth a box. Upon opening it, a long, twisted red glass candle lay within. Colin took the glass candle into his hands. It was heavier than he had anticipated. Its surface cool to the touch, reminiscent of the horns upon Balorian's head. Is this crafted from obsidian? Indeed, the crone replied, somewhat surprised that Colin discerned its material so swiftly. However, it is not entirely so. It is made from the exceedingly rare heart of obsidian, not mere ordinary stone. What purpose does it serve? Colin inquired, gazing quizzically at the crone, for he, having only viewed the television adaptation of the Game of Thrones prior to his crossing, was unfamiliar with such an object. The ancient sorcerers of the freehold of Valyria utilized this glass candle to extend their sight across mountains, oceans, and deserts. Seated before such a candle, they could enter the dreams of others, projecting visions, or communicate across vast distances. Since the dragon's return, the glass candles have reignited. Colin, intrigued by items linked to Valyria, accepted this gift with gratitude. Simultaneously, a new item appeared in Colin's inventory. Obsidian candle, read a magical candle that ignites spontaneously at night. Its flame a source of arcane energy. Colin paused, realizing that this candle was even more precious than he had initially believed. Thank you for your gift. I am most pleased. He carefully stowed the glass candle in the hidden compartment beneath Balorian's saddle, the safest vault in the world. The crone bowed deeply once more, her eyes betraying a hint of exhilaration. Recognizing this glimmer, Colin understood that the time had come for negotiations. So, what is it that you seek from me? Chapter 67. The Weeping Star. The crone did not directly state her desires. Instead, she spoke of what she could offer Colin. All the oldest families of Mirren wish to pledge their loyalty to you and support your ascension as the king of all Giscari. And what is it that they desire? Colin mused, observing the hapless slave masters not far off. Mercy and slavery. Colin did not hesitate for a moment. Shaking his head resolutely, this is unacceptable. Seeing Colin's unwavering refusal, the old woman fell silent for a moment. If we abandon slavery, can they retain their property and status? Colin shook his head again. That is not possible. Since my arrival in Milan, their property, status, and even their lives no longer belong to them. Thank you for your gift. I truly appreciate it. Colin prepared to conclude the conversation. Wait, my lord, the old woman called out, halting Colin as he turned to leave. Do you not desire the support of the Gissi people? Rulership requires support. Conquest does not. After crossing the purification square, where the slave owners begged for mercy, Colin led his entourage toward the towering pyramid not far away, which would become his future residence. The Great Pyramid of Milan was constructed in the style of the ancient Gissi pyramids, standing a magnificent 800 feet high from its vast square base to its soaring apex. Its interior mirrored its ancient predecessor with 33 levels, a number deliberately chosen for its sanctity among the Gissi gods. The pyramid's outer wall was an impressive 30 inches thick. Upon passing through the grand entrance guarded by the purified, the crowd was immediately enveloped in tranquility, far removed from the street's clamor and the sweltering heat outside. As they reached the base of the pyramid and gazed up at the colossal structure that seemed to pierce the heavens, a profound sense of pressure washed over them. Ascending the grand marble steps adorned with magnificent patterns, they began their climb. By the time they reached the midpoint, the entire city lay sprawled beneath them. Upon reaching the summit, the purified swung open the grand doors to the opulent audience chamber, where Colin would meet with visitors, while his private quarters resided within the towering apex above. Seated in the main chair of the audience chamber, Colin drew the crowd from their excitement. The conquest of Slave Bay is merely the inception of our grand endeavor. The Valenticians are watching closely, and perhaps their warships will grace the shores of Milan tomorrow. The crowd instantly grew solemn at his words. First, we must deal with those who oppose us. All those in the city who have conspired against our great lords shall be entrusted to the purified for resolution. Colin glanced at the Grey Worm, who nodded in acknowledgement. Next, preparations for war must commence. Alex, as a reward for your contributions, I empower you to assemble a legion. Colin turned to Alex, who sat behind Rogers. Clad in a suit of golden armor of uncertain origin, though the blood and grime on his face contrasted sharply with the pristine armor. Upon hearing Colin's directive, Alex rose. Licking his lips, I shall not disappoint you. Alex had made significant contributions in the battles for Yuan Kai and Milan and during the War Council. He was the only one without command of a legion. Despite his boisterous demeanor, being overshadowed by the 10 years younger Rogers did create a sense of discomfort. Moreover, we must form 3 legions, with Rogers undertaking the preliminary selection, while I will personally oversee the arrangement of tasks. As Colin prepared to rise and inspect his chamber, he suddenly remembered an issue that remained unaddressed. Indeed, the bounty for the Pale One, who had harmed Balerion, must be pursued relentlessly. Even if he were to flee to Ashar, I shall claim his life. The following dawn, Colin awoke in his chamber, perched atop the lofty pinnacle of the pyramid. The chamber was modest, with a small adjoining room that had once housed his personal handmaid, now vacant. Within the bedroom, passing through the terrace door, one would find an aerial garden platform, adorned with an array of exotic flora, most notably a persimmon tree and a crystal-clear pond. Barefoot, Colin stepped out from his chamber and gazed down from the edge of the platform. Dominating the cityscape was the Temple of St. Grace, crowned with several golden domes, followed by the grand and diminutive pyramids owned by the ancient slave-holding families. However, Colin mused that they no longer belonged to the slave masters. As his gaze wandered farther afield, the city extended all the way to the seashore. As the largest city in the Slave Bay, Miran surpassed both Astapor and Yukai combined. Turning to the opposite side of the aerial garden platform, he beheld the parched brown hills surrounding the Skazadin River and the long devastated orchards. In such a barren land, a city of remarkable grandeur had risen, prompting Colin to reflect on the immense profits of the slave trade and consider the fate of Miran in the absence of slaves. Rarely finding solace, Colin reclined in the garden's pond, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, a figure caught his peripheral vision. A woman, draped in a deep indigo robe and adorned with a red lacquer mask, stood beneath the persimmon tree. Who are you? Colin remained reclined in the pond, yet his mind sharpened with caution, for she bore the semblance of a shadowbinder. I am a woman of the Quees, hailing from the land of shadows. Her voice was not loud, but the power it contained compelled one to listen intently. Another shadowbinder? Your companion has just fled from here in disgrace. The Pale One, Andres, and his minions are not my allies. I have manifested here through magic without malice, she responded calmly, unperturbed by Colin's scorn. Speak your purpose. Colin was not easily swayed by her words alone, yet he was intrigued to hear her intentions. A city and a person on guard. The woman raised 2 fingers. Quees stirs with discussions about you, whether among the royalty or the merchant guilds with their 1,000 ships. They are discontented with the transformation you have initiated in Slave Bay. From the moment he shattered the shackles in Astapor, Colin had braced himself for the impending backlash. While Quees was one of the most powerful city-states in the known world, it did not waver his resolve in the slightest. Who is that person? Daenerys Targaryen is currently departing from Karth, having renamed the 3 ships you provided to her as Rhaego, Viserion, and Drogon. What peril does she pose to me? Colin, with his hands resting on the edge of the pool, expressed a hint of curiosity. During the zenith of Valeria's freehold, the Dragon Lords halted their quest for world domination due to internal strife. Blood and fire coursed through their veins, serving as both the source of their power and the catalyst for chaos. Should the bloodlines fail to unite, profound divisions are inevitable. It seems prudent to eliminate Daenerys while she remains vulnerable. I only hope my friend, Ser Barristan, does not challenge me for this. Colin jested. The woman's tone grew grave. Daenerys Targaryen's dragons have answered the call of the Bleeding Star. The world has greater designs for her. Chapter 68. The Pure Flame. Just as Colin was about to inquire about the meaning of the Bleeding Star, a sudden light touch grazed his thigh. He looked down to find a school of small fish gently pecking at him. When he raised his gaze again, the woman who had stood beneath the persimmon tree had vanished. Mystifying, Colin muttered, stepping out of the pool. He did not fully trust the woman's words. Altruistic deeds belong solely to fairy tales, and those in power must rely on their own judgment. Casting a final glance at the awakening city, Colin turned and returned to his chambers. In the living quarters on the 31st level beneath his chambers, Rogers and others were dining. Breakfast was prepared by the free chefs of the pyramid, although they had shed their status as slaves. Most of the displaced chose to remain in the pyramid to continue serving. The breakfast featured an array of seasonal fruits and vegetables, accompanied by dog brain jelly, ham, lamb, a rich stew of red octopus, camel meat, crocodile meat, and large squid, among a dozen dishes. These delicacies were seasoned with various expensive spices such as saffron, cinnamon, cloves, and pepper, leaving Colin, who had experienced the opulence of King's Landing, secretly astonished. "How did you sleep last night?" Colin inquired, observing Alex's dark circles under his eyes. "I couldn't sleep. The thought of 5,000 warriors under my command pummeling our foes fills me with excitement," Alex replied, biting fiercely into his lamb as if it were his adversary. "Ha ha ha," Colin laughed as he took his seat at the head of the table. The attendants had already arranged his utensils and poured wine that had traveled from Westeros. "My lord, how did you rest? Was the wind particularly fierce atop the tower last night?" Rogers served Colin a portion of large squid, recalling that Colin's favorite fare during their lengthy voyage was seafood. "Quite well," Colin exclaimed, lifting a spoonful of the rich red octopus stew to his lips and letting out a contented sigh. Seeing the inquisitive gazes of the crowd, Colin suppressed a chuckle and feigned profundity, stating, in that lofty aerial garden, observing the multitude below, akin to mere ants, "I feel as if I am a deity residing atop a solitary sacred mountain." After breakfast, Colin descended the grand marble staircase of the Great Pyramid alone. The steps were solely occupied by the innocents on duty, while the servants had their own designated stairs, concealed behind thick brick walls, narrower, steeper, and straighter than the magnificent marble steps outside. Colin's guard resided on the second and third levels of the pyramid, equipped with training halls and armories. He declined the company of the guards and made his way to the ground level by himself. The base of the Great Pyramid was a solemn place, steeped in dust and shadow. Within the towering outer walls, any sound would echo incessantly among the colorful tiled arches, stables, halls, and storage rooms. As Colin approached the ground level, he heard the jubilant call of Balerion. Upon circling the massive base of the pyramid and finding Balerion within the eastern ramparts, he was taken aback. The once feeble Balerion appeared to have improved significantly. The sheep brought by the innocent soldiers lay strewn about, the walls and stone floor in disarray. Moreover, a large hole had been burned in the dragon's saddle on its back, and an obsidian candle gifted by the priestess during the purification square lay on the ground, carefully cradled by Balerion. In astonishment, Colin quickly opened the troop panel. Balerion, 12, a mature black dragon tainted by the aura of doom. A legendary unit, recently approached the purified flame, growth rate has increased, curse is beginning to weaken. This revelation invigorated Colin, leading him to speculate that the obsidian candle was indeed effective. Thus, he chose to remain there for the day. As evening approached and the light began to wane, the obsidian candle gradually illuminated. Initially dim, the flame surged dramatically as the sun's last rays vanished beyond the horizon. The swirling flames brightened the surroundings as Balerion basked in the glow, releasing countless tendrils of black smoke from its draconic form. Colin checked the panel once more. Balerion, 12, a mature black dragon tainted by the aura of doom, a legendary unit, under the radiance of the purified flame. Growth rate has increased, curse is beginning to weaken. Overjoyed, Colin was about to close the troop panel when he inadvertently clicked on the system log. Under the radiance of the purified flame, the blood of the true dragon has gained a slight enhancement. Colin and Balerion snuggled together at the base of the Great Pyramid, basking in the delight of that unexpected evening. A few days later, in the Bay of Sorrow, south of the Slave Bay, a joint fleet of over 300 ships was sailing towards Astapor in the Slave Bay. The fleet was primarily composed of warships from Volantis, with a smaller number of vessels manned by opportunists from Tyrosh, Lys, and Myr. In the recently concluded elections of Volantis, the slave trade has significantly diminished due to Colin's shattering of shackles at Slaver's Bay, coupled with the ancient bloodlines within the Black Wall showing great interest in Balerion. The Tiger Party, buoyed by public support and aristocratic backing, has altered the political landscape that has been dominated by the Elephant Party for 3 centuries, securing 2 of the 3 executive positions. Among them is Marikamaja, the adversary whom Colin has yet to confront, who has successfully retained his position in this election. Furthermore, Marikamaja is the most vociferous of the 3 governors, advocating for the seizure of Slaver's Bay and the re-establishment of Valyrian dominion over the Giscari. He aims to reconnect the upstream and downstream of the slave trade, restoring Valyria's former glory. On board the flagship of the United Fleet, the Free Bastion, Marikamaja is engaged in discussions regarding offensive strategies with senior naval officers in the captain's quarters. At this moment, a guard knocks on the door. "Governor, a scouting vessel has reported that a ship from Myr wishes to speak with you." Marikamaja lifts his head from the map table, his brows furrowing. Bring them in. Soon. The envoy from Mir is brought aboard the Free Bastion, greeted by a small boat. Upon seeing the panicked expression on the envoy's face, which bore traces of unwashed tears, Marikamaja's heart sank. Has Mir fallen? Just days prior, the fleet had received word that Khalan's forces were besieging the city. The rapid demise of such a grand city was indeed unexpected for Marikamaja. The original objective of the United Fleet was to seize Astapor and Yunkai while Khalan was preoccupied with the siege of Mir, and then to encircle Khalan's forces from both sides with Mir. After achieving this, if the weakened Mir was caught off guard, they would seize Mir as well. Unifying Slavers Bay. Hearing Marikamaja's words, the envoy from Mir's eyes reddened. On the night a few days ago, the city's slave gladiators erupted into chaos. Faced with the onslaught of that barbarian, the Dothraki did not arrive to provide support. Before the port fell, we managed to flee to the open sea. 2 days ago, the heads of our lords were hung upon the walls of Mir. Upon finishing, the envoy could not suppress a sob. Chapter 69. The approaching storm. What of the dragon? Marikamaja keenly noted the absence of mention of the dragon in the envoy's words. It was injured, struck down from the sky by the sorcerer we summoned. The envoy from Mir replied, a grimace overtaking his features. Regrettably, we could not slay it. Upon hearing the news of the dragon's injury, Marikamaja felt a jolt of surprise. Mirrored by the astonished gazes of the naval officers in the captain's quarters, caught off guard by this sudden revelation. After feigning an agreement to assist in the recovery of Mir, Marikamaja bid farewell to the envoy from Mir. Once the door to the captain's quarters was closed again, the officers exchanged glances, each pondering the implications. So, does this mean the dragon-hunting crossbow we commissioned Master Miao to modify will go unused? Inquired a middle-aged naval officer, stroking his graying beard. This is indeed a fortuitous development. Capturing that dragon has become considerably more feasible. An elderly naval officer, his hair graying, eagerly retrieved a cup from the liquor cabinet, ready to toast in celebration. Malako nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. The ancient bloodlines within the dark walls entrusted him with the formidable task of dragon capture. Should he succeed in bringing back a living dragon, it would undoubtedly secure their support for the upcoming elections and even the ones that follow. Dispatch a ship bearing the flag of Bravos to investigate the state of the dragon in Meereen, Malakar declared decisively, slapping the table with conviction. Shall we still proceed to Astapor? Inquired an officer from the corner. No, we shall change our course to Yaris Island for resupply. Once the scouting vessel returns, we can set sail for Meereen. Given favorable winds, we shall arrive in 2 or 3 days. Meereen boasts numerous arenas. Yet the Daznak arena stands as the largest and most opulent among them. Once the property of the ancient slave family of Meereen, the Daznak family. It now belongs to the gladiatorial legion led by Alex, having been renamed the Arena of Fate. Khalan, at Alex's invitation, came to witness his training methods at the Arena of Fate. The entrance to the arena is known as the Gate of Fate, framed by 2 towering bronze warrior statues, each nearly 100 feet tall, locked in an eternal struggle, one wielding an axe, the other a sword. Crossing through the archway, the names of all gladiators who perished in the arena are inscribed on the brick wall beside the entrance. Accompanied by Alex, who welcomed him, Khalan stepped into the arena, where the once faint sounds of combat surged into clarity. The warriors of the gladiatorial legion were currently exerting themselves in the arena, while numerous freedmen filled the circular seating surrounding them. The arena, devoid of the gruesome bloodshed of gladiatorial contests, still attracted a considerable audience. Khalan estimated at least 5,000 spectators were present. The monotonous lives of the citizens inevitably sought amusement. Many had approached me in recent days, hoping for the arena's reopening. As Alex led Khalan through the throngs of training warriors, he intermittently paused to correct their stances and techniques. Who are these individuals? Khalan inquired. Having previously ceased the gladiatorial performances within the city following the liberation of the slaves, as such spectacles drained the very lives of the gladiators. Even if the gladiators had attained their freedom, as long as there remained a market, some would inevitably step into the bloody mill, either voluntarily or under duress. There are wealthy merchants and freedmen, as well as some gladiators unwilling to be bound by the legion, yet unable to find a means of livelihood. Alex shrugged. And what is your perspective on this? Khalan halted, taking hold of a training sword from a nearby warrior, testing its balance and feel. To those affluent merchants and free folk, I proclaimed, unless you also take to the arena, my brethren shall not engage in fratricidal strife merely to appease you. Khalan returned the sword to the warrior, observing the contemplative expression on Alex's face. Indeed, this presents a solution, yet it cannot solely be a contest of blades. As Khalan inspected the gladiatorial legion within the arena, a merchant vessel adorned with the flag of Bravos sailed into the port of Meereen. Since Khalan's conquest of Meereen, Most vessels had opted to depart, including those once owned by the ancient slave-holding families of the city. Presently, the docks harbored only a sparse number of ships from Westeros and Braavos, primarily engaged in the trade of spices, silks, and exotic beasts with the slave masters of Meereen. Upon docking, a clerk approached. "The Seagull of Braavos, what wares do you bring?" he inquired in a Valyrian tongue tinged with a Gisker accent. Lamenting the lack of marketable goods in a Meereen devoid of slaves. "Fish." "A variety of fish," retorted the Valyrian captain, tugging at his black linen robe, which felt an immense burden compared to his accustomed colorful silks. The clerk, accompanied by several aides, boarded the ship for inspection, discovering a multitude of fish that forced him to cover his nose and retreat to the fresh air outside. After taking a few deep breaths, the clerk turned to the captain with skepticism. "You journeyed from the north of Essos to the south merely to peddle this batch of foul-smelling fish?" "Ah. The cargo we set sail with has been sold, and before returning home, we caught some fish. We thought to witness the grandeur of the arena in Meereen. We have no slave gladiators back home. You have arrived too late. There are no slaves left in Meereen." Once the clerk, still pinching his nose, completed the cargo registration, the captain of the Seagull descended with his entourage. Upon exiting the dock, one attendant could not contain his excitement. "We gained entry so easily. This mission seems quite effortless." Unbeknownst to them, an unremarkable free man stealthily trailed behind. That evening, in the lower levels of the Great Pyramid, as Colin assisted Bellerin in preparing candles, he received a report from his subordinate. "My lord, a suspicious vessel bearing the Braavos flag has docked and is inquiring about Lord Bellerin's affairs within the city." "Oh." Colin glanced at Bellerin, who was snoring while basking in the candlelight, and inquired with curiosity, "What makes them suspicious?" "What did they ask?" "They claim to have brought a cargo of fish to sell, but most of it consists of nearshore fish from the Bay of Slaves. Furthermore, they have been meticulously inquiring about Lord Bellerin's injuries at the taverns throughout the city. Have there been many ships arriving in port these past couple of days?" Upon the arrival of the Braavos ship, Colin rose and paced twice, gently patting Balerion. "It seems you must endure a couple more days of confinement." The curse upon Balerion had nearly dissipated, yet this unforeseen vessel from Braavos sparked a flicker of inspiration within Colin. "Withdraw the personnel. They are of no concern now. I estimate they shall depart by tomorrow at the latest." The messenger, who had just reported, belonged to Colin's newly established intelligence agency, the Shadow of the Dragon. During his time in King's Landing, Colin had admired Varys's intricate web of information. Upon reaching the Slavers' Bay, his appreciation for intelligence had only deepened. Thus, after liberating the slaves, Colin had recruited a cadre of former high-ranking slaves from the masters of Yukai and Meereen to form the Shadow of the Dragon, which included assassins, commercial spies, and clerks. Chapter 70. The storm brews beneath the cliffs of Yaris Island. Located to the southwest of Yunkai, nearly 500 various vessels lay quietly anchored. Among them were the combined fleets of Volantis, fleeing slave masters from Meereen, and a handful of detained merchant ships. The Cerulean Sea was as tranquil as a painting, with seagulls gliding between the sails and schools of fish darting in pursuit of bait. At that moment, a merchant ship hastily approached from the strait between Yaris Island and the mainland. As it drew near, the vessel lowered its Braavos flag and hoisted the banner of Volantis, revealing it to be a reconnaissance ship returning from Meereen. Since humanity's seas were delineated into 7 oceans, the coastal waters of the 7 seas have essentially been deemed the territory of the Admiral of the 7 seas. In this dominion, the Admiral possesses not only command over all subordinate captains, but also temporary authority over law enforcement in these tranquil waters during wartime. In essence, all maritime domains belonging to humanity are under the jurisdiction of the Admiral, leaving no room for government intervention. As the Admiral of the Eastern Sea, Alexander's primary duty is to oversee the eastern coastline of the Pacific, and due to his position and the convenience of communication, he also governs Panama and the Caribbean. Should the government, as Henry now suggests, be willing to bestow the entire western coastline of North and South America, the Panama Canal, and the Caribbean and surrounding waters entirely to Chikai, it would effectively mean that Chikai would supplant Alexander as the next Admiral of the Eastern Sea. Henry exhibited no qualms about using what does not rightfully belong to him as leverage in negotiations, treating the vast maritime expanse as if it were but a mere chess piece to be casually discarded, indifferent to the sentiments of those who dwell within those territories. Consequently, Chikai pondered deeply, refraining from providing an immediate response. "What seems to trouble you?" Henry inquired, his expression shifting slightly upon receiving no reply from Chikai. "I harbor a dislike for you, human," Chikai eventually declared after a lengthy contemplation. With Chikai's words, Montana instinctively mirrored the sentiment. "You are quite insincere." "How could that be?" Henry smiled, his face still adorned with that innocuous grin. "We approach you with the utmost sincerity in our request. How could we possibly be dishonest? To my knowledge, what you speak of does not belong to you. Shikai took a deep breath, his tone somewhat somber. I disapprove of your opportunistic behavior. Should I choose to assist you in eliminating the East Sea, what you claim would naturally belong to me, requiring no bestowal from you? On the other side of the screen, Henry fell silent. Your foolishness stems from your arrogance and hubris. Have you not yet grasped that beings of similar intellect have emerged from the Black Sea? Shikai's tone grew increasingly oppressive. You merely think, oh, one among these single-celled organisms is rather clever. Let's extract a bit of advantage from this intelligent individual. Montana seamlessly aligned with Shikai's sentiment, leaning slightly forward, her alluring pupils glimmering in the darkness. What do you think? Does this intelligent individual fulfill your fantasies? Henry remained silent for a moment, then exhaled softly. I knew that bunch in Parliament would prove unreliable. He then shed his earlier formality, stretching his neck and shoulders, casually taking a seat. Esteemed lady, as the representative of the Human Federation in negotiations, I believe there is no longer any necessity for us to continue this discussion. However, as the Prime Minister of the Americas, perhaps we can engage in a different conversation. Oh, Shikai chuckled, now harboring a flicker of interest in this seemingly hypocritical middle-aged man. Do tell, you are, in fact, human. Henry gazed intently at the voluptuous Montana on the screen, his tone calm and composed. Behind the screen, Shikai was momentarily taken aback, while Montana instinctively glanced at Shikai behind the screen. Shikai clicked his tongue, covering his face. After that fleeting glance, Montana regretted it. That look had undoubtedly betrayed Shikai, rendering all prior facades futile. With this thought, Shikai awaited the middle-aged man on the screen. On the other end, Henry appeared unfazed by the revelation, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. Though it seems intimidating, the beings of the Black Sea are no different from ordinary shipgirls. They are merely young ladies with psychological ages of around 10 to 20. Shikai sighed, reaching behind the screen to adjust the voice modulator, rendering his voice indistinguishable in gender, yet still concealing his true voice. You seem quite knowledgeable about shipgirls. Forgive me for the amusement, Henry replied, a gentle smile gracing his face. My son is indeed a commander. I have encountered a shipgirl, an adorable and intelligent young lady. Your son is a commander? Shikai was taken aback. Your family's relations are quite complex. Not at all, Henry shook his head. My son and I simply wish to improve the lives of the people in the Americas. The paths we choose may differ, but our intentions remain the same. Shikai was momentarily distracted, his mind conjuring the image of Yuan. Have you and your father never quarreled over trivial matters? Of course not, Henry chuckled lightly. He is merely an incompetent sheriff. He is not privy to the affairs between us and the Admiral. Is that so? Well, that is rather fortunate, Shikai replied with a sigh. Am I still unable to behold your true visage? Henry hesitated momentarily before responding. I regret to inform you that I must also consider the implications for my family within human society, thus it is not possible. After speaking, Shikai tossed his military cap into Montana's embrace. Consider this as a representation of me. The military cap from the Admiral's school? Henry furrowed his brow. Why is it black? Are you familiar with it? Shikai raised an eyebrow. I stained it with the blood of the Black Sea to delineate boundaries. I see, Henry replied, his gaze momentarily darkening. That military cap was placed upon my son's head by me. The day before, the school had entrusted it to me, and I examined it closely for an entire day, envisioning how my son would look wearing it. I unwittingly spent the entire night contemplating it, hence I remember it vividly. I understand. Shikai pressed his lips together, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. You are unexpectedly a good father. Not at all, Henry shook his head. My son often finds me bothersome. I do not wish to irritate him, but sometimes circumstances are beyond my control. Shikai's gaze shifted. Just like this time? Henry nodded earnestly. You are well aware of the discord between the government and the Admiral. Shikai remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth. As you mentioned, those antiquated members of the Federal Congress indeed aspire to exploit the situation, believing you lack the courage and capability to relocate to the mainland. Henry shrugged, providing an honest account. The original baseline of our plan was as I just articulated, naturally. Their ideal scenario is to assist you in annihilating the East Sea at the cost of your own endeavors. Upon hearing this, Shikai frowned. Taking a moment to comprehend Henry's implication, this is not merely exploitation. They are treating me as a fool. Have they not considered my humanity? They have, indeed. Henry replied candidly. However, they believe it prudent to first test this approach before contemplating alternatives. A quintessential politician's mindset, Shikai nodded. Now that you have laid all your cards on the table, what else do you wish to discuss with me? Quite simply, my request remains unchanged. Shifting to the crux of the matter, Henry's demeanor turned grave, shedding all jest as he stood and offered a slight bow to Shikai. I implore you to assist me in eliminating the East Sea Fleet and killing Alexander. Why? Chikai narrowed his eyes, unlike before. He did not inquire about the cost first. Because of the audio message Mr. Arnold provided you, Henry stated, his tone grave and chilling. Yet Chikai detected a hint of anger and tremor beneath the surface. I earnestly request you to help us eradicate this malignant presence. Chikai fell into silence. Arnold had entrusted Chikai with numerous audio recordings, yet Chikai found himself only able to summon the courage to listen to the initial few. The subsequent ones he simply could not bear. Was it because of the plans they were about to prepare? Indeed. Henry furrowed his brow, his hunched posture deepening. As Chikai gazed at this balding middle-aged man, he suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. After encountering Alexander, Yanyan, the Admiral of the Seven Seas, Eiffel Tiz, in a series of operations involving the Human Federation Parliament, he had believed he had come to understand this world. Yet now, the man before him evoked a sense of strangeness. I do not believe you, Chikai stammered, his lips trembling. I doubt you are any different from Alexander and those so-called dignitaries. However, I am aware of the contents you wish to negotiate with me. Now, I would like to know your terms. Henry rose, his gaze solemn. Everything. Chikai was taken aback. Could you repeat that? Everything, Henry reiterated emphatically. All that is within my capacity and moral allowance. Suddenly, Chikai found himself laughing. Then may I only require your life? Yes, Henry nodded. A flicker of relief crossing his face. You are not jesting but speaking earnestly, correct? Chikai paused for a moment. What if it is a jest? And what if it is earnest? If it is the former, I implore you to show mercy and refrain from making light of the lives of thousands. If it is the latter, Henry inhaled deeply. Please grant me some time. I wish to spend a moment with my family, to converse, and then, upon your command, I shall perish before you. Once again, Chikai fell into silence. Do you not fear that I might renege on our agreement after your demise? I do, Henry replied with a bitter smile. Yet if you are sincere, I have no other recourse. I recognize how irresponsible this may sound, but it is the only solution I can conceive. After all, who desires to die without cause? Chikai's pupils contracted as he fixed his gaze intently upon the man. Thoughts swirling within him. Upon the completion of this arrangement, I require a guarantee. I need the Americas to regularly load the supplies I require onto cargo ships, transporting them to my designated locations, and then you may collect the empty vessels the following day. The duration of this agreement shall be 1 year, and I demand your assurance that even in your absence, this accord shall remain in effect. Henry contemplated briefly. That is acceptable. I can comply. Regarding your stipulation, do you have any concerns about the year following your death? Chikai sighed. None. Henry shook his head. I merely wish to know if I will have sufficient time to address my affairs upon delivery. Chikai remained silent. Yes, you will have that. Then that is satisfactory. Henry exhaled heavily, a look of immense relief washing over his face. Yet beneath the surface of his elation lay a profound sorrow. Chikai scrutinized the man on the screen, meticulously observing every detail of his visage. Upon discovering the darker facets of this world, he grappled with the agony that the beautiful and radiant aspects were mere illusions. However, when he personally encountered light and beauty, he found himself engulfed in doubt, hesitating to affirm their authenticity. Humans can be such wondrous creatures at times. So, esteemed Admiral of the Black Sea, have we reached an accord? After completing his mental preparations, Henry took a deep breath and sought confirmation from Chikai once more. Ah, we have indeed reached an accord, Chikai replied calmly, though there seemed to be a hint of disappointment in his tone. I can allow you to deliver after the matter is accomplished, but I hope you will uphold your integrity. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee my subsequent actions. Rest assured. Henry smiled. A list and the life of a greasy middle-aged man are not particularly valuable. You won't present an exorbitant list, will you? Upon witnessing Henry's dramatically changing expression on the screen, Chikai suddenly felt an urge to laugh. I will send you the list shortly. Fear not. It consists merely of daily necessities. I wish to establish my own port, and I merely seek to borrow some materials from you. Rather than gambling on the high seas every day, it would be far more expedient to ask you directly. So, does that mean you can cease the ongoing disruption of trade over these past few months? Henry's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing Chikai's words. Chikai nodded. If you can manage to keep it hidden from outsiders, I can indeed halt it. After all, venturing out incurs expenses. Henry immediately nodded. That is easily arranged. I will send you the information of the cargo ship carrying your materials. You can feign a robbery at that time. Chikai nodded in satisfaction. I will provide you with specific operational details later. Of course, if you are bold enough, you may attempt to set me up as described. But I am more than willing to engage. Upon hearing Chikai's words, Henry quickly smiled and said, How could I dare? As long as you can eliminate Alexander. Everything else is manageable. Chikai nodded. This will be all for today. Feel free to contact me again if needed. As for how to reach me, I believe you now possess my contact information." Henry nodded respectfully and bid farewell to Chi Kai once again. Chi Kai hesitated slightly, silently turning away from the camera. Stepping into its view and donning the military cap from Montana upon his head, "I suppose you are quite curious as to why I, as a human, became the Admiral of the Black Sea. If you fulfill your promise, let us have a proper discussion on the day of your delivery. If my life can bring you back to the human world, then this transaction would be a significant gain for me." Henry paused, then smiled even more brightly. "You are overthinking it." Chi Kai chuckled softly before ending the communication. The darkness once again enveloped the room. "I am sorry, my love." In the silence, Montana's voice resonated within the chamber. Chi Kai gently shook his head and stroked Montana's head. "You performed admirably, quite well indeed." Montana, feeling the warmth on his head, said nothing. However, Chi Kai was not inclined to dwell on the disappointment of Montana. His thoughts were instead consumed by the distant Americas across the ocean. Perhaps it was time to reconnect with an old friend. Chapter 71. The port of Milan, an increasing number of vessels were docking at the outer port, and soldiers densely crowded the shore. The free citizens of Milan residing in the outer port had largely dispersed, with a few unfortunate souls once again shackled by the Valenticians. There was a palpable urgency as Alex peered through the military lens towards the enemies at the outer port, observing Valentici officers urging their troops into formation with whips and words. Indeed, they showed no intention of setting up camp, seemingly preparing for an assault. Before the battle commenced, Colin departed from the city walls accompanied by his guard, playing his part in this grand spectacle. Time swiftly passed, and by the end of October 849, the personal combat training course had concluded. Following morning physical training, the military theory classes began, encompassing not only theoretical knowledge but also the operation and maintenance of artillery, fortification of walls, and patrolling techniques. In the open area outside the training battalion's quarters, a row of cannons was lined up, with an instructor standing before the assembly. As a soldier, mastering the use of artillery is essential. Standard shells can thwart the movements of giants, while howitzers possess tremendous power capable of inflicting harm on them. However, despite numerous improvements, their accuracy remains alarmingly low. After expounding on the capabilities and operational methods of various shells, the instructor proceeded to instruct everyone on maintenance protocols, demonstrating the operation and highlighting key precautions. The previous 3 weeks of theory classes had covered these details extensively, and now he merely reiterated them in relation to the actual equipment. "All right, begin your operations by class. If you have questions, do not hesitate to ask, but be cautious to avoid injury," the instructor concluded, signaling the group to commence. Some male trainees were visibly eager, as this was their opportunity to operate the cannon firsthand. There were a total of 8 cannons on the field, and 5 members from Class 7 were attempting to fire a shot from one of the gun emplacements. Neil loaded a standard shell into the cannon's chamber while Rob prepared to pull the ignition cord. "Cover your ears," Rain advised the somewhat anxious Hallista, noticing her discomfort with the thunderous sound of the cannon fire. Hallista complied, shielding her ears with her hands. Boom! A resounding blast echoed as the shell struck the ground ahead, sending up a cloud of dust. Rain felt a ringing in his ears. The cannon's power was unimpressive, yet the noise was indeed deafening. The sound was far more thunderous than the impact warranted. Yumiel shook his head, cursing, "Damn, that nearly made me deaf." Only then did Hallista uncover her ears, exhaling a sigh of relief. After several more attempts, their class's training was deemed complete, having taken roughly an hour and a half to familiarize themselves with the cannon's use and maintenance. With only 8 cannons available, the 42 classes were divided into 6 groups, awaiting their turn as 34 classes remained in line. After the first group completed their training, the second batch of 8 classes began their session. At this moment, someone approached Krista, who had just finished her training, seeking advice. With a warm smile, Krista eagerly rushed to assist. Observing her enduring the thunderous roar of artillery fire while feigning cheerfulness and passionately guiding others, Rain furrowed his brow, realizing she was in a precarious state. "Aren't you going to intervene?" he inquired of Emer. Rubbing her forehead, Emer responded with evident frustration, "I can't control her. She always presents herself as eager to help, even when overwhelmed by the deafening blasts. As long as someone seeks her assistance, she feels compelled to lend a hand. There are numerous instances like this. I can only reprimand those who take advantage of her kindness, but I lack the authority to dictate her actions." "Is that so?" Rain observed the scene with a stoic expression. After a brief moment, unable to bear it any longer, he walked over and gently pulled Krista back. "Rain, what's the matter?" Krista asked, her large blue eyes filled with confusion. Looking down at her intently, Rain advised, "You need not force yourself into roles dictated by others. They can certainly approach the instructor for guidance." He did not oppose Krista's desire to help, but he could not condone her self-imposed hardship in the face of the artillery's cacophony. Krista hesitated, but they came to me for help. Cutting her off, he stated plainly. You do not need to conform to what others expect of you. You must recognize that many refer to you as a goddess, and you are well-liked. However, he paused, his tone turning serious. I do not appreciate this version of you. It feels quite uncomfortable. Krista appeared flustered. I'm sorry, have I done something wrong? Rain shook his head. Not at all. In fact, you excel at everything you do, and everyone praises you. But are you truly happy? Why must you always smile warmly at those who take advantage of your kindness? If you do not wish to engage or assist, you have every right to tell them to leave. But we should be kind and help one another, Krista responded, visibly bewildered. You are absolutely right, Rain conceded. I do not intend to preach any grand philosophy, but I hope that from today onward, you will stop forcing yourself into uncomfortable situations. At the very least, try to refuse tasks you do not wish to undertake. Can you manage that? Rain's demeanor softened for a rare moment. Krista's gaze darted away as she lowered her head in silence. Emer crossed her arms, expressing her helplessness, having previously offered similar counsel to no avail. Rain, I'm sorry, but may I ask if your parents love you? Krista's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at him. Taken aback, Rain was puzzled by her sudden question. Back on Earth, his mother was akin to the mother of his friend Bao. As for Karen, being an orphan contributed to his feelings of defiance at that time. Rain's situation was somewhat more complex. Dad, why did we have to use a false surname before? Why do some people want to cause us trouble? 8-year-old Rain gazed perplexedly at his father, who wore an expression of profound contemplation. Patting young Rain's head, his father remarked, I am uncertain as well. We are merely a branch of the Ackerman clan. Perhaps the main family possesses more knowledge. As someone who adheres to his true self, I cowered. If you will, he long ago adopted a false identity. It is likely that the family believes he has perished. Alas, there are always those who wish him harm. And what of my mother? Rain inquired. Sighing, his father responded, Your mother was frail. She passed away shortly after giving birth to you. A look of weariness adorned Rain's father's face. In the past, when their family fortunes declined and clan members scattered, he fled beyond the Sheena Wall, eventually finding himself within the confines of the Rose Wall. He evaded pursuers, gradually reaching the southern edge of the Rose Wall, and at some point, he realized that no one sought to trouble him any longer. By then, he had engaged in a battle of wits with the heir for many years. Such matters, of course, could not be disclosed to his son, as it would tarnish the imposing image he wished to project. He harbored admiration for a certain cousin, a true survivor. When they had all fled in different directions, only a few remained. This cousin had declared his intention to journey southward, seeking refuge in the southernmost region of the Maria Wall, known as the Higansina area. Truly, he was remarkable at evading capture. Unbeknownst to Rain's father, the cousin he esteemed so highly ultimately fell victim to human traffickers, unable to secure a happy ending, having met his demise several years before Rain's father. Snapping back to reality, Rain turned to Krista. Surely, there are no mothers who do not adore their children? Krista stared blankly at Rain. Is that so? Every book claims that mothers love their children, yet mine does not love me. She wishes for my death. Memories flooded her mind, recalling the moment she had mustered the courage to leap into her mother's embrace on that farm, only to be repelled, with her mother expressing a desire to kill her. A heavy silence enveloped the group as Emer looked at Krista in astonishment, having been unaware of this harrowing truth. With a sigh, Rain, moved by compassion, gazed tenderly at Krista. Thus, she merely gave you life. She is not your mother. How you choose to live is of no concern to her. I do not wish to preach, but motherhood extends beyond mere blood ties. It encompasses a profound responsibility. Krista began to weep, while Emer remained silent, tightly embracing her. Rob and Neil were taken aback, unaware of Krista's background, yet deeply shaken by the revelation that her mother wished for her demise, a cruelty unimaginable to a young girl like Krista. With a somewhat detached expression, Rain turned to Rob and Neil. You heard everything, I trust? Be mindful moving forward. Many matters lie beyond our control, and we cannot speak on Krista's behalf. However, should anyone seek to exploit her kindness for their own gain, let us teach them a lesson and ensure they depart with a proper understanding. Indeed. Both responded with a nod. The sounds of bombardment continued in the distance, and only the members of Class 7 were privy to this conversation. Rain was no master of rhetoric, nor was he a life coach. Nevertheless, Krista would continue to embody the gentle, kind-hearted spirit she was known for. Having learned to refuse those tasks she found distasteful and the favors she did not wish to offer, Emer's protection over the goddess has become more comprehensive. Any unreasonable request would not pass her scrutiny, regardless of whether Krista comprehends her resolve. This world is one where lamentation holds no merit. Life must persist, come what may. Chapter 72. The gate changes hands. Could it be that those rumors bear truth? The nobleman of Milan gazed incredulously at the departing gladiatorial legion. Upon reaching the inner city gate facing the harbor, the desolate battlements enveloped them in an uncanny sense of joy. Quick! Open the gate! At this moment, the soldiers of Volantis stationed in the inner harbor were not resting. Under the officers' directives, they were diligently working in shifts to craft more shields and ladders. 2 soldiers, not far from the city gate, were laboring together to saw through a log, one pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow. In the office of the 7th Division, Chai Fingshi convened a meeting. After introducing Wang Shufeng, he assigned the remaining members of the group directly under Lu Ming's supervision. The young individuals regarded Lu Ming with curiosity. They were aware of his audacity in opposing General Pan, yet remained oblivious to the source of his confidence. Lu Ming nodded and proclaimed, "You are all more familiar with the department's situation than I am. We have reached a point where writing summary reports has become a challenge. From now until the year's end, I promise that as long as you diligently follow my directives and strive to accomplish the tasks I assign, you will not need to exert yourselves in crafting year-end summaries. Instead, you shall have the opportunity to vacation." Lu Ming's resolute encouragement ignited a spark in the eyes of the young individuals. Although the brightness was fleeting, perhaps the chasm between reality and their aspirations was too vast, and dreams dissipated before they could fully materialize. Only Wang Shufeng believed. He recalled Lu Ming once patting his shoulder, declaring, "Those who toil in the factories can indeed lead extraordinary lives." How extraordinary? By traversing the globe, our products shall equip the world. His father, Wang Chuanzong, had told him that Lu Ming was a man of fortune. Proximity to him would bestow blessings. If one wished to alter their fate, it was advisable to stay close to such individuals. The first task is to clean up. Begin. Cut. The group anticipated an intriguing new assignment, only to be met with this. Lu Ming gestured for Wang Shufeng to take the lead, then stepped outside with his phone in hand. An hour later, Lu Ming surveyed the bright and tidy surroundings with satisfaction and proposed a second requirement. "Now, let us assess your English proficiency. Each of you shall compose 10 written greetings." This left everyone, including Wang Shufeng, in a bit of a predicament. Although they were college graduates, they had largely relinquished their English studies shortly after entering university. Besides Feng Heping, who possessed commendable language skills, even Tang Yu and Xiu Hongya, newly recruited from the Foreign Language Institute, struggled to articulate their thoughts. Let alone Wang Shufeng and his 3 companions, who, after much contemplation, could hardly devise 5 phrases. Lu Ming sighed in exasperation, dismayed to discover that the members of his foreign trade company possessed such a rudimentary command of foreign languages. If their performance were commendable, it would truly defy belief. I instructed you to write. If you cannot, then hasten to copy or consult your books. Engage your minds. The group paused, realizing that their leader had not explicitly forbidden them from copying. Casting aside any lingering embarrassment, they eagerly rifled through the foreign trade English textbooks on the table. After considerable effort and mental strain, they managed to compile 10 phrases, while Lu Ming cast a sympathetic glance at Chai Fingshi, who appeared rather sheepish after observing the proceedings. Next, they were tasked with crafting 10 expressions of gratitude for clients and 20 sentences to promote products. By the afternoon, including Wang Shufeng, they were thoroughly exhausted. Drenched in perspiration, the moment the closing bell rang, they felt as if they had heard celestial music. Lu Ming clapped his hands and declared the examination concluded. With a stern expression, he remarked, "Seeing you all flushed and embarrassed brings me joy, for it indicates that you possess a sense of shame. Recognizing that this is indeed humiliating. Yet, it also saddens me that a competent salesperson, when faced with challenges, becomes flustered, displaying visible emotions akin to a primary school student. Is that acceptable? Remember, my expectation of my subordinates is to remain composed, unyielding in the face of adversity. You are far from meeting that standard. Go home and reflect on this before you leave." His subordinates were left feeling shamefaced by Lu Ming's reprimand. The only female member, Tang Yu, even began to sob softly. Lu Ming paid her no mind and strode down the stairs with his bag slung over his shoulder. On the way home, Wang Shufeng complained, "Boss, why didn't you inform us about the examination beforehand? I haven't used English in years. If you had given me a heads up, I could have prepared and saved us some face." Lu Ming replied earnestly, "Shufeng, since you have resolved to join me in foreign trade, I must honor the trust you've placed in me. You have seen the level of competence among our team, have you not? We aspire to achieve great things. And if you cannot even spell hello, how do you expect us to venture forth? Will you merely smile foolishly at clients?" Wang Shufeng fell silent, gazing at Lu Ming before nodding. "Boss, I understand. Tonight, I will delve into my English books, even if it means sacrificing sleep to master these tasks." Lu Ming nodded in approval. "Remember, the diligence you exhibit now will yield double the rewards in the future." The following day, training resumed. Lu Ming selected 3 of the most exemplary phrases from the written greetings he had provided the previous day and inscribed them on the department as whiteboard, requiring all members to memorize and write them from memory. Soon, he began to introduce new business phrases, with the experience from the previous day fresh in their minds. The team appeared to have improved, managing to write 6 or 7 sentences before encountering difficulties. Lu Ming compiled a total of 15 sentence structures and 45 classic phrases, insisting that they memorize these phrases verbatim. For the subsequent week, their daily routine revolved entirely around this task. The 7 members tested one another, reciting phrases in various orders, writing them from memory, and simulating correspondence by sending 10 emails to each other at the fastest speed, with zero tolerance for errors in spelling. Pan Yongfu secretly dispatched someone to eavesdrop on the 7 departments, and upon discovering that Lu Ming was neglecting project information, yet misguidedly leading a group of staff members to diligently practice English, he could not help but chuckle to himself, thinking that once he had polished these youngsters, he too would be ready to roll up his mat and return to the Design Institute. On that day, Lu Ming was utilizing the only internet-enabled computer belonging to Lao Chai to research information online when he saw Chai Fingshi hurriedly rush back into the room. "Xiao Lu," he said, "please hold off on your internet browsing for a moment. The client is awaiting my response." Hearing this, Lu Ming promptly vacated the space, yet he lingered, curious to observe the status of Chai's client. From the suffix of the client's email address, Lu Ming deduced that it was a German machinery manufacturer inquiring about the price of 2 large gear ring spare parts, for which Minister Chai had quoted 80,000 USD. It was only after Minister Chai sent the email that Lu Ming inquired, "Minister Chai, I've heard that our Unit S spare parts prices are quite high. The profits must be substantial, right?" Chai Fingshi nodded with a grin. "Indeed. If we were selling spare parts domestically, we would have to offer kickbacks to the buyers, which diminishes the profit margins. However, selling abroad is a different matter. There are no kickbacks or extended payment terms, just solid USD cash on the table." He continued by citing his earlier quotation as an example. "Take my previous quote, for instance. The same item would be priced at most 500,000 domestically. Yet I quoted 80,000 USD, and they didn't even attempt to negotiate." Chapter 73. The Roar of the Dragon. As the Volantis people advanced toward the Great Pyramid, Colin stood atop the platform at its summit. The massive statue of the eagle-headed goddess that once graced this site had been dismantled, replaced by a beacon. As the Volantis forces marched onward, Colin ignited the beacon to alert the garrison stationed ahead. "My lord, do you think they will also transfer the soldiers guarding the port into the city?" Alex inquired. Having led the legion out of the city and returned with the guard to the Great Pyramid, Colin shook his head, uncertain. "In my homeland, there is a saying, do what must be done, and the rest will follow." The content of this chapter is brief, and other websites may still be updating. It will be automatically rectified later. The following content is unrelated to this book. Chui Dan, accompanied by his old servant, waited outside for half a day until the Yuan Dan cultivated by Qian Shun reached the moment of emergence. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed through the entrance, chaos erupted, and dozens of strands of spiritual energy materialized, imbued with the essence of the Yuan Dan. The Yuan Dan leaped forth from the entrance, hovering behind Qian Shun, merging with his true energy, resembling an inner elixir outside his body. This Yuan Dan merely needed to connect with the true energy, instantly enveloping Qian Shun in a verdant aura. With every gesture, whether in spell or magical artifact, his power surged to dozens of times greater than before, rivaling that of a perfected golden elixir practitioner. In that moment, with the external elixir manifested, Qian Shun's cultivation equated to that of a 7th-tier alchemist, earning him a reputation as a formidable force in this earthly realm. Though it was his first attempt at alchemy, he found no difficulty in the art of pill-making. The formidable challenges chronicled in the texts of Gung Yuanzai seemed to dissipate effortlessly as Qian Shun advanced through them. Hence, the Yuan pill he crafted manifested the quintessence of the vital energy to its utmost, attaining a quality of the 7th tier. This Yuan pill, unlike other herbal elixirs, represented the fundamental essence of cultivation, akin to the core of a practitioner's existence. Thus, its grade corresponded to the quality of the pill formed, distinct from the realm of consumable elixirs. With the enhancement of the Yuan pill, Qian Shun amalgamated various forms of vital energy within the furnace of the mysterious orifice, where hundreds of vital energies underwent fusion. Following the formula and the properties of the energies, he categorized them into groups, merging several into one. To his astonishment, a step he had anticipated to be arduous was traversed with remarkable ease. As the vital energies within the mysterious orifice coalesced into dozens of streams, he commanded, "Congeal." A cacophony of crackling sounds resonated from within, and with a flick of his hand, dozens of spiritual pills tumbled forth from the void, taking on various colors and sizes. Exuding enchanting fragrances, he produced a small red gourd and diligently collected the majority of the spiritual pills. He had initially succeeded in refining the outer vital yuan pill. His cultivation level not diminished from before. The subsequent process of forming the pill proved even more seamless than anticipated, yielding a remarkable 17 varieties, with over 90 pills in total. These pills, forged from pure vital energy, were devoid of impurities, representing the pinnacle of quality. Typically, refining pills from vital energy is challenging due to the materials involved. However, he adeptly transformed the chaotic energies into a state of primordial chaos, allowing for differentiation. The impurities within the vital energy were no trivial matter. The common vital energy had long been dispelled. The impurities capable of existing within the potent energy were often more precious than the energy itself, rare and difficult to harness, akin to the trace gold within copper. The profound intricacies of the ancient text astounded Qianqian. Initially elated, he then concentrated on recalling the subtle nuances of the process akin to a practitioner forming a pill. The creation of this yuan pill was tantamount to his own successful formation, yielding boundless benefits. He began to understand why the teachings of the ancients did not acknowledge any pill of lesser quality than the first tier. If one were to simulate the formation of a pill 100 or 80 times within the furnace, it could lead to disastrous outcomes, ruining the precious herbs. The ancestors of the tradition ought to offer their apologies to the progenitor of the path. Other practitioners may have but one opportunity in their lifetime. Their success forever etched in memory. Yet, our tradition boasts a century of pill formation and countless simulations, thriving when others encounter fortuitous circumstances. How enviable! Qianqian shook his head, exclaiming, "No wonder this cannot be shared." Reflecting on it, he felt a surge of indignation. How could his tradition be so excessive? Was the foundation of the golden pill path truly such a remarkable feat, concealing such a skill? Qianqian wore a cheerful smile, while his subordinates busily engaged in their tasks. One was familiarizing himself with the external Qi Yuan Dan, while another restored his true energy cultivation. Only when his mental fortitude for alchemy had regained much of its strength did he wave his hand to release the overwhelming aura of the Tian Luo umbrella. An indescribably exquisite fragrance wafted from the alchemy chamber. Outside, Swadian stood on tiptoe, peering into the courtyard, alongside Wu Bo, who tightly gripped his young master, urging him not to act so disgracefully. Both were captivated by the intoxicating aroma that invigorated the spirit and warmed the body, making one's cultivation feel remarkably refined. Cui Dan's face lit up with wonder as he exclaimed, "Indeed, a master is concocting pills. This medicinal scent is extraordinary. The sensing fruit sold to me by the Taoist Academy is truly a subpar product. I have suffered a great loss. My young master, decorum, decorum," the old servant implored. "We must not lose the dignity of the Cui family." At that moment, the person Qianqian had been waiting for finally arrived. A shadow streaked across the sky, accompanied by 7 flickering red and black lights, darting like shooting stars or electric sparks, preparing to infiltrate Qianqian's courtyard. Qianqian suppressed the manifestation of the Tian Luo umbrella, opting instead to unfurl the 7 evil banner to shield himself. A thick, impenetrable fog suddenly descended, enveloping the small dwelling, within which 7 strands of malevolent energy swirled. Those 7 red and black lights struck with ferocity, shattering the remaining structures in the courtyard and scattering the nearby spirits, leaving only Qianqian's inner room securely protected by the black mist. In the distance, someone laughed. "You are the scoundrel who killed my junior apprentice, are you not? Considering your prowess in alchemy, if you present the spiritual pill and bind yourself in apology, I might spare you. Otherwise, do you think the disciples of the Maishan sect are so easily intimidated? Your life shall not be preserved." So it was that the one waving a tiger-headed banner, neither Buddhist nor Taoist, was indeed your junior apprentice. Qianqian replied coldly. He was oblivious to his own demise. "And you are no virtuous character either. It is only fitting that we eliminate you both, so he does not wander the underworld alone in a pitiful state." With a flick of his right hand, the dragon sparrow ring moved with astonishing speed, swiftly capturing the 7 sparks of fire, then retracting the Tian Luo umbrella. A wave of pure energy expanded several miles, and as it folded back, it enveloped the surrounding area. As Qianqian closed the umbrella, the pure energy coalesced, leaving Cui Dan and the old servant feeling a sudden lightness, while a nearby shadow was forced out by the purifying energy. With no means of resistance, it was instantaneously captured within Qianqian's Tian Luo umbrella. Qianqian shook the umbrella, and in an instant, the individual was refined to death. How audacious for a mere practitioner of the path to dare to trouble me without even mastering the basics of internal alchemy. Cui Dan and the old servant witnessed this unfold in the blink of an eye, within mere moments. A formidable practitioner of the left-hand path had been subdued and refined without even a shred of resistance. They couldn't help but wonder. How could the Maishan left-hand path be so foolhardy, so unaware of the true cultivation level of the master within? The heavens showed pity. This individual had first ventured to the Fox Grave, deducing from scant clues that Qianqian's cultivation could not exceed the path level. Furthermore, calculating that his adversary was expending energy on alchemy, he believed it to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to obtain a spiritual pill. Little did he know, in just 2 months, Qianqian's return had already manifested the strength of the golden core. The old servant stared vacantly, his mind racing with unease. Could it be that the Guangling prefecture is so profound? How is it that my young master casually strolls and encounters such an extraordinary individual? Such cultivation is comparable to the true transmission of the Daoist sect. We stand outside with insufficient decorum. If this person were to take offense, how could I possibly protect my young master? I hope the master still possesses some degree of influence. Cui Dan, overwhelmed by the serendipity of meeting a high achiever, immediately straightened his attire and respectfully bowed, saying, I am Cui Dan of the Cui family from Qinghe. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder. Qianqian cleared his throat, lowering his voice to mask the youthful clarity of his tone. Ah, so you are the young master of the Cui family. Indeed. You are quite handsome. Forgive this old man for the lack of proper hospitality. Please, come inside. Cui Dan, elated, personally carried the gifts and entered to pay his respects. Upon stepping into the room, he noticed Qianqian's unusually youthful visage and thought nothing of it until he beheld the 20 or so spirit pills suspended in midair, buoyed by a wisp of cloud energy. His eyes widened in astonishment. Why are these pills so pure? It seems devoid of any chaotic aura. The old servant discreetly tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Young master, these are Yuanqi pills, refined from the essence of heaven and earth by a venerable master. They are remarkably pure and exceedingly rare, free from any toxic properties. Only those who have attained a high level of cultivation can create such pills. They are not the ordinary herbal remedies you usually encounter. The aura of the spirit pills transformed into a form reminiscent of spiritual mushrooms, cradled beneath the pills. Their essence rooted in a cloud, an ethereal sight that Cui Dan had never witnessed before. Qianqian sat cross-legged, with clouds supporting him and various spirit pills floating before him, some appearing as if borne by the essence of the pills, swirling gracefully, while others glimmered like exquisite jade or flowed like a clear spring. Casually, Qianqian picked up a jade-like spirit pill and crushed it effortlessly, scattering its remnants upon the ground. Cui Dan could not suppress a gasp, for he saw the myriad of spirits hidden within Qianqian's eyes, the mischievous little demon, the deity of hearing, and those who had previously fled but now lingered nearby, spying from the shadows, the golden and silver boys, Zhonglu, Huaguzi, and the white-furred mouse, all rushed forward to feast upon the jade fragments at Qianqian's feet. Qianqian smiled, saying, I have taken the malevolent energy from this courtyard to refine pills, thus disrupting your fortunes. Let this serve as recompense. The little spirits carefully offered their respects, while the peculiar beast stood upright, bowing to both Cui Dan and Wu Bo, realizing simultaneously, no wonder a master resides here to refine pills. Beneath this desolate abode lies a wellspring of ominous energy. Chapter 74. Daenerys. Half a month later, at the dock outside the port of Milan, a few dockworkers clad in tattered linen huddled in the shadows of a shed. Do you think the fleet will have any work today? Asked a frail worker, half of his body exposed to the sun as he rummaged through his pocket, feeling the few silver coins within, gazing hopefully at the ships docked at the pier. A robust dockworker shook his head in disappointment, saying, No, all the items on the ship have been cleared. Observing the disheartened expressions of the crowd, the burly man seemingly recalled something and spat forcefully onto the ground. You can hardly imagine the events unfolding in Volantis. The content of this chapter is rather brief. Other websites may still be in the process of updating, and subsequent corrections will be made automatically. The following content is unrelated to this book. As the siege of Jinyang City commenced, the Yellow Turban Army descended into utter chaos with Su's involvement. Initially, the Han army stationed at the East City comprised 2,500 soldiers, but later, Zhang Yi led 1,000 troops to the South City. Coupled with the casualties from repeated engagements, only about 1,000 soldiers remained to defend the East City, most of whom were retainers, domestic servants, and hastily recruited laborers. Equipped merely with rudimentary leather armor and long spears, these laborers, after undergoing basic training, were positioned on the city walls by the Han army soldiers, forming a defensive formation to confront the Yellow Turban Army. It bore a resemblance to Japan's Warring States period, where samurai and Ishigaru cooperated in battle. Lower-ranking samurai and Ishigaru forming spear formations in unison, utilizing the advantage of the city walls, an abundance of defensive machinery. and the generous rewards from the Wang family of Tai Yuan, they managed to withstand the relentless assaults of the Yellow Turban Army. Military Sima, look. The shouts of his retainers reached the ears of Wang Chen, the Han Army's military Sima. Yet, he had already spotted the advancing ochre banner before anyone needed to rouse him. Insanity. Pure madness. Wang Chen stepped back in disbelief, watching the Yellow Turban soldiers below, who seemed to have lost their minds, surge forward as the ochre banner drew ever closer. The multitude of various flags appeared like mushrooms after a spring rain on the ladders. Countless banners of Shicheng, Duzhu, and Zhuhou were densely packed. Alongside 2 banners of the military Sima, concentrate the crossbows and catapults, fire towards the rebel banner. Yes, the soldiers departed hastily to carry out the orders. However, Suan was no fool. He recognized the banner's conspicuous position and deliberately chose to launch his offensive from the lower half of the east city wall, an area already nearly overtaken by the Yellow Turbans. Thus, the likelihood of their crossbow fire reaching him was nearly negligible. As for the catapults, during this era, their accuracy was often left to fate. With a resounding thud, 3 catapults adjusted their trajectory and, under the control of strongmen, hurled massive stones into the air. The stones sliced through the azure sky, but fell far from Suan, with the nearest merely grazing above his head and crashing down onto the ground at a considerable distance. The Han Army's catapults failed to make an impact, and the Yellow Turban soldiers regarded Suan as the embodiment of the Yellow Heaven, as the stones seemed to deliberately avoid his position. Kill. Li Heng once again ascended the city wall, now devoid of any kin from the Li family by his side. The soldiers who followed him were mere commoners of the Yellow Turban Army. His voice, already hoarse, resonated loudly as he urged them onward. Madman! Wang Chen spat vehemently, gripping his halberd tightly, his legs trembling. This military officer, in truth, had merely relied on his family's influence to secure his position. Jinyang, the administrative center of the Han dynasty's Bingzhou, had long been free of warfare, and he had anticipated a life of tranquility. Who could have foreseen that these cursed Yellow Turbans would arrive at their gates? Heavy breaths caused Wang Chen's chest to rise and fall violently. The sharp whistle pierced his ears like a death knell. Before him lay an endless expanse of the Yellow Turban Army, a veritable horde. Just as the court had described, like moths drawn to a flame. Looking back, the grand city of Jinyang presented orderly streets and various buildings. However, the once bustling marketplace now stood desolate, a ghost town haunted by the specter of calamity. Jinyang had been Wang Chen's home for over 30 years. Where his wife and parents resided, he had no reason to retreat. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his halberd, balancing on one foot atop the city parapet, and proclaimed, "My family remains within the city. There is no retreat from this battle. Brothers, follow me to slay the thieves." With that, he clenched his teeth and turned resolutely to descend the battlements, followed closely by dozens of his loyal retainers. Although the Han army fought valiantly to resist, they could not stem the relentless tide of the Yellow Turban soldiers, whose fallen comrades nearly carpeted the battlements. As the tiger-striped battle flag appeared on the ladders, the Yellow Heaven emissaries surged forth like unleashed beasts, swiftly overwhelming the Han troops still clinging to their positions. The formations of militia, composed of able-bodied men, crumbled under the ferocious assault of the heavily armored Yellow Heaven emissaries, while those Han soldiers who attempted to stand their ground soon fell beneath their blades. The loss of the eastern city gate of Jinyang stripped the Han army of its defensive stronghold. The archers of the Yellow Turban Army swiftly ascended the ladders, occupying the breached sections of the wall, and arranged themselves behind the parapets under the command of their officers. The Yellow Turban archers unleashed a torrent of arrows upon the Han troops below, preventing them from regrouping and counterattacking the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The drums of war sounded with unprecedented urgency, perhaps heralding the most perilous moment for Jinyang. Suan's grand banner had finally reached the ladders at the eastern city gate. Zhang Yi, who had just returned to the southern city, heard the frantic drumbeats from the east. He had informed Wang Chen prior to his sortie that should an emergency arise, the drum should be sounded without delay. Something has gone awry. Follow me to support the eastern city, Zhang Yi urged, not daring to delay, spurring his horse forward. The mournful sound of the horn reverberated once more as the soldiers, weary from the recent skirmish, rose to follow Zhang Yi towards the eastern city. General Wang Chen of the Han army finally arrived at the section of the wall seized by the Yellow Turbans, albeit somewhat belatedly. Atop the battlements, the Yellow Turban forces were mustering, their ranks filled with heavily armored emissaries wielding swords and shields, while more soldiers surged towards the ramparts, the dust-colored standard already appearing atop the siege ladders. Wang Chen surveyed his surroundings, noting the expressions of terror on the faces of his troops and the hastily conscripted men. Were it not for his presence and the authority his rank commanded, it is likely many would have fled in panic. The bounty for slaying these brigands is now tenfold. Should any of you fall in battle, My family shall care for your kin, Wang Qin declared, his sword raised high, his heart resolute. In that very moment, the dust-colored standard fell upon the wall, and Suan descended from the siege ladder, locking eyes with Wang Qin. The yellow turban emissaries had completed their formation, and with a shrill blast of the wooden whistle, they advanced with purpose, swords and shields at the ready. Chapter 75, The Hall of Audience. The armored cavalry officer, having quelled an impending bloodbath, instructed his accompanying soldiers to wait and dismounted alone, approaching Balistan to remove his visor and bow respectfully. Sir Balistan. Taken aback, Balistan inquired tentatively. Maros? It is I, the officer known as Maros, he responded, stroking his clean-shaven chin. Without my beard, even Lord Colin nearly failed to recognize me. Maros had accompanied Colin from the Kite Fortress and had benefited from Sir Balistan's guidance during their voyage. After exchanging pleasantries, Maros continued. The content of this chapter is insufficient. Other websites may still be updating, and it will be automatically rectified later. The following information is unrelated to this book. Yin Manor appeared quite familiar with the area. That evening, they rested in a grove and resumed their journey the following day. Thus, they traveled for 2 consecutive days. Yin Manor was astute, carefully obscuring their trail to mislead any pursuers. He chose paths less traveled, and as such, they encountered no suspicious individuals during this time. They arrived at a small tribe, part of the mountainous Rome tribe, which occupied a lush grazing ground with over 1,000 capable warriors. Yin Manor feigned the guise of a merchant from the west, engaging in cordial conversation with the local warriors, who happily invited them into their village. The tribe was lively that day, as it marked the monthly grass market, where traders from various tribes gathered to exchange goods and fulfill their needs. Qin Wui was roughly renamed Ai by Yin Manor, her fair visage marred by the imposition of earthy hues to mask her excessively radiant beauty. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Yin Manor scanned her surroundings, noting the encroaching dusk illuminated by numerous bright bonfires. Suddenly, Qin Wui distanced herself from Yin Manor, approaching a warrior engaged in conversation with her. She discreetly handed the warrior several items, after which he swiftly vanished from sight. What were you doing? Yin Manor complained, anxious about the throngs of people. Losing sight of one another could complicate matters. Qin Wui scoffed, retorting, what were you gazing at? Surely not the bonfire where one might rest? Yin Manor's face flushed with embarrassment, for the girl had indeed guessed correctly. Over the past few days, they had alternated between traversing valleys and galloping across the grasslands. Their supplies, pilfered from the 3 bandits, had long been depleted, forcing them to rely on wild fruits for sustenance, and they would sleep beside the bonfire at night. Recalling the previous night when she awoke nestled in Yin Manor's embrace, Qin Wui felt her cheeks flush, akin to being roasted over an open flame. And what of it? What is wrong with the bonfire? Yin Manor countered, asserting that for the past 17 years of her life, while tending to livestock, she had always done so, and that all the people of the grasslands lived similarly. A fire, she insisted, bestowed the warmth of home. Qin Wui gently tapped her forehead, replying, indeed, it is well and good, but have you considered that you are accustomed to such conditions? What of me? These past few days have left my back and waist aching, making it painful to walk. She had been raised in luxury, unaccustomed to such hardships. Yin Manor widened her eyes in disbelief, remarking, you are sore from merely walking a short distance? Our women can ride for days without complaint, wielding swords against foes. This is truly excessive delicacy. You. At this, Yin Manor's words elicited a scornful glance from Qin Wui, who chose to disregard her. Unbeknownst to Yin Manor, women of all walks, irrespective of beauty or status, loathe hearing their companions discuss other women, especially if the latter are deemed superior. This was a grave misstep, and having interacted with so few women in her life, Yin Manor had unwittingly offended Qin Wui. Seeing Qin Wui turn to leave, Yin Manor hurriedly called out. Upon hearing the name that seemed so unrefined, Qin Wui halted, stormed back, and gave Yin Manor a swift kick on the leg before turning away once more. Yin Manor, sensing the urgency, quickened her pace to catch up. The market had yet to commence, with merchants from various regions busily setting up their tents and arranging their goods. Yin Manor observed that among them were not only the Shanrong and Donghu peoples, but also the Fuyu and Suzhen from the east, alongside merchants from Yin, Xiongnu, and Jigua. As the two walked for a while, a warrior approached, accompanied by several others. He reached Qin Wui and, with a smile, announced, the items you requested have arrived. The group of warriors bore tents, a blazing fire in a pot, blankets, fermented mare's milk, and half a roasted lamb among other goods. They carefully selected a prime location for Qin Wui and began setting up the tent. Once they completed their task, the leading warrior wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, are you satisfied? To this, Qin Wui replied fluently in the local tongue, I am indeed satisfied. As she spoke, She retrieved several knife-shaped bronze artifacts from her sleeve and handed them to the leading warrior. He accepted them joyfully, thumping his chest, and said, "This place is rather chaotic. Should you encounter any issues, seek me out." Qin Wui nodded with a smile, and as the warrior departed, Yin Manor remained entranced by the earlier events, still in a daze. Like a victorious peacock, Qin Wui hummed and bent to enter the tent. Although the tent was modest, it was ample for two. Inside, the fire crackled vigorously, with sizzling lamb skewers sizzling above it, juices escaping from the meat and falling into the flames, producing a symphony of crackling sounds. The aroma enveloped the entire tent. Yin Manor followed closely behind, laughing. "Ai, how did you manage that?" I spoke extensively. "And the warrior only allowed us and because he recognized I am from the left commander's tribe. How could you persuade them to bestow such generous gifts upon us?" Sincerely curious, she expressed her intrigue. Qin Wui retrieved a knife-shaped bronze artifact from a small pouch at her waist and handed it over, delighted by Yin Manor's ignorance. She thought to herself, "Finally, I've encountered something you don't comprehend." "What is this?" Yin Manor asked, holding the object, which resembled a knife but lacked a blade and was rather small. Qin Wui rolled her eyes and explained, "This item is known as Amingdao or knife currency, minted by our Yin state." At that time, the grasslands were still in a relatively primitive slave society, with commerce relying on the age-old practice of barter. Apart from gold serving as currency, bronze coins from the Central Plains were also favored by the nomads. Given that the Yin state is situated at the northern frontier, its currency circulated particularly easily among the grasslands and was much beloved by the pastoralists due to the superior craftsmanship of the Mingdao, which is lightweight and possesses good liquidity. "Isn't that akin to gold then?" Yin Manor remarked, belatedly grasping the concept. "In a certain sense, yes," Qin Wui acknowledged, "though it is not as precious as gold. The Mingdao I gave to that warrior could purchase a dozen slaves. How could he not be pleased?" She smiled, reflecting that for both the people of the Central Plains and the grasslands, when driven by profit, many things that seemed impossible became possible. "I see. How many do you have left?" Yin Manor inquired excitedly. "If the Mingdao is so valuable, then surely, the more the better." Qin Wui's expression stiffened, and with a cold smile, she replied, "I am not a merchant. What need have I for so many Mingdao? The one in your hand is the last." She had never truly spent money before and was unaware of how to use it, so she impulsively gave away all the few coins she had on her. "Ah!" Yin Manor exclaimed in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Qin Wui. She quickly tucked one of the coins away, murmuring softly, "I shall keep this one for you. You are far too extravagant." "You!" Qin Wui exclaimed in anger, recalling her earlier words about being extravagant. After all, whose knife was it that he had taken without permission? Yin Manor swiftly concealed the knife within her clothing and then squatted down, calling out, "Oh dear, the lamb is ready." Qin Wui chose not to engage in a quarrel, instead sitting beside her and watching as Yin Manor retrieved a small knife, roughly the length of a finger, from her boot and began to slice the meat. Unlike Yin Manor, who could easily gnaw on a leg of lamb, Qin Wui had been reliant on her to prepare small portions with the knife, allowing her to take delicate bites. Her appetite had always been modest, and with her unfamiliarity with the taste of meat, her already slender figure seemed to have grown even more gaunt. "It lacks flavor. If only there were a bit of salt." Qin Wui lamented softly as she chewed the tasteless lamb. Yin Manor chuckled beside her, producing a tightly wrapped small cloth pouch from her waist. As she slowly unwrapped it, to Qin Wui's surprise, it contained a small amount of salt. This was indeed a rare commodity. Salt was not produced on the grasslands, and the limited supply was smuggled in from the states of Yin, Qin, and Zhao. Only the nobility could afford it, while ordinary herdsmen considered it a luxury to consume salt once every 10 days or so. "Salt!" Qin Wui exclaimed with excitement. Yin Manor carefully sprinkled a bit of salt onto the pieces of meat she had prepared for her and handed it over, saying, "It should taste much better now." Seeing that he had generously added salt to her portion while only taking a small amount for himself, Qin Wui bit into a piece of lamb bone, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her heart. She understood how precious salt was on the northern grasslands. The Yin state strictly prohibited the production and drying of salt among the common folk, especially in the northern regions, where the flow of salt onto the grasslands was utterly forbidden, with severe penalties for violators. Thus, the importance of salt in these territories was self-evident. As she nibbled delicately, a gentle warmth blossomed within her. "Have you encountered anyone from Shaolingjai?" Qin Wui suddenly inquired after a while. Yin Manor shook his head. Despite his extensive search through the marketplace, he had not spotted anyone with a wooden token similar to the one worn by the notorious Ran Lao Du. He was uncertain whether he could find individuals from Shaolingjai here. Qin Wui swallowed a piece of meat, but nearly choked, resulting in a couple of coughs. Yanyan promptly handed her the water flask, and after taking a few sips, she felt somewhat relieved. Do not fret. Since you mentioned that Shaolingjai is a den of bandits, they must surely rely on plundered goods to exchange for the necessary sustenance of meat and provisions. Without these, they cannot survive. Yanyan nodded and said, I share the same sentiment. This is the largest market for grass in the vicinity, attracting merchants from all corners. Let us remain patient and see if anything transpires. Qin Wui also nodded in agreement. With no other options available, they might as well explore the grasslands and immerse themselves in the local culture. After their meal, Yanyan gathered their belongings and inspected Qin Wui's wound. It was healing well, fortunately without any scars. Unable to resist his domineering demeanor, Qin Wui's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Only after hearing that there would be no scar did she feel a flicker of joy. You should rest. I will keep watch outside the tent, Yanyan said. Rising to leave, Qin Wui abruptly called out to him. What will you do outside? The tent is spacious enough for both of us to sleep comfortably. Her voice dwindled to a whisper by the end. Chapter 76. First encounter. Daenerys tightened her small face as she passed the bowing Rogers and stepped into the thick corridor of the Grand Pyramid's entrance. Instantly, the light dimmed, and the sounds from the outside world seemed to fade into the distance. Navigating through the immovable, somber figures clad in black armor, she transitioned from the corridor into the inner courtyard, where the servants of the Grand Pyramid awaited her. They presented her with fresh water to cleanse the dust of her journey, followed by a palanquin for her to take her seat. Daenerys shook her head, lifted her skirts, and ascended the magnificent marble steps adorned with the pyramid's intricate patterns. The word count for this chapter is insufficient. Other websites may still be updating, and it will be automatically rectified. The following content is unrelated to this book. The Phoenix must traverse the imperial capital, with countless residents cheering and shouting along the roadsides. The miracle of Phoenix had completely captivated the empire. Qin Feng and Li Guanyang, two violet-level spirit card masters, had risen to fame. Upon arriving at the arena, many familiar faces from various academies offered their encouragement to Phoenix, including Bai Ran, Ling Yunshu, and even Bai Li Han, whom Qin Feng had just defeated the previous day. The giant was still the focal point, and everyone longed to witness its downfall, especially as Phoenix had created so many miracles. Naturally, the entire nation rallied in support. Overnight, Long Yuan transformed from the most popular academy in the empire to a supervillain. Countless spectators arrived early, eagerly taking their seats in anticipation of the final match. The fact that Qin Feng could defeat Bai Li Han indicated that he possessed remarkable abilities. Today's matches might not be numerous. Well, mainly because Phoenix has few competitors. Their matches are likely to be brief, someone speculated. The main attraction will be the battle between Qin Feng and Zhui Yifan. The odds of them clashing are quite high. Indeed, Phoenix may not triumph over Long Yuan, but Qin Feng and Zhui Yifan could very well be a different story. Given Phoenix's relatively weak lineup, their matches were typically short in duration. The audience is acutely aware that today's matches may be limited in number. Their primary focus lies on the confrontation between Qin Feng and Zhui Yifan. Among the ranks of Long Yuan Academy, the 19-year-old Ling Qianye undoubtedly stands as the strongest competitor. Last year, he was a prodigy at the Radiant Gold level, leading Long Yuan to victory. This year, he is yet to make an appearance, shrouded in mystery, possibly having ascended to Radiant Gold level 4. Following him is the 18-year-old Zhui Yifan. Based on the historical context of Long Yuan Academy's competitions, it is certain that Zhui Yifan will encounter Qin Feng. Li Guanyang has yet to face Bai Li Feifei, rendering his chances against Zhui Yifan virtually negligible. The Phoenix team must rely on Qin Feng. This year's Imperial Academy tournament is arguably the most fervent in nearly 2 decades, a sentiment palpable in the atmosphere. With half an hour remaining before the matches commence, the venue is already overflowing with spectators. The Emperor is once again present, accompanied by a stunning beauty. Clad in a dress of azure, her hair elegantly arranged, her slender waist accentuated by a silk sash, she embodies exquisite grace. Her features are remarkably refined, worthy of the title of national beauty. This is the current Empress. The Emperor's 2 brothers, Prince Dai and Prince Xueyue, remain seated in the audience. Following yesterday's competition, they harbor great expectations for Qin Feng, the young man who has wrought countless miracles. After the match concluded yesterday, the Emperor summoned Bai Li Han to inquire about the battle's circumstances and the reasons behind his defeat to Qin Feng. The answer was unambiguous. For simple words, inferior skill. Bai Li Han did not offer any excuses, they had merely underestimated Qin Feng. From the stands, Bai Li Han understood that today's match would not conclude easily in favor of Long Yuan. Qin Feng's utilization of the 5-color stone allows him to fuse 2 digital beasts, a potential trump card. While the 5-color stone is rare, it is not precious. If Chinfeng possesses another, Zui Yifan may not stand a chance. This was by Li Han's contemplation. Before the official match begins, the two teams meet in the corridor. As the undeniable leader of his team, Chinfeng exchanges cordial nods with Ling Qianye. Chinfeng's ability to lead the Phoenix team this far naturally earns him the respect of his opponents. You must be Chinfeng, Zui Yifan states, his gaze fixed intently on Chinfeng. Beside Chinfeng, Song Yanyan and the others cannot help but frown slightly. Zui Yifan's demeanor exudes an air of arrogance, a disdainful attitude that evokes discomfort. Do you have any advice? Chinfeng replies with effortless nonchalance, his relaxed demeanor starkly contrasting with Zui Yifan's piercing intensity. Are you brave enough to fight? Zui Yifan's gaze is sharp. Throughout his life, he has only tasted defeat once, the solitary loss having been against Ling Qianye. The members of Longyuan Academy observed the two individuals with an air of ease. On the side of Phoenix, apart from Chinfeng, all eyes were stern and serious. A palpable tension hung in the air between the two academies, whose strengths seemed worlds apart. I dare you not to show up, Chinfeng provocatively remarked. Zui Yifan let out a soft scoff, responding with a smile, in the first match, do not make me look down upon you. As both teams of 8 players took the stage, it felt as if the entire empire could hear the uproar of cheers. Oh. The tens of thousands of spectators fervently rose to their feet, exuberantly cheering for this final match. Notably, the applause for Phoenix's entry was more fervent than that for Longyuan for the first time in 20 years. It was understood that this year, Phoenix's main forces, Chinfeng and Li Guanyang, were both merely 18 years old. Should next year's competition proceed smoothly, the growth potential of these two over the course of a year could unleash unimaginable waves. Perhaps they could even shatter Longyuan Academy's record of consecutive championships? The final matchup, Longyuan Academy from the Imperial Capital versus Phoenix Academy from Donglan Province. The chief referee announced with great authority, and the players from both academies retreated to their respective waiting areas. Just before taking the stage, several comrades patted Chinfeng on the arm. Indeed, he had already done more than enough. I'll go, Chinfeng stated succinctly, and though he said little, everyone understood that he was prepared to fight with utmost determination, willing to push himself to the limits until his spiritual energy was utterly depleted. As Chinfeng stepped onto the arena on the opposing side, Zui Yifan rose with a light chuckle, equally making his way to the field. Here it comes. The first match is the main event. Chinfeng against Zui Yifan. This is the match to watch. Countless spectators stood in anticipation as Chinfeng and Zui Yifan entered the arena, ready to witness a battle between the finest talents. Chinfeng, at Violet level 4. Zui Yifan, at Radiant Gold level 1. Neither belonged to the upper echelons of spiritual card masters. Yet both possessed combat prowess that exceeded their peers. The two 18-year-olds stood resolutely in the center of the arena, one exuding an air of dominance, the other embodying a carefree elegance. Just their presence alone radiated a unique aura, igniting a fervor among numerous supporters from Donglan Province. Is there anything more exhilarating than a common academy challenging a prestigious one? I eagerly anticipate this confrontation. I hope you do not disappoint me, Zui Yifan declared with an air of superiority. Having triumphed over by Li Han, Zui Yifan had no reason to underestimate Chinfeng. Let us hope so. Chinfeng replied with a slight smile, secretly wishing Zui Yifan would be somewhat less formidable, allowing him to conserve more energy for the inevitable confrontation with Ling Qianye. Chapter 77. The garden banquet. The atmosphere in the hall had notably relaxed as Colin shifted his gaze towards Sir Baristan. You appear to be in much better spirits, Sir Baristan. Indeed, Baristan replied with a smile, taking a couple of steps to stand behind Daenerys. The queen has appointed this old frame as her captain of the Kingsguard, sparing me from a dull demise upon my sickbed. Congratulations to you, Colin expressed, holding great admiration for the man who had devoted his life to the service of the Kingsguard. And who might this be? He inquired, glancing at the balding middle-aged knight standing on Daenerys' other side. You're a Mormont. The content of this chapter is insufficient, and other websites may still be updating. The subsequent sections will be automatically rectified. The following content is unrelated to this book. It is essential to recognize that even the 5th-tier primal organisms lack the ability to command other primal entities. To a certain extent, these types of primal beings are more perilous than those at Tier 5. They can easily incite a beast tide, and if numerous enough, the destruction of an area is indeed a possibility. It seemed that the creature had sensed its attack being thwarted, and Nightshade was now alarmingly close. The armored primal organism let out a thunderous roar, prompting the surrounding primal entities to instinctively gather around it for protection. Troublesome. Can't the riffraff stay out of the way? Nightshade thought, feeling a surge of irritation upon witnessing the heavily shielded armored primal creature. Calling in reinforcements? Let us settle this like men, one-on-one. Loser calls the victor father. Though aware that his opponent could not comprehend, Nightshade could not refrain from uttering a curse. With such a dense multitude, it would take an eternity to eliminate them all. Even if he managed to clear them out, it was likely that Rentaro would have already met his end. Let us not forget that both of them were currently entrenched within a swarm of primal organisms. Unlike the airborne Nightshade, Rentaro faced pressures that might exceed his own. There was no alternative. He would have to offer these lesser creatures as his sacrificial offerings. Nightshade drew forth a series of small knives from his belt, distinctly the set known as Shadowless from Sema Heavy Industries. Since acquiring this set, Nightshade had yet to formally utilize it in combat. Although he had practiced in secret, finding a suitable target had proven elusive. However, now, in the face of such a multitude of primal beings, it was undoubtedly the most fitting weapon. 8 knives, as delicate as gossamer, sliced through the darkness like fleeting light. Under Nightshade's telekinetic control, they resembled scythes of death, relentlessly harvesting the lives of the primal entities. Nightshade directed the Shadowless with pinpoint accuracy, striking at the vital points of the primal beings. With 8 flying daggers attacking simultaneously, the efficiency was undeniably remarkable. A vast expanse of primal creatures fell as if they were mere wheat before the scythe, as the lesser primal beings perished in droves. Nightshade finally caught sight of the Tier 4 creature lurking at the back. As the aura of vitality erupted from his body, Yuzai soared through the air like a jet, swiftly arriving beside the ancient creature known as the Armored Dragon. Without any lesser fish to serve as a shield, Yuzai struck with his blade. Clang! However, to his astonishment, the blade of Muramesa, a renowned demonic sword of the highest caliber, failed to penetrate the creature's defenses, producing a sound reminiscent of clashing metals. How impenetrable could this tortoise shell be? Even a dragon-class Azura rhinoceros beetle would yield to his strikes, leaving marks upon its hide. Yet this level 4 creature, at best a ghostly entity, posed a formidable challenge. In that moment of shock, the armored dragon retaliated with a powerful tail strike, sending Yuzai flying and causing him to skid across the ground. This was troublesome. It was akin to battling a steel tortoise. Yuzai felt a pang of concern. If even his mightiest weapon, Muramesa, could not inflict harm, what hope did he have? Even with the addition of his wind blade technique, it seemed futile. Where lay the creature's weakness? It was undoubtedly its soft underbelly, a fact well known to those familiar with dinosaurs. Despite its form as an ancient creature, its vulnerability appeared unchanged. Yet, gazing at the gargantuan armored dragon, Yuzai doubted his ability to overturn it and expose its belly for a few decisive strikes. The shadowy blades of Wu Ying had returned to his side, and upon examining the creature's underbelly, he realized his chances of climbing down were slim. However, Wu Ying could descend without issue. Though remarkably sharp, its damage output was limited. Relying solely on this would not suffice to vanquish the armored dragon. Still, Yuzai found himself with no other recourse, willing to gamble on a desperate chance. 8 delicate, shimmering blades flew forth once more under Yuzai's telekinetic command, darting toward the creature's underside. Moments later, the sound of blades piercing flesh and the anguished cries of the armored dragon echoed through the air. Yuzai empathized with the creature's suffering, for in a moment of mischief, the 8 blades had targeted its vital areas. In aiding the creature's torment, Yuzai had inadvertently ensured its agony, especially as the area around its posterior was struck. Such sensations were undeniably unpleasant. The writhing armored dragon before him was testament to this pain. As its vital spots were compromised, the armored dragon thrashed about, inadvertently revealing further weaknesses. Without wasting another moment, Yuzai drew his blade and unleashed a profound technique of the wind blade, swiftly dispatching the creature. Observing the expression of relief upon the armored dragon's face as it approached death, Yuzai couldn't help but touch his nose in contemplation. Had this creature been pierced in its rear, or had it suffered a severing of its essence? In the end, it seemed as though it longed for release from its agony. As he grasped Wu Ying, which had returned to him, Yuzai reflected on the significant contribution of those 8 small blades. But wait, which blade had actually inflicted the harm? Was it the one that pierced, or the one that severed? The actions of Yuzai, who was initially poised to grasp the knife, abruptly ceased, leaving him with an unsettling sensation as though he had indeed touched something vile. It appears that upon returning, he must cleanse himself thoroughly. Otherwise, wielding this weapon would leave him haunted by psychological shadows. Following the demise of the level 4 command-controlled entities, the other primal beings retreated like a receding tide. Yuzai then discovered Rentaro in another direction, lying on the ground, his garments nearly in tatters, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Still alive, I presume? If you were dead, a sound would surely escape you. Yuzai quipped as he approached Rentaro. Not dead yet. Has the trouble been resolved? Rentaro replied with irritation, remarking that if he were indeed deceased, he wouldn't be able to utter a sound. This rascal enjoyed toying with him. Of course, it has been resolved. Had I known you were still alive, I would have prolonged the matter a bit longer. That way, Miss Muku and Yinju could have been entrusted to me. Worry not. I shall take good care of them, Yuzai asserted with a demeanor that suggested he would look after Rintaro's wife and daughter, nearly causing Rintaro to choke with exasperation. In their verbal sparring, he had never bested Yuzai. If he continued lying down, he might not perish from the primal beings but rather succumb to Yuzai's jests. What could be the reason behind the primal entity's fierce resistance moments ago, only to now flee in unison? Although aware that Yuzai had resolved the dilemma, Rintaro remained profoundly curious. The presence of a unique level 4 entity, capable of commanding the other primal beings, was vanquished by me, naturally leading to the retreat of the remaining entities. Chapter 78. The King, the Monk, the Wealthy Man. 3 prominent figures, one a king, another a monk, and the last a wealthy man, sat within a chamber. A mercenary, of humble origins and lacking any remarkable talents, stood among them. Each esteemed individual commanded him to eliminate the other 2. The king proclaimed, "I am your legitimate monarch. I command you to slay them." The monk declared, "In the name of the celestial deities, I beseech you to bring them to their end." The wealthy man insisted, "Kill them, and all my gold and jewels shall be yours. Pray tell, who shall meet their demise, and who shall endure?" The chapter is rather brief. Other websites may still be updating, and it will be automatically rectified in due course. What does this mean? Luo Xiaojin's gaze slowly swept across the imposing display behind Lin He. From his office, he had already received detailed reports from his confidants regarding Lin He's arrival. The Rolls-Royce Phantom, a luxury vehicle worth over 10 million, 9 Mercedes-Benz sedans, occupied by bodyguards, and the middle-aged man beside Lin He, donning gold-rimmed spectacles, known as Lawyer Hua. Today, this once failed man returned with great fervor. An ominous premonition permeated the hearts of Luo Xiaojin and the executives. "This is all my handiwork, today. I naturally wish to witness the fruits of my labor." Lin He perched his leg, with his fingers interlaced resting on his thigh, his face adorned with a playful smirk. Indeed, as soon as the words left his lips, the countenances of Luo Xiaojin and the executives darkened instantaneously. They couldn't help but recall their previous discussions in the office regarding this dire crisis, during which they had unequivocally dismissed any connection to Lin He, including Luo Xiaojin. However, when the conclusive statement emerged directly from Lin He himself, Luo Xiaojin and the executives felt their heads buzzing. Could it truly be that the crisis confronting our company was orchestrated by Lin? "See, I told you so. Lin is back today for revenge." Was it Lin who left in disgrace? He even lost his house. How could he possibly return today? Let us not forget that Lin was the one who founded the Qianqing Company. What do you newcomers know? Some individuals merely seized what was not theirs through deceit, lacking the capability to manage it effectively. Some employees were exhilarated, believing that Lin He's formidable return signified redemption. Conversely, others wore expressions of deep concern, particularly the newcomers. If Lin truly returned with such vigor, would they not be the ones to be eliminated? Most of the junior staff had at least a vague understanding of the past events. The ancient adage, "A new ruler brings new ministers," resonated with them. "I do not believe it," Luo Xiaojin stated. "Lawyer Hua, it is your turn to take the stage." Lin He did not respond to Luo Xiaojin. "Greetings, Mr. Luo. I am Hua Keheo, the lawyer employed by Mr. Lin, representing Dongzhou Law Firm. We will be pursuing legal action against you. Here are the details." Hua Keheo adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. An assistant stepped forward and handed Luo Xiaojin a document. Silence enveloped the third floor. Luo Xiaojin opened the document, frowning as he scrutinized its contents. Minutes later, his body began to tremble, beads of sweat cascading down his face. The nearby executives sensed something amiss with Luo Xiaojin and curiously gathered around him. Soon, their expressions mirrored his own. "Lin, no, President Lin." Luo Xiaojin thrust the document into the hands of a nearby executive, exclaiming, "I return the company to you. It was a moment of folly on my part. I beseech you to show mercy." A commotion erupted among the employees on the third floor. Luo Xiaojin had capitulated. In contrast, Lin He maintained an expression of calm assurance, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Wakaheo, accustomed to adjusting his glasses, felt a twinge of guilt regarding his fee of 2 million. Even he recognized that this substantial sum was somewhat unwarranted, as Lin had already prepared all the necessary documentation. Even a novice attorney with just a year or 2 of experience could secure victory with such materials. What astonished Wakaheo the most was that the prepared documents revealed the intricate depths of Lin He's character, shedding light on why he had been ousted by the ineptitude of the company's previous leadership. He had arrived in Xinjiang City 2 days prior and was staying at a 5-star hotel, traveling in a luxurious Mercedes, accompanied by bodyguards and servants. I devoted a few hours to reviewing the materials prepared by Lin He and organizing court documents, while the rest of my time was spent indulging in pleasures. A thought crossed Wakaheo's mind. How wonderful it would be if every case he took on in the future were as straightforward as this one. The adversary's plea for mercy was entirely anticipated. Armed with the evidence and documents at hand, there was no doubt that no matter which lawyer Luo Xiaojin managed to hire, defeat was inevitable. Should Luo Xiaojin choose not to plead for mercy, he would be displaying utter foolishness. This company rightfully belongs to me, Linny remarked with a calm and carefree smile. Luo Xiaojin hurriedly sought assistance to transfer the company's ownership entirely to Linhe, with Wakaheo overseeing the contract. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Not only Luo Xiaojin, but the entire cadre of executives relinquished their shares of the company. Mr. Lin, is it all settled now? Luo Xiaojin forced a grim smile. Everyone, work diligently, with me around. The company's future is secure. Linhe instructed Xiao Rui to keep the contract safe. Those wishing to stay may do so. Those who do not can proceed to the HR department for resignation. The employees exchanged glances, seeing determination reflected in one another's eyes. It was evident that Mr. Lin possessed far greater strength. Now, Linhe had re-established complete control over the company, holding it unequivocally in his grasp. Mr. Lin, what about our situation? Luo Xiaojin asked hurriedly as he noticed Linhe preparing to leave. He felt utterly humiliated. Yet if the matter went to court, neither he nor the executives would escape unscathed, facing the bleak prospect of imprisonment with no clear end in sight. Our matters will be resolved in court, Linhe replied without turning back. The group arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Luo Xiaojin and the executives stood dazed. And soon he found himself dizzy, collapsing to the ground. The executives coldly regarded him, none willing to assist. You all. Luo Xiaojin trembled with rage. Previously, these executives had been subservient, but now their demeanor had shifted dramatically. You're trembling for your mother, if it weren't for you. Would I face the threat of imprisonment? One executive kicked him in frustration, cursing. The others remained silent, their expressions equally filled with resentment. Struck in the face by that kick, Luo Xiaojin nearly lost his breath. The employees remained silent. As the proverb suggests, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. This was precisely the moment. Lawyer Hua, I leave the court matters in your capable hands. A designated person will accompany you in the coming days. Feel free to contact me should any issues arise, Linhe stated before heading downstairs. Mr. Lin, you are too gracious. We are certain to win this case. Wakaheo replied confidently. Indeed, Linhe nodded, joining his son in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. As the door closed, Lin Qing exclaimed excitedly, today was truly exhilarating. Ding dong. The host has garnered the adoration of his son, resulting in a notable enhancement of his paternal affection value. The system's notification echoed in Lin He's ears. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Lin He answered, placing it to his ear. Mr. Lin, how have you been lately? This call was from Chung Wenrui. Not too bad. Lin He replied perfunctorily. Haha, recently, Xinjiang City is hosting an auction. Would you like to attend, Mr. Lin? There will be a performance by the beautiful and renowned Cheng Die, who is said to embody the grace of the most exquisite beauties. Chung Wenrui's laughter resonated with an understanding that only men could grasp. An auction? Dad, let us go take a look. I've never seen what an auction is like. Lin Qing exclaimed eagerly from the side. And let us invite Yan Shujing to join us. Chapter 79. The mud fort. Upon hearing the alarm from the city wall, the patrolling soldiers who rushed to the scene suffered heavy casualties, with half of them perishing. The soldiers in the barracks finally reached the wall under the leadership of Sir Cliff Saitiga. The Saitiga family were vassals of Stannis, situated at the Narrow Sea. After converting to the worship of the Light King, Cliff Saitiga was knighted by Stannis and tasked with the defense of the mud fort. Having been stationed at the mud fort for over half a year, the tranquil life in the marshes had dulled his vigilance. When he heard the alarm, he had already consumed 3 jugs of poor quality wine, and as he rushed to the wall, his mind foggy, he merely grasped a wooden stake pulled from the barracks entrance. Old Second, how long has it been since we forged our brotherhood at the Tulip Baroness estate? Oldest brother Vanalis stood at the table, slowly pouring each of the 3 men a glass of brandy. A year and 4 months, perhaps? Old Third was the first to speak, and without hesitation, he downed his glass of brandy in one gulp. It has been a year, 4 months, and 3 days. I have kept count, Old Second remarked, gazing at Oldest and Old Third as he took a measured sip of his brandy. Such a long time. Initially, there were only the 3 of us and the Dawnbringers. And now we have grown to 9. Although Little Aba has been captured, the organization remains largely intact. We will carefully plot our course. There will come a day when we rescue Little Aba and realize our shared aspirations. The eldest brother looked at his 2 sworn brothers, gradually articulating their past and present ambitions. Of course, we have always stood together. Old Second and Old Third suddenly raised their glasses, clinking them with the eldest brothers, and drained their brandy in unison. Now, the upcoming Battle of Panda Island will be entrusted to you both. As for Little Aba, I will reach out to the evil spirit cult. Their headquarters is in Shanjin Town. I believe we can rescue Little Aba. The eldest brother took another sip of brandy, methodically recounting the recently established resolution. No, we cannot contact the evil spirit cult. They require the sacrifice of 5,000 innocents to intervene. How can you bear to harm innocent lives, eldest brother? Both the second and third brothers immediately voiced their opposition, their urgency surpassing that of the previous discussion. To the indigenous people, we are nothing short of demons. Since we are already deemed devils, what harm is there in being a tad more malevolent? My mind is made up. Do not attempt to persuade me further. The eldest poured himself another glass of wine and leisurely emptied it before articulating his plans. Eldest brother, this cannot be. The second and third brothers continued to implore, yet their efforts were in vain. On one side, the pioneer organization had firmly decided its course for the future, while on the other, Romney, situated within the town of Shanjin, was savoring the few moments of carefree dining that the day afforded him. The dinner was sumptuous, featuring stir-fried crocodile dragon meat with magical bamboo shoots, hand-torn feather serpent meat, a stew of golden mushroom pork with magical seaweed, complemented by steamed silver glow fish. In total, there were 3 dishes and a soup, a veritable feast of magical cuisine. He took the first bite of the crocodile dragon meat, relishing its chewy texture. After swallowing, he sipped the golden mushroom pork stew, its rich aroma and sweet flavor enveloping him. Without hesitation, he continued to enjoy the hand-torn feather serpent and the steamed luminous fish. Having consumed a hearty meal filled with magical delicacies, Romney swiftly returned to his bedroom, commencing his magical refinement. Scholars of magic have concluded that after partaking of meals imbued with magical energy, it is most beneficial to meditate within half an hour. During meditation, one must focus on refining their magical essence, thereby enhancing their ability to digest the magical ingredients consumed. The more adept one is at absorbing the magical sustenance, the quicker their magical prowess grows, along with a slight increase in physical strength. Having previously studied the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, Romney was particularly meticulous about the process of digesting magical ingredients. Not only was he attentive, but he was also precise to the point of being demanding. After consuming magical cuisine, the most critical step beyond refinement was the physical training that followed. This training was essential for augmenting physical strength and served as an auxiliary activity to further digest the magical dishes. Thus, upon concluding his meditation and the refinement of the magical essence within the ingredients, Romney immediately embarked on a regimen of physical trainings, along with the combat techniques he had learned from Catro. Although Romney feared that prematurely cultivating battle chi might hinder his advancement in magical levels, he found considerable benefit even from the sole training of combat techniques. While practicing in the courtyard, Romney found his thoughts drifting to the report provided by the targeter. The report spoke of the Tulip Trio, the 3 individuals who had forged an alliance through their shared plight against the Hunters, forming the core of the Celestial Drivers. These 3, overall, possessed only low-tier strength, quantified at a mere level of 1029, even beneath his own capabilities. Yet, despite their low-tier existence, they had managed to elude the pursuit of both the Hunters and the targeter, now remaining completely incognito. Had it not been for the recent capture of an individual known as Xiao Ba, it might have taken an eternity before we could confront their organization. Reflecting upon this, Romney inadvertently exerted too much force, severing a pot of tulips in the garden. Gazing at the tulips, now split in twain by the glint of his blade, Romney momentarily wished that what lay before him were the legendary trio of tulips instead. Alas, in the realm of military formations and power struggles, it is indeed a daunting task for one who stands for justice to eradicate such threats in an instant. The road ahead remains long and arduous. He could only persist, advance, and continue onward. With a sigh, Romney sheathed his sword, retreated to his chamber, attended to his ablutions, and succumbed to slumber, thereby concluding a day that had been somewhat tumultuous. On the following morning, Romney ventured out once more. However, this time, he did not don a disguise. Instead, he strode forth with confidence as the prince of the Alec Empire, visiting the lord of Shanjin Town, Papyros Shanjin, a nobleman who had inherited the title of count for generations. The meeting with Papyros Shanjin was brief, encapsulated in no more than 3 exchanges: greetings, an announcement of his arrival, and a farewell. Without lingering, Romney rejoined his escort and departed from Shanjin Town. Papyros Shanjin, bewildered by Romney's abrupt visit and equally sudden departure, paid it little heed. Yet, among the many aides of Papyros Shanjin was a striking elven maiden named Kalite, who took note of the occurrence. After concluding her day's tasks, Kalite stealthily exited the lord's manor and made her way to a tavern known as the Knight's Child. navigating through the establishment without conversing with anyone. Kaylight proceeded directly to the kitchen, arriving at a storage room. Once inside, she warily surveyed her surroundings before closing the large door behind her. Crouching down to unveil a secret passage concealed beneath the floor tiles. Entering the passage, she replaced the tiles with care. Kaylight descended a spiral staircase for 100 meters, arriving at a spacious area. This expanse was a man-made corridor, approximately 100 meters in length, illuminated by magical lamps sustained by enchanted crystals. Upon traversing the corridor, Kaylight pushed open the door at its end, entering a more expansive chamber. Within this space, hundreds of individuals were engaged in fervent prayer, kneeling before a malevolent spirit. Standing before the spirit was a figure clad in dark robes reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, wielding a tome of malevolent incantations. He noticed Kaylight and, without halting the prayers, beckoned her closer with a slow, deliberate gesture.